Aboard the Whitebeard ship, I have spent over a decade collecting refuse. You have evolved from a novice into the supreme powerhouse of the awakening substitute bombarding the space. Only because you traverse time, you awaken a system known as reclamation. As long as you reclaim items of value or narrative significance. Upon accumulating a total of 10 million coins, one shall be rewarded with a chance to acquire a random strength. It could be an award that enhances one's strength. It may also originate from the true path of the celestial realms. Moreover, the system also provides a new user gift package. In the realm of JoJo, there exists a place known as Morio, where the stand of Yasuo, dubbed Bomb Space, takes form. At this moment, it coincidentally marks the time when Teach acquired the dark fruit from Sachi. This pivotal moment allows for the retrieval of the dark fruit, leading to Teach's loss of hope in becoming the Pirate King. A robust voice emanated from the monitor. "Hey, Captain, the banquet is about to commence. Why have you not arrived yet?" "It is Teach. We are currently discussing the newly acquired devil fruit of Sachi." Ace, observing with a seemingly innocent expression, candidly disclosed the situation at hand to those present. "Sachi, your fortune is truly remarkable. Teach has heard that Sachi has acquired a rare devil fruit, and he feels genuinely happy for him." "Ha ha. Teach, come take a look. This is surely something I, Sachi, have acquired. It will undoubtedly grant me a formidable power." Sachi raised the devil fruit in hand high above, presenting it before Teach. Regarding Teach, Sachi aboard the ship harbors not the slightest semblance of caution. Since Sachi joined the Blackbeard Pirates, Teach has always presented himself with such a simple and honest demeanor. "I often enjoy sipping on a modest drink and indulging in a slice of cherry pie." The crew of pirates aboard the ship undeniably has a fondness for such an approachable individual. Just as Sachi was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the devil fruit, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in Teach's eyes. "That devil fruit, the dark fruit, is indeed the one I have been searching for. It is the most malevolent of the natural type devil fruits, and I am certain I have not erred in my judgment. That is the dark fruit." Upon witnessing the devil fruit, Blackbeard's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Upon witnessing the devil fruit in Sachi's hand, Teach immediately recognized it as the dark fruit he had been fervently seeking for over a decade. Do not be deceived by Tiki's outward demeanor. He continues to smile as before. However, within his heart, he is already devising plans to fulfill his ambitious aspirations. However, Tichi concealed his wild ambitions with great skill, leaving Ace and Sachi oblivious to any signs of discord. You, of course, were not deceived by Teach's hypocritical facade. He is not the true embodiment of the pirate world. Initially, you had no intention of engaging in such pursuits. However, during your quest to seek out swordsmanship, you inadvertently injured several swordsmen affiliated with the Navy. Consequently, you were unjustly branded with the title of Navy Hunter and placed under a bounty. Thus, you are left with no choice but to join the crew, as the prospect of forming your own pirate band seems too daunting. Consequently, you decide to become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, a crew established by the illustrious Whitebeard, driven by his personal desire to create a family. Except for a few pirates, the entire crew is united in purpose, never resorting to the slaughter or plundering of innocent civilians. Their wrath is reserved solely for their fellow seafarers and the Navy, brandishing their blades with ferocity. Such values can be embraced by you, who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and under the auspices of global self-improvement, can facilitate a smoother process of reclaiming various treasures. Do not utter a word. Indeed, do refrain from speaking. Life aboard the Straw Hat Pirates is indeed quite pleasant. Each day is filled with treasure hunting or extravagant feasts. There is hardly any fighting, yet one still manages to gather a considerable amount of treasures. Upon joining the Whitebeard Pirates, you have certainly reaped numerous rewards. Age of the character on the panel, 19 years old. Martial arts. Mastery of various martial arts, including the 6 styles of the Navy. Kapu for SS. Swordsmanship. Master Swordsman level. Vista and Hawkeye are rated SS. The sight of the intermediate colors. Katakuri and red-haired Shanks. Both are adept in foresight. Mastering the techniques of armament hockey. With the ability to entwine and harden. Those of Shrank and above belong to the level of Flowing Cherry Blossom. Conqueror's hockey. Red-haired Shanks possesses an S-level power. When discussing strength, let us not delve into the intricacies of dominance. For dominance is a skill, not merely a measure of strength. This stands in contrast to armament hockey. Katakuri has explicitly stated that there are levels to it. Special abilities. Bombarding space. Treasures of the infinite realms. 10 celestial beings, Nimbus Cloud. Dragon Ball World Edition. Universal Capsule Set. Manufactured by Bulma. 100 explosive talismans, Essence. Red and White Sphere. This is the culmination of your years spent scavenging through refuse. In addition to possessing formidable strength, I have also garnered numerous accolades from the myriad realms. In recent years, you have retrieved the second-generation Demon Slayer from Wano Country. In the Devil's Triangle, I discovered the formidable blade, Autumn Water, along with the cursed Holy Sword, the Seven-Star Sword. The treasure of Fishman Island, the deadly potion E, was conveniently dealt with, ensuring the prohibition of contraband. Stay away from drugs and cherish life. Were it not for the presence of individuals aboard the pirate ship, one might proclaim you a paragon of virtue in the community. Unfortunately, from this day forth, such leisurely days shall be disrupted. When you acquire the devil fruit from Sachi, you realize that the true narrative of One Piece is about to commence. You originally intended for Sachi to secretly consume the devil fruit, which might have altered the course of the narrative, if only slightly. At the very least, it would have prevented Teach from acquiring the dark fruit with such ease. After all, you, as a time traveler, remain oblivious to Blackbeard's methods of procuring devil fruits. From the fiery angels crafted by Vegapunk and the replica dragon fruits, it can be observed that the devil fruits fundamentally alter the lineage of the user. By extracting these bloodline factors, others may also possess the abilities of those who wield the powers of the devil fruit. It seems that the world of One Piece truly embodies a narrative steeped in the notion of bloodlines. You boldly speculate that the dark fruit possesses the ability to suppress those with powers due to its capacity to inhibit the very lineage of their abilities. The allure of dark waters does not lie in mere capability. It is merely the fact that the bloodline of the empowered is inextricably linked to the vitality of their existence, rendering it impossible to separate from the host, thus existing in a state of possession. However, if this host were to perish, then these lineage factors would revert to a state of being unclaimed. It was meant to wander in search of the next host's lineage, yet it encountered the shadowy fruit capable of touching them. The dark fruit possesses the ability to attract these bloodline factors and subsequently infuse them into a new vessel, a fruit of extraordinary nature. Thus, a new devil fruit has been born. Certainly. This is merely your conjecture. Let us return to the present. Captain Ace, Sachi, and Sai. Captain Ace, Nan. Sachi, Sai. The banquet is now prepared. Let us commence the festivities. Tiki is positively exhilarated. Unbelievable. Let us joyfully commemorate the occasion, for you have acquired a devil fruit. Not solely because the banquet featured his favorite cherry pie, but more importantly, he had finally discovered the coveted dark nest fruit he had longed for. Wonderful. Host a banquet. Sachi, upon hearing that it was time to depart, immediately expressed her excitement by grasping Tiki's shoulder, and together, they exuberantly made their way to the banquet venue by the coast. Ace-Ben wished to join, yet you called out to him, halting his advance. Please hold on for a moment, I have a precious treasure to share with you. I trust you haven't stumbled upon any more worthless items, have you? Ace has been deceived by you several times now. Each time, you promise a great treasure, yet when you reveal it, what emerges is merely a heap of worthless items, either a handful of spoiled beans or a few tattered pieces of paper. I have stated countless times that those are treasures. What you presented to Ace were the rewards from the square realm that you acquired. However, Ace fails to recognize their true value. It seems that Sai is once again poised to exploit Captain Ace. Let us proceed to the banquet. Sachi and Tichi are not unfamiliar with such scenarios. However, each time, Captain Ace inevitably finds himself on the receiving end of your blows. Very well then, let us proceed to the banquet. Teach did not dwell on it too much, for such matters are quite commonplace. Upon witnessing Sachi and Tich, Ace was promptly ushered aboard the vessel. Tiki is acting strangely. You spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Has something happened to him? Ace finds your statement rather perplexing. What is wrong with Teach? He has once again shattered his own record of consecutive cherry pie consumption. I am the serious Ace. Blackbeard, upon glimpsing the devil fruit in Sachi's grasp, displayed a fleeting glimmer of malice and murderous intent in his eyes. My intuition tells me that Teach is not as superficial as he appears. Regardless of Ace's nonchalant demeanor, he still expresses his thoughts with utmost seriousness. Could it be that you misinterpreted the situation? After all, teaches indeed. Listen, Ace. I cannot be mistaken. Do you not trust my instincts? You have interrupted Ace before he could continue his thoughts. Sigh, you are serious. It was then that Ace realized your stance on this matter. Regarding your intuition, Ace has certainly experienced it firsthand. The treasures acquired this time are entirely the result of your keen insight. Indeed, we must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it as non-existent. Though Ace is reluctant to doubt his companions, there is indeed no fault in what you have articulated. What do you believe should be done regarding this matter? Ultimately, Ace chose to prioritize his companions. In matters concerning his comrades, he believed it was essential to proceed with caution. We can observe D for a while to see if he exhibits any unusual behavior. After all, he is one of us. I also find it hard to believe that he would betray us. Regarding this matter, you certainly cannot divulge it directly, Teach. The fact that this devil fruit has been undercover within the Blackbeard Pirates for over a decade is something that, even if spoken, would hardly be believed. In the shadows, the two of us silently observe him. Should he remain still, I shall simply regard it as a misjudgment of my instincts today, a matter I have not previously confided in you. If Tiki truly commits acts of betrayal against the old man, I shall undoubtedly take it upon myself to eliminate him personally. Ace immediately took over and articulated the latter part for you. It seems that Ace, you have made your decision. Let us proceed as we discussed. If my intuition serves me correctly, Teach will undoubtedly act swiftly. Although I am reluctant to believe that Teach would betray, the Whitebeard Pirates do not tolerate the presence of anyone who would betray their captain. Whitebeard granted Ace a new beginning, which led Ace to handle matters concerning his father with great determination. Very well. Tonight, we shall keep a close watch on Teach. This individual is in a particularly relaxed environment amidst the festivities. Should Teach contemplate any mischief, he would certainly not overlook such a splendid opportunity. You have provided the plan of action for this evening. Very well, I shall keep a close watch on Teach. Ace has also concurred with your suggestion. We have resolved to keep a vigilant eye on this fellow Teach tonight. Since an agreement has been reached, let us proceed to the banquet, Ace. Once the plans were meticulously crafted, you instantly transformed from a serious demeanor to a languid disposition. Ace was somewhat taken aback by your transformation. Thus, he attended the banquet. Ace's little mind was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Why are you still standing there in a daze? If you are not attending the banquet, why are you so fixated? Moreover, I certainly do not wish to miss the revelry of the feast. We can apprehend Ditch without delaying the festivities. Your intellect truly excels. Realizing the situation, Ace immediately struck the palm of his left hand with his fist. All right, enough of the jesting. Go and attend the banquet, for as the captain of the 2nd Division, it would be remiss to have the celebration without your presence. You swiftly seized Ace and made your way to the banquet venue. With a resounding crash, Ace was hurled into the very center of the banquet, his head plunging downward into the ground. Captain Ace, your entrance is truly remarkable. Amidst the banquet hall, Sachi beheld a sudden descent from the heavens and erupted into hearty laughter. With Sachi leading the charge, the other pirates joined in, bursting into laughter. Ace, upon hearing Sachi's praise, exerted considerable effort to extricate his head from the earth. Upon lifting my gaze, I beheld you, just arrived at the banquet venue. Hello? Saixi. Is this pain truly acceptable? Ace is lamenting to you about why he has been cast aside. Are you not of the natural order? Would it not suffice to directly elementalize? Upon the utterance of your words, Ace revealed a pair of clear and vacant eyes, wide with innocence. The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words, only to erupt into laughter once more. Ha, Ace, you truly are quite foolish. As a user of the natural element, how could you possibly be? Sachi once again provided assistance to Ace. Upon hearing Sachi's second mockery, a deep sense of shame ignited within Ace's mind. At that moment, Ace Tun transformed into a fiery figure. How could Ace from the world of pirates possibly acquire the skills of that esteemed individual? Gazing at the flames dancing upon Ace's head, you retrieved a wooden stick and transferred the fire to the bonfire at the heart of the arena. As the campfire is ignited, the spirits of the gathering are instantly uplifted. Ace also emerged from the recently awkward situation and swiftly made his way to the front of the bonfire. The festivities have commenced. With a resounding shout from Ace, the unique romance of pirates unfurls. At the banquet, everyone reveled in exquisite wine, savored delectable cuisine, listened to enchanting melodies, and danced joyously. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the banquet finally drew to a close in the late hours of the night. After the banquet concluded, the guests lay scattered upon the ground, leaning against one another as they slipped into slumber, some still clutching unfinished bottles of wine. As everyone slumbers in deep repose, a shadowy figure stealthily navigates through a sea of lifeless bodies, glancing left and right as if in search of something elusive. At last, he discovered what he had been searching for on the deck. As the shadow advanced towards the deck, two more figures emerged from behind the distant trees. Blackbeard has taken action. It appears that this individual indeed possesses inquiries. Without a doubt, these two figures are none other than Ace and you, poised to keep a watchful eye on Titch tonight. Let us cease this pursuit. Let us observe what his true intentions are. I certainly do not wish for anything irrevocable to transpire. Although you are aware that something will be revealed shortly, you can only pretend to be oblivious to it all for now. The two closely followed Tiki as they ascended to the deck of the ship. As the two ascended to the deck, they beheld a figure reclining against the deck, lost in slumber, a half-consumed bottle of rum resting in his hand. Meanwhile, Teach stood before him. Thief, how amusing. Sachi. If you must assign blame, let it be your fortuitous luck. From this evening onward, my ambitions shall finally come to fruition. In the midst of conversation, Teach swiftly drew the pistol from his waist, directing the barrel ominously towards Sachi's head. Damn it! That scoundrel Teach actually betrayed his father. Although Ace is reluctant to accept it, this is the reality. Farewell, Sachi. In the next life, may fortune not favor you so. As Tiki spoke, he directed his aim towards Sachi's head. After the gunshot reverberated, crimson liquid splattered across Sachi's head and chest, the deck's wooden planks, as well as Teach's visage. What is happening? The sound of a gunshot abruptly roused Sachi from her deep slumber. As soon as I opened my eyes, I beheld the visage of Teach, his face a mask of intensity, brandishing a pistol directed at me. In a swift motion, I raised my hand, only to witness the bottle of liquor I held shatter into countless pieces, rum cascading across the floor in a chaotic deluge. At the very moment when Teach fired his weapon, you waved your hand, erasing the space before you and altering the position of Sachi. Tiki was astonished to see that Sachi was still alive. You wield a handgun in the dead of night. At this moment, Sachi was still perplexed, unaware of the unfolding events. He certainly did not perceive his former friend, Tiki, as a threat intent on his demise. Although Teach could not comprehend why the shot went astray, the paramount concern at present was to eliminate the individual before him and seize the dark fruit. Taking advantage of the moment when Sachi was still distracted by his hatred, he fired several shots in quick succession. At this moment, Sachi found himself devoid of any opportunity to respond. He had never anticipated that Tiki, this family member, would dare to take action against him. After the echoes of gunfire subsided, the scene of carnage did not materialize. Even Sachi was nowhere to be found. As Tiki gazed at Sachi's vanishing figure, an unsettling sensation began to stir within his heart. Indeed, it is you once again who has erased the boundaries of space, drawing Sachi to your side. Titch, Ace is currently in a state of great vitality. Ace's furious shout captured Teach's attention. Following the sound, Teach beheld the furious Ace at the edge, who had just moments ago been before him, along with you, grasping Sachi by the collar. Tiki immediately understood the situation and promptly began to explain. Captain Ace, please remain calm. Allow me to explain myself first. At this moment, Ace would not be deceived by Marshal D. Teach's knave performance. Now he points to immediate action, betraying Whitebeard's Pirates, a traitor to the Eurasia. Why? Why betray his father? What appears to be a question from Ace is, in fact, a prelude to the gathering of power in his hand, preparing for the annihilating fist. Titch gazed upon the furious Ace, fully aware that he had irrevocably exposed himself today. Captain Ace. It seems you have no intention of letting me go today. As he gazed upon Ace's charged fiery fist, Teach realized that leaving easily today was out of the question. He promptly enveloped his hands in hockey. It seems, Tiki, that you have concealed much, even the mastery of hockey. Ace gazed at Teach's hands, shrouded in darkness, further solidifying his suspicions. Laughter of a thief, ha ha ha. I never anticipated that the ambitions I had concealed for so many years would ultimately be unveiled. Nevertheless, although I did not eliminate Sa, my objectives have already been achieved. As he spoke, Teach withdrew a devil fruit from his bosom. This was the very dark fruit that you and Ace had extracted from Sachi. That is my devil fruit. Upon seeing the object in Teach's hand, Sachi immediately recognized it. Subsequently, Sachi searched his body, and indeed, the malevolent devil fruit that was supposed to be present was nowhere to be found. From the very first glance, I knew that this was the treasure I had been seeking all along. The most malevolent natural devil fruit in the world, the dark fruit, is fervently introduced by Teach, who holds it in his hands with great excitement. Sachi. The most atrocious. Ace. Nature element. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. With a sweeping gesture, you effortlessly obliterated the chasm that lay before you, bridging the divide between yourself and the hidden fruits. Thus, the fruit of darkness has flown directly into your hands. Just moments ago, he was laughing heartily, but now the smile has vanished from his face. Saixi, you scoundrel, return my dark fruit. Upon witnessing the theft of his cherished devil fruit, Teach's expression swiftly transformed from one of smug arrogance to one of sheer rage. It has come into my possession. How could I possibly return it to you? You held the dark fruit in your grasp. With a mere flick of my hand, the dark fruit vanished without a trace. Damn it, Teach cursed under his breath. He understood that this was his innate ability, capable of eliminating a portion of emptiness. When applied to an object, it would directly manifest that object. As for the whereabouts of that object, it seems that only you possess the knowledge of its exile. The upstream interface has insufficient funds. Please contact the software vendor for recharging. Currently, there are no available channels for the billing model of the QuenMax model under the Azure Group Pay-as-you-go, peruse billing. Seeing Ace remain motionless, you directly spoke up to remind him. It was only after a delayed realization that Ace finally understood just moments ago, he had unwittingly disrupted your flamboyant display. While others continued to ostentatiously flaunt their prowess, you had decisively curtailed his pretentious performance. Flame fist. With a resounding cry from Ace, a fist-shaped blaze erupted from his hand, striking directly at Teach's visage. Faced with Ace's assault, Teach intended to evade by sidestepping, yet while his movement was initiated, he remained firmly rooted in place. I beg your pardon. What a surprise. I am utterly astounded. Blackbeard realized that it was your ability, and immediately launched into a furious tirade against you. The darkness, constrained by your limitations, can only withstand this challenge posed by Ace. Do you comprehend what it means for time to be irrelevant and space to reign supreme? Although my abilities may seem inconsequential, I possess the power to ensure that you cannot evade harm. Dicky is aware of your existence, and today, the probability of failure is quite high. Subsequently, there was a unilateral display of violence. Whenever Titch desires to take action, you confine him to his position. This consequently forces Titch to adopt a passive defensive stance within the confines of his immediate area. Ace heeded your counsel, relentlessly launching fire towards Teach from a distance, affording him no opportunity for resistance. After all, before Ace's arrival, Blackbeard's reputation was indeed sufficient to command the position of captain. Naturally, one must possess formidable strength to attain such esteemed status. Lacking the ability to bear fruit. Not a swordsman by any means. Only possessing a decorative handgun. Clearly a mere practitioner of close combat. I shall not let you exhaust me. Soon, Blackbeard Teach transcended the mere title of Blackbeard. Now, he is wholly distinguished by an aura of formidable presence. If he were to endorse a black toothpaste brand, it would undoubtedly achieve remarkable sales. Ace gazed upon Blackbeard's current predicament, thus ceasing his bombardment. Teach relinquished his resistance and accompanied me to meet Father. Ace still harbors a glimmer of hope, perhaps due to some underlying circumstances, and intends to bring this fellow before Whitebeard. At this moment, Teach, who was nearly charred to a crisp on the opposite side, finally spoke. Captain Ace. You shall never comprehend the sacrifices I have made in pursuit of that devilish fruit. I have concealed myself within the ranks of the Straw Hat Pirates for decades, enduring with quiet resilience for a full 10 years. Throughout these years, I have buried my ambitions deep within the recesses of my heart, leading a life of simplicity and unadorned existence each passing day. At long last, I have found what I was searching for. How could I possibly let it slip away so easily? After uttering these words, Teach abruptly sat up and let out a long howl directed at the heavens. Ace, my captain, the dreams of humanity shall never come to an end. Subsequently, Teach forcefully brought his arm down upon the deck floor. Ace and Sachi were left utterly astonished, frozen in place by Teach's words. They were unaware that beneath the seemingly benign exterior of Blackbeard, a formidable ambition lay concealed, one that he was willing to nurture in secrecy for decades to fulfill his wild aspirations. Just when Teach believed that his words had intimidated the individual before him, an impatient voice resonated from within. What does it matter to me what you prattle on about? I am indifferent to your aspirations, and your ambitions hold no significance for me. I find myself disinclined to engage in conversation with you, for you, a traitor to your own father, are unworthy of hearing any reasoning. Subsequently, you extended a hand towards Ace, earnestly beseeching him. Utilize the fire fist against Marshal D. Teach. Subsequently, Ace also reacted, nearly falling victim to that scoundrel Teach, who had just attempted to take Sachi's life. Flame fist. Immediately, Ace gathered his energy and unleashed a blazing fist forward. The furious punch delivered by Teach left him utterly stunned. Ace believed that this fiery punch was merely.
When the opportunity to vanquish Blackbeard arose, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The deck, recently battered by Teach, bore cracks, and after enduring a fiery punch from Ace, it shattered completely. Seizing the moment, Blackbeard slipped through the fissure, creating an opening in the side of the ship before plunging into the sea. Ha ha ha. Did you expect this, Ace? This is my escape route. I told you, a person's dreams never come to an end. Take that. Ace and Sachi soon realized they had fallen into Teach's cunning trap. However, there was no time for regret, for Teach reappeared on the deck, accompanied by a surge of seawater, this time standing beside the very crack he had just escaped from. Bewilderment etched on his face, Teach gazed at the three before him. What am I doing here? Didn't I just jump into the sea? If it weren't for my drenched clothes, I would think this was all a dream. Hey Teach, have you forgotten my abilities? I've been keeping a close watch on you. Sachi's words snapped the bewildered trio back to reality. Sachi, your powers are truly remarkable. Ace sincerely praised Sachi. All right, save the compliments for later. We need to deal with this black carbon first, Sachi interjected, signaling the need to confront Blackbeard. He then drew forth the black blade. Chioshui, it seems, Teach, that your hide is quite resilient. After being scorched for so long, you still live. But perhaps your time is nearly up? Sachi remarked with a sly grin as he analyzed the disheveled Teach. Teach himself recognized that he was nearing his limit. He had initially believed that his recent scheme would allow him to escape, only to be pulled back by that scoundrel Sachi. Now, Teach found himself devoid of any means of escape. Chapter 6. The Execution of Teach and the Retrieval of the Dark Fruit Teach. Do you have any final words? Saixi glanced coldly at the now defenseless Teach, delivering his last ultimatum. Teach had come to understand that escape was no longer an option for him today. Resolving to fully unleash his ambitions in this moment, he hoped to instill some doubt in the hearts of the three present, perhaps even stirring the seas in a greater turmoil. With this clarity, Teach cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his own execution speech. Saixi. Before Teach could finish, Saixi swiftly unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving him in two. It was a vertical cut, as it was prudent to ensure that the head remained intact, allowing for the possibility of survival. Did you really think you could speak like that? Do you fancy yourself as Roger? Or do you believe I am one of those mindless Marines? I have no taste for such theatrics before an execution. Saixi then waved his hand over Teach's corpse, and with a surge of energy, the right half of Teach's body was erased. To be obliterated by my ability suggests he is truly dead. Ace and Sachi observed quietly as Saixi handled the aftermath alone. They had anticipated Teach's fate, knowing Saixi was exceedingly meticulous with his enemies. Not erasing the other half of Teach's body was a generous concession. Now it is done. Ace, let us bring this half of Teach back to father. After all, Teach was also considered one of his sons. Saixi swiftly disposed of Teach's remains and suggested to Ace. Ace agreed, acknowledging the need to present Teach's body to their father for a proper explanation. And those spectators can come out now, he added, The commotion aboard the ship had awakened the sleeping pirates, yet they lacked the strength to interfere in a battle of captain-level fighters. You all heard what Teach just said, right? This man betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. Sachi was almost claimed as one of his fallen subordinates. The onlookers, previously in a state of uncertainty, began to grasp the situation after Saix's words. Teach had attempted to kill Sachi, but was thwarted by Captain Ace and Saixi, ultimately leading to his joint execution. Killing a pirate in itself is unremarkable, but Teach had held some esteem within the Whitebeard crew. Thus a clarification was warranted. Well, now that we understand the situation, let us disperse. It's unfortunate that such an incident marred what should have been a joyful feast. Sachi, seeing that Saixi had explained the matter to the crew, waved to disband the gathering crowd. As the ship's cook, his words carried weight. With that, the spectators returned to the banquet area on the shore. Say, how did you manage that? The power of your slash was astonishing. After resolving the situation with Teach, Ace returned to his carefree demeanor. He was immensely curious about the slash that Saixi had just executed. Wasn't it simply a matter of grasping the sword and swinging it forcefully? Saixi responded to Ace's query with genuine candor. Moreover, I had already informed you that I am a swordsman, did I not? Why else would I have expended such a considerable price to exchange for that demon's sword from that elder of Wayno? To Ace's astonishment, Saixi exhibited not only a commanding presence, but also remarkable swordsmanship. I have always asserted my strength, you know. If you choose not to believe me, that is beyond my control, Saixi stated with a shrug, expressing his own exasperation. Ace and Sachi exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the awkwardness on each other's faces. Indeed, Saixi had previously boasted about his prowess, yet neither had taken him seriously. How could it be credible that someone who had been part of a pirate crew for so long had yet to earn a bounty? Claiming oneself to be strong, who would truly believe that? Furthermore, throughout their numerous adventures, Saixi often hid in the shadows while encountering other pirate crews, and once they landed on islands, he either scavenged or dug up graves. Such behavior hardly conveyed the image of a formidable warrior. Let's not dwell on whether I am a strong individual, Saixi urged. The pressing matter at hand is to return Teach's corpse to father. He must be informed of this development. Observing Ace and Sachi in their discomfort, Saixi promptly redirected the conversation back to Teach. By the way, Sachi, your dark fruit. Saixi retrieved the previously stored dark fruit from within his spatial realm. Through years of research into this spatial power, he had managed to create a fixed space for storing items. The system had not provided any additional storage space. It could only hold rewards issued by the system and not items retrieved from elsewhere. Upon recognizing this limitation, Saixi dedicated time to develop this fixed space. Sachi pondered upon seeing the dark fruit in Saix's hand. Saixi, I shall gift this to you as a token of gratitude for saving my life. After considerable thought, Sachi made this decision. Gift it to me? Sachi, are you truly certain you wish to give me this devil fruit? Saixi was taken aback by Sachi's unexpected gesture. Yes, I have made up my mind. This devil fruit is now entrusted to your care, Saixi. Teach previously mentioned that this fruit is the most malevolent of the Logia-type devil fruits. I am merely a cook and have no use for such a perilous power. Keeping it with me might invite unnecessary peril. While I do not fear death, I prefer not to be a target. Your abilities are perfectly suited to conceal this dangerous devil fruit, Sachi explained his reasoning. Indeed, Saixi, given the perilous nature of this devil fruit, you should banish it to the spatial realm. Teach's ability to scheme for decades over this devil fruit undoubtedly renders him exceedingly perilous. The Whitebeard Pirates have no need for such a treacherous object. Ace concurred with Sachi's proposal, although the future remains uncertain. Eliminating a potential threat to the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed a commendable endeavor. Since you all have spoken thus, I shall accept this devil fruit. Saixi is not a person prone to sentimentality. Given that Ace and Sachi have entrusted this matter to him, he would naturally not refuse. He promptly secured the dark fruit into a designated space. Chapter 7, Rewards of Retrieval. Preparing to return to the Moby Dick now that the matter with Teach has been resolved, let us hasten back to the Moby Dick. Delay may breed unforeseen complications. Saixi certainly does not wish for an instigator to suddenly emerge, sowing discord before Whitebeard, distorting the truth. Heeding Saix's counsel, we shall set sail at dawn, returning to our father. Ace found Saix's suggestion to be most prudent. Delivering Teach to their father promptly would assuage the turmoil within his heart. Teach's betrayal had struck a painful blow to Ace, who had only recently taken command of the 2nd Division, only to face the treachery of an elder. A sudden wave of self-doubt washed over Ace, making him question his worthiness for the position of captain. Since Captain Ace has acquiesced, I am wholeheartedly in support of this decision. Sachi has always been an unwavering ally of Ace's choices. Let's take a moment to rest. The exertion of subduing Teach was quite taxing. Upon hearing Ace and Sachi's agreement, Saix stretched, feeling the fatigue of maintaining spatial control over Teach. Once the matter was settled, the trio retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Ding! The system detected that the host has retrieved an important plot item. The dark fruit, Blackbeard, Marshal D, Teach. It is now extracting rewards from the myriad realms for the host. As Saix prepared to lie down, he heard the system's notification. This troublesome system has finally responded again. Its criteria for recovery are rather stringent. The item must fully belong to Saix for it to count. However, the exact parameters for what constitutes fully belonging remain elusive to him. What perplexes Saix even more is why Teach is categorized as a plot item. Teach? Really? Does a corpse also qualify as a plot item? Saix felt that such a glaring inconsistency deserved commentary. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Rewards take precedence. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item horse talisman from the world of Jackie Chan, Adventures in Sailor Dad's tricycle from the world of Starship. While I can comprehend the acquisition of the horse talisman, what on earth is Sailor Dad's tricycle? Undeterred, Saix summoned the newly obtained tricycle. Before him lay a dilapidated pedal tricycle. Good grief! What a ludicrous contraption. Truly the chariot of the king of cosmic junk. This system is determined to brand me as a scavenger. Perhaps it should be renamed the scavenger system. Ah well, a tricycle is merely a tricycle. At least there's a horse talisman. This tricycle shall serve as a means for Teach's vengeful spirit to vex me. Saix quickly adjusted his state of mind. Ultimately, he had come to the world of pirates to savor life, to relish the freedom and autonomy it offered, as long as he possessed the strength to protect himself. Additional power held little appeal. Saix harbored no ambitions of conquest or dominion. This also serves as the reason behind Saixi's decision to join the Whitebeard Pirates. The rewards drawn are of little consequence. However, when it comes to matters of luck, everyone yearns for an SSR. Sachi harbors a keen interest in the Holy Master's talisman, and thus resolved, you shall be the one, the panacea for all ailments. Immediately, Sachi retrieved his father's tricycle and took out the horse talisman. Yet, as soon as he grasped the talisman, it vanished. Where's the talisman? My sizable horse talisman? Sachi searched left and right, but the talisman was nowhere to be found. Goodness, it has truly disappeared. Panic set in, for the talisman was of utmost importance. While contemplating this predicament, Sachi suddenly recalled that system rewards could be forcibly retracted. Thus, he opened the system space and reclaimed the horse talisman. Indeed, it returned to the system space. Sachi exhaled in relief upon witnessing the talisman's return and once again took it into his possession. However, just like before, it vanished the moment he held it. What? How has it disappeared again? Sachi repeated his earlier actions, summoning the talisman back into the system space. Just as he was mulling over this bizarre occurrence, a light bulb illuminated above his head. A realization dawned upon him. He placed the horse talisman back in his hand, and predictably, it vanished once more. This time, however, instead of summoning the talisman back into the system space, he rested his hand on the bed beside him. With a mere thought, a visible crack in the wooden headboard miraculously disappeared. Indeed, the horse talisman has fused with me. This indicates that I have acquired a formidable regenerative ability. As long as I'm not defeated in a single blow, I can heal myself instantaneously. Moreover, the power of the talisman does not deplete my stamina. This regenerative capability rivals Luffy's sit-ups. Now, not only is Saixi a swordsman, but he can also serve as the ship's doctor. How delightful to have obtained such an entertaining reward. Living in this world is truly exhilarating. Saixi revels in his life within the pirate realm, safeguarded by the venerable Whitebeard, accompanied by his shipmates, embarking on adventures with Ace and the thrill of treasure hunting. Furthermore, he has dealt with Blackbeard, a potential threat to the Whitebeard Pirates. This existence is far superior to a world where one must decide their lifelong path in their teenage years. Here, Sachi can pursue whatever he desires. Oh wait. Saixi slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling something. Previously, he had drawn a magical bean and thought to offer it to Whitebeard. However, upon remembering that the bean could only heal injuries and not cure ailments, he abandoned the idea. This time, having drawn the all-healing horse talisman, there is hope for his father S. affliction. Although the original Whitebeard had aged, his prowess remains formidable. Had it not been for his terminal affliction, one that could not be remedied, he would not have met his demise at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. It was precisely because Whitebeard was acutely aware of his dwindling time that he chose to sacrifice his life at Marineford to herald a new era. Upon my return, I must seek out Father. As long as he lives, I can freely express my true self. Otherwise, I might soon attract the attention of some troublesome individuals. Sabo certainly does not wish to lose the formidable support of Whitebeard. Let the patriarch handle the diversion of attention. After examining the rewards from this venture, Sabo drifted into slumber. The following day, the voyage commenced. Set sail, everyone. Ace's resounding call heralded their return to the open sea. However, just as they departed, a small vessel approached the very spot where the previous strike had occurred. Chapter 8. An uninvited guest. This is the very location where the previous slash occurred. Last night, a man appeared at the shore where Ace and the others were hosting a banquet. The speaker had short black hair and a neatly trimmed beard, adorned in a wine-red patterned shirt, black trousers, and long boots. A cross hung from his chest, while a massive black blade was slung across his back. Most striking were his hawk-like, piercing eyes. This man was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The signs of the Whitebeard Pirates' activities were evident. They must have departed not long ago. The Whitebeard Pirates? Could it be Floral Sword Vista? Mihawk had sensed a formidable slash in the vicinity last night, a force only the greatest swordsman could unleash. Thus, he hastened to this location. Engaging in duels with powerful swordsmen was Mihawk's greatest passion. In his quest for formidable opponents, he often drifted across the seas in a small boat. At last, he had found a swordsman who could excite him. Mihawk fixed his hawk-like gaze upon a distant black speck on the ocean. It seemed a visit to the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates was in order, he thought. After making his decision, Mihawk boarded his small vessel once more, pursuing the tiny black dot on the water ahead. Meanwhile, Ace and his companions were on an adventure within the New World. It did not take long for them to return to the Moby Dick. "We're back," Ace exclaimed excitedly as he greeted Whitebeard, who was seated at the helm of the Moby Dick. "Oh, it's Ace." Whitebeard recognized that unmistakable voice. Only Ace could be so unruly aboard the ship. "Hey, Ace, how was the haul this time?" It was Marco, the one with the pineapple head. This time, they had struck it big. They not only discovered treasures worth several hundred million, but also uncovered a natural-type devil fruit. Ace enthusiastically recounted their bountiful expedition to Marco. "Truly, you are remarkable, Ace. Your luck is astonishing. To find a devil fruit, and a natural type at that. You really hit the jackpot." The crew aboard the ship congratulated Ace on his substantial treasure. Such was the camaraderie of the Whitebeard Pirates. No scheming or rivalry, just heartfelt well wishes. "It seems you have returned with quite the bounty, Ace," Whitebeard observed, noting that Ace must have found a considerable amount of treasure during his voyage. However, what delighted Whitebeard even more was Ace's discovery of a natural-type devil fruit. "Indeed, Dad, this time it was all thanks to that guy Saixi. If it weren't for his treasure instinct, we might have missed out on these riches," Ace said, pulling Saixi beside him. "Ace, how many times must I tell you? That was my treasure instinct." As Saixi overheard Ace mispronouncing names once more, he promptly delivered a punch to Ace's head. Observing the playful scuffle among his sons, Whitebeard laughed heartily from the depths of his heart. This was precisely what he had been seeking. Whitebeard was well aware of Saix's unique abilities, which allowed him to manipulate a portion of space without having consumed a devil fruit. Regrettably, despite the potential of his power, he had little interest in combat. However, he excelled in treasure hunting, consistently uncovering hidden riches. Oh, by the way, Dad, I have something significant to discuss with you upon my return. After a brief bout of playfulness, Ace suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. Is that so, Ace? Since it is of great importance, do share it promptly. Whitebeard expressed his eagerness to learn what Ace deemed crucial. The last time Ace had mentioned something important, it was about confronting Kaido and Wano, but he had been chastised by Whitebeard and had since settled down. It concerns Teach, Ace stated solemnly. Teach, what could that rascal be up to? Although Whitebeard sensed something amiss with Teach, he remained his son nonetheless. Teach, Ace began to elaborate, but was interrupted by Whitebeard. Hold on, Ace. Let us set aside the matter of Teach for now. An unwelcome visitor has arrived. Whitebeard's keen observation detected the approach of someone. As anticipated, a small pirate rushed in, exclaiming, Dad, that guy Mihawk has entered our Whitebeard Pirates territory. The young pirate hurriedly reported to Whitebeard. Mihawk? What brings him here? Marco pondered the purpose of Mihawk's visit. Little Marco, you must remember that Mihawk has been in search of formidable swordsmen. Perhaps he has come to challenge Captain Vista, Sykes conjectured. Our Captain Vista is a powerful swordsman indeed. Given Mihawk's aversion to trouble, it was unlikely he would come seeking anything other than a duel with a fellow swordsman. Marco had grown accustomed to Sykes referring to him as Little Marco. Despite their initial meeting, where Sykes had dubbed him so, Marco eventually accepted the moniker, especially since Sykes had not resorted to calling him Pineapple Head. Bring him here, Whitebeard commanded the hurried pirate, instructing him to escort Mihawk aboard the Moby Dick. Yes, Dad. The young pirate hastily departed upon receiving Whitebeard's orders. Despite his ailments, Whitebeard's formidable strength had not waned significantly. If you wish to come, then come indeed, regardless of your schemes. This was a man capable of suppressing all conspiracies with sheer power, embodying the very essence of the world's strongest man. Before long, Mihawk ascended to the deck of the Moby Dick. Upon the deck of the Pequod, a cadre of pirates stood arrayed on either side, while Whitebeard sat resolutely upon the central throne. Upon the arrival of Mihawk, Whitebeard inquired, Hawkeye, what brings you to my domain? The Whitebeard pirates do not welcome the dogs of the Navy. Though Whitebeard held no particular disdain for the warlords of the sea, he was not particularly fond of them either. Is this the aura of the world's mightiest man? Mihawk pondered. As a swordsman, I have come here in search of a formidable opponent, to engage in a friendly exchange of our swordsmanship. In response to Whitebeard's incisive question, Hawkeye provided an answer that was anticipated. Vista, step forward and engage in a spar with the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 9. The Duel of Swordsmanship and the Capabilities of Saixi. As anticipated, the response was forthcoming. Vista, step forth and engage in a friendly spar with the world's foremost swordsman. Upon receiving his father's command, Vista emerged from the throng. Whitebeard, ever welcoming to guests who bore no ill intent, was pleased to have this renowned swordsman accompany his son for some practice. Despite his formidable strength in safeguarding the Whitebeard pirates, time was slipping away. No one on board had yet emerged as a worthy successor to inherit his mantle and protect their family. Should he depart from this world, the entire crew would inevitably succumb to the predations of the other Yonko factions. Presently, Whitebeard had placed his hopes for the future of the crew upon Ace, wishing for him to mature before his demise. The two on the deck locked eyes, tension palpable as if they were poised to draw their blades any moment. Flower Sword Vista, I have heard of your illustrious name. Mihawk recognized the swordsman before him immediately. To engage in a duel with the world's greatest swordsman was indeed a stroke of fortune. Hey, you're not planning to engage in combat aboard our father's ship, are you? As the two were about to unsheathe their swords, Saixi interjected. My apologies. Seeing such a formidable swordsman before me momentarily clouded my judgment. With Saishi's reminder, Vista regained his composure, realizing they were still aboard the Moby Dick. Let us retreat to an uninhabited island, Mihawk suggested, understanding the inappropriateness of sparring aboard Whitebeard's vessel. What do you think, father? Saixi turned to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, well aware that Saishi's inquiry was more than a mere suggestion, replied, I concur, Saixi. Lead the way. He was genuinely intrigued by this bout. Though his body had aged, his spirit remained undiminished. It would also serve to protect his son by being present. Very well, since you have given your consent, let us depart. Upon receiving Whitebeard's approval, Saixi raised his hands above his head, leaning to the right as he forcefully pulled his hands towards the lower left corner. With Saishi's exertion, a large rift materialized in the ocean before them. This technique was inspired by Whitebeard's ability to conjure tsunamis. Although Saishi's range was limited to 5 meters, he could tear apart the space before him, creating a beacon. The rift was less than 5 meters from its opposite end. This maneuver primarily allowed those who traversed the rift to move relatively within the space, enabling swift passage to the beacon's location. This technique had taken Saixi considerable time to perfect. For someone not versed in the sciences, delving into the intricacies of spatial theory was indeed a formidable challenge for the hefty tiger. At this moment, one might wonder why, possessing such remarkable abilities, they would still choose to return to the Moby Dick by ship. One reason is that this particular maneuver is exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. If not for an emergency or the presence of his father, Says would never resort to such a tactic. Another reason, of course, is that this method necessitates a stationary beacon. The position of the Moby Dick is perpetually in motion, rendering it impossible to secure or place a beacon. Let us proceed. My young companions, with Whitebeard's booming call, the Moby Dick commenced its journey, navigating through the chasm before them. Mihawk gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Truth be told, he had never witnessed such an unimaginable scene in his lifetime. Unlike Mihawk, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had, to some extent, experienced Says employing this technique. As the Moby Dick advanced, they traversed the fissure and arrived at a different location. Very well, you shall spar on that island ahead, Says declared, pointing towards a desolate isle. Mihawk was still reeling from the rapid turn of events, having been transported to another realm in an instant. What manner of ability is this? The Whitebeard Pirates conceal such a formidable entity. Before Mihawk could regain his composure from the shock, Bista began to invite him to disembark on the island. Interrupted by Bista, Mihawk decided to cast aside his thoughts on the matter. His focus lay on the swordsman. He had no intention of dealing with such a monster in the future. Let the Navy grapple with that fellow instead. Bista and Mihawk ascended the island in succession, followed closely by Whitebeard and his crew. Come, Hawkeye, let me witness the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. Bista unsheathed his ornate blade, adopting a combative stance. Mihawk, in turn, drew the black blade Yoru from his back, preparing for the encounter. With a bird's call echoing through the forest, their sparring officially commenced. The duel between swordsmen was unremarkable in its essence, merely a matter of striking blows back and forth. After a while, they created some distance between themselves. Bista, the flower sword, allow me to observe your true strength. Mihawk sought more than mere trivial exchanges. Since you have spoken, I shall not hold back. Bista swiftly wielded his dual swords, unleashing a formidable wave of slashing energy accompanied by swirling petals towards Mihawk. In response, Mihawk unleashed a tremendous slash aimed at Bista. The collision of their strikes generated a powerful gust, causing some of the smaller pirates on the sidelines to struggle to maintain their footing. As the clash subsided, both swordsmen faced each other once more, re-engaging in combat. Time passed without notice, and they once again separated. Bista, the flower sword, a pure swordsman. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable. In this respect, it seems we cannot determine a victor. However, I claim victory in this exchange. Mihawk stated, observing the panting Bista before him, delivering his words with deliberate clarity. To receive praise from the world's greatest swordsman is a profound honor indeed. Indeed, this is the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Although on the surface, this duel resulted in a loss for Bista, he did not emerge completely defeated. In terms of swordsmanship, both combatants were evenly matched. However, Bista fell short in aspects such as physical stamina and presence, which ultimately led to his defeat by Mihawk. Oh dear, it appears my son has lost, Whitebeard remarked with a smile as he commented on the outcome of the sparring match. I apologize, father, for not securing a victory against him. Bista bowed to Whitebeard, expressing his regret. What are you saying, Bista? Your opponent is the world's greatest swordsman. You have performed remarkably well. Ace promptly reassured Bista, who had just completed the duel. Chapter 10. Mihawk's roll call. Saix's revelation, what are you saying, Bista? Your opponent is the world's foremost swordsman. You've performed admirably. Ace immediately offered words of consolation to Bista, who had just finished his match. Thank you, Ace. I merely lost this bout. In terms of swordsmanship, I have not been defeated. Bista proudly responded to Ace. Indeed, you are correct. Your swordsmanship is formidable. In that regard, you have not lost. Mihawk acknowledged Bista's skill with a nod. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Bista's face broke into a triumphant smile. However, Mihawk's subsequent remarks left everyone perplexed. Yet, I did not come here specifically to seek you out. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates questioned his intent. If you are not here to find Bista, then why summon him for a spirited duel? Hawkeye, what do you mean by that? Anger surged within Bista as he listened to Mihawk. Does this imply a disregard for his own abilities? It is of no consequence. I certainly did not come here solely to seek your counsel. I am merely speaking the truth. Mihawk, noticing Bista's rising ire, began to clarify. However, with Mihawk's unremarkable tone and impassive expression, it seemed more like mockery. Mihawk paid no heed to Bista's feelings and continued. That night, I sensed a powerful wave of cutting energy which undoubtedly originated from a swordsman of great skill. I wished to engage in a match with him. However, by the time I arrived, the scene was left in disarray. Yet, I did spot a vessel sailing away. Thus, I pursued that ship, following it to the territory of your Whitebeard Pirates. After Mihawk's explanation, the group fell into contemplation. However, Ace, Saixi, and Sachi were noticeably unsettled. So, you are not here to challenge the Whitebeard Pirates? Marco discerned the implications in Mihawk's words. Indeed, I am not foolish enough to challenge the creator of the Whitebeard era alone. Mihawk's statement not only clarified that he was not there to seize territory, but also offered a compliment to Whitebeard. Dad, Hawkeye has come with us. Just then, Ace's somewhat awkward voice interjected from the side. Upon reflection, Whitebeard realized that Ace was not the only one returning to the Moby Dick today. It seemed this lad had concealed much. Then Ace, please elucidate this matter. Since Ace had voluntarily stepped forward, it was appropriate for him to clarify the situation. Dad, that wave of cutting energy was likely caused by Saixi. He indeed unleashed a wave of cutting energy the previous night. Ace unhesitatingly sold Saixi out. What the hell? Ace, you've thrown me under the bus. Hey, Ace, don't speak carelessly, or I will sue you for defamation. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Saixi rushed forward to cover Ace's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Sachi was reluctant to reveal his true abilities before his father. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. The stronger one is, the more one must toil. Sachi had no desire to labor daily. He yearned instead for a life of leisure. To be a second-generation wealthy heir, rather than a first-generation tycoon, seemed far more appealing. One merely enjoying life, while the other tirelessly amassing wealth, is an obvious choice for comfort. Saixi, you indeed possess the aura of a swordsman. But why do you not bear a sword? As Saixi pondered how to evade detection, Mihawk began to take action. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Whitebeard immediately recalled something and called Saixi over. Well, father, I do have some knowledge of swordsmanship, Saixi admitted, realizing he could no longer conceal this truth from his father. Since you acknowledge yourself as a swordsman, let us spar. I am intrigued by the wave / you executed that day. Mihawk proposed, extending an invitation to duel. It appeared that Saixi had garnered the attention of the world's foremost swordsman. At this moment, Vista, previously withdrawn, chose to engage rather than sulk in silence. Why was Vista, who should have been on his side, now seemingly reveling in the spectacle? Hey Vista, why are you joining the fray? Saixi questioned. Since Mr. Mihawk has invited you to spar, you should accept. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Whitebeard Pirates, Vista chimed in. Whitebeard was eager to witness the true capabilities of his son, who had hidden his prowess so deeply. Had it not been for Mihawk's visit, he might have remained unaware of Saishi's potential. From the moment Saixi joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard had taken an interest in him. Upon arriving at the crew, Saixi expressed a desire for a life of freedom rather than to fulfill any grand ambitions, which earned him Whitebeard's admiration. This lad truly appeals to me, Whitebeard mused. Furthermore, Sachi possessed an innate spatial ability that had not been acquired through any devil fruit. At that moment, Whitebeard contemplated nurturing Saixi as his successor. Alas, Saishi's aspirations lay elsewhere. Focusing his abilities on supportive endeavors, Whitebeard, unable to impose his will, allowed him to remain in the logistics department. However, today, Sachi surprised Whitebeard. The mere fact that his swordsmanship captured Mihawk's interest indicated Saishi's inherent talent. Being able to execute a wave slash meant he had already reached the tier of a grand swordsman. Realizing he could no longer evade, Sachi sliced through space with his right hand and retrieved the legendary sword, Chiosue, grasping it firmly. The famed blade of the grand swordsman, Ryoma, you are indeed extraordinary. Mihawk remarked, recognizing the significance of Saishi's weapon. But as a simple sparring match, not rather mundane, Sai believes that since exposure is inevitable, it would be better to make it a spectacle. Mihawk serves as a pivotal turning point in the narrative. Perhaps some plot rewards could be gleaned from him. Boredom? I do not share that sentiment. Engaging in the art of swordsmanship is, to me, quite fascinating. However, since you have brought it up, I shall leave the decision in your capable hands. My sole concern lies in whether we can engage in a duel. Mihawk certainly would not find a swordsmanship match tedious. Of course, this is only applicable to duels of equal standing. If it were a one-sided affair, that would be a different matter altogether. The eagle does not slay the nameless with his great sword, yet he possesses a smaller blade. Quietly, he unsheaths the crucifix from around his neck, directed at a certain green-haired individual. Chapter 11. Hawkeye vs. Saixi. Since you have not declined, I shall assume your consent. Saixi immediately displayed a triumphant expression, as if his cunning plan had succeeded. Given that we are to engage in a duel, it is only fitting that there be a wager. How about the victor grants the vanquished a minor request? We are not merely fighting. We are engaging in a spar. Mihawk found Saixi's absurdity somewhat perplexing. It is all the same. Are we not simply drawing one another out for a contest? Just state whether you agree or not. Saixi was not one to fixate on such trivial semantics. Very well, but it must be a condition I find acceptable. If your request is for me to join the Whitebeard Pirates, then I must decline. Although Mihawk did not believe he would be defeated, Saixi's expression suggested he had already ensnared him, leaving Mihawk with an unsettling premonition of potential loss. Indeed, the notion of binding the world's greatest swordsman to one's pirate crew through a mere spar was rather fanciful. Saixi was not naive enough to consider Mihawk easily swayed. After all, he was one of the few characters in the pirate world who did not engage in frivolous antics. Now that we have reached an understanding, let us commence. As he spoke, Saixi drew his sword and launched a massive slash toward Mihawk. The spectators were taken aback by Saixi's sudden offensive. Mihawk, caught off guard by the unexpected attack, hastily raised his black blade, Yuru, to intercept the oncoming wave of slashes. Saixi, you're not a pure swordsman. Mihawk disapproved of such an underhanded ambush. True sparring between swordsmen should be a transparent contest of skill. However, the essence of that slash indeed resonated with the aura he had sensed that fateful night. Ah, it has been deflected. The reputation of Hawkeye Mihawk is indeed well-deserved. Saixi had no intention of winning through this surprise assault. He merely sought to unleash that singular strike. Thus, the battle was officially underway. With that, Saixi charged towards Mihawk. Wielding his sword, Chiosue, clang, the two blades, enveloped in haki, clashed together. Such formidable strength. Both men marveled at one another's prowess. After a brief stalemate, they retreated simultaneously, engaging in a silent contest of wills before once more rushing at each other. Yet unlike their previous exchange of raw power, this time it was a duel of strength and technique. They countered each other's moves, locked in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, Saixi leveraged the force of Mihawk's strike to propel himself backward. In the air, he swiftly retreated, raising Chiosue above his head, his body arching backward like a crescent moon. One sword style, crescent moon slash. A colossal, crescent-shaped wave of energy surged toward Mihawk. Sensing the formidable nature of this attack, Mihawk realized that this was not comparable to the earlier casual strike. He raised Yuru, unleashing a terrifying counterattack of his own. A simple strike, a creation of Saishi's imagination, The clash of their blades unleashed a formidable gust of wind. The arena, recently ravaged by the fierce battle between Vista and Mihawk, now lay in even greater disarray. Utilizing the shockwaves generated by their collision, Saixi unleashed a series of slashes that soared towards Mihawk. With the foresight granted by his observation haki, Mihawk was acutely aware of these attacks. He swiftly raised his hand, deflecting the incoming slashes with ease. Aye, vanishing slash. Just as Mihawk heard the sound, Sachi had already lunged towards him. The sharp clang of swords resonated through the air. All present bore witness to the fierce clash. As the dust settled, Sachi and Mihawk stood back to back. Sachi maintained his striking posture, while Mihawk held his sword defensively. You managed to block that? Truly impressive. Hawkeye Mihawk. Noticing that his attack had not succeeded, Sachi resumed dialogue with Mihawk. No, that strike indeed had an effect. With a glance at his sleeve, Mihawk acknowledged that he had not completely parried the blow. The speed of the strike had been overwhelming. He had merely redirected its force. Nonetheless, a portion of his sleeve had been severed. It appears my efforts were not in vain. Saishi's smile radiated with sunlight upon realizing he had wounded Mihawk. The two engaged once more in a fierce exchange. They once again endured a prolonged bout of swordsmanship. Aye, limit break. Saixi swiftly executed 2 slashes, forming a large X aimed at Mihawk. In response to the advancing X-shaped shockwaves, Mihawk raised his black blade, Yoru, and as the waves approached, he delivered a powerful downward slash, shattering the assault. Hey, Mihawk, shall we consider a different approach to our spar? At this rate, determining a victor will not be so straightforward. And how do you propose we proceed, Saixi? Mihawk pondered, acknowledging the difficulty in discerning a winner given their comparable skill levels. The outcome would depend on endurance. However, Mihawk had just engaged in battle with Vista. How about we settle this with a single decisive strike? Given your recent engagements, your stamina must be waning. The energy expended to open the gate to this desolate island must have also taken its toll on you, correct? Mihawk did not refute Saishi's assertion, equally pointing out the toll of Saishi's spatial rending technique. Indeed, that maneuver drained a considerable amount of my energy. Since we are both low on stamina, shall we agree to my proposal? Agreed. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. After a moment of contemplation, Mihawk consented to Saishi's suggestion. Upon receiving Mihawk's agreement, Saixi waved his left hand, retrieving another blade from the rift in space. This was the second-generation Kitetsu, which Saixi had acquired from Wano. Mihawk, brace yourself for my impending strike. Saixi grasped the dual blades firmly in hand, emanating an overwhelming aura of strength. As the blades danced through the air, 2 magnificent dragon silhouettes gradually materialized. Mihawk, sensing the formidable energy of this technique, steeled himself to confront it with unwavering resolve. With a powerful momentum, Saixi charged towards Mihawk. Declaring dual sword style, twin dragons emerged from the sea, just as Mihawk prepared to assume his stance and unleash his full potential. He realized that his movements were constrained. His space for action had been severely limited. 3 large question marks suddenly appeared above Mihawk's head. Chapter 12. The Victory of Saixi. Conditions presented. Mihawk exclaimed, "Why can't I move?" As Saix's strike was about to land on his face, Mihawk hastily raised his black blade, in front of him, enveloping it in haki to defend against Saix's assault. After a thunderous clash, Saixi stood unscathed, while Mihawk's attire lay in tatters. Ha ha ha! It seems I have triumphed, Mihawk. Saixi roared with boisterous laughter following his strike. In stark contrast, Mihawk's face darkened to a deep shade of purple, filled with frustration yet unable to retaliate. This is not merely a contest of swordsmanship, Mihawk said with a grim expression. Ha! Didn't you previously claim that I am not a pure swordsman, Mihawk? Moreover, we only agreed to spar. There are no stipulations that it had to be solely through sword techniques. Saixi was unconcerned with the nuances of swordsmanship. His commitment was merely to a sparring match, without limitations on methods. Mihawk's expression grew even more somber as he recalled their conversation prior to the battle. It became evident that Saixi had been laying a trap for him all along. Very well, I concede my defeat. However, I am curious about what just transpired. I do not recall you having any tricks up your sleeve. Mihawk quickly regained his composure, accepting his loss with grace. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed for... cough, cough. I digress. Do you remember the X-shaped slash before the final blow? Approaching that slash would seal the surrounding space. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that my ability is space erasure. You're indeed not an ordinary individual. Yet, I'm intrigued as to why someone of your caliber remains so obscure. I have never heard your name across the seas. Upon hearing Saix's explanation, Mihawk regarded him with newfound respect. With swordsmanship comparable to his own and an enigmatic spatial ability, it was perplexing that such a formidable pirate had not made a name for himself on the ocean. I am simply a small pirate who wishes to live a tranquil life, not wanting to be embroiled in the turmoil of the seas. Saix waved his hand dismissively at Mihawk, indicating he harbored no ambitions, merely desiring a joyful existence. It seems we share some similarities, Mihawk mused, as he too wished to avoid the conflicts of the seas, focusing solely on his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he was not as fortunate as Saix and had been compelled to join the Shichibukai. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the Moby Dick was still speculating about the outcome of the duel. They had only witnessed a cloud of dust, after which the two fighters began conversing. "Old man, who do you think won?" Ace exclaimed, jumping anxiously at the scene, eager to learn the result. "Ace, my friend, you should have diligently trained in hockey long ago. If only your observation hockey were more refined, you wouldn't be so oblivious here." Upon noticing Ace's actions, Marco immediately reprimanded him. Ace possesses remarkable talent, yet he consistently shuns training. Whenever tasked with honing his hockey, he either procrastinates or invents excuses to evade practice. As it stands, Ace's armament and observation hockey are merely at the threshold of proficiency. I truly wonder how he came to possess the Conqueror's hockey. La 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 la. Ace, if you wish to learn, then wait for them to arrive and inquire directly. Whitebeard refrained from divulging the details of the skirmish to Ace, instead fixating on the duo conversing on the island. "Mihawk, would you care to join me on my ship?" Saix extended an invitation to Mihawk before him. With Teach now deceased, it was evident the narrative had commenced. To obtain greater narrative rewards, Saix understood he must venture to the locations where these events transpired. Although he remained indifferent to the nature of the rewards, one must have a purpose in life. Otherwise, existence lacks anticipation. Given that the system had bestowed upon him a somewhat definitive goal, he no longer needed to ponder his dreams. Collecting those items and becoming a scavenger didn't sound too bad. Ace, being the captain of the 2nd Division, couldn't accompany him in such endeavors. He certainly needed a crew of his own. "Join your ship? Are you not currently a member of the Whitebeard Pirates?" I have no desire to acknowledge that man as my father. Mihawk was quite resistant to the notion of referring to Whitebeard as dad. No. It is a ship that belongs solely to me, albeit under the Whitebeard Pirates banner. Saix had contemplated this prior to the confrontation. Since his father was already aware of his concealed abilities, it would be better to confront him directly. This would be the perfect opportunity to establish his own pirate crew and embark on adventures. What do you think? I intend to traverse the vast seas, seek treasures, explore the beauty of various islands, and savor the customs of different nations. Perhaps I might even encounter some intriguing swordsmen along the way. Initially, Mihawk declined, but the prospect of meeting fascinating swordsmen piqued his interest. Noticing Mihawk's hesitation, Saix pressed further. "So, does it not sound quite appealing? Join me at sea, and I can accompany you in sparring as well. The chance to train with a peer of equal prowess is indeed a rare opportunity." Mihawk found himself increasingly swayed by Saix's proposition. Saix was correct. The chance to spar with such a formidable swordsman was indeed a treasure. Moreover, even as a warlord of the sea, your life is hardly secure, is it? Aside from having a designated island where you are shielded from the Marines, your circumstances remain largely unchanged, and you still endure their incessant harassment. It was hard for Mihawk to disagree with Saix's assertions. "Allow me to contemplate this. Your terms are undeniably compelling." As Sachi observed Mihawk relent, he promptly approached and clasped Mihawk's shoulder. "It's settled then, Mihawk. You shall be my first crew member from this moment forth." Hey, I haven't agreed yet," Mihawk retorted. "Oh, don't be concerned with such trifles. Kulme, let us inform father about this arrangement. With that, she seized my hawk, and, with a swift motion of his hand, they returned to the Moby Dick. Father, I'm back. Saixi greeted his father with exuberance. La Sayonfe. Why don't you tell Ace who truly emerged victorious? Whitebeard interjected, revealing Ace's eagerness to know since earlier. Father, could you please grant me a little dignity? Chapter 13. The honesty of Saixi's strength. Father, please show me some respect. Ace's face flushed crimson upon hearing Whitebeard's words. He raised both hands, complaining to Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. Ace, you are truly pathetic. The crew of pirates erupted into laughter at Ace's antics. La 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 la, seeing his son Ace in such a state. Newgate couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Ace, witnessing the merriment of those around him, resigned himself to his fate. He then approached Saixi. Saixi, tell me, did you win or not? Ace, already the subject of ridicule, needed clarity on the matter. In response to Ace's inquiry, Saixi struck a pose of supreme confidence. Ace, listen closely. Before you stands the genius swordsman who has triumphed over the world's greatest swordsman, Lord Saixi. Observing Saixi's demeanor, my hawk discreetly stepped back a few paces, regretting his earlier agreement to join him on his ship. No, wait. I never actually agreed to that. What? You actually won? Ace's mouth fell agape in disbelief upon hearing Saixi's declaration. I don't believe it. You must be lying. After recovering from his shock, Ace donned a skeptical expression. This was the bond share between men, akin to encouraging a brother to pursue a goddess. When a pursuit fails, they still hope their friend succeeds. However, if a relationship blossoms, that's an entirely different matter. Ace, don't deceive yourself. I've already told you, I am indeed strong. Unfazed by Ace's skepticism, Saixi proceeded to press his hand against Ace's head, boasting loudly about his victory. Saixi, let go of me. Ace swatted away Saixi's hand and began to chase after him, igniting flames in pursuit. Hey. Ace plays dirty, using flames against me. Saixi shouted as he fled. Stop right there, you rascal. Thus commenced a spirited chase around the Moby Dick, with Saixi leading the way and Ace hot on his heels. Their playful antics once more brought joy and laughter to the crew aboard the ship. After a brief frolic, they found themselves beside Whitebeard. Father, you must intervene. Ace is trying to roast me. Saixi resorted to the simplest and most straightforward solution, tattling. You coward, hiding behind father. Come out, Ace exclaimed, frustrated that with Whitebeard standing in between them, he could not reach Saixi. All right, Ace, Saixi did indeed defeat that eyewitness fellow. Although Whitebeard enjoyed watching his family engage in playful banter, there were limits to such antics. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace paused momentarily. Saixi, did you really win? He asked once more, and upon receiving Saixi's affirmative response, he turned to glance at Mihawk, who stood awkwardly apart. It was indeed true that Saixi had emerged victorious in their earlier spar. Under the watchful gaze of Ace, Mihawk understood what was sought. He promptly confessed, you sakes, actually triumphed over the world's foremost swordsman in a duel. Does that not imply that you are now the new champion of swordsmanship? Ace's mind began to race, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. However, Saix will not ascend to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Whitebeard chuckled at Ace's words, leaving Ace somewhat bewildered. Did not Saix defeat that fellow, Hawkeye? Ace, Saix did not surpass Hawkeye's swordsmanship. He merely won that recent sparring match, Vista quickly clarified. Saix employed more than just swordplay in that encounter. Thus, it can be said that Saix merely triumphed over Mihawk, not the world's greatest swordsman. Marco also chimed in to elucidate further. Oh, I understand now. Saix, you resorted to trickery. Upon hearing Marco's explanation, Ace finally grasped the situation. You ought not to speak carelessly. I won that spar fair and square. Saix immediately retorted at Ace's accusation of cheating. Who would have thought you possessed such formidable swordsmanship? Saix? Vista exclaimed, astonished to discover such a skilled swordsman hidden aboard the ship, while he remained oblivious. It felt like a significant loss on his part. Just a bit of skill. I am still inferior to Captain Vista. Saix replied modestly before his family, unable to be overly boastful. There is no need for you to be so humble. Your swordsmanship is on par with mine. Vista appreciated Saix's words. as being acknowledged by another swordsman is indeed a source of great joy. Saixi, you truly are a concealed talent. Marco and several other captains approached to tease Saixi. It was astonishing that they had not discerned Saixi's hidden prowess after spending so much time together. The revelation by the outsider, Hawkeye, left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Saixi, you have hidden your abilities so deeply that even I, your father, failed to notice. Whitebeard began to jest with Saixi at that moment. Ha ha ha, father, as you know, I prefer a laid-back lifestyle over fighting. If you all were aware of my true strength, you would surely assign me a captain's position. Saixi replied with a beaming smile. It seems our Whitebeard Pirates have gained yet another captain-level powerhouse, Whitebeard remarked, surveying Saixi. By the way, father, we have something significant to report upon our return. Whitebeard's remark reminded Saixi that there was still the matter concerning Teach that needed addressing. Significant matters? Is it related to that Teach? Whitebeard furrowed his brow and then turned to Mihawk. Old man, there's no need to concern yourself with him. He will be one of us from now on, said Sachi, perceiving Whitebeard's apprehension and offering an explanation. One of us? Whitebeard expressed disbelief at Saichi's assertion. Although it lacked precision, I indeed counted myself among the ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mihawk felt a twinge of unease under Whitebeard's scrutinizing gaze. Ha ha, Saixi, you truly possess remarkable skills. To have recruited the likes of Hawkeye is no small feat now that we are all comrades. Let us discuss your matters, Whitebeard remarked, elated by Mihawk's tacit acknowledgement of his allegiance. However, Saichi's next statement abruptly chilled the atmosphere. That scoundrel Teach has turned against our family aboard the ship, Saixi coldly declared. Chapter 14. The encounter between Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Healing Whitebeard Teach has taken action against our family aboard the ship, said Saixi coldly. Upon hearing this declaration, the crew aboard the Moby Dick fell into a hushed silence. Teach, Saixi, pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Whitebeard inquired, his anger palpable, yet as captain, he endeavored to maintain his composure. With a swift motion of his right hand, Saixi produced a devil fruit from the depths of space. It was during this time that Sachi had discovered this very fruit. Saixi rapidly recounted the events that had transpired, but refrained from disclosing that Teach had already been dealt with. Bang! Marco struck the railing of the deck with considerable force. How could Teach commit such an act? Father, allow me to eliminate that scoundrel. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, immediately sought Whitebeard's permission to confront the rule-breaking Teach. Indeed, father, please issue the order for us to apprehend that rascal. The other pirates echoed, eager to personally confront Teach. Absolutely not. This matter with Teach ends here. Fortunately, no casualties have occurred. I have an unsettling premonition regarding him. Whitebeard firmly opposed the crew's fervent suggestions. He found Teach enigmatic and would not permit his sons to take such risks. Why, father? Teach has laid hands upon our family. The crew protested, unwilling to let the matter rest. I have spoken. The issue with Teach concludes here. From this day forth, he is no longer a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's authoritative voice silenced all dissent. Actually, Teach has already been dealt with by Saixi and me. A faint voice emerged from the corner belonging to Ace. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Ace and Saixi. Observing the attention, Saixi retrieved the 2 incarnations of Teach from the space around them. The crew fell silent as they beheld the 2 Teach forms lying on the ground. Well, it seems that in the original tale, Blackbeard and Whitebeard would only meet during the Marineford War. Now, I have inadvertently allowed Teach a premature introduction to father, Saixi mused, watching Whitebeard's silent contemplation of the 2 Teach figures. Had he been unnecessarily anxious? The slash of energy Mihawk had sensed that night was indeed the result of Saixi's strike against Teach. Saixi then explained why he, typically distant from combat, had emitted a slash worthy of Mihawk's interest. Saixi, you ought to have communicated this sooner. You've caused us needless worry. Marco was the first to react, swiftly approaching to lightly tap Saixi on the head. ISNT storytelling meant to build suspense? Saixi remarked cheerfully, before sharing the plan he and Ace had concocted that fateful night. Saixi, you have performed remarkably well. Whitebeard generously praised Saixi. The enigmatic figure of Teach had been brought to an early conclusion, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Thank you for the compliment, old man. I shall show no mercy to that traitor teach. The commendation from Whitebeard felt akin to a parent praising a child for scoring a perfect mark on an examination. While I am not particularly fond of combat, I have always been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I will not easily forgive those who disrupt the rules of our crew. Sachi harbored no desire for Teach to further agitate the seas, and he held deep affection for the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, they had been his family for many years, and he wished to protect them from harm. Well said. Those who violate the rules of the Whitebeard Pirates must not be spared. Whitebeard wholeheartedly agreed with Saishi's statement. Yet he was even more pleased by Saishi's proud declaration of being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. By the way, old man, there is another matter I wish to confirm. Sachi suddenly recalled the recent acquisition of his horse talisman. What else is on your mind, Sachi? Whitebeard pondered whether this young man had an abundance of concerns today. Old man, please remain seated. With that, Sachi leaped beside Whitebeard and placed his hand upon him. The onlookers were perplexed by Saishi's actions. Why was he so intent on touching the old man's muscles? Unbeknownst to Sachi, had he comprehended their thoughts, he might have been rendered speechless. With his right hand in contact with Whitebeard, Sachi activated the horse talisman within him, commencing a healing process for Whitebeard's body. Moments later, Sachi withdrew his hand. Indeed, the horse talisman was extraordinarily effective. Regardless of any negative condition, it could eliminate it in an instant. Old man, how do you feel now? Sachi inquired immediately after completing the treatment. Whitebeard found Saishi's series of actions somewhat bewildering, yet he took a moment to assess his physical state. Upon reflection, Whitebeard furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. The crew noticed their captain's unusual expression, suspecting that Sachi had shared something significant, and now Whitebeard was poised to make an announcement. However, Whitebeard remained silent, instead clenching his fist. Suddenly, a surge of white energy enveloped his right hand as he turned to assume a stance of gathering power. This posture? Could it be that the old man is about to? The crew recognized this signature move of their captain. Earthquake! With a thunderous roar from Whitebeard, cracks appeared in the space before him. In the blink of an eye, the fissures spread to the very island where Sachi had recently battled Mihawk. Instantly, the island was shattered into countless pieces. The once orderly mountains now stood askew, while the surrounding sea was stirred into towering waves by this formidable force. Is this the might of the strongest man in the world? Mihawk was taken aback by the spectacle before him. It was his first encounter with such overwhelming destructive power. Is this truly the extent of human capability? La 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 la. Upon unleashing this tremendous attack, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Old man, your body. Marco immediately soared to Whitebeard's side, unleashing the flames of the phoenix in an attempt to alleviate his injuries. No need, Marco. I am free of any troubles now. With that, Whitebeard once again burst into booming laughter. Chapter 15. The Adventure of Saishi's Request. No need for that, Marco. I am free of ailments now. La 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 la. After speaking, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter once more. What do you mean, old man? Marco was somewhat bewildered by his father's seemingly nonsensical words. Could it be that age had finally taken its toll, leading to some form of senility? Marco, my illness has vanished. I now feel a sensation of unparalleled ease. It is as though I have regained the vitality of my youth. Whitebeard was now exceedingly exhilarated, feeling as though he had once again seized control of his own body. Father? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco swiftly conducted a thorough examination of his father's physique. Father, you truly have no ailments whatsoever. Even the long-standing hidden injuries have completely disappeared. After completing his inspection, Marco uttered these words with disbelief etched across his face. What? Father? Initially, the crew of pirates had been skeptical of Whitebeard's claims, dismissing them as mere bravado in front of Mihawk. However, once Marco echoed the sentiment, they began to believe that their father had indeed returned to his prime. Father, is it true that you are healed? At that moment, Ace leaped to Whitebeard's side, eager for confirmation. Of course, I am experiencing an unprecedented sense of well-being. All thanks to that lad Saixi. Had he not employed some ability on me, I might have met my end. Whitebeard's injuries and ailments had healed, Even the backlash from the tremor fruit that had plagued him for years was now remedied. He was truly worthy of the title the strongest man in the world. As Whitebeard cast aside his coat, a powerful physique was unveiled before everyone. The crew had witnessed Whitebeard's condition countless times before, but now he was markedly different. Unlike the scarred figure they were accustomed to, Whitebeard now bore no scars whatsoever. Even his once thinning hair had grown back, shining golden just as it had in his youth, with only his iconic white mustache remaining. Free from the torment of pain and hidden injuries, Whitebeard had ample time to protect his family. Those with immense strength possess a life force that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even an unarmed commoner can live to at least 60 years. How much more so for a man capable of world destruction? The news of their father's resurgence to his peak was swiftly embraced by the crew aboard the ship. Everyone rejoiced at the transformation of their father. Even Mihawk felt a flicker of excitement. Witnessing the pinnacle strength of the world's strongest man was undeniably thrilling. "Father, what have you done?" Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of their father's revival, a voice filled with fury emerged from behind Whitebeard. "Father, do you have any idea how difficult it is to establish a spatial anchor point?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing Saishi's face contorted with fury. "Father, do you even realize what you've done? Our banquet stronghold for the Whitebeard Pirates has been utterly destroyed by you." Sachi raised a finger, directing it towards the island that had just been obliterated by Whitebeard's seismic strike. Saishi's spatial anchor required the surrounding environment to maintain a stable condition, and Whitebeard's recent attack had disrupted the very fabric of that space. This upheaval rendered Saishi's anchor ineffective. The unpredictable weather and environment of the Grand Line had made it a considerable endeavor for Sachi to locate such a stable sea area. And now it had all been wiped away in an instant by Whitebeard's single blow. Faced with Saishi's accusations, Whitebeard's expression began to shift uncontrollably. "Yeah, Saixi, please do not be so enraged. I simply got a bit carried away in my excitement and couldn't restrain myself. Allow me to apologize." However, before Whitebeard could finish, Sachi interrupted. "An apology? What good is an apology? Can it restore this island to its former state? Do not think that your status as my father exempts you from accountability." Sachi denied Whitebeard any opportunity for defense, launching into a scathing rebuke. In that moment, Whitebeard did not exude the aura of the world's strongest man. He merely bowed his head, listening to Saishi's reprimand. Meanwhile, Mihawk, feeling out of place, suddenly sensed that joining Saishi's crew was indeed a prudent decision. After all, it was no small feat to render the formidable Whitebeard speechless. The other captains were also hesitant to interject during Saishi's tirade. Ace, who wished to plead on behalf of his father, found himself on the receiving end of Saishi's wrath. Having witnessed Ace's plight, the other captains refrained from stepping forward. After a lengthy admonishment, Sachi finally calmed his ire. "Father, if you promise me one thing, I will forgive you for this mistake." Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, releasing the anger that had been provoked by Whitebeard. "No problem. As long as you can forgive me, I will agree to anything." Whitebeard responded eagerly upon sensing Saishi's temper had subsided. "Very well. I wish to establish my own pirate crew and sail the seas," Sachi declared, revealing his condition now that Whitebeard had acquiesced. "Absolutely not. I will not allow you to leave, Sachi." Ace interjected at this moment. "Ace, I am speaking with father. You should remain quiet." Sachi waved his hand, promptly returning Ace to the ranks of the captains. After sending Ace away, Sachi turned his gaze back to Whitebeard, who displayed a continuously shifting yet undeniably embarrassed expression. "Father, I do not intend to abandon the Whitebeard Pirates. I merely wish to possess my own ship." Observing Whitebeard's expression, Sachi understood that the old man was clearly overthinking the matter. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Whitebeard finally grasped the situation. It had merely been his own overthinking. He had thought that his son was about to sever their father-son bond. "Huh? So, Sachi, you intend to establish your own pirate crew?" Recognizing that Sachi did not wish to depart from the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard swiftly altered his demeanor. "Had I not just mentioned it, dear father?" Sachi observed Whitebeard's rapid shift in expression with a touch of exasperation. Indeed, in the world of pirates, few remain steadfast in their countenance. I wish to traverse this ocean brimming with wonders, to uncover even more treasures. Saixi articulated his aspirations. Chapter 16. The scrappy king ready to set sail. I yearn to explore this ocean brimming with surprises and uncover more treasures. Sachi articulated his aspirations. Whitebeard, having a fair understanding of his son, recognized his aversion to combat and his penchant for idleness. Only the quest for treasure could invigorate Saixi's spirit. Very well. I concede to your request, Saixi. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard acquiesced to his son's desires. Naturally, he supported his child's ambitions and, with his formidable strength, felt capable of safeguarding his sons. It was time for them to stir the waters of this vast sea. Have you truly gained my approval, father? Splendid. With his father's consent, Saixi was now free to seek the treasures hidden within these waters. Saixi, during your duel with Hawkeye, you employed Conqueror's Haki, did you not? As Saixi reveled in his triumph, Whitebeard abruptly interjected. Conqueror's Haki? The crew aboard the Moby Dick was drawn to Whitebeard's remark, turning their attention towards Saixi. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, father. Realizing that Whitebeard had already discovered his secret, Saixi chose to admit it openly. Subsequently, a powerful aura emanated from Saixi, enveloping the entire Moby Dick. In an instant, any pirate aboard with a wavering will was rendered unconscious by this overwhelming presence. Soon, Saixi retracted his Conqueror's Haki. La 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 la. You are indeed remarkable, Saixi. Pray tell, what kind of king do you aspire to be? The Pirate King, perhaps? Whitebeard, taken aback by Saishi's audacity, was eager to fathom the ambitions of his son, who seemed solely focused on idleness and treasure hunting. The title of Pirate King? Such a notion is hardly worthy of consideration. I merely wish to seek out treasures and live a tranquil life. If I must claim a royal title, Scrappy King suits me far better. Saixi had no interest in becoming a pirate king. The legendary treasure, the One Piece, was shrouded in uncertainty. He preferred to pursue tangible riches. Scrappy King? La 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 la. What a unique aspiration. Upon hearing Saishi's ambitions, Whitebeard understood that his son remained true to himself, still the lad solely interested in the treasures within reach. Then let us use my name, Whitebeard, to venture forth into this ocean. With a voice imbued with authority, Whitebeard proclaimed Saishi's forthcoming expedition. Saixi, I too wish to join you on this adventure. Ace suddenly emerged, eager to accompany Saixi on the high seas. Since Ace had joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he had always shared adventures with Saixi, and this opportunity was not to be missed. Ace, you cannot come. Saixi decisively declined Ace's request to join him. Why not? Ace inquired, bewildered. As Ace heard Sa's refusal, he immediately sought to understand the reason behind it. You are now the captain of the 2nd Division. How can you wander about with me? Having ascended to the captaincy, you must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities, you rascal. Sa's candidly articulated the rationale for not allowing Ace to accompany him. Ah, so that is the case. Upon hearing Sa's explanation, Ace comprehended that it was indeed impossible for him to venture alongside Sa. Do not worry, Ace. You too possess your own adventures awaiting you. Conquer this vast ocean in your own way, Hakis. Sa sensed that Ace had absorbed his words and swiftly seized the moment to paint an enticing vision of the future for Ace. You're right, Sa. I do have my own adventures. Merely following in the footsteps of others will not lead to personal growth. Whitebeard echoed Sa's sentiments, imparting wisdom to Ace. Indeed, although I am unfamiliar with what you refer to as Hakis, I recognize that I must embark on my own journey. Ace resolved to commence his own adventure once more, extending his heartfelt wishes for Sa's solitary voyage. Rest assured, Ace, this time I shall not sail alone. That fellow, Hawkeye, has already consented to join my crew. As he spoke, Sa gestured toward the incongruous Mihawk. You truly possess remarkable skills. You managed to recruit Hawkeye onto your ship. It seems my earlier concerns were unfounded. With Hawkeye aboard, I need not worry about Sa's safety. No wonder you claimed that Hawkeye was one of your own. He was evidently waiting here. At that moment, Marco stepped forward to tease Sa. Ha ha ha. Without a modicum of strength, how can one hope to conquer the treasures of this ocean? Anyone can speak eloquently, but it takes substance to act. Enough of your banter. When do you intend to set sail? Marco was uninterested in listening to Sei's boasting. We shall depart shortly. The treasures of the sea await my arrival. If we delay, others may seize them first. Sais had long since made up his mind. After healing Whitebeard, he would embark on his treasure-hunting quest. Huh? Sais, you are leaving the Whitebeard Pirates so soon? Ace was taken aback by Sais' impending departure. Oh right, Sais. My brother is about to set sail as well. If you encounter him during your adventures, please take good care of him. Ace reminisced about Luffy, who was nearing his own journey. Is it Luffy? I will certainly look after him, should our paths cross during my travels. Sais would not miss the opportunity to engage with the protagonist of the original story. The crew aboard would undoubtedly possess numerous treasures capable of triggering narrative rewards. Then it is settled. I shall commence my own adventure, my friends. Sais announced his departure to the crew aboard the ship. Here you go, old man, he said, suddenly recalling something as he tossed an object to Whitebeard. What is this? A bean? Whitebeard gazed at the small bean in his palm, puzzled by Saix's intention behind gifting him such a trivial item. Do not underestimate this little bean, old man. Consuming it will instantly restore all your injuries and stamina. Use it wisely, especially in critical moments. Sais revealed the miraculous properties of the bean to Whitebeard, ensuring he had a safeguard in place. He certainly did not wish for the esteemed patriarch to perish unexpectedly. Chapter 17. Sachi set sail. Seeking a challenge, Whitebeard gazed in astonishment at the small bean resting in his palm, utterly surprised by its remarkable potency. He could hardly believe that Sachi would deceive him. After all, how could he doubt his own son? Moreover, considering the powerful and mysterious method Sachi had just employed to heal him, this fellow had continuously brought him immense surprises. With great care, Whitebeard tucked the diminutive celestial bean away. Well then, Sachi, it seems our paths diverge here. He would not shed tears over Saishi's departure, though his companion Ace certainly would. Sachi, promise me you'll return safely. Ace called out, tears streaming down his face. Of course. Haven't I told you countless times, Ace? I'm quite formidable. Sachi chuckled at the sight of Ace's tear-streaked face. All right, let us part here. With that, Sachi leapt down from the Moby Dick alongside Mihawk, standing on the shore of the ravaged island. Sachi and Mihawk watched as the Moby Dick gradually disappeared into the vast sea before them. Mihawk, do you recall our agreement to add a little wager before our sparring? Isn't it time to fulfill that? Sachi rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Mihawk. A wager? I thought I had already promised you passage on my ship. Mihawk responded, somewhat puzzled by Sachi's words. Hadn't he already agreed to let Sachi aboard? That was merely my invitation. It was not a condition I proposed. Please do not confuse the two. Upon hearing Mihawk's response, Sachi displayed an expression of feigned ignorance. Mihawk's expression darkened as he realized he had once again been outmaneuvered by Sachi. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Despite his irritation, Mihawk felt compelled to honor his word. Sachi was correct. He had no choice but to accept this silent loss. Very well. I shall take your crucifix necklace, Sachi declared, his demand clear as he saw Mihawk acquiesce. He had not anticipated that Mihawk would recognize this wager, having prepared himself for the possibility of Mihawk denying any such agreement. The necklace? Is that truly your only request? Mihawk questioned, bewildered by Sachi's choice. Did he merely wish to claim this small crucifix? Yes, indeed. Is that a problem? You just agreed to it. Sachi pressed, fearful that Mihawk might suddenly retract his promise. After all, in the original narrative, this necklace had consistently adorned Mihawk's neck. What if it held some significant meaning for him? Not at all. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. As he spoke, Mihawk removed the necklace from around his neck and handed it over to Sachi. Sachi accepted the necklace as if it were a treasure, admiring it for a moment before securing it within his designated space. At this moment, Mihawk realized why Ace and Whitebeard had often remarked that Sachi was perpetually keen on scavenging. It seemed that this captain of his might indeed become the king of castaways in the future. Ding! The system detected that the host had recovered an important plot item. The cross knife of the world's greatest swordsman is currently extracting rewards from the myriad realms for the host. Indeed, this exquisite knife, which had inflicted grievous wounds upon the three-sword style Master Roronoa Zoro, was also a plot device. Another thrilling lottery awaited. Such a gamble, regardless of how many times it occurred, always ignited a fervor within. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward from the myriad realms. The milk kitchen knife from the world of culinary captives. By my word, what a grand prize! Yet, it seems rather useless to me. Saixi pondered over the reward he had drawn. Why was he perpetually entangled with knives? Moreover, this time it was merely a kitchen knife, albeit a formidable one. Oh well, it mattered not. A prize was a prize, regardless of its nature. My hawk, our fathers have already departed. Let us prepare to set sail. Sachi declared to my hawk, who stood nearby. Very well, but I would first like to ascertain the location of my ship. Previously, they had arrived here through Saishi's spatial door, while my hawk's vessel remained anchored in the prior sea. Upon hearing my hawk's words, Saishi's expression stiffened. He genuinely seemed oblivious to the whereabouts of my hawk's ship. If all goes as expected, your ship should have been released back into the ocean. Saixi managed to maintain a neutral expression as he delivered this statement. Released? The stoic Myhawk furrowed his brow. What that means is your ship is gone. Saixi confessed, his face betraying his unease. Upon hearing this, Myhawk silently reached for the black blade, Yuru, at his back. Observing Myhawk's intent to draw his sword, Saixi quickly pressed Myhawk's hand back down. Do not be agitated. It is merely a ship. There is no need for violence. Myhawk understood that even slaying Saixi would not recover his vessel. Now that we are without a ship, how shall we navigate the seas? Myhawk inquired, addressing the most pressing concern. Surely, they could not resort to crafting a vessel from trees on the spot. Who says we have no ship? As a captain, the matter of a pirate ship is not something for you, a mere crew member, to fret over. With that, Saixi produced a capsule from his spatial realm. Indeed, it was the multi-functional capsule from Bulma Corporation that Saixi had drawn. He tossed the capsule forward, and after a puff of smoke, a remarkably luxurious transport ship appeared upon the surface of the sea. As for why it was a transport ship, that was simply because Bulma Corporation's products were all civilian in nature. However, the ship did contain a stockpile of firearms and ammunition. Myhawk gazed in astonishment at the sudden transformation. In the blink of an eye, this fellow Saixi had truly conjured a vessel. Moreover, this ship appeared to be anything but ordinary. The vessel, crafted from steel, boasts a sleek and streamlined design. In an era where wooden ships dominate, such a colossal iron behemoth is truly a magnificent sight. Moreover, this ship lacks sails, indicating it is not a traditional wind-powered craft. Myhawk, puzzled by the absence of external rollers, wonders about the source of the ship's propulsion. Stop dawdling, Myhawk. Come aboard. Saixi beckoned Myhawk, who was momentarily mesmerized by the ship. Thus, Myhawk followed Saixi and ascended onto the Iron Giant. Chapter 18. The S Sail, the first step into adventure. Upon boarding the vessel, both individuals were utterly astonished by the ship's opulence, their mouths agape in disbelief. They strolled around the expansive ship, ultimately selecting their respective quarters. It is worth noting that the ship was abundantly equipped with every conceivable amenity: bedrooms, kitchens, baths, a grand hall, the captain's quarters, and a myriad of other facilities. Even a gymnasium and a botanical garden were thoughtfully provided. After finalizing the arrangements for their rooms, they ascended to the deck. I have decided. This ship shall henceforth be known as the S Sail, exclaimed Saixi, proclaiming the ship's name with great enthusiasm. The S Sail? Are you truly naming the vessel after yourself? I half expected you to opt for something like the rubbish ship, remarked Myhawk, offering a candid assessment of Saishi's choice. Is that truly how you perceive my cultural depth, Myhawk? Saixi retorted, feigning indignation as he shouted at Myhawk. Not at all. I merely believe the rubbish ship would better suit your persona. After all, aren't you aspiring to be the king of rubbish? Myhawk maintained his stoic demeanor, unfazed by Saishi's outburst. The title of king of rubbish is merely a dream. It does not mean I should scavenge for scraps at every opportunity. Dreams and reality are distinctly different. Saixi commenced a lecture directed at Myhawk. Very well. If it pleases you, then so be it. After all, you are the captain. Myhawk conceded, unwilling to engage in a dispute over such trivial matters. Oh, by the way, our pirate crew has yet to adopt a name. Let us call ourselves the Treasure Pirates. May we be blessed with countless treasures, Saixi declared. As for the flag, Saixi produced a piece of fabric intended for crafting the pirate flag. He retrieved paints and began his artistic endeavor on the cloth. In no time, his masterpiece was complete, featuring a classic skull adorned atop a treasure chest. My hawk, what do you think of our flag? Saixi eagerly presented his freshly crafted pirate banner to Mihawk. Quite impressive. It certainly aligns with your style, Mihawk replied. Observing the flag, she proudly held aloft. Since you approve, this shall be the official flag of our treasure pirates. Saixi Galim, jubilantly waving the banner and swiftly hoisting it upon the S sail. He also decorated the ship's hull with the emblem of the treasure pirates. After accomplishing these tasks, Saixi stood upon the deck, inhaling deeply. Crew, set sail. He finally shouted the phrase he had longed to utter. Previously, he had only heard others proclaim it. Now, the moment had come for him to do so himself. Observing the naive exuberance of his captain, Mihawk felt a sense of exasperation. So, Captain, where shall we head next? Mihawk inquired, utterly perplexed by his newfound captain's intentions. There is no need for you to worry about Mihawk's crew. I have already selected the destination for our first venture. Prior to our departure, Saixi had meticulously planned his initial course of action. He intended to first retrieve a crew member he had long since reserved. We must go and collect a certain individual who has been waiting for me for quite some time before embarking on our adventure. A crew member? I hadn't anticipated that someone else had been deceived in boarding before me. Mihawk expressed sympathy for the upcoming crew member. Hey, what do you mean by deceived? It is merely a testament to my charismatic leadership as captain. Never mind. It is futile to discuss this with your emotionless face. You are simply envious of my extraordinary charm, Saixi retorted narcissistically. Presently, Mihawk felt somewhat disinclined to converse with Saixi. Our first destination is set for Wano country. There, a crew member awaits my arrival. Saixi retrieved a permanent pointer indicating Wano country from his spatial realm. Wano country? Isn't that the territory of the Yonko Kaido? Wouldn't our direct approach ignite a war among the Yonko? Mihawk calmly analyzed the pros and cons of heading to Wano. No witties. I am quite familiar with that fellow Kaido. He wouldn't be foolish enough to instigate a conflict with my father and the others. Saixi waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need to worry about the Yonko. Moreover, Wano is the homeland of samurai. Do you not wish to engage with the warriors there? Saixi was confident that Mihawk, the sword enthusiast of the pirate world, would not miss this opportunity. Previously, due to the Yonko, Mihawk had been unable to directly challenge powerful swordsmen within their crews. He was reluctant to invite unnecessary troubles upon himself, especially with the navy already overwhelming him. He could not afford to provoke someone of the Yonko's caliber. Upon hearing that Saixi was well acquainted with Kaido, Mihawk admitted he was indeed intrigued. The land known for its swordsmiths and samurai piqued his interest. Very well, let us set sail for Wano country. Mihawk voiced his agreement with Saishi's decision. He too was eager to witness the prowess of Wano's warriors and wondered if someone of the caliber of the legendary Ryuma from a century ago might emerge. Excellent. Let us depart at once. With Mihawk's approval, Saixi activated the sailboat. As the engine roared to life, this steel behemoth commenced its swift voyage. Mihawk was astonished by the vessel's remarkable speed. However, since it was his own ship, he had no cause for concern. It is worth mentioning that the technological level of this ship is exceptionally advanced. It can be operated with minimal effort. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about fuel, as the system has thoughtfully provided infinite fuel for all vehicles within the capsule. Additionally, an endless supply of water is available, whether on the ship, in the aircraft, or within the house. Only food must be procured independently. This is splendid. The sailboat has indeed found an inexhaustible source of energy. However, unbeknownst to Saixi, his battle with Mihawk has already become known to others. In a dimly lit room within the new world, joyful laughter echoes continuously. Oh my! This is indeed a sensational revelation. The world's foremost swordsman, the warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, has challenged the Whitebeard Pirates. He triumphed over the 5th Division captain, the Flower Sword Vista, yet succumbed to an obscure individual of no notable renown. It is rumored that he may have even joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The victor of that encounter appears to possess the ability to manipulate space. What monstrous secret is the Whitebeard Pirates concealing? Following their contest, Whitebeard obliterated the island used for their duel, as if shrouding some unknown truth. Ha ha! What a monumental story this is. Chapter 19. The Tremor of the Navy Headquarters. Ha 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 ha. What an extraordinary revelation. Morgans, the king of news at the World Economic News Agency, is currently compiling an immense story he has just acquired. I wonder how the Navy and the world government will react when they receive this information. But that is not for me, a mere enthusiast of news, to ponder. My sole responsibility is to create a sensational story that will captivate the entire world. Engrossed in his work, Morgans diligently organized the collected materials within the confines of his secret chamber. It is truly commendable how he, known as the King of News, can obtain any significant scoop. At last, the task is complete. Formatting these articles has proven to be quite a headache. Morgans reclined in his chair, a look of relief washing over him. Now, it is time to pass the burden on to others. Suddenly, Morgan sat up, his gaze sharp as he held the freshly organized newspaper in his hands. Extra! Extra! This is monumental news. The world's greatest swordsman has been defeated by an obscure individual. Dracul Mihawk is rumored to have joined the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk, has announced his withdrawal from the warlords. Whitebeard has declared his intention to bring about the world's destruction, and this island is his first target. In a bid to ensure this news goes viral, Morgans unleashed the full force of the World Economic News Agency, disseminating the information across the seas within a single day. In just one day, this absurd news had infiltrated every corner of the world, from the Grand Line to the 4 seas. Naturally, the Navy took notice of the headlines gracing these newspapers. In the Navy's conference hall, those rascals at the World Economic News Agency have truly crossed the line. Just look at the kind of stories they are publishing. Akainu slammed the newspaper onto the conference table with fervor. Mind your conduct, Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Tsuru reprimanded Akainu for his rudeness. Oomph. Akainu scoffed, returning to his seat. Sukazuki's words were indeed correct. The folks at the World Economic News Agency have shown a blatant disregard for decorum. However, they are under the jurisdiction of the world government and not subject to our Navy's authority. Calmly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku addressed the assembly. Shall we then allow them to spread such panic-inducing news? This is detrimental to the stability of the seas. A certain admiral posed this pressing question. I will relay this matter to the Gorosei to seek intervention regarding the World Economic News Agency. Sengoku decisively concluded the discussion on the newspaper, opting to present the issue to the Gorosei for resolution. Today, our focus is not on whether these reports will incite public panic, but rather on the Whitebeard Pirates and Dracul Mihawk. With that, Sengoku pointed his teaching rod towards the 2 photographs displayed on the board. One photograph depicts Saixi defeating Mihawk, while another shows Whitebeard obliterating an island. As of now, we remain unaware of Whitebeard's motive for this sudden act of destruction. However, based on our understanding of Whitebeard, it is improbable that he would engage in such a cataclysmic endeavor. The meeting commenced, and Sengoku began analyzing his longtime rival. Both men are each other's nemesis, and thus possess a profound understanding of one another. Sengoku does not believe that Whitebeard, a man deeply devoted to his family, would resort to world annihilation, unless something were to befall his sons. Ha ha ha, world destruction. The audacity of that birdman to arrive at such a conclusion is utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha, it's simply hilarious. Upon hearing Sengoku's assertion that Whitebeard intends to destroy the world, Admiral Garp leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily to the point of shedding tears. Enough, Garp. Be mindful of the present circumstances. Vice Admiral Tsuru swiftly interjected, halting the raucous laughter of the naval hero. Once Garp was silenced, Sengoku continued his analysis. Moreover, as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard's actions are not solely of our concern. Even if he were to seek world destruction, the other emperors would undoubtedly oppose such a move. Our focus should now be on whether the Whitebeard Pirates might forge an alliance with the other emperor crews. As long as no 2 emperor-level pirate crews join forces, we need not worry excessively. Sengoku elaborated on the current maritime situation with great clarity. Indeed, the emperors of the sea are not limited to Whitebeard alone. This entire situation is merely an exaggeration by Morgans. Vice Admiral Tsuru concurred with Sengoku's assessment. Now then, does anyone have any objections? Sengoku, noting Tsuru's agreement, turned his gaze toward the others present. The assembly merely shook their heads slightly, indicating their lack of dissent. Since there are no objections, let us shift our focus to today's main subject. With the consensus established, Sengoku redirected his attention from Whitebeard to another photograph. Name: Saixi, a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thus far, he has not distinguished himself in battle, with his combat experiences being few and far between, and he does not possess a bounty. As Sengoku shifted his aim towards Saixi, the communications officer promptly relayed Saix's information. A man seemingly devoid of noteworthy qualities, aside from his appearance, has astonishingly triumphed over the world's greatest swordsman. Truly remarkable, Akiji remarked as he gazed at the photograph of Saixi. Within the realm of youth, the current generation is indeed formidable. How astonishing it is that he has vanquished the world's foremost swordsman at such a young age, came the sardonic voice of Kizaru from the conference table. Kizaru, please refrain from adding to the chaos, Sengoku admonished the slacker. Haha, understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru responded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. According to the existing information, before engaging in battle with this individual named Saixi, Mihawk had a confrontation with the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Swordmaster Vista, emerging victorious. Furthermore, from the photograph, it is evident that Mihawk was primarily on the defensive. The two were not truly in a contest of strength. Listening to Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru discerned the subtleties in the image. This indicates that it was merely the young man named Saixi who managed to breach Hawkeye's defenses, rather than defeating the world's greatest swordsman through sheer might. Had he genuinely triumphed over the world's preeminent swordsman, the Whitebeard Pirates would not remain so composed. It is likely that this news would have spread even faster than the arrival of this newspaper. Chapter 20. The bounty of Sachi. If he truly triumphed over the world's foremost swordsman, the Whitebeard Pirates would certainly not remain silent. It is likely that this news reached them even before the arrival of this newspaper. As he spoke, Sengoku raised the paper in his hand. If this Saixi indeed defeated the world's greatest swordsman, given the nature of those pirates, they would have boasted about it long ago. It is inconceivable that there has been no word of it until now. Admiral Akainu concurred with Sengoku's assessment. He too found it difficult to believe that such a young man could best the world's greatest swordsman. However, even if this fellow did not prevail over Dracula Mihawk, he was undoubtedly no ordinary adversary. The voice that spoke was that of Captain Momonosuke, a candidate for the rank of admiral. As a swordsman myself, I would require considerable effort to breach Mihawk's defenses, even under the circumstance that he refrains from retaliating. From his photograph, it is evident that this individual has evidently employed a singular sword technique to achieve his breakthrough. With Captain Momonosuke's analysis, the gathered individuals once again regarded Saixi with a heightened sense of importance. Moreover, even if this was merely a stroke of luck, look at what he wields in his hands. The assembly followed Momonosuke's words and turned their gaze towards the two swords held by Saixi. Those are the renowned swords, Chioshue and a blade from the Ghost Slayer series. Akainu instantly recognized the two swords in Saishi's possession. Before acquiring the magma fruit, he was renowned within the Navy for his swordsmanship. Naturally, he was well acquainted with these legendary blades. While both swords were enveloped in haki, discerning their identities was not overly challenging. Indeed, to gain the recognition of two formidable swords, this individual's swordsmanship must be formidable, perhaps even exceeding our expectations. Based on Saishi's choice of weapons, Captain Momonosuke offered her analysis. Truly, the crew of the Yonko are a collection of fearsome beings, remarked a rear admiral. Indeed, while it is improbable that this fellow could defeat Mihawk, he remains a considerably dangerous individual. Sengoku acknowledged Momonosuke's insight. Now that they had ascertained the general strength of this Saixi, it was time to deliberate on the appropriate bounty to be placed upon him. This constituted the most challenging aspect of the entire meeting. Determining a suitable bounty for a pirate is no simple task. I propose we set his bounty at 500 million. Momonosuke put forth her suggestion. A powerful individual, possessing renowned swords, and capable of wielding haki. Offering 500 million seems quite reasonable to her. 500 million? Is it not overly generous to bestow such a sum upon someone being rewarded for the first time? This has never happened before. The sardonic voice of Kizuru interjected. The mention of a bounty of 500 million startled him. After all, his annual salary does not even reach 100 million. In my view, we should assign him a bounty of 800 million. Let those scoundrel pirates become envious and turn against one another. The authoritative voice of Akainu resounded. He believed it prudent to set the bounty as high as possible, allowing the pirates to eliminate one another, thereby saving him the trouble of hunting them down. Hey, Akainu, are you being a tad too radical? 800 million? That's nearly the worth of a vice-captain of the 4 emperors. Akiji interjected, countering Akainu's proposal. He could not allow Akainu to act so recklessly. Akainu, you are being utterly absurd. Sit down. Sengoku reprimanded Akainu immediately upon witnessing his folly. Vice Admiral Tsuru, what is your perspective? Sengoku, already having a conclusion in mind, felt compelled to consult his longtime friend first. I believe 500 million is a fitting bounty. Vice Admiral Tsuru provided her assessment, noting that this individual possesses swordsmanship capable of contending with Dracul Mihawk and likely exhibits multiple haki abilities. Reports indicate that he seems to wield the power of space manipulation, possibly a devil fruit user. According to our informants, this individual has been aboard Whitebeard's ship for over 5 years, living as a pirate in the New World. Given this information, setting a bounty of 500 million for this individual is entirely reasonable. Tsuru articulated her analysis of Saixi. Very well. Let us proceed with Vice Admiral Tsuru's suggestion and establish Saixi's bounty at 500 million. Upon hearing Tsuru's analysis, Sengoku decisively confirmed Saixi's bounty. Ha 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 ha. A newcomer with a bounty of 500 million. How amusing. Carp's laughter echoed, his timing quite inappropriate. Hey, Carp, that's mine. Sengoku intended to reprimand Carp for his unruly behavior, but his expression shifted upon noticing the sunbae in Carp's hand. This meeting is adjourned. With Sengoku's command, the high-ranking Navy meeting sparked by Saixi officially concluded. Meanwhile, in a sea area of the New World, the world's greatest swordsman has been defeated by an unknown rookie from the Whitebeard Pirates. Saixi exclaimed with excitement, reading the newspaper in hand and enthusiastically patting Mihawk, who sat beside him. In less than a day of their voyage, news of their sparring had spread throughout the seas. After this commotion, you shall no longer be an unknown rookie, Mihawk remarked calmly, gazing at the newspaper. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Saixi's smile faded instantly. So, does that mean I will soon have a Navy bounty on my head? Saixi pointed at himself, looking at Mihawk quizzically. Most likely. The Navy would never allow someone of your formidable strength to roam freely. Mihawk stated the grim reality. No, is my peaceful existence truly coming to an end? Snowflakes dance. The north wind howls. Saixi clutched the newspaper with a pained expression. Morgans, Saixi, would not rest until I find you. He immediately directed his ire towards the news king responsible for the article. Just as Saixi was wallowing in despair, another newspaper was delivered. Mihawk handed over 100 berries and took the newspaper from the hands of the newsbird. Upon glancing at the paper, Mihawk chuckled softly. He then brought the newspaper before the withdrawn Saixi. What is this? A clarification regarding the rumors in that recent article? Saixi pondered whether it would be possible to rectify the contents of the previous paper. You shall see for yourself. Mihawk decided it would be best for Saixi to discover the truth independently. As Saixi accepted the newspaper, his eyes fell upon his own handsome visage. Saixi of the bombarding space, a swordsman rivaling the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, possessing the ability to manipulate space. Bounty, 500 million berries. Dead or alive. Upon encountering this bounty notice, Saix's hope of returning to a tranquil life was utterly extinguished. Chapter 21. The selection of his ships cook upon encountering this bounty notice. Saishi's hopes of returning to a tranquil life were utterly extinguished. 500 million? The Navy truly holds you in high regard. Bestowing such a substantial bounty upon a novice pirate is quite the compliment. Mihawk picked up the bounty notice that Saixi had tossed to the ground and scrutinized it carefully. Indeed, I would prefer if they did not think so highly of themselves. But alas, it is of no consequence now. Since I've been marked, I must simply let events unfold as they will. Perhaps this is fate steering me towards this era. Sachi struggled for a moment, realizing it was futile. He resigned himself to his predicament. After all, with the existence of the talisman, eliminating Sachi would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with his father's protection, anyone seeking to trouble Sachi would need to weigh their own capabilities first. Oh right, Mihawk, what about your bounty notice? Sachi pondered, thinking that since he had already received a bounty, Mihawk must have been exposed as well. A former warlord of the sea who betrayed the Navy would surely be pursued. My bounty notice? Mihawk looked at Sachi with a hint of confusion. Indeed, you are now my crew member. You might as well be considered an auxiliary member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It stands to reason that you can no longer be a warlord of the sea. The Navy must be aware of your departure from that position and would certainly publish your bounty notice. Sachi explained to Mihawk. Regrettably, there is no bounty notice for me here. The Navy may not yet know that I have withdrawn from the warlords of the sea. Mihawk replied with a hint of disappointment. His impassive expression seemed to convey, I sincerely apologize that things are not as you expected. Your expression is utterly infuriating. Sachi thought as he glared at Mihawk, his fists clenched in frustration. Wait a moment. Since the Navy is still unaware of your exit from the warlords, might we not exploit your privileges? Perhaps we could make a considerable fortune. No, I must devise a plan. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. With that, Sachi began to contemplate how to leverage Mihawk's warlord status to acquire some valuable treasures, as he still needed resources to enhance his own strength. Mihawk observed Sachi, who oscillated between bouts of laughter and deep contemplation, and sighed silently. I am hungry. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Mihawk decided to set aside thoughts of his avaricious captain for the moment and prioritize filling his own stomach. Hey, Mihawk, are you going to cook? Please make me a portion as well. Upon hearing Mihawk mention cooking, Sachi immediately halted his musings and called out for Mihawk to prepare something for him. They had recently engaged in battle, and in this world where strength correlates with appetite, the two could consume quite a considerable amount of food in one sitting. Mihawk did not respond, making his way directly toward the kitchen. However, Sachi knew that Mihawk would undoubtedly prepare a serving for him. In no time, Mihawk had prepared a lavish feast, filling the table with an array of delectable dishes. Mihawk, your culinary skills are quite impressive, although they may not quite measure up to that of Sachi. Saixi, while enjoying his meal, couldn't help but comment on Mihawk's cooking. Nevertheless, the exquisite presentation of the dishes makes up for any slight deficiencies in flavor. Mihawk's culinary creations are indeed remarkable, rivaling the elegance of Western cuisine in their presentation. While they may fall short of Sachi's taste, they certainly surpass him in visual appeal. Sachi, the captain of the Whitebeard's 4th Division? Upon hearing Saixi compare his cooking to another, Mihawk found himself intrigued by this individual. Yes, that's him. Although he holds the title of captain, he is also the chef of our Whitebeard Pirates. His dishes are extraordinarily delicious. Yet, your skills are not far behind Sachi's. I never imagined that the world's greatest swordsman could also be such a formidable cook. Saixi devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, often teasing Mihawk in the process. In contrast to Saixi's rather unrefined eating habits, Mihawk appeared remarkably graceful, savoring his steak at a leisurely pace and occasionally taking sips of his red wine. What bliss! After finishing his meal, Saixi reclined in his chair, using a toothpick to tend to his teeth. I made my decision, Mihawk. You shall be the chef of our treasure pirates. Mihawk, relishing his wine, was interrupted by Saixi's enthusiastic proclamation. Chef, I must decline. Mihawk firmly rejected Saixi's proposition. To trick me onto your ship is one thing, but to expect a swordsman to serve as a ship's cook? Not a chance. Hold on. Don't be so hasty in your refusal, Mihawk. Saixi never anticipated that Mihawk would accept his proposal. He still had a few cards to play. If you agree to be the chef of the treasure pirates, I shall present you with a grand treasure from my collection. Observing Saixi's confident demeanor, as if he had already secured Mihawk's agreement, Mihawk felt a flicker of interest. However, recalling Saixi's previous reputation, the individual who aspired to become the king of rags, doubt crept in. Even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates claimed that Saixi's hands were filled with nothing but junk. With that thought, Mihawk's resolve to decline Saixi's offer grew stronger. No, with an expression devoid of emotion, Mihawk once again rejected Saixi's proposal. Don't be so quick to decide, Mihawk. Why not take a look at the treasure I intend to offer you? Seeing that Mihawk still disagreed, Saixi pressed further, tempting him. There's no harm in taking a peek first. It could very well be something that captivates your interest. Saixi leaned closer to Mihawk, enticing him word by word. Mihawk pondered. It wouldn't be a loss to take a look, and what if it truly was a treasure? Although Saixi seemed a bit eccentric, he was undeniably enigmatic. He possessed that mysterious spatial ability and even managed to heal Whitebeard. It is not entirely unwise to take a glance. One might indeed stumble upon a delightful surprise. Thus, let's unveil it. But let me make it clear. Should your treasure fail to meet my expectations, I shall not consent to assume the role of the ship's cook. Upon observing Mihawk relent, Sachi promptly retrieved a magnificent artifact from the confines of the system space. As soon as this treasure was revealed, it captivated Mihawk's attention. The item Sachi presented was none other than the previously acquired reward, the Moniker kitchen knife. Sachi, allow me to examine that knife, Mihawk implored, unable to resist the allure of such a remarkable treasure. Chapter 22. Mihawk's Compromise. The island of Saixi, allow me to see that knife, Mihawk requested, unable to resist the allure of the remarkable treasure in Saixi's possession. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Saixi generously handed over the kitchen knife. One extraordinary knife, Mihawk exclaimed, meticulously examining the Moniker kitchen knife in his hand. He ascended to the deck, wielding the knife with a powerful swing. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated wave did not materialize. Instead, the sea before him parted. Saixi, what is the name of this knife? Mihawk inquired, studying the blade intently. The quality of this knife was unparalleled in Mihawk's experience, even surpassing that of his own signature blade, the Black Blade Yuru. It is called the Moniker kitchen knife. How about this? If you agree to become the ship's cook, this knife shall be yours. Saixi candidly revealed the name of the knife to Mihawk. Moniker, a kitchen knife? Such a powerful weapon is merely a kitchen utensil? Mihawk pondered, staring in disbelief at the exquisite knife in his grasp. Indeed, but do not underestimate this kitchen knife. It is a coveted treasure sought after by chefs around the world. Just as swordsmen search for their own legendary blade, chefs seek the perfect instrument for their culinary pursuits. Saixi elucidated the symbolic significance of the Moniker kitchen knife. Very well, then. I shall become the ship's cook, Mihawk resolved, motivated by the allure of the knife. After all, cooking pales in comparison to the value of this blade. Little did he know that he would soon realize the gravity of his misguided decision. You agree? Splendid. Thus, the Moniker kitchen knife is now yours, Saixi proclaimed, delighted to announce the transfer of ownership now that Mihawk had accepted the role of chef. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Saixi gained a cook for the ship, while Mihawk acquired an extraordinary knife. Just as both were reveling in their advantageous agreement, the sound of a transponder snail interrupted their moment of joy. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu. Upon hearing the sound, Mihawk retrieved his transponder snail. He observed the creature pondering, and after a moment's contemplation, decided to answer the call. It's Mihawk. What can I do for you? He said, intrigued as to who might be calling at such an hour. This is Admiral Sengoku. Hawkeye's Mihawk. Where are you at this moment? Came Sengoku's voice from the other end of the line. Admiral of the Navy? What does this fellow want? Both Mihawk and Saixi thought simultaneously. I am sailing upon the sea. What is it? Mihawk replied, naturally refraining from disclosing that he was en route to Wano country. You are at sea? Upon hearing that the formidable Mihawk still roams the seas, Sengoku's anxieties were finally alleviated. Though he suspected that Mihawk would not ally with the Whitebeard Pirates, he deemed it prudent to ascertain the truth. He had just received word that members of the Whitebeard crew had landed on an island. Given this information, it seemed evident that Mihawk had not joined their ranks. As a warlord of the sea, why would he not inform the Navy before challenging one of the four emperors, namely the Whitebeard Pirates? Upon confirming that Mihawk had not allied with the Whitebeard crew, Sengoku commenced a reprimand, questioning Mihawk's actions. I am not foolish enough to challenge the world's strongest man alone. I merely sought to spar with the swordsmen aboard their ship. Mihawk was fully aware of Sengoku's concerns and spoke the truth, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet, do you comprehend the chaos your encounter with the Whitebeard Pirates has caused the Navy? Your actions have disrupted the tranquility of the seas. Sengoku's voice resonated with fury through the transponder snail. I was merely in pursuit of skilled swordsmen. If the Navy cannot tolerate my endeavors, then I suggest you revoke my title as a warlord of the sea. Mihawk was unimpressed by Sengoku's admonishments. The troubles of a navy were of no concern to him. Besides, he suspected that his position as a warlord would soon be untenable, and he considered resigning rather than enduring this lecture. What do you take the Navy for? What do you regard the title of warlord of the sea as? Sengoku exclaimed, infuriated by Mihawk's suggestion to remove him from his post. The revocation of a warlord's title was not a decision one individual could unilaterally make. This matter ends here. Should you engage in combat with a pirate crew of the 4 Emperors caliber in the future, you must notify the Navy in advance. Regrettably, the appointment of warlords requires the approval of the Gorosei, a matter beyond Sengoku's control. Understood, Mihawk replied dismissively before terminating the call. Since Sengoku could not dismiss him immediately, he had no desire to endure further reprimands. Indeed, the Navy remained unaware that Mihawk had become a member of his crew, or rather, his chef. As Mihawk conversed, Saixi was listening nearby. It was now confirmed that Mihawk's position as a warlord still stood. The Navy truly is bothersome, Mihawk remarked, expressing his disdain for them. Ha! They certainly are annoying, but for now, they cannot reach us. Let us continue our voyage to Wano, Saixi replied, patting Mihawk on the shoulder in agreement. After this incident, Saixi and company encountered no significant troubles, merely navigating swiftly across the vast seas. Hey, Mihawk, do you recognize that island up ahead? Sachi pointed towards an island in the distance and inquired of Mihawk, who stood nearby. Along their journey, Saixi and his companions had encountered several islands, and with each one, he would pose a question to Mihawk. That is Punk Hazard, came the calm voice of the Hawkeyes from beside him. Oh, so that is Punk Hazard. Saixi replied languidly upon hearing Mihawk's words. What? Are you saying this is Punk Hazard? Saixi suddenly reacted with realization. Indeed, at present, neither Akiji nor Akainu has clashed over the position of Fleet Admiral. Punk Hazard remains merely an ordinary island. Upon seeing the island, a thought that had long been brewing in Saishi's mind suddenly surfaced. Chapter 23. The Pursuit of All Sea Mice. Upon beholding the island, a long-forgotten notion suddenly surfaced in Saishi's mind. Mihawk, let us tarry a while on this island. As soon as the thought materialized, Saixi promptly sought Mihawk's counsel. Here, this island harbors no treasures, merely a mad scientist. Mihawk presumed that his treasure-obsessed captain yearned for a hunt. He proceeded to relay the island's general information to Saixi. You are mistaken, Mihawk. I perceive the aroma of treasure on this island. This is my unique treasure instinct. Saixi corrected Mihawk with a beaming smile. By your demeanor, even if I were to disagree, you would insist on steering the ship closer, wouldn't you? Mihawk discerned that this island was indispensable to Saixi. Of course, after all, I am a captain. Follow my lead and set sail for Punk Hazard immediately, Saixi declared with spirited enthusiasm, standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, urging them onward. In but a moment, the serpent arrived at the shores of Punk Hazard. Saixi and Mihawk both leapt from the vessel, setting foot on the land of Punk Hazard. Subsequently, Saixi reverted the serpent back to its capsule form, stowing it within the system space. This spectacle left Mihawk momentarily astonished. What an extraordinarily convenient function. Now, let's embark on our treasure hunt, Mihawk. Saixi clapped Mihawk, who was still in a daze, signaling him to proceed. Mihawk, roused from his reverie, contemplated just how enigmatic his captain truly was, possessing a ship that could be carried at will, transcending even the mightiest blade, and wielding unfathomable spatial abilities. He realized he had made a wise choice in aligning himself with Saixi and his pirate crew. Once ashore, the duo began to survey their surroundings. This island appears quite expansive, Sachi mused, gazing at the seemingly endless land before him. Experiencing these islands firsthand is vastly more authentic than merely watching anime from a computer screen. Saixi, where shall we venture next? Mihawk inquired, his role merely that of a follower, awaiting the directives of his captain. Where to? Why, to seek treasure, of course. Sachi replied, stating the obvious. Ehem, eest. Mihawk, kindly sheathe your blade. As Sachi uttered these words, Mihawk had already grasped the hilt of his black blade, Euro behind him. Did you not mention there exists a mad scientist on this island? Let's seek him out, Sachi proposed. Having resided here for so long, he must possess some knowledge of treasures. Perhaps he has already uncovered a trove, and we might seize it from him. What do you think, Mihawk? After articulating his plan, Sachi once again turned his gaze toward Mihawk, fearing that this individual might draw his sword again. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Mihawk has no interest in treasure hunting. As long as his captain enjoys it, that suffices. As long as it is not aimless wandering, it remains acceptable. Very well, let us seek out that mad scientist then. Being a scientist, he must surely have a laboratory, correct? Mihawk, do you know where this fellow resides? On such a vast island. The original text did not specify the location of Caesar's laboratory. Locating it ourselves may require some effort. I know, follow me. Mihawk feels somewhat exasperated by his captain's naivety. Thankfully, he is quick on his surfboard and often spends his time reading newspapers in his castle. He possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding Caesar, who is ensconced in punk hazard. Splendid, then you shall lead the way. Saixi did not anticipate that Mihawk would indeed know the route. This is 100 times better than that directionally challenged swordsman. Following Mihawk, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Caesar's laboratory. Here we are, this is the place. Mihawk informed Saixi that this is the research facility of Caesar Clown. Although Saixi was somewhat aware of this from the original text, he was eager to hear Mihawk's narrative. Since they had arrived, it was only fitting to create a bit of commotion. Hey, Caesar, you scoundrel, come out. Saixi forcefully kicked open the door and shouted into the interior. This Caesar is merely a minor character, devoid of any combat prowess. What is there to fear? After all, he is already under a bounty, so it matters not if the Navy learns of the events unfolding here. At this moment, Saixi resembles a student who, before accruing too many demerits, cautiously hopes to avoid them. Once the score turns negative, who cares about the deductions? Naturally, the more negative, the better. Having already incurred a bounty, the larger the sum, the more advantageous. The Navy will not refrain from troubling you simply because your bounty is low. On the contrary, the higher your bounty, the more wary the Navy becomes, and the less likely they are to pursue you. Lord Caesar, it is dire. Pirates have intruded. A small pirate, upon seeing Mihawk and Saixi outside, hurried to report to Caesar, who was engrossed in his experiments. How many times must I say it? Do not disturb me while I am conducting experiments. It is merely a handful of pirates. Tell them we are members of the 7 warlords of the sea, under the command of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and to make themselves scarce. Caesar angrily reprimanded the subordinate who interrupted his work. No, that won't do, Lord Caesar. The name of Lord da Flamingo may not hold much weight. The trembling subordinate reluctantly uttered. Not even da Flamingo's name is effective? How many pirates are out there? Caesar was astonished that the pirates outside dared to disregard even the 7 warlords. Could it be a large pirate crew? Only 2 pirates have come. However, is it truly the case that merely 2 pirates have instilled such fear in you? Caesar interrupted his subordinate decisively. My lord, they are not ordinary pirates. Oh, due elaboraci. Caesar replied, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing there were just 2 pirates. He was eager to discover the nature of these audacious marauders who dared to invade the esteemed research facility of Lord Caesar. The individuals in question had recently gained notoriety at sea for vanquishing the world-renowned swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. Their bounty reached an astonishing 500 million berries. What? A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Upon hearing this, Caesar's composure began to waver. My lord, the other individual is none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, who has just been defeated by this very same pirate. What? Chapter 24. The Search for Momonosuke and the Retrieval of the Azure Dragon Fruit Caesar, the Esteemed Scientist. was astounded to learn that the other individual mentioned in the news was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, who had just defeated his opponent. What? Upon hearing that the other person was Mihawk, Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief. Once he confirmed the veracity of the information, he sprinted towards the entrance of the research facility without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, he had no time to ponder the reasons behind the unexpected arrival of these two formidable figures or what they sought from him. All he knew was that one was a warlord of the sea, and the other a member of the Whitebeard Pirates who had triumphed over the world's greatest swordsman. One hailed from the warlords, while the other was part of the Yonko crew. Both were far beyond his capability to contend with. His only hope was that they were not there to claim his life. Why aren't they coming out? Perhaps I should just raise this research facility to the ground. Mihawk and Sabo contemplated the lack of a welcoming committee, considering how to escalate the situation. No. Please don't destroy my research facility. Not far off. Caesar was racing towards them with incredible speed. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the entrance, breathless. Ah, finally you have emerged, Caesar. I was beginning to think you were unwelcoming of our visit, Sabo remarked playfully, observing Caesar's panting form. No. It is a pleasure beyond measure to have such esteemed guests in my humble research facility. How could I possibly be unwelcoming? Caesar dared not show any semblance of disrespect towards these two mighty swordsmen who could easily end his life in an instant. So you are indeed pleased, then? Sabo inquired with a cheeky grin. Of course. I am immensely delighted to see both esteemed gentlemen. Caesar quickly responded, eager to appease them. Then do enlighten me just how pleased you are. Should your answer fail to satisfy, I shall have my companion, the world's greatest swordsman, cleave you into 8 pieces. Mihawk, what does this have to do with me? Sabo, enjoying the spectacle of Caesar's subservience, felt a surge of mischief and was prepared to toy with him further. Esteemed gentlemen, Caesar stuttered, utterly flabbergasted. What did Sabo mean by asking how pleased he was? Was he truly threatening to have him bisected if he failed to meet expectations? Was this a jest or a serious threat? Ha. I was merely jesting. Do you think I am the sort of pirate who would casually sever others? Sabo laughed heartily at Caesar's alarmed reaction. Relieved to discover that Sabo's threat was merely a joke, Caesar felt his tension dissipate. Why, Caesar, why do you not laugh? Is my jest not amusing? Sabo redirected his attention back to Caesar, who seemed caught off guard. Yes, it is quite humorous. Very amusing indeed, Caesar replied hastily, laughing along with Sabo to ease the tension. All right then, I shall cease my teasing. I have come to seek a person, and perhaps, in the process, to discover some treasures. Seeing Caesar's theatrical demeanor, Saixi chose not to jest with him any longer and straightforwardly articulated his purpose for being there. Seeking someone? Treasures? Upon hearing Saix's intentions, Caesar involuntarily shuddered. The notion of treasure was manageable. Whatever Saixi desired, he could provide, and if necessary, he could reimburse Doflamingo. However, the matter of finding someone posed a challenge. It was clear that Saixi was not searching for any of his subordinates. Aside from his own men, the only others present were the unfortunate children who had been captured for experimentation. May I inquire, Lord Saixi, what does the person you seek look like? Are there any distinguishing features? Caesar hoped fervently that Saixi was not in search of those children. Distinct features? Indeed, there are. A child appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old, sporting a braid, dressed in a samurai's attire. That is about all I can provide. Saixi vaguely described the appearance of Momonosuke. Upon hearing this, Caesar was struck with a wave of cold sweat. Lord Saixi, what is this person's relation to you? He clung to a final shred of hope, wishing that the child or their parents were adversaries of Saixi. What relation? One might consider him a nephew. Upon this revelation, despair enveloped Caesar. He wearily instructed his subordinates to fetch the child matching that description. Oh, by the way, I recall that you possess a devil fruit, the one left by Vegapunk. As Caesar prepared to send someone to find Momonosuke, Saixi immediately requested that the treasure he sought be brought forth as well. How do you know about that devil fruit? Caesar was astonished once again by Saix's knowledge of the artificial devil fruit. How I know is of no concern to you. Your sole responsibility is to retrieve it for me. Saixi was indifferent to Caesar's thoughts. He only cared about acquiring the treasures he desired. Very well. I shall personally fetch it for you. The devil fruit was of no use to Caesar. It was better employed to appease Saixi. In no time, Caesar emerged bearing a blue-purple devil fruit adorned with peculiar patterns, accompanied by a small child trailing behind him. Lord Saixi, I have brought you the devil fruit you requested, along with your nephew. With that, Caesar handed the devil fruit to Saixi and pushed the bewildered Momonosuke forward. Just moments ago, this group had suddenly located Momonosuke and informed him that his uncle had come to find him, whisking him away without further explanation. Initially, Momonosuke was puzzled about the identity of this uncle. Could it be Kinemon come to rescue him? However, upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted by two unfamiliar figures. Ah, splendid. Both are indeed the genuine articles. Saixi assessed the devil fruit in his hand before scrutinizing the pushed-forward Momonosuke, confirming that both were authentic. Dear nephew, come here to your uncle. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, the very crew your father, Kazuki Oden, once sailed with. After Safi stowed away the fruit in a secured space, he beckoned Momonosuke to approach him. Are you truly one of the Whitebeard pirates my father spoke of? Upon hearing Safi's words, Momonosuke immediately lowered his guard. His father had mentioned that in times of trouble, one could seek assistance from the Whitebeard Pirates. Indeed, I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and my bounty stands at 500 million berries. Upon learning of Safi's staggering bounty, Momonosuke was filled with newfound hope of overcoming Kaido. Chapter 25. A plea to Caesar upon hearing that the bounty on Saixi was a staggering 500 million. Momonosuke immediately perceived a glimmer of hope in defeating Kaido. Uncle Saixi, I implore you to assist me in returning to Wano. With a swift request, Momonosuke began to seek aid. Ah, dear nephew, let us defer that matter for the moment. First, allow me to address the issues at hand. Saixi replied. Although he harbored a strong desire to eliminate Momonosuke right then and there, he had other tasks to attend to. Caesar, witnessing Saixi's intention to resolve the immediate matters, found himself in dismay. What could possibly be more pressing than his own predicament? It dawned upon him that resolving the current issues meant confronting himself. In that moment, Caesar knelt before Saixi, pleading, Lord Saixi, I truly had no knowledge that this child is your nephew. I beseech you, spare my life. I do not wish to be cut into pieces. With tears streaming down his face, Caesar clung to Saixi's leg. Amused by this unexpected attachment, Saixi chuckled softly. Release your grip. Who said I sought your life? Upon hearing that his life was no longer in jeopardy, Caesar hastily relinquished his hold, wary of provoking this formidable figure. Your research facility must house more than just my nephew, yes? Please treat the others well in my absence. I rather enjoy children, and I would hate to return only to find them missing. As Saixi uttered these words, a flicker of Conqueror's haki accompanied them, rendering Caesar immobile with fear. Igrigalles, I assure you, I will treat them with utmost care. Caesar dared not oppose the notorious pirate whose bounty soared to 500 million. Since you have acquiesced, we shall take our leave. Mihawk, let us depart. Mihawk, who had been silent for quite some time, followed Saixi as they exited. Once Saixi and Mihawk truly departed, Caesar exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, he had succeeded in sending these two formidable figures away. However, he was astonished to discover that members of the Whitebeard Pirates still existed within his laboratory. Henceforth, he would need to exercise greater caution. As Caesar emerged from the brink of death, who else found themselves teetering on that precipice? It was a perplexing mystery. Meanwhile, Saixi and Mihawk, accompanied by the hopeful Momonosuke, arrive at the beach where they would make landfall. Saixi, is he truly the son of Kazuki Oden? Mihawk questioned, eyeing Momonosuke with skepticism. To Mihawk's knowledge, Oden had perished over a decade ago. How could a child of 3 or 4 suddenly appear? I was transported to this world by my mother's mystical powers. In my world, my father has only recently passed, Momonosuke quickly explained, responding to Mihawk's doubts. Oh, Mihawk, why do you harbor such suspicion? This boy was sent to the future by the powers of a devil fruit, which is our present. Saixi interjected, clarifying the situation for Mihawk, who remained unaware of the intricacies involved. If it pertains to the devil fruit, then such a possibility certainly exists. Are you suggesting that this child is indeed Odin's son? That is unequivocal. Possessing the treasure intuition, I would never be mistaken. With Saix's assurance, my hawk came to believe that this seemingly feeble individual was indeed Odin's progeny. Now that we have located Odin's son, what shall we do next? Should we venture to Wano and defeat Kaido to avenge Odin? My hawk was well aware that Kazuki Odin had been brutally slain by Kaido. Defeating Kaido? How audacious of you to even consider that. He is a Yonko of immense renown, not someone one could easily vanquish with mere words. Saixi was taken aback by my hawk's boldness as he directly contemplated confronting the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Uncle, are you not going to assist me in defeating Kaido? My father was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing Saix's intention to refrain from aiding him against Kaido, Momonosuke immediately interjected. Defeat Kaido? Do you have any notion of Kaido's strength? You expect us, the Whitebeard Pirates, to help you in overcoming him? Saixi scoffed at Momonosuke's remarks. But my father... Momonosuke was abruptly cut off by Saixi. Indeed, your father was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, he has unilaterally abandoned us. After a mere period of sailing together, do you expect the Whitebeard Pirates to dedicate themselves to your Kazuki family? Is that not rather presumptuous? Saixi unleashed a tirade upon Momonosuke. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to reason with you. You are not worthy of such discourse. Saixi felt that engaging in rational debate with this pink-haired child was a futile endeavor. He swiftly drew his sword, Akiyuki, and cleaved Momonosuke into 8 pieces. Momonosuke, until his last breath, could hardly fathom that Saixi would dare to strike a child. Mihawk, standing nearby, could hardly comprehend how many times he had been astonished since encountering Saixi. He could not reconcile how the individual who had just been reasoning had suddenly reduced Odin's son to mere fragments. Do you wish to know why I struck him down? Saixi inquired, noticing Mihawk's bewildered expression. I am indeed curious to understand your reasoning, much like I am perplexed as to why you did not rescue those children from the laboratory earlier. Mihawk articulated the question that had lingered in his mind since the beginning. Were it not for Mihawk's understanding of Saix's character, he might have deemed him a sadist with a penchant for child abuse. Do you wonder why I did not save those children? In truth, I'm already in the process of rescuing them. Saixi began his explanation. What do you perceive Caesar to be? Saixi fixed his gaze upon Mihawk and posed the question. Caesar? A deranged scientist, Mihawk responded. What would happen if such a mad scientist were to lose his experimental materials? The answer is that he would seek new experimental subjects. With Saix's words, Mihawk could no longer remain oblivious to the implications at play. Is this the son of Odin? Mihawk glanced at the fragmented form of Momonosuke lying on the ground. Oh, he is not. His condition is the result of other circumstances. Subsequently, Saixi recounted to Mihawk the tumultuous life of the ever-changing Odin. Initially, he appeared to be a formidable warrior eager to broaden his horizons. However, as time progressed, his actions became increasingly absurd. He first departed from the Whitebeard Pirates to join the Roger Pirates. Then, he left the Whitebeard Pirates once more, returning to Wano to prepare for his succession as shogun. He then faced Kaido alone, engaging in those unpredictable deeds. Ultimately, it is utterly preposterous that someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Kaido could endure such a prolonged immersion in boiling oil. Truly, he is a legendary figure of resilience. Is this the reason you seek to eliminate the son of Odin? Chapter 26. Reward Recovery. Bounty update. Is this the reason you wish to eliminate Odin's son? After hearing about Odin's exploits, Mihawk couldn't help but twitch his lips. That is not the case. Odin is Odin, and his son is his son. The two should not be conflated. I simply found his demeanor displeasing, hence my decision to strike him down. As Saixi uttered these words, his expression was one of utter innocence, making one wonder if he had merely uprooted a weed. Well, as long as you are content. Mihawk regarded Saix's expression with a hint of perplexity. What can be done? After all, he is the captain of our ship. I must not lose my temper. I cannot simply end his life. Oh, by the way, Mihawk, do you consume devil fruits? As he spoke, Saixi produced the recently acquired devil fruit. Devil fruit? Do you know what type it is? Mihawk was taken aback by how Saixi had suddenly diverted the conversation. Heh, you'll be astonished when I reveal this. Pay attention. The devil fruit in my hand is the Zoan type, mythical beast, fish fruit, azure dragon form. Saixi proudly held up the fruit, brimming with confidence regarding its properties. Mythical beast? Azure dragon form? ISNT, that Kaido's fruit? Upon hearing the name, Mihawk immediately thought of the beast Kaido's fruit. He certainly did not believe Kaido was dead. Indeed, it is Kaido's fruit, but the one in my possession is a counterfeit. It is an artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk using Kaido's genes. However, due to its differing coloration, that genius deemed it a failure. So what do you think? Would you like to consume this fruit? Perhaps you could become the next Beast Kaido. Saixi provided Mihawk with a comprehensive introduction to the devil fruit. How on earth did you come by this information? Mihawk found himself increasingly bewildered by Saixi. To him, Saixi was an enigma, utterly inscrutable. Do not concern yourself with how I acquire this knowledge. Just tell me, will you eat it or not? Saixi extended the devil fruit towards Mihawk. No, thank you. I trust my swordsmanship far more than a devil fruit. Mihawk firmly declined Saixi's offer. Seeing Mihawk turn away, Saixi shrugged and returned the devil fruit to its designated space. He then retrieved the 8 Momonosuke lying on the ground. System detected that the host has recovered an important plot item. Zoan type, mythical beast, fish fruit, azure dragon form, replica. Commencing extraction of rewards from the multiverse for the host. Is Momonosuke not counted? Or is this item determined randomly? Saixi found himself puzzled by the system's criteria for judgment. Nevertheless, it is once again time for the thrilling gamble. Congratulations, host. You have received an unlimited supply of all varieties of fine wines from Earth. Hooray! This is excellent. Saixi was quite pleased with this reward. Before entering the world of pirates, Sachi abstained from alcohol. However, upon his arrival in the pirate realm, he discovered the exquisite flavors of the libations from his own world. Sachi made his way to the shore, releasing the ship, the Sire, and alongside Mihawk, boarded their pirate vessel. After this brief interlude, the two set sail once again towards Wano country. Mihawk, come and sample this. It's a fine wine that cannot be found elsewhere. Even I have yet to taste it, Sachi proclaimed, unveiling a bottle of Roman Icani, the most expensive red wine. In the pirate world, nearly everyone has a penchant for drinking, and upon hearing of the fine wine, Mihawk promptly approached. Sachi decanted the wine, and the two began to savor this exquisite vintage neither had experienced before. As they indulged in the wine, both were enraptured. However, Mihawk was savoring the rich bouquet of the wine, while Sachi reveled in the fragrant aroma of currency. Indeed, it is a fine wine, they both declared in unison. What do you think, Mihawk? Captain here is generous enough to share such a treasure with his crew. I must be an extraordinary captain, Sachi boasted narcissistically. Mihawk, upon hearing this, found himself appreciating Sachi's character. Sharing such delightful wine truly reflected a commendable captain. Yet, Mihawk suddenly pondered Sachi. You're not celebrating your recent defeat of Odin's son, are you? The jovial Sachi, who had been enjoying the wine, instantly froze at Mihawk's words. Ahem, how could that be? I'm nothing of the sort. Sachi hastily turned away from Mihawk, awkwardly uttering his reply. Observing Sachi's guilty demeanor, Mihawk felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. What kind of captain had he aligned himself with? Nevertheless, as long as there was fine wine to enjoy, Mihawk decided to let it be. Drink freely, Mihawk. I have plenty more. Upon noticing Mihawk's lack of concern regarding the earlier topic, Sachi quickly retrieved 2 more bottles of Roman Icani from his storage and presented them to Mihawk. As they savored their exquisite wine, Sachi once again stirred the naval headquarters. Bang! Sengoku forcefully slapped Sachi's bounty notice onto the display board. Just days prior, the notorious Sachi had appeared in Punk Hazard, accompanied by the famed Mihawk. Furthermore, according to intelligence reports, he had established a pirate crew named the Treasure Pirates. Sengoku pointed at the image of the Iron Giant on the board. It had been confirmed. Mihawk had indeed become one of his crew members, and he possessed a ship entirely crafted from metal, the Iron Galleon. Listening to Sengoku's account, the crowd fell into a profound silence. They had not anticipated that the very individual they had discussed merely days ago would once again make an appearance today. The peril posed by the bombing space, Saixi, has exceeded our expectations. Moreover, it is highly probable that the formidable Hawkeye Mihawk has betrayed the Navy and withdrawn from the ranks of the 7 warlords. Curse those pirates. I shall apprehend them all and imprison them in impelled down. Akainu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Calm down, Sakazuki. The matter of hunting down pirates is not one to be deliberated at this moment. Sengoku interjected, soothing the irate Akainu as he steered the meeting towards its intended agenda. As before, we must revisit the bounty on bombing space, Saixi, and the bounty on Hawkeye Mihawk, who has voluntarily exited the Seven Warlords. I propose that we raise the bounty on bombing space, Saixi, to 1 billion. Chapter 27. Mihawk's membership expiration. I propose we raise the bounty for the pirate Sachi to 1 billion, declared Admiral Sengoku with grave seriousness. The audience was taken aback by this unexpected proclamation. Admiral Sengoku, is such a proposal not a bit excessive? Bestowing such a high bounty upon a newcomer pirate? As this remark echoed through the room, all the naval commanders turned to the speaker. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than Akainu who had uttered such a bold statement. While it seemed incredulous to me, I found myself in agreement with Sakazuki's proposal. Akiji never imagined that he would find common ground with Akainu at the conference table. Remarkable. The two opposing admirals have reached a consensus. This pirate named Saixi must indeed be formidable. Since the ascension of these two to the rank of admiral, Kazuru had never witnessed such unity in their opinions. Everyone, please quiet down and let us hear what Admiral Sengoku has to say, interrupted Vice Admiral Tsuru, halting any burgeoning discussions. With her words, the audience shifted their focus back to Admiral Sengoku. My reasoning for placing a bounty of 1 billion on the pirate Saixi is well-founded. Just yesterday, our undercover agent within the Whitebeard Pirates relayed alarming news. All of Whitebeard's ailments and injuries have mysteriously vanished. As Sengoku spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber. Nanny, is it not true that Whitebeard was in critical condition? How could he suddenly recover? Garp's demeanor shifted from playful to grave upon hearing this news. Indeed, an old man burdened with ailments posed no real threat to us. Whitebeard was merely ace off the content to defend his territory. However, now that all his injuries have disappeared, he likely has returned to his prime. Sengoku's fervor escalated as he continued, slamming his hand on his Saishi's bounty poster. Could it be that this pirate Saixi healed Whitebeard? Akiji immediately considered this possibility. Precisely. Our informant within the Whitebeard Pirates confirmed that this individual is responsible for Whitebeard's recovery. Moreover, he has recruited Dracul Mihawk into his treasure pirate crew. As Sengoku spoke these words, his gaze intensified. Furthermore, the island that was destroyed was a test conducted after Whitebeard's recovery. That bastard obliterated the island with a single strike. Following Sengoku's revelations, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. Has Mihawk betrayed the Navy? I had always suspected that those ruthless pirates were utterly unreliable. Akainu discerned a crucial point within Sengoku's words. It appears that Mihawk has indeed joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The current situation is indeed becoming increasingly opaque. Green Pheasant has realized the gravity of the matter. A resurgent Whitebeard, the world's foremost swordsman, and a healer capable of curing Whitebeard's affliction, who is rumored to have triumphed over Hawkeye, Saixi. The Whitebeard Pirates now seemingly boast at least 2 Imperial-level forces. Within the confines of the sea, the delicate balance is on the verge of disruption. Yellow Monkey continues his sagacious discourse. If it is indeed Saixi who has restored Whitebeard, then I concur that this individual's bounty should be elevated to 1 billion. Akainu is perplexed as to why such a formidable healer would choose to become a notorious pirate. Possessing immense strength and unfathomable healing abilities, reports suggest that this individual restored Whitebeard in mere seconds. Sengoku, listening to the ongoing discussions, once again drops a bombshell. After hearing his words, the assembly is once more reminded of Saix's terrifying potential. In just a few seconds, he can revive someone on the brink of death. If this power were to be utilized without restriction, what an ominous ability it would be. Alas, my apologies, the talisman truly seems to be of unlimited use. Such a potent ability must undoubtedly come with limitations, though we remain unaware of what they entail. However, regardless of these constraints, the pinnacle Whitebeard he has created warrants our utmost attention. After all, We cannot ascertain how many times he can restore Whitebeard to his peak. Sengoku's words resonate like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of all present. Let me reiterate, elevate the bounty of Saixi to 1 billion. I agree. So do I. Me too. After hearing Sengoku's analysis, everyone directly perceives the terror embodied by Saixi. Although his precise strength remains unknown, he has managed to conjure the strongest man known on the seas. For this alone, he is worth the 10 billion berries. Aside from Saixi, there is another main character today, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, who has been recruited by Saixi. Seeing that everyone has acquiesced to Saix's bounty, Sengoku shifts his focus to another photograph. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman and a former warlord of the sea, has engaged in battle multiple times with one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, surpassing him in swordsmanship. He is an exceedingly dangerous individual. His bounty is set at 3,900,000,000 berries. After introducing Mihawk's information, Sengoku reveals the staggering amount of his bounty. Although those present were prepared, the figure still elicited gasps of astonishment. Compared to Saixi, Mihawk's prowess is evident to all. The assembly had long anticipated that his bounty would be substantial. Nevertheless, the revelation of this figure is still shocking. Do you have any objections to the bounty of Dracula Mihawk? The warring states proceeded with their customary procedures, though ultimately, he heeded no one as counsel. The determination of the bounty was left entirely to his discretion. If there are no objections, let us settle on this bounty. Agreed. While they were taken aback by the magnitude of the bounty, it did not imply that it was unreasonable. Rather, it was a testament to its perceived fairness that elicited their astonishment. Very well, this meeting is hereby concluded. With the unanimous consent of the assembly, the warring states declared the dissolution of the gathering. Unbeknownst to Sachi on the other side, his mere act of landing on an island and casually dispatching an individual had resulted in an increase in his bounty, inadvertently jeopardizing Mihawk's affiliation with the 7 warlords. Chapter 28. The renowned Saixi, arrival in Wano and a certain oceanic expanse of a new world. Father, look quickly, Saix's bounty has risen again, exclaimed Ace, excitedly brandishing Saix's wanted poster as he approached Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. La 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 la, that lad is truly restless compared to before. Whitebeard gazed at the astonishing bounty of 1 billion on the poster, and the image of Saixi materialized in his mind. He had an inkling that his son would stir the seas into even greater tumult. Deep beneath the waves lay the paradise of fishmen and mermaids, Fishman Island. A rotund blue figure leisurely entered a grand palace, known as Ryugu Palace. Your Majesty Neptune, I have brought a gift, announced a towering whale shark fishman clad in traditional kimono and wooden sandals, adorned with the emblem of the Sun Pirates. The visitor was none other than the current warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Oh, Jinbei has arrived, King Neptune exclaimed, his face lighting up as he gestured for the blue figure to take a seat beside him. Jinbei, you have returned. Have the humans outside given you any trouble during your absence? Spoke a delicate and graceful figure, her long, light-colored hair cascading smoothly, her demeanor warm and benevolent. Exuding maternal radiance, Princess Odoheim. Fear not, Princess Odoheim, I am well. I am now a warlord of the sea, after all, Jinbei replied, his face brightening at her concern. I truly appreciate your efforts, Jinbei. I am sincerely sorry that the responsibility of communication with the outside world falls solely upon you. King Neptune expressed his regrets. Alas, the fishmen can be captured and enslaved by other races the moment they leave Fishman Island. Only those with formidable strength, like Jinbei, can traverse these treacherous seas without peril. Do not worry, Your Majesty Neptune. It is my duty for the sake of Fishman Island, Jinbei assured. However, I have brought a gift for both you and the princess. With that, Jinbei presented the wanted poster to Neptune. A wanted poster? Neptune's curiosity piqued regarding Jinbei's offering. This is Lord Saixi. King Neptune gasped in astonishment upon viewing the full visage of the poster. What? Lord Saixi? Princess Odoheim chimed in, drawn closer by King Neptune's exclamation. It truly is Lord Saixi. How nostalgic. It has been a decade since we last met, hasn't it? Princess Odoheim gazed at the photograph on the wanted poster, filled with reminiscence. Indeed, the last time we met was 10 years ago. Now, Lord Saixi is a notorious pirate with a staggering bounty of 1 billion, she added wistfully. In contrast to Odoheim's sentimentality, Neptune's attention was drawn to the figure at the bottom of the wanted poster, noting the impressive bounty. Oh, Lord Saixi is indeed remarkable. He was so powerful even as a child a decade ago. He must have grown even stronger now. Following Neptune's cue, Princess Odoheim also took note of Saix's astonishing bounty. Indeed, were it not for Lord Saixi, who once traversed Fishman Island, rescuing the princess and imparting upon us the knowledge of survival upon the vast seas, our Fishman tribe might have been utterly vanquished, captured, and sold into slavery. Neptune gazed upon the bounty notice in his hands, reflecting on the situation. In Wano, upon the island of Onigashima, the formidable Yonko Kaido held a freshly minted bounty notice. Ah, at long last, that rascal Saixi has revealed himself in these waters. I had anticipated he would remain in the shadows a while longer. With a glance at the face depicted on the notice, Kaido took a swig from his flask, indulging in the moment. On the streets of Wano, a strikingly statuesque woman spoke with fervor. Has Saixi embarked on his adventures? Then I too shall set forth upon the seas to commence my own escapades. This woman, exuding an aura of strength and confidence, was none other than Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, with her long white hair and a pair of crimson horns adorning her head. Yamato-sama, fresh Odin awaits you. Would you care to sample some? Called the vendor. Yamato-sama, I have just prepared a pot of delectable mochi soup. Come, have a bowl. As Yamato strolled along the roadside, merchants eagerly beckoned her to their stalls. Thank you all, but I have matters to attend to today and shall forego your offerings. With that, Yamato swiftly departed, a gust of wind at her heels. Presently, Yamato serves as one of the overseers of Wano. The former general, Orochi, met his demise a year prior at the hands of Saixi and Ace, leading to the current state of affairs in Wano, which can be traced back to Saix's influence. He illuminated a path for Kaido, revealing that mere reliance on the sale of sea prism stone would yield no future. To amass wealth, one must embrace capitalism and foster individual enterprise. Thus, under Saix's guidance, Kaido transformed the internal structure of Wano into a colony, compelling the populace to labor for the beast pirates. Whether clearing land, mining, vending, or farming, the citizens initially resisted, yet after amiable negotiations with the beast pirates, they swiftly acquiesced. At first, they harbored grievances, but after a month of toil, they found themselves pleasantly surprised. The wages received at the end of that month surpassed what they had earned after 6 months of arduous work. Their spirits soared as they joyfully immersed themselves in labor. This work is splendid. This is how it ought to be done. To labor so little yet reap such rewards, without the oppressive taxes imposed by Orochi. This is indeed paradise. Now, with the populace well fed, Kaido's coffers overflowed. A mere trickle of goods from the outside world sufficed to meet Wano's needs, while the nation continued to export sea prism stones and high-quality swords. As for Yamato, I am casually discussing 2 light novels. I truly wonder what the original Kaido is thinking, allowing Yamato to develop freely, while becoming infatuated with such an absurd character as Odin. After the shocking revelations brought to Yamato by Sabo in the 21st century, I suddenly feel that Kaido, this biological father, is not so bad after all. Hey. Another remarkable individual has emerged upon the vast ocean. A bounty of 1 billion. This fellow possesses such an astonishing reward. Have you heard? The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, has withdrawn from the 7 warlords. We must not provoke the treasure pirate crew, for they are under the banner of Whitebeard and are protected by Mihawk. Conversations of this nature are now ubiquitous throughout the Grand Line. And our protagonist, Sabo. I have returned to Wano. Chapter 29. Suspected Companion? Wano Country. I, Saixi, have returned. Upon setting foot on the land of Wano, Saixi could not help but let out a loud shout. Who dares to shout in Wano? Do they not value their lives? No sooner had Saixi called out than a pirate, clad in the attire of the beast pirates, emerged. Mihawk, with a hint of reluctance to comment, observed the scene. Well, I certainly did not anticipate this. Saixi expressed his apologies to Mihawk beside him. Was it really necessary to seek me out just for a shout? Saixi murmured under his breath. Hey, you two, do you have any idea? Initially, the rough-looking pirate aimed to say more, but upon seeing the faces of Saixi and Mihawk, his voice dwindled to a whisper. You are from the treasure pirates. How dare you trespass into the territory of the beast pirates? Lord Kaido will not let you go. Upon confirming the identities of the two men before him, notorious as they were in the newspapers, the pirate hastily retreated, leaving behind a menacing remark. This nameless pirate thought to himself, one with a bounty of 1 billion, and the other at 59 billion. How is it that a mere worker with no bounty of his own encounters such terrifying figures? Seeing the pirate flee, Saixi paid him no mind. After all, he had some connections with Kaido. Reporting them wouldn't lead to any trouble for him. Besides, it saved him the effort of seeking Kaido out himself. Shouldn't we stop him? If he returns, it's likely that many will come looking for trouble with us. Although Saixi had mentioned his slight relationship with Kaido, he still believed that avoiding unnecessary issues was wise. What kind of good relationship could exist between two Emperor-level pirate crews? It was already a blessing if they did not engage in a skirmish upon meeting. No worries. Let him return to report to Kaido. If that's the case, someone will come to greet us shortly. Saixi reassured Mihawk, asserting that he had some connections in Wano. All right, the brief interlude is over. Let's set off. With that, Saixi stored the surl and produced a capsule instead. He tossed it forward, and a rugged vehicle materialized before them. What on earth have you conjured now? Mihawk gazed at the contraption, uncertain of how many more surprises Saixi had in store. Stop staring and get in quickly, Saixi urged Mihawk, who, seeing no reason to hesitate, complied and boarded the vehicle. Do you see that strap on your right? That S called a seat belt, secured into the buckle on the left. Saixi instructed Mihawk to fasten his seatbelt as soon as he entered. Even in the pirate world, one must adhere to traffic regulations and prioritize road safety. Mihawk found nothing amiss and obediently fastened his seatbelt. Brace yourself, for the renowned racer, Saixi, is about to hit the road. As the roar of the engine echoed, the rugged off-road vehicle surged forward with a swift whoosh. What a thrill! In my previous life, I never had the opportunity to race like this on the ground, and at last, I had found a chance to indulge myself. Mihawk, standing nearby, marveled at the astonishing speed of this mode of transportation. However, he soon pondered a pressing question. After an exhilarating high-speed drive, the two of them stopped before a house. So, Mihawk, my driving skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Upon disembarking, Sachi immediately boasted about his prowess behind the wheel. This contraption is indeed remarkable. But why didn't TU bring it out sooner? If we had this in Punk Hazard, we could have saved ourselves a considerable amount of time. Mihawk, disregarding Saichi's self-indulgence, raised a question that had just crossed his mind during their ride. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, Sachi fell silent. He certainly couldn't confess that he had forgotten about this vehicle. That would be far too embarrassing. Haha, let's not dwell on that. One must look forward, right? We should waste time reminiscing about the past. Sachi quickly forced a laugh, eager to shift the conversation. Noticing Saichi's demeanor, Mihawk understood the underlying reason and chose not to press further. With Mihawk's tacit agreement to let the matter rest, Sachi swiftly moved on and pushed open the door of the house. Hey, Xiaoyu, I'm back to see you. As he swung the door open, Sachi called out into the interior. Huh? Who's there? Xiaoyu, who was inside, responded immediately upon hearing her name. Oh, it's you, Brother Saixi, Xiaoyu exclaimed as she hurried to the door and saw Saixi standing there. Brother Saixi, I missed you so much. Upon seeing Saixi, Xiaoyu leaped into his embrace. Why are you the only one here? Where's Brother Ace? Glancing around and noticing Ace was absent, she quickly inquired about his whereabouts. Standing beside them, Mihawk quipped, Am I not a person? Do I not count? Ace is still on his own adventure. I came to check on you first. Saixi replied, How have you been? Where is Uncle Tingo? Where did he go? After explaining Ace's absence, Saixi immediately began to inquire about Xiaoyu's well-being. After all, the last time he and Ace visited, Xiaoyu was struggling to find enough to eat. However, from his brief observation, it seemed she was faring much better now. The previously dilapidated house had been repaired. New furniture adorned the interior, and Xiaoyu's complexion appeared significantly improved. Ever since you and Brother Ace arrived in Wano, Lord Kaido has transformed the country. After executing the former general, Lord Kaido accomplished remarkable feats. Now everyone can enjoy enough food. Moreover, I still have the provisions that Brother Saixi bestowed upon me, and each day is filled with joy. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Saixi realized that Kaido had indeed taken his advice to heart. It is only right that the populace be well fed. Only then can they contribute to your wealth. How can one expect to amass riches by merely exploiting a destitute populace? Brother Saixi, allow me to share with you. My master is currently employed at a swordsmithing factory in the city, earning a substantial amount of belly each day. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, with Saixi recounting tales of his adventures with Ace. Meanwhile, Mihawk quietly observed their camaraderie, pondering to himself, is this little girl truly the companion Saixi seeks? Chapter 30. The transformation of Wano Country. Kaido was aware of Saishi's arrival. Xiao Yu, I am truly delighted to see you thriving. I am also very happy to see you, Brother Saixi. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time before it came to an end. However, Mihawk, who stood nearby, was growing impatient. Xiao Yu, I must head to the flower capital. There are others awaiting my arrival. Saixi gently ruffled Xiao Yu's hair, informing her of his departure. All right, Brother Saixi, you may go. I am much stronger now. Xiao Yu reminisced about the last time Saixi and Ace left, when she had cried. This time she had matured. She was no longer the little girl who wept easily. You truly are remarkable, Xiao Yu. I shall take my leave now. With that, Saixi turned his gaze toward the elegantly solitary Mihawk. Let's go, in search of our next companion. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Mihawk realized that this little girl was not a member of their crew after all. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yu, they boarded Saishi's off-road vehicle and set off for the flower capital. The flower capital, a structure adorned with the emblem of the Wano government, was once the residence of the shogun. Following the demise of Kaido, who had dispatched Orochi, the other daimyos of Wano had also met their end at the hands of the beast pirates. Consequently, this shogun's residence had been transformed into a government office. As Saixi had previously mentioned, within this building, numerous individuals were engaged in managing affairs from various regions of Wano. These individuals were members of the beast pirates, yet they had been recruited from outside and were not combatants. After Kaido was enlightened by Saixi, he realized that his subordinates needed education. A mere band of brutish fighters had no future. Thus, Kaido sought out a multitude of intellectuals from across the Grand Line. Remarkably, in just a year, the pirates of the Beast Pirates had attained a literacy level comparable to that of elementary school students. At the very least, they could read and write. However, Kaido's educational policy proved burdensome for the members of the Beast Pirates. Having received no formal education in their youth, the sudden demand to attend classes felt like a death sentence for them. Jin and Queen fared better. Queen was a scientist by trade. Despite his robust physique, he was indeed a genuine intellectual. Jin, possessing a sharp mind, had previously served as an instructor within the Beast Pirates, so he had a foundational understanding of culture and managed to adapt with relative ease. Yet, this was a dire situation for our dear king of the seas, Jack, who was a true brute, barely able to recognize a few characters. Each day, he was relegated to Kaido's remedial cultural classes. Deputy Chief Yamato, what brings you here? The workers within the Wano government greeted Yamato as she entered. I came here to find something. Do you have any newspapers from Sachi? Yamato stated her purpose directly. Wano had always been scarce in receiving newsbirds, and what little arrived were mostly wanted posters. Due to the pervasive illiteracy among the members of the Beast Pirates, they are unable to comprehend newspapers and can only glance at the wanted posters. Furthermore, this group of individuals has a notorious history of pilfering newspapers without payment and mistreating employees. Were it not for Kaido's fearsome reputation as one of the four emperors, the nation of Wano would have likely ended up on Morgan's blacklist. Therefore, whenever newspapers are available, they are delivered here to be uniformly printed and disseminated nationwide. Upon hearing Yamato's request, the staff promptly retrieved a recent newspaper. Thank you, Yamato exclaimed, immediately dashing out of the Wano government building. Yamato is as spirited as ever. Indeed, if it were not for such an energetic figure as Sheriff Yamato, the stability of Wano would not be as assured. The government officials had long grown accustomed to Yamato's impetuous exits. In Wano, at least one formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is stationed in every locale. Yamato, in particular, had implored her father Kaido for the position of sheriff in the flower capital. A year ago, after hearing the tales recounted by Saixi, Yamato became enamored with the ideals of combating evil and upholding justice. As for Kazuki Oden, wasn't he merely a fool? Now, Yamato regrets ever aspiring to be like him. Moreover, she holds the retainers of Oden in contempt, viewing them as nothing but troublemakers. Their daily antics only serve to undermine others, ultimately leading to the downfall of their own master. They still dare to dream of restoring the Kazuki clan's reign over Wano? Should they not reflect upon their previous circumstances and the audacity of their claims? Regarding these individuals of divine status, Yamato aims to recruit those who can be swayed, while swiftly enacting justice upon those who cannot. The reactions of the citizens of Wano to the punishment of these characters were surprisingly positive. Perhaps, having enjoyed a better quality of life, they have finally recognized the true nature of those who once held power. The people of Wano declare, "Now we are living the lives we deserve." Was the Kazuki family truly human in their governance? They collected exorbitant taxes. Kaido, on the other hand, only exploits the wealthy. No, he merely taxes them. With the newspaper in hand, Yamato quickly found a spot to read attentively, eager to uncover the information she sought. And there it was. Indeed, she spotted Saix's prominent face in a striking section of the newspaper. The headline read, "New legendary rookie defeats the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk. Another formidable pirate emerges from the Whitebeard Pirates." Turning to another page, she found 500 million. Just emerging onto the scene, he becomes a great pirate. The first bounty for Saixi has reached an unprecedented 500 million. How impressive Saixi is, to have such a bounty right from the outset. Moreover, this newspaper is merely a few weeks old, and it has astonishingly surged to 1 billion. He must have accomplished something extraordinary. Uncertain of when this fellow would arrive to take him out to sea, he pondered their prior agreement to embark on an adventure together upon the vast ocean. Yamato gazed at the information in the newspaper, revealing a genuine smile as he eagerly anticipated Seiki's arrival in Wano to embark on their maritime escapade. Meanwhile, atop Onigashima, chaos ensued. Master Kaido, we have pirates invading the territory of the Beast Pirates." A panicked subordinate rushed into the palace of Onigashima. What audacity! Pirates dare to challenge the Beast Pirates? Kaido, seated at the center, guffawed heartily while listening to his subordinate's report. Yes, it is the newly emerged treasure pirates. The trembling subordinate reported to Kaido. The treasure pirates? Sachi has arrived so soon. Chapter 31. Welcoming new allies. The treasure pirates? So, Sachi has arrived this early. As Kaido listened to the reports from his subordinates, his eyes gradually filled with excitement. The last time he encountered Sachi, it had brought him immense fortune. Keep a close watch on the location of Sachi in the bombing space. Inform me immediately upon discovery. After pondering for a moment, Kaido promptly instructed his underlings, the ragtag pirates, to locate Sachi's current whereabouts. He was eager to meet Sachi personally. At this moment, both Kaido and Yamato, the estranged father-daughter duo, were searching for Sachi. Meanwhile, what was our protagonist up to? Sachi was still on horseback. No, he was on his way by car. Oh, the flower capital has transformed into this state. After a considerable journey, Sachi and Mihawk finally arrived at the most prosperous location in Wano, flower capital. It was Mihawk's first visit to Wano, and he was filled with intrigue about this land of swordsmiths and samurais. "Hey, Mihawk, what do you think of this place?" Seeing Mihawk's face brimming with excitement, Sachi sensed that his companion was undoubtedly reveling inwardly. Just as Sachi and Mihawk prepared to explore the area, a group of armored pirates suddenly emerged. Bombing space, Sachi and Hawkeye Mihawk, what brings you to Wano? Are you here to challenge the 4 emperors? The leader of the small pirate crew immediately began to shout at Sachi and his companion. Didn't you claim to have some connection with Kaido? Mihawk, observing the situation, looked at Sachi with a puzzled expression. After voicing this question, he continued to scrutinize Sachi in silence. His gaze seemed to convey the message. Is this your connection? The kind where you meet and stab each other in the back. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Sachi discerned the meaning behind Mihawk's gaze and immediately sought to salvage his image. I'm here to find someone. You all go back and inform Kaido that I will visit him shortly. Tell him not to worry. Saixi attempted to explain to the small fry before him that engaging in such a pointless skirmish was entirely unnecessary. However, Saishi's words were misinterpreted by the members of the Beast Pirates. Hey, you lot, Scram. With your pathetic strength, you're not even worth my time. If you want to fight, bring forth some stronger pirates. As for that fellow Kaido, I'll take his head later. You lot should hurry back and tell Kaido to clean his neck and await my arrival. In the eyes of the pirates before him, Saishi's words conveyed this sentiment. Bakayuru, don't think that just because your bounty is 1 billion, you can look down on us. We are members of the Beast Pirates, under the 4 emperors. After hearing Saishi's remarks, the ragtag crew grew even angrier. Kill him. Let this guy witness the might of the Beast Pirates. With a resounding shout, the pirate henchmen surged forward, charging towards Saixi. Saixi was taken aback, utterly bewildered by their sudden aggression. What was this about 1 billion? Was Tia's bounty merely 500 million? Could it be Mihawk's bounty they were after? Regardless, if a fight was inevitable, Saixi was more than willing to engage. However, being in the middle of the street, he needed to ensure minimal destruction. A formidable aura radiated from Saixi, causing the assailants before him to collapse, their eyes rolling back in shock. What a spectacle this was! Could one not stroll peacefully? After unleashing his conqueror's haki, Saixi rubbed his forehead with one hand while placing the other on his hip, bemused by the current state of affairs. Observing from the sidelines, Mihawk remarked on the convenience of conqueror's haki. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Flower Capital? Just as Saixi and Mihawk contemplated how to manage the chaotic scene, a familiar voice echoed. Hey, you two! How dare you create disturbances in the Flower Capital? Prepare to be thrown into a jail in Wano, where you'll mine for the rest of your days. The sheriff of Flower Capital, Yamato, arrived fashionably late. Moments earlier, as tensions escalated, nearby vendors sensed the brewing trouble. Some quickly shut their stalls and sought out the patrolling sheriff, highlighting the heightened alertness within Wano. Oh, that voice! Yamato! Saixi, don't ignore me. Upon hearing the voice, Saixi instantly recognized the newcomer. Yamato, initially taken aback by Saix's words, quickly transformed her serious demeanor into a beaming smile upon recognizing him. Wow! Yamato, overwhelmed with joy, leaped onto Saixi, pinning him to the ground. Saixi, don't ignore me. Thud, thud, thud. As a member of the D clan, Yamato playfully pressed her D on Saix's face. Mihawk, observing their interaction, discreetly distanced himself. Hey, Yamato, I can't breathe. Although Saixi relished the moment, he needed to survive to enjoy it. Hearing his plea, Yamato quickly scrambled off him, allowing Saixi to rise once more. Yamato, what's with your outfit? After standing, Saixi finally noticed Yamato's uniform. Oh, you mean this uniform? This is the standard attire of the Wano Police Department. Every officer here wears it. As she spoke, Yamato twirled playfully to showcase her attire. Wow, Yamato, you're actually working for the police now? It seems you truly enjoy your current profession. Gazing at the girl before me, who was brimming with excitement as she introduced her attire, I couldn't help but think that Saixi was not oblivious to the obvious. Indeed, this noble profession resonated deeply with my own ideals. However, there was one point she misrepresented. I do not merely work at the police station. I am the chief of the Flower City Police Department, Yamato declared, pride illuminating her expression. How impressive, Yamato! You've already ascended to the rank of chief. Saixi responded, equally proud of her own accomplishments. But I too have my own merits. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million from the Navy. Oh, by the way, I haven't yet introduced my companion, Saixi suddenly remembered, gesturing towards Mihawk, who stood nearby. Yamato, this is Mihawk, the current world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 32. The Descending Kaido Yamato, this is Mihawk, the current world's greatest swordsman. Saixi brought Mihawk to his side, introducing him to Yamato. Dracul Mihawk, former warlord of the sea, now a member of the treasure pirate crew, with a bounty of 3. 59 billion berries. He has become quite a notable figure upon the seas, of which I am well aware. Listening to Yamato reveal such a wealth of information, Saixi felt a bit bewildered. How did Mihawk acquire a bounty? How did he become a former warlord of the sea? I have yet to even catch a glimpse of Mihawk's membership. How could his status have been revoked so swiftly? Oh, right. Saixi, you must not have seen the latest newspaper and bounty notices, have you? Your bounty has now risen to 1 billion. Upon observing Saishi's utterly clueless expression, Yamato immediately deduced that he had not kept abreast of the most recent news. What are you talking about? 1 billion? I haven't done anything at all. How did it escalate to 1 billion so abruptly? Saixi exclaimed. You are truly remarkable. Within less than a month, your bounty has surged to 1 billion, surpassing even my father, Yamato stated, pulling Saixi into an embrace. Standing at 6 meters tall, Yamato overshadowed Saixi, who stood at 2 meters. This embrace resulted in Saishi's head being pressed against her chest. Mihawk observed the playful interaction between the two, pondering, could this be the companion Saixi had been searching for? After their playful banter, Saixi resumed his introduction of Yamato to Mihawk. Mihawk, this is Yamato. Currently, she is a member of the Beast Pirate crew. Upon hearing that she was from the Beast Pirate crew, Mihawk concluded that she was not the ally he sought. Judging by Yamato's aura, she was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. It was inconceivable that Kaido would permit someone of such strength to be swayed from the Beast Pirate crew. Oh, and by the way, the father Yamato just mentioned is someone you know, Kaido, one of the current 4 emperors. Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing that she was Kaido's daughter. This further solidified the notion that she could not be the person Saixi was looking for. How could Kaido ever agree to let his daughter join another pirate crew? However, it was indeed intriguing to become acquainted with such a daughter of Kaido. No wonder Saixi claimed to have some connection to Kaido. Here was the relationship he had alluded to. Yet, Saishi's next words sent Mihawk's mind spiraling into chaos. Yamato is the partner I mentioned earlier, the one with whom I had made plans long ago. A year ago, when Ace and I visited Wano, we agreed to embark on adventures together across the seas. Mihawk listened in disbelief. Are you truly suggesting what I think you are? You intend to recruit a high-ranking officer from the Beast Pirate crew, the daughter of the Emperor Kaido himself, to join your pirate crew, which is itself under the Whitebeard Pirates, another emperor. If Kaido were to discover your intentions, he would undoubtedly come personally to deliver a beating so severe that even your father, Whitebeard, would fail to recognize you. Thus, Mihawk fell into deep contemplation nearby, while Sabo continued his conversation with Yamato. So, Sabo, did you come specifically to take me out to sea? Yamato exclaimed with excitement. Of course. I, Sabo, am a man of my word. What I promised you shall never be forsaken. As the two conversed, dark clouds suddenly gathered ominously above. Sabo, you scoundrel. You've proven quite elusive. A rough voice resonated from the clouds. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the three instantly shifted, albeit not uniformly. Mihawk suspected that Sabo intended to abduct Kaido's daughter, and now her father was aware, pursuing Sabo with lethal intent. In contrast, Yamato was overjoyed to hear his father's voice. Ever since Sabo had mended their relationship, they had been getting along splendidly. Through their time together, Yamato realized that his father truly loved him, albeit poorly expressing it. However, hearing his father's tone now raised doubts. Would he prevent Yamato from sailing with Sabo? Unlike the concerns of the other two, Sabo, upon hearing Kaido's voice, felt no shame for potentially taking his daughter away. Instead, he was filled with exuberance. Why? Because Kaido still owed him a substantial sum of berries. Kaido's arrival signified that the money he was owed would soon be within reach. With their differing thoughts, the trio prepared to confront the formidable Kaido in entirely disparate ways. Mihawk had already drawn his black sword, Yuru, ready to engage Kaido in battle. Although Sabo's actions were questionable, why meddle with someone else's daughter? He was still his captain, so he had to manage the situation first. Yamato, on the other hand, was torn, contemplating whether to negotiate with his father about accompanying Sabo or to confront him and demand consent to sail together. This internal conflict left Yamato deeply troubled. As for our protagonist, Sabo, upon hearing Kaido's voice, was utterly exhilarated, more so than if he had stumbled upon a trove of gold. No, Kaido's debt to him was akin to gold itself. Sabo placed one hand on his hip and pointed skyward, channeling his energy as he bellowed 5 powerful words into the air. "Hey, Kaido, pay up." The sheer audacity of Sabo's shout left Mihawk and Yamato momentarily speechless. "My father still owes you money?" They both paused in their thoughts, turning to Sabo in astonishment. Well, your first reaction upon seeing me is this? How utterly unexpected." As the conversation unfolded, a colossal figure plummeted from the ominous clouds above, crashing heavily onto the ground of the City of Flowers. Upon landing, Kaido struck a pose he believed exuded a sense of intimidation. "Hey, father, could you not make your entrance in such a manner? The ground was just recently repaired." Yamato lamented, gazing at the damage inflicted by Kaido's arrival, her face a portrait of anguish. What was once a pristine commercial street was now marred by a gaping pit. "Yamato, it is merely a stretch of pavement. I shall have it fixed shortly. For now, I intend to properly entertain this fellow, Saixi." Ever since their relationship as father and daughter had been mended, Kaido found himself utterly at a loss when it came to dealing with his daughter. Previously, he had justifiable reasons to discipline her due to her rebellious nature. However, now that she had ceased her defiance, the tables had turned, and she found herself managing her father on a daily basis. Chapter 33. Kaido settles his debts. Mihawk had drawn his sword, poised for battle. Yet what unfolded before him was utterly unexpected. The once formidable Kaido, who had exuded an aura of dominance, was now rendered submissive after being chastised by Yamato. He stood meekly, subjected to his daughter's instruction. "Hey, Yamato, I am still one of the 4 emperors. Could you not afford me a modicum of dignity in front of others?" Kaido found himself unable to raise his head, especially in the presence of Saixi and Mihawk. If it had been anyone else, Kaido might have resorted to a thunderous display, erasing their memory with sheer force. However, such tactics would be futile against these two. Given Mihawk's prowess, it would take days to render him forgetful. Saixi, on the other hand, was as slippery as an eel in mud. Capturing him would require considerable effort on Kaido's part. Yet, he could not chastise his rebellious daughter as he had before. After finally steering her onto the right path, he could not risk turning her back into a rebellious child. A father must indulge his daughter, after all. Upon hearing Kaido's plea, Yamato relented. After all, he was her father, and he needed to maintain some semblance of authority in the world. Otherwise, how could the beast pirates sustain their position upon the seas? With the weight of his daughter's reprimand lifted, Kaido once again radiated the oppressive presence of a 4 emperor. "Saixi, it has been a year since we last met, has it not?" Kaido addressed Saixi from his lofty position. "Saixi, what nonsense is that? I have come to collect a debt." Saixi retorted, his face contorted with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kaido. "We had an agreement. I, Saixi, was to receive 10% of Wano's profits. It has been over a year, and I have yet to see even a whiff of those profits. Do not think, you scoundrel, that just because you are a 4 emperor, you can evade your debts. Go ask the Whitebeard Pirates if anyone dares to owe Lord Saixi a single berry. If you do not settle your debt today, I swear I shall raise your Onigashima to the ground." Kaido was taken aback, having just faced a reprimand from his daughter. Now he was being berated by Saixi. Mihawk was equally astonished by his captain's audacity. Not only did he dare to confront the most reckless of the 4 emperors, but he also allowed himself to be publicly chastised by Saixi. Listening to Saishi's tirade, Kaido suddenly recalled the promised share profits. The events of the past year in Wano and the Beast Pirates had been tumultuous, with renovations and reforms aplenty, causing Kaido to forget his obligations to Saixi. Saixi, please do not be so agitated. My father would never default on a debt. Let's discuss this calmly." Yamato observed Saishi's fierce visage, which was indeed somewhat intimidating. Who was truly the 4 emperor here? "All right, Saixi, since you are here, let us go to Onigashima and retrieve your share of the profits. I cannot carry all that treasure with me." Kaido, unable to withstand Saishi's fervor, sought to pacify him for the moment. Just at the moment when I needed to discuss some matters with him, returning to Onigashima would indeed be more convenient. "Oh dear, why didn't you mention it earlier?" A mere sum of berries, whether given sooner or later, matters not. What is important is that it is given. Well, I must admit, I was a bit overly excited just now. Please do not take offense. Upon hearing the mention of berries, Saix's demeanor changed instantly. The other three were taken aback by how swiftly Saix transformed, unable to respond in time. Just take a deep breath. Yamato, please entertain this esteemed Mihawk while I escort Saix back to Onigashima to retrieve the berries. With that, Kaido seized Saix without granting the others a moment to react, transforming into a dragon and soaring towards Onigashima. The sudden turn of events left the two remaining individuals exchanging bewildered glances. The air still echoed with Saix's last words as he was taken away. Kaido, I curse your ancestors. Mihawk, since Saix has departed with my father, shall we proceed to my place for a while? Yamato extended an invitation to the nearby Mihawk. Should Mihawk choose not to accompany, it would likely incite panic in Wano country once more. Very well, lead the way. Mihawk was surprised to discover that Saix indeed had some connection with Kaido and was engaged in business dealings with him. With Saix off to negotiate, he had no choice but to accompany Yamato, who might potentially become a companion in the future. As for the damaged surroundings, nameless minions would undoubtedly come to restore order. Meanwhile, atop Onigashima, Saix stood before 8 briefcases and a large treasure chest. This amounted to 800 million in cash, along with a box of jewels worth 200 million. Wow, so much money. Saix gazed at the berries and jewels before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Having toiled away for so many years in his past life, he had never encountered such wealth. The only time he dared to entertain such substantial sums was during the burning of paper offerings. At last, he had achieved a fortune he had always dreamed of. His share amounted to an astonishing 1 billion, matching his bounty. A tenth of this was 1 billion, which meant this year in Wano, they had garnered a profit of 10 billion. No wonder those capitalists in his past life were uninterested in money. This was certainly a far quicker route to wealth. With a few more years of this, he too would lose interest in money. Only the theft of celestial gold from celestial dragons could rival the speed of acquiring such riches. This was all real money, heavy and tangible in his hands. The more he gazed upon it, the happier he became, and he promptly retrieved 2 bottles of whiskey from his system space. With a swift flick of his wrist, he tossed one bottle to Kaido. What is this? Kaido caught the vodka Saix had thrown, glancing at the label with confusion. Just a particularly unique spirit. I exerted considerable effort to acquire it. Do give it a taste. Indeed, it was no small feat. It was obtained after severing Momonosuke into 8 pieces. Alcohol, you say? Kaido's interest piqued upon realizing he held a bottle of liquor. He immediately uncorked it and began to savor it. Oh, this flavor. Saix, you lucky fellow. How did you come by such exquisite liquor? Kaido experienced the exquisite pleasure of tasting such delightful liquor for the first time, and before he realized it, he found himself unable to stop. The bottle of whiskey given to Kaido was a specially crafted, oversized edition tailored to his robust physique. As a result, it was not long before he emptied it. Hey Saix, bring me some more. This isn't enough. After finishing the drink in his hand, Kaido immediately sought more from Saix. Faced with Kaido's insistence, Saix had no choice but to produce another round of whiskey. However, this time, he brought forth several crates at once. Upon seeing Saix present such an abundance, Kaido eagerly seized a bottle and began to indulge once more. As he drank, he suddenly paused, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at Saix. Saix, have you ever heard the legend of the Savior? Caught off guard by Kaido's sudden gravitas, Saix struggled to comprehend. The Savior? You mean the sun god from the legends? Chapter 34. A conversation with Kaido the Savior? Is it truly the legendary sun god? Regarding the Savior, Saix had some knowledge. It allowed Luffy to transform directly from the Paramecia-type Gum fruit to the Zoan-type mythical Beast Nika fruit. Yes, that one. Kaido himself was unsure why this thought suddenly crossed his mind, yet he began to converse with Saix. Do you believe that a Savior truly exists in this world? Upon hearing that Saix was also aware of the legendary Savior, Kaido, while sipping his drink, inquired once more. A Savior, perhaps. If one does not exist, then what do those legends speak of? Saix did not deny the existence of Savior. In fact, He could even tell Kaido the name and whereabouts of the current savior. Really? Do you also believe in the existence of this legendary figure? Just like that guy, Jean. As he spoke, Kaido took another swig of his drink. Although Saixi outwardly claimed that it was Jean who believed in the savior's existence, he discerned a deeper meaning in Kaido's tone. Born in the Vodka Kingdom, Kaido had grown disillusioned with the world after being handed over to the Navy by his country during his youth. Later, he saved Jean, a follower of the sun god from the Lunaria tribe. It was from Jean that he first heard of the legendary savior. From that moment on, despite his outward demeanor, Kaido harbored a flicker of hope, a hope that a savior would rescue this world that had left him despondent. However, after being saved by Kaido, Jean regarded him as his savior. Yet, Kaido was troubled by this notion. If he had become someone else's savior, then who would be his savior? Ha ha! That guy Jean has already found his savior, hasn't he? Saixi chuckled, meeting Kaido's gaze as he provided his answer. I am no savior. I am merely a pirate upon the seas. Recognizing the intent in Saix's eyes, Kaido understood who the savior in his words referred to. Haven't you saved that guy Jean? Kaido, saved him? I merely allowed him to continue living. In his heart, Kaido did not consider himself Jin's savior. Kaido, what kind of person can truly be called a savior? What must the world become to be considered a saved world? With a forceful slam, Saixi struck the bottle of liquor against the ground. Kaido was taken aback by Saix's question, his pupils dilating in surprise. What kind of person qualifies as a savior? And what sort of world embodies the essence of salvation? Oh, Saixi, you astonishingly perceive this question with such clarity. Indeed, no one can fulfill the demands of a savior, nor can any world exist that satisfies everyone. Upon hearing Saix's inquiries about the savior, Kaido instantly grasped the truth. The so-called salvation was merely a legend. How could the myriad forms of human experience possibly be satisfied by a single savior? Indeed, there exists no savior in this world. Kaido, who believed he had reached a profound understanding, took another swig of his drink. No, wait. Saviors do truly exist. Just as Kaido was lost in his thoughts, Sachi jumped up and delivered a resounding slam dunk. Saishi's words left Kaido, who was in the midst of drinking, momentarily paralyzed. What? Are you suggesting that a savior genuinely exists? Yes, the concept of savior has always been present. Sachi nonchalantly continued sipping his drink, unfazed by Kaido's inquiry. Where? Who is it? Kaido's eyes widened as he looked at Saixi, eager for him to reveal the answer. Saixi simply smiled in silence, maintaining his gaze on Kaido. It took Kaido a while to grasp what Saixi was implying. Are you saying that I am the savior? Kaido uttered this incredulous thought, which even he found hard to believe. As you said, you are the savior, but you're also not the savior. Kaido felt slightly dizzy from Saishi's cryptic words. What does it mean that I am the savior, yet also not the savior? So, am I indeed a savior or not? Although I harbor disdain for that individual, I must admit his sentiments hold some truth. Kaido, the dreams of humanity shall never cease. Kaido was taken aback by Saishi's sudden declaration. Kaido, umans pusas drams. When a person's dreams vanish, they cease to be a complete human being. With a serious demeanor, Sachi began to impart his wisdom to Kaido. Dreams? They are merely the fanciful aspirations of children. What significance do they hold? Kaido dismissed the importance of dreams, believing that only strength matters in this vast sea. Is that so? Then why, Kaido, have you sought to become so powerful? Is it for amusement? To allow this world to experience sheer malevolence? Or do you wish to alter this wretched world? Saishi's words struck deeply at Kaido's heart. Without waiting for Kaido to respond, Saixi continued his discourse. What were Jin's dreams? How did he come to possess them? He wished for you, Kaido, to become the legendary savior of the world. That is his aspiration. It was you, Kaido, who rescued him, granting him the opportunity to pursue his dreams. Thus, in his eyes, you are his savior. Not only Jin, but the people of Wano also harbor dreams. Although most of their dreams revolve around merely having enough to eat and living a good life under the oppressive rule of Kaido, they have lost the right to chase after their aspirations. Yet now, the land of Wano has afforded them a renewed chance to pursue their dreams. In their eyes, you, Kaido, are their savior. However, The beast pirates wreak havoc with arson and plunder, plunging the citizens of other nations into turmoil. You have obstructed their paths to realizing their dreams. This is precisely why I assert that you are a savior, yet simultaneously not a savior. As Kaido listened to Saishi's narration, he began to reflect on why he had ascended to the position of one of the four emperors. It was only then that I realized I had embarked on the path of becoming a savior. The essence of salvation lies in providing everyone the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Unfortunately, not all individuals are afforded such chances. The world operates on principles of fairness. When a group of people can achieve their aspirations, there will inevitably be another group deprived of that opportunity. This is not a matter of discrimination, but rather a true emblem of equity. However, at present, there exists a faction that has rendered this world increasingly unjust. They are akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon the vast expanse of the sea. At this point, Saixi paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Kaido, upon hearing this, instinctively understood to whom Saixi was alluding. The world government. The celestial dragons. Chapter 35. Agreeing to set sail with Yamato. A new recycling reward from the world government. Celestial dragons. Kaido immediately pondered what the towering mountain mentioned by Saixi was all about. Ah, Saixi, you truly have the ability to surprise me. Thank you for helping me recognize myself. Indeed, it is only through sheer strength that one can discern the true essence of this vast sea, to realize one's aspirations and become the savior of those one cherishes. One must possess power that transcends all others. Kaido understood that his own strength alone was insufficient to alter the world. What he needed to do now was to enhance his own capabilities, striving to become even more formidable. Rather than waiting for the legendary Nika to emerge as the world's savior, it is far more prudent to become the savior of those around him through his own strength. Is this your understanding, Kaido? Saixi discerned from Kaido's words the dream he now aspired to fulfill. While it may not be as grand as changing the entire world, it should not be underestimated. However, this matter bore little significance to Saixi. He had no desire to be a savior. He merely wished to eat, sleep, and treasure hunt with his companions, joyfully savoring this hard-won second life. Hey, Saixi, you want Yamato to join you on your voyage, right? I consent. Let Yamato board your ship and witness this wretched world with her own eyes. After digesting Saix's words, Kaido made this decision. He sensed that Saixi would undoubtedly bring about a transformation in this sea's condition, whether for better or worse. It was imperative for his daughter to see the world's true nature. Yamato had been overly sheltered, never having truly experienced the world. Only by confronting the reality of this world could she make choices worthy of herself. Wow, I never expected you to make such a decision, Kaido. I thought I would have to negotiate with you for a while before you would let Yamato come with me. Saixi was surprised at how easily Kaido relinquished Yamato to him. A fledgling cannot learn to soar without weathering storms. Kaido pretentiously uttered a profound statement. Fine, regardless of your reasons, Yamato is now my crew member. Saixi was unconcerned about Kaido's motivations for allowing Yamato to venture forth. What mattered was that she was now part of his crew. By the way, Saixi, you're a swordsman, right? Yes, what of it? You're not expecting me to work for you, are you? Not a chance. Saixi was baffled by Kaido's behavior that day. One moment he inquired about saviors, and the next he entrusted Yamato to him. Now, he was questioning whether Saixi was a swordsman. Of course not. I have prepared a gift for you. With a single punch, Kaido shattered the wall of the room, revealing two swords that he retrieved from the gaping hole. Is this the Tianyu Yuzhan and the Yinma? I presume these two magnificent blades would suit your taste perfectly. Are you curious about their origins? Aren't these the twin swords of Kazuki Odin? How could they possibly be here? Were they not hidden away by Odin's loyal retainers? Could it be that Kaido has eliminated them all? Ah, how delightful. I owe you my gratitude, Saixi. Were it not for your reformative strategies, these lurking vermin would not have emerged so swiftly. Upon learning of my intent to abolish the position of shogun in Wano and to transform it into a nation devoid of rulers, they immediately sprang forth to disrupt my plans. Their stubbornness regarding the Kazuki family's dominion over Wano is truly remarkable. I had no choice but to reluctantly quash their ambitions. Kaido, with his hand on his head, appeared to be grappling with something rather troublesome. Those samurai are indeed loyal to a fault. Saixi harbors little fondness for those retainers of the Kazuki, finding them archaic and ineffectual, merely waiting for the arrival of Momonosuke, a mere child of 3, to lead them against Kaido. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Furthermore, they have contributed nothing to Wano over the years, even burdening their ally, the Mink tribe. Since you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, allow me to reciprocate. With that, Sachi began to produce an array of fine spirits from his space. Kaido's eyes sparkled as he watched Sachi unveil box after box of whiskey, 100 boxes in total. Then, Sachi revealed another type of liquor, producing another 100 boxes. Next came an unfamiliar beverage. The continuous stream of surprises overwhelmed Kaido. As a token of gratitude for those 2 blades, I present you with this 1,000 boxes of exquisite liquor. Sachi produced vodka, whiskey, tequila, and guizhou mitai, among various other renowned spirits as a gesture of thanks. Well then, now that your debt to me has been settled and our discussions concluded, it is time to seek out Yamato and the others. Sachi has reaped his rewards, and Yamato's exit visa has been completed. It is time to depart from Onigashima. Speaking of which, in light of your generous gifts, I shall escort you one last time. With that, Kaido sees Sachi once more. However, instead of transforming into a dragon, as before, to carry Sachi back to the flower capital, he simply grasped him in his hand and hurled him forcefully from Onigashima. Kaido, you scoundrel, you lack martial virtue. Thus, Sachi was cast forth, soaring in a parabolic arc towards the flower capital. Kaido thought to himself, it's perfect to send this fellow away, allowing me to savor these unfamiliar wines. Indeed, soaring through the skies is swift, while those on the ground might mistake him for a shooting star. Of course, it is unlikely that Kaido's mere strength would suffice to hurl Sachi directly to the flower capital, for Onigashima is still quite distant from there. In the air, Sachi skillfully utilized his ability to bombard space, continuously erasing the dimensions before him to achieve swift movement. Before long, he found himself once again in the illustrious city of flowers. Excellent, a safe landing. Masterfully employing his spatial bombardment technique, he descended smoothly to the ground. Ding! The system detected that the host had retrieved a significant narrative item, the Heavenly Featherblade, Yen Mo. It is now extracting rewards from the myriad realms for the host. Just as Sachi touched down, he had yet to commence his search for Mihawk and Yamato when he heard the voice of the system. Chapter 36, Reaping Rewards. Preparing to set sail again. The host is currently receiving rewards from the myriad realms. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a comprehensive manga collection, encompassing all genres of comics from Earth. Additionally, congratulations to the host for obtaining a navigational map from Minecraft. What an astonishing revelation. A manga collection? This implies that I can now indulge in comics, even in the world of pirates. It's well known that entertainment options are exceedingly scarce in the pirate realm. Particularly while traversing the open seas, one can only pass the time by fishing when boredom strikes. Now, with the manga collection at my disposal, I have finally acquired the quintessential artifact for whiling away the hours. Furthermore, this navigational map is akin to a mobile maritime chart. With this, my mother will no longer fret that I might become lost like some green-haired fool. Ding! The system has detected that the host has reclaimed treasures valued at 200 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 random strength enhancements. The host's strength is being augmented. I almost overlooked this. I had just collected Kaido's treasure chest worth 200 million. Unfortunately, only treasures count as recoveries. Berries, being currency, do not trigger rewards. Congratulations to the host for a slight enhancement in martial arts proficiency. Congratulations to the host for a slight enhancement in observation hockey. Congratulations to the host for a slight enhancement in observation hockey. Congratulations to the host for a slight enhancement in conquerors hockey. Congratulations to the host for a slight enhancement in armament hockey. After 20 consecutive draws, Saishi's strength has been further bolstered. He successfully elevated his observation hockey and armament hockey to a level. The system's enhancements are entirely random. Who knows how substantial these slight improvements are? Regardless, As long as I maintain a formidable offensive and discover more valuable treasures, I can certainly accumulate these enhancements. Sachi took a moment to keenly perceive the recent improvements in his observation and armament hockey. With a mere thought, the black armament hockey enveloped his fist. The strength had indeed escalated to a new tier, reminiscent of Katakuri's distinctly sharpened hardness. As Saixi felt the potency of his armament hockey, he reached a conclusion. Now, his armament hockey against ordinary armament hockey feels akin to Katakuri battling Luffy, an absolute disparity of power. Having explored armament hockey, it was time to delve into observation hockey. As Saixi activated his observation hockey, the sounds around him gradually flooded his consciousness. Though he had not attained the ability to foresee the future, the range was astonishingly expansive. This experiment revealed that his observation hockey encompassed a vast territory, enveloping a significant portion of Wano country. It appears that his observation hockey is akin to Enel's, characterized by its extensive range. While it may not possess the ability to hear the voices of all things like Rogers, this form is evidently far more suitable for Saixi. After all, he has no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, nor does he need to interpret any historical texts. As for the voices of other trivial matters, as a young Shin would say, who cares? I only seek my own happiness. Who cares about your opinions? By the way, where have Day and Mihawk gone? No one has informed me. Never mind, it's the perfect opportunity to test my newly upgraded observation hockey. With that thought, Saixi once again expanded his vast range of perception. Found them. Inside the police station of the Flower Capital, Mihawk and Day were leisurely sipping tea. After confirming their location, Saixi made his way towards them. You've arrived. Mihawk, seated comfortably with his tea, remarked languidly. What has arrived? Mihawk, do you need to use the restroom? Day, confused by Mihawk's words, responded. Yet, in the next moment, she grasped the situation. Mihawk had grown accustomed to Day's perplexing nature by now. After spending time with her, he had begun to understand her character. No wonder these two got along so well. Their thought processes were strikingly similar. However, could they please not single him out? All he desired was a tranquil life. Mihawk once again regretted joining Saixi on this escapade. Saixi has returned. Day's observation hockey sensed Saixi approaching them. In no time, the door of the police station swung open as Saixi entered. You two seem quite at ease, Day. Mihawk, Saixi greeted them as he stepped inside. Saixi, you're back. What did my father converse with you about? He surely didn't just bring you back to fetch treasure, Day inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding the secretive discussion between Saixi and Kaido. What do they possibly discuss? Naturally, it revolves around whether to take you along on an adventure. The subject of their conversation would remain undisclosed today. It was better for her to live blissfully. As for the more complicated matters, let her father Kaido deal with those. Did my father agree? Tell me quickly, please. Day, eager to know about her potential voyage, rushed forward to shake Saixi. Curious, are we? Saixi observed Day's enthusiasm. I am. Very much so. Day gazed earnestly at Saixi. Would you kindly release me? Do you wish to make me dizzy? Upon hearing Saishi's words, Day realized she was still holding on to him and promptly let go. With me, Saixi, in charge, such matters are effortlessly resolved. After being freed, Saixi found a chair and sat down, adopting an air of confidence that suggested there would be no unforeseen issues. Wow, Saixi, you're truly incredible. Upon hearing that she would be able to venture out to sea, Day excitedly embraced Saixi, who remained seated. Once again, a grand display of folly unfolds, revealing the formidable nature of the D lineage. Mihawk observes quietly as these two individuals indulge in their antics before him. He must remain steadfast within himself, resisting the urge to be swayed by their antics. Well, Odin, we have completed our affairs in Wano country. We shall soon set sail once more. Do you have any matters left to attend to? Perhaps bidding farewell to the inhabitants of Wano and the members of the Beast Pirates? It has been a week since our arrival in Wano, and all necessary tasks have been accomplished. We have even received a magnificent gift from Kaido. Quite a lucrative venture. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 37. Setting sail once more, alas. During the 2 days you have been away to Ghost Island, I have bid farewell to everyone. I thought, Even if Kaido disapproves of my voyage, I would secretly escape with you, Yamato declared with a bright smile, revealing her intentions. Hee, you truly are a devoted daughter, Saixi remarked, astonished that Yamato remained the same devoted daughter as in the original tale. If Kaido were to discover her plans, would he not fly over and strike me down? Very well, let us make some preparations and set sail tomorrow, since Yamato is ready. We should not linger in Wano any longer. Besides, there are no treasures left for Saixi to unearth here. A few renowned swords are already in Saishi's possession. To seek further treasures would be akin to disturbing others' ancestral graves, would it not? Oh yes, I am finally able to set sail, Yamato exclaimed with unmatched excitement at the prospect of departing the next day, leaping about the room. Mihawk, have you found anything of value in Wano these past few days? Saixi inquired, turning to the composed Mihawk who was sipping tea, ignoring Yamato's exuberance. Findings? None to speak of. The prowess of the samurai in this land has not met my expectations. However, their sword-forging techniques are remarkable. Perhaps new legendary blades will emerge from here in the future. During Saishi's brief absence to Ghost Island, Mihawk had accompanied Yamato in her explorations. They encountered several samurai, yet their skills failed to impress Mihawk, as their sword techniques were commonplace and devoid of any significant merit. It seems fortune has not favored you. I, on the other hand, have gathered a considerable bounty. With that, Saixi produced the recently acquired Tenryuzan and Inma from his spatial storage. What do you think? The treasures I found are quite splendid, are they not? Saixi boasted, showcasing the two illustrious swords before Mihawk. Seeing Saixi produce two exquisite swords, both of the highest caliber, Mihawk could not help but marvel at Saishi's remarkable talent for treasure hunting. Quickly, Mihawk, let us celebrate the discovery of such magnificent treasures, Saixi exclaimed, retrieving several bottles of fine wine, eager to indulge in a grand revelry with Mihawk. Mihawk, observing the assortment of fine wines, felt that this journey in Wano had its merits, despite not encountering any swordsman who stirred his excitement. What are you drinking, Saixi? Allow me a taste. Yamato approached, intrigued by the unfamiliar libation shared by Saixi and Mihawk. This is a rare vintage not found here, a delicacy even your father Kaido has seldom indulged in. Saixi introduced the exquisite drink to Yamato, emphasizing its uniqueness. Even my father has not tasted it? Then let me have a sip, Yamato exclaimed, seizing a bottle from Saishi's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, she tilted the glass vessel to her lips. Ha, this wine is exquisite, truly a delicacy, Yamato declared, her enthusiasm unabated. Saixi, I want more. After swiftly downing a bottle of fine wine, Yamato once again requested more from Saixi. Very well, since you are my crew, I shall ensure that this exquisite wine is plentiful. Witnessing Yamato's enthusiasm, Saixi produced a generous assortment of fine wines for him to enjoy. Overjoyed at the plethora of unfamiliar delicacies Saixi unveiled, Yamato embraced him, eager to share in the revelry. Mihawk, meanwhile, quietly savored the various wines presented by Saixi. The trio indulged in merriment throughout the night, while Mihawk remained steadfast and composed. Enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, the three eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Saixi awoke to the clamorous calls of Yamato. Saixi, it is morning. Shall we set sail? Yamato had risen early, insistently urging Saixi to embark without delay. Calm down, Yamato. We will certainly set sail. There is no need to be so animated. It was a mystery how Yamato managed to be so lively after a night of excessive revelry. After being roused by Yamato's exuberance, Saixi also awakened Mihawk, and the three enjoyed a hearty breakfast together. Having feasted well, let us depart, Saixi proclaimed, producing a capsule containing an all-terrain vehicle. To Yamato's astonishment, he successfully transformed it into the vehicle. Mihawk, Yamato, get in. We are heading to the seaside to prepare for our voyage. After conjuring the all-terrain vehicle, Saixi urged his companions to hasten aboard. Wow, Saixi, you have such a magnificent contraption, Yamato exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the vehicle. Mihawk and Yamato quickly climbed in, and at Saix's reminder, they fastened their seatbelts. After all, safety is paramount on the road. Hold on tight. Your experienced driver, Saixi, is about to hit the gas. Once everyone was settled, Saixi pressed the accelerator and sped off, exhilarating the trio. Yahoo! This feels absolutely exhilarating, Yamato shouted, reveling in the rush of the wind as they drove. After a while, guided by the recently acquired map, Saixi arrived at the nearest seaside to Flower City. Unlike the lowly pirates who must navigate to docking spots, Saixi had kept the celestial ship within the confines of his system's space. He could simply release it upon reaching any shoreline. Saixi, what brings us here? I did not see your ship, Yamato queried, noticing the empty beach devoid of any vessels. Yamato, just open your eyes and behold our treasure pirate cruise ship, Saixi declared, retrieving the capsule containing the celestial ship from his space and throwing it forcefully into the sea. Suddenly, a colossal vessel emerged from the previously tranquil waters. Come aboard. My friends, Saixi beckoned as he leaped onto the celestial ship, with Mihawk and Yamato following suit. Saixi, is this truly your celestial ship? It appears to be far more impressive than what is depicted in the newspaper. Previously, Yamato had already encountered photographs of a siren number in the paper. However, those images pale in comparison to the reality. Upon witnessing something novel, Yamato immediately embarked on an exploration. Indeed, the limited information provided by the newspaper cannot encapsulate the entirety of the siren number. One must behold the vessel in person to truly appreciate its magnificence. Thankfully, the photography techniques in the world of pirates are relatively competent, as there have been no outrageous instances of battleships transforming into fishing boats. The only exception being Sanji's inaugural bounty notice, which left much to be desired. Once again, the time for departure has arrived. Young ones, let us set sail. Chapter 38, Determining the Next Island. A tool for passing time, set sail, everyone. At the command of Saixi, the Sire ship successfully embarked once more upon the vast ocean. Saixi, your vessel is actually crafted from steel? Exclaimed Yamato. Previously, the newspaper merely referred to the Sire as a steel giant, and I had presumed it merely a figurative expression. I never imagined it to be a literal steel behemoth. Indeed, the Sire is the flagship of our pirate crew, and it boasts remarkable luxury, Saixi responded, proceeding to provide Yamato with a detailed introduction to the ship's various functionalities and rooms. After a leisurely tour of the vessel, Yamato ultimately selected a cabin of his choice. Saixi, where shall we embark on our next adventure? Yamato inquired, still brimming with excitement from the recent departure. He was eager to commence an exhilarating escapade upon the seas. An adventure? I have yet to decide on a destination, Saixi replied, having initially intended only to retrieve Yamato and collect debts from Kaido without a specific plan in mind. Mihawk, do you have any particular place in mind? Saixi posed the question to Mihawk, who had remained contemplative. For me, as long as there are intriguing swordsmen, I have no preference for the destination, Mihawk stated nonchalantly, indicating his flexibility in travel as long as it promised the presence of skilled challengers. How about Dressrosa, then? Yamato suggested, sensing the lack of direction from Saixi and Mihawk. Dressrosa? Isn't that the territory of Don Quixote, Doflamingo? Saixi queried. Yes, indeed. I have heard much about that island during my time with the Beast Pirates, and I have longed to see it for myself. What do you think? Shall we venture there? Yamato urged. Having spent his entire life confined to Wano and Onigashima, he had only gleaned knowledge of the outside world through the words of others and the pages of newspapers. Dressrosa was a name frequently mentioned among the Beast Pirates, particularly due to Doflamingo's collaboration with them in the sale of artificial devil fruits. Dressrosa sounds appealing. Let us make it our next destination. Saixi concurred with enthusiasm, turning to Mihawk for his thoughts. Since Dressrosa is the domain of the Don Quixote family, there must be an abundance of treasures to uncover. And as a former warlord of the sea venturing into the territory of a current warlord, I anticipate encountering formidable swordsmen eager to impede my progress, Mihawk remarked, also finding merit in the proposal. Excellent. Since everyone is in agreement, let us set our course for Dressrosa, Saixi declared loudly, with Yamato echoing his excitement. Only Mihawk maintained his stoic demeanor. After a week of navigation, Yamato had begun to shed the initial thrill of their journey. How much longer until we arrive? Dea languidly leaned against the railing of the deck. They had yet to endure the tumultuous nature of the sea. Unlike the islands, the ocean offered little in terms of entertainment. Typically, encountering other pirates provided some diversion, allowing for a bit of sport. However, in their absence, fishing became the sole pastime. In recent days, they had crossed paths with several pirate ships, yet upon recognizing the vessel Saixi and the emblem of the treasure pirates, those ships promptly turned tail and fled, offering no opportunity for confrontation. Who in their right mind would dare provoke a crew under the command of one of the four emperors, especially with the world's greatest swordsman aboard? "Hey, Saif, are you even listening to me?" Day inquired once more, noticing Sair's silence. To her surprise, she found him engrossed in a book. "What are you reading, Sair? Is it interesting?" Day, intrigued by Sair's concentration, hurried to his side to discover the contents of his book. "Oh, it's you, Day. This is a comic book. Would you like to take a look?" Sair, noticing Day's interest, produced a considerable stack of comic books and tossed them onto the deck. Day, upon seeing the abundance of comic books, eagerly picked one up. When she began reading, she found it difficult to stop. "Saif, you had such treasures, and didn't T share them earlier? This is far more entertaining than the heroic biographies you previously lent me." To lessen Day's infatuation with Kazuki Oden, Sair had given her several biographies of heroes in the world of One Piece, including tales of renowned pirates like his father, Whitebeard. With these comparisons to ordinary people, Day finally grasped the essence of what constituted normalcy. "If you enjoy them, I have plenty more." Observing Day's enthusiasm for comic books, Sair retrieved even more from his space, offering a variety encompassing themes of cultivation, urban life, and sword and sorcery. "Wow, so many!" Day exclaimed, clutching the newfound treasures and retreating to a corner to savor them. At last, she had her eyes open to the world beyond her limited experiences. One could only say, children in the pirate world have been utterly captivated by comic books. Seeing the two engrossed in their reading, Mihawk picked up a comic book that lay at his feet. The cover read, "As a sword practitioner, one sword opens the heavenly gate." A book about swordsmen? Intrigued by the title, Mihawk began to read with a sense of delight. Neither Mihawk nor Day had encountered such captivating material before, and they quickly became absorbed in the stories. Do they understand the allure of comic books? Before the advent of smartphones and computers, these were considered luxury items that many parents staunchly opposed. After finishing a comic, Sair felt a pang of hunger and called out to Mihawk, hoping to enlist the ship's chef to prepare a meal. However, there was no response from Mihawk. Turning around, I found Mihawk utterly engrossed in a comic, unable to extricate himself. "Mihawk, so you have a penchant for such comics? I have plenty more here. Would you like some?" Sachi approached Mihawk, who was completely absorbed in his reading. Just a moment ago, Mihawk was contemplating, with such awareness and presence. This is what a true swordsman embodies. Yet, in the next instant, he was startled by Saichi's words. Hastily setting the comic aside, he feigned composure and replied, "I merely find this book somewhat intriguing." Chapter 39, Yamato's expression of gratitude. Arrival at Dressrosa. I merely find this book somewhat intriguing. Regarding Mihawk's obstinacy, Saixi didn't pay it any heed. After all, one must show some respect to one's own crew. The time was ripe, dinner was approaching. With that, Mihawk set aside the comic in his hands and rose, making his way towards the kitchen, hoping to divert attention through the act of cooking. Observing Mihawk's retreat, Saixi was taken aback by the formidable allure of these comics, capable even of ensnaring the renowned world's greatest swordsman. In an effort to mask the earlier incident, Mihawk exerted his full prowess this time, preparing dinner in merely half the time it typically required. Yamato, engrossed in the comic, immediately set it aside upon catching a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen, racing to the dining table in eager anticipation of the meal. Witnessing this scene, Saixi concluded, "For Yamato, food takes precedence over comics." "Delicious. Mihawk, your cooking remains as exquisite as ever." Mihawk soon presented dinner on the table, and both Saixi and Yamato swiftly began to indulge in the feast. "Mihawk, today's meal surpasses all previous ones." Saixi discerned a distinct difference in today's offerings. "This time, I utilized the knife you provided me," Mihawk remarked. He had observed in the comic that the protagonist, merely a chef, had significantly honed his swordsmanship through daily cooking. Hence, Mihawk decided to experiment as well, employing the remarkable milk knife. It must be said, this milk knife truly was extraordinary. Not only was it incredibly sharp, but it also enhanced the flavors of the dishes. No wonder it was held in such high esteem. Upon hearing that Mihawk had used the milk knife, Saixi bore an expression of understanding. He was well aware of its prowess. In a swift flurry, the sumptuous feast was devoured by the trio. What utter bliss! Saixi and Yamato leaned back comfortably in their chairs, while Mihawk maintained his elegant demeanor. Yamato, if you wish to read any comics in the future, do seek them out in the ship's library. I shall place some there shortly, saving you the trouble of asking me again. Though directed at Yamato, this was also meant for Mihawk. Otherwise, considering his disposition, he might be left in despair when the comics ran out. Saixi preferred not to be disturbed when he desired solitude. He intended to leave the comics there for them to fetch at will, and would replace them once they were finished or if they found nothing else of interest. Yay! Saixi, you are simply marvelous. With that, Yamato approached Saixi and planted a kiss on his cheek. Yamato, what are you doing? Saixi was momentarily taken aback by Yamato's unexpected gesture. What's the matter? I've seen those girls in the comics express their gratitude to those they cherish in much the same way. Is my kiss misplaced? With that, Yamato lunged forward once more, eager for another kiss. Wait. Yamato, hold on. Let me first see the title of the book you mentioned. Sachi halted Yamato's advance. Here, it's this one. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Yamato presented the book she had been reading. Sachi glanced at the title and exclaimed, "Oh, the overbearing CEO and his beautiful young wife. Goodness, why is it this kind of comic? Shouldn't Yamato be indulging in some exhilarating anime instead? Why is she engrossed in this urban romance, this sugary narrative? What is wrong, Sachi? Is there an issue with this comic?" Yamato, who had never ventured outside, had never encountered such sweet material. Although she had been raised as a boy by Kaido, resulting in her upbringing being more akin to that of a son, she was, after all, a girl. After Saishi's intervention, Kaido had begun raising Yamato as his daughter once more. However, after being treated as a son for so many years, transitioning back to being seen as a daughter was somewhat disconcerting. Most of her behaviors still leaned toward the boyish mentality. Yet the latent thoughts of a young girl were gradually surfacing. No, it's nothing. As long as you like it. Saixi, a lifelong singleton, found himself at a loss for how to explain this situation to Yamato. Likewise, Mihawk, seated across from him, felt equally perplexed. He believed he ought to be beneath the table rather than at it. No, as a swordsman, he should remain undistracted. This was merely a minor test on his path of swordsmanship. With that thought, Mihawk's heart regained its tranquility. As for Yamato, she had yet to truly confront her own feelings and did not comprehend what it meant to like someone. To put it plainly, Yamato was still an innocent fool, much like those sheltered princesses in novels. This was just a small interlude on her adventurous journey. After finishing their meal, Saixi ventured to the ship's library. He organized the various comics into categories, placing different genres in their respective spots. However, he was unaware that, in retrieving the books, he followed the system's classification, pulling out a large stack at once, inadvertently mixing in some heart-racing titles. With this library of comics, the remainder of their journey became far less tedious. Everyone found their preferred genres. Yamato became utterly engrossed in some romantic comics, frequently quoting lines from them and reenacting scenes with Saixi. Yet, she portrayed characters such as the domineering CEO or the school bully. This was quite a shock for Saixi, who was reluctantly playing the female lead. Having endured such cliché scenarios in his past life, he never imagined he would still be subjected to them even after crossing over. Mihawk has been engrossed in reading various fantasy comics as a means of self-cultivation, aspiring to glean insights that could enhance his swordsmanship. While Saixi has yet to ascertain any improvement in Mihawk's sword skills, it is evident that his culinary abilities have flourished. In recent days, Mihawk's dishes have become increasingly delectable, much to the delight of Saixi and Yamato. Saixi, I see an island, Yamato exclaimed, peering through a telescope from the deck. Is that Dressrosa? Is there really an island? Saixi followed Yamato's gaze and indeed spotted a small black dot on the distant horizon. According to the guidance of the Eternal Pointer, that island ahead must surely be Dressrosa. Chapter 40. The invitation from the night demon, according to the direction of the permanent pointer. The island ahead must be Dressrosa. Saixi took out the permanent pointer leading to Dressrosa, observing that it was unwaveringly directed towards the island before them. Yoshi, now that we have spotted our destination, let us set sail at full speed. We shall strive to reach Dressrosa before nightfall. Sachi activated the celestial ship's maximum power, racing towards their goal. At long last, they arrived at the port of Dressrosa before darkness enveloped the sky. We have finally reached solid ground. My first island adventure begins now. These days had marked the longest time Yamato had spent at sea. Without Saishi's comic books, she doubted she could have endured it. However, just as Saixi and the others touched down, their adventure had yet to commence when they were approached by someone. The treasure pirate crew? Our young master has requested your presence at the Don Quixote family residence. The visitors were none other than the Don Quixote family's officers, Lao Ji and Senior Pink. Saixi remarked, "Am I already being summoned upon my arrival? You know full well whether you have opened the door." The news of Don Quixote Doflamingo was indeed swift. He had learned of Saishi's landing on this island remarkably quickly and even dispatched 2 high-ranking officers to greet them. Such sincerity was commendable. As Saixi gazed at the 2 officers of the Don Quixote family's combat unit, he thought to himself that Doflamingo truly held him in high regard. Since Lord Saixi understands our sincerity, we kindly ask you to accept our hospitality from the Don Quixote family. We assure you that the treasure pirate crew will have a splendid experience in Dressrosa. Senior Pink continued, eager to persuade them to visit the Don Quixote family. The young master had mentioned that the 2 members of the treasure pirate crew were not to be trifled with and advised them to proceed with caution. Though uncertain of the identity of the additional woman, they understood she belonged to the treasure pirate crew and should preferably not be provoked. That sounds quite delightful. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Senior Pink felt a surge of excitement, believing he could flawlessly fulfill the young master's request. However, the next statement from Saixi took Senior Pink by surprise. "But I must decline." As Saixi uttered this phrase, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming incongruous with the surroundings. Reminiscent of a JoJo face. Lao Ji and Senior Pink were taken aback. They had anticipated Saishi's acceptance. As for the trio of exclamations, it was undoubtedly because of Yamato as well. Mihawk had developed a slight resistance to Saishi's enigmatic antics over the past few days, no longer surprised by his peculiar actions. In fact, Mihawk felt his current state bore a resemblance to the clarity of the swordsman in a comic. Unlike Mihawk, Yamato retained her previous obliviousness. "Lord Saixi, please reconsider. The Don Quixote family is genuinely sincere." Upon finding himself rebuffed by Saixi, Senor immediately fell into a state of disarray. He hastily continued to extend his invitation to Saixi, hoping to win him over. The task entrusted to the young master must not falter. "Very well, you may return for now. We merely wish to meander through Dressrosa for a while, without intending to interfere with your family's dominion. Once we have concluded our exploration, you may visit us. By then, we shall likely be quite inclined to pay a visit to your Don Quixote family." Saixi, ever eager to oblige Don Quixote Doflamingo's request for a meeting, preferred to relish the joys of discovering this nation at the moment. "Since Master Saixi has spoken, we shall take our leave," they acquiesced. "Should you encounter any difficulties in Dressrosa, please do not hesitate to contact this snail." Senor understood that Saixi and his companions would not accompany him back to their family. Thus, he compromised by providing them with a measure of assistance. After all, it was imperative to keep the perilous treasure pirates from roaming freely throughout Dressrosa. With this snail, he could monitor Saixi and ensure that, in times of trouble, the response would not be to wreak havoc upon the island, but rather to summon the Don Quixote family. This would serve to mitigate the potential losses in Dressrosa. "Very well, I extend my gratitude to that fellow Doflamingo," Senor remarked as Saixi accepted the snail he offered. Saixi recognized that, even without accepting the snail, they would be surveilled through various other means. After Saixi accepted the snail, Senor and Lao Ji departed to return to their family, needing to report the situation to the young master. "At last, those bothersome individuals have left. Let us now explore this nation," Saixi declared, leading Yamato through the streets of Dressrosa. Mihawk, on the other hand, ventured to the Colosseum, seeking out swordsmen who might pique his interest. Saixi, there are so many peculiar things here, Yamato exclaimed, captivated by the myriad of novelties lining the streets. Look, there are toys everywhere, and they actually move. Yamato marveled at the animated toys, figures, horses, jesters, completely awestruck by such extraordinary creations. Had it not been for Saix's restraint, Yamato would have eagerly disassembled the toys to uncover their inner workings. Indeed, there are a plethora of toys. It is no wonder this is known as the land of love and passion, Saixi mused, aware that these toys were once living beings. Yet, what concern was that to him? One could only respect the fates of others. The role of a savior was better suited for the future Luffy. For now, Saixi simply wished to enjoy life. However, their tranquility was soon disrupted by a commotion among some of the toys. Such disturbances occurred numerous times each day in this land. Saixi, what is the matter with these toys? Why aren't they functioning properly like the others? Yamato inquired, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. Among the many naturally naive individuals in this pirate world, Yamato harbors an insatiable curiosity about various matters. Are you curious about this? Saixi inquired, casting a glance at Yamato. Indeed, Yamato responded, it is only natural for one to be intrigued by such unusual occurrences. Saixi continued, if you implore me, I shall divulge the information. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Saix's words, Yamato earnestly beseeched, I beg you, Saixi, please tell me. As she grasped Saix's arm and persistently pressed with her formidable D. Her enthusiasm was unmistakable. Chapter 41. The Rescue of Dressrosa? Gently articulating her desires while playfully tugging at the boy's arm. This was a tactic that Yamato had gleaned from the pages of a comic book, an artful display of affection. According to the comic, this maneuver was a special technique designed to captivate the attention of a favored boy. It had proven effective when Yamato employed it on Seiya during their time aboard the starship. Indeed, the results were remarkable. It must be said that the feminine charm of Yamato was utterly irresistible. Previously, she had unilaterally declared Seiya to be her man, though he had paid her no heed. Seiya had merely assumed that Yamato was indulging in yet another fanciful roleplay. The scenario unfolded as follows. Yamato had cornered Seiya against a wall, mimicking the suave proclamations of a domineering character from her comic. Seiya, you shall henceforth be mine. The sheer awkwardness of the moment left Seiya yearning for a swift escape, prompting him to respond dismissively, yes, I shall be yours, before hastily departing the scene. The embarrassment was palpable, and Seiya had no desire to linger even a moment longer. As Yamato continued to charm, the absence of Seiya's immediate response led her to believe he was simply reluctant to divulge his feelings. Thus, she resolved to intensify her approach, seizing his head and planting a kiss upon him. Unbeknownst to her, Seiya had not been unwilling. He was momentarily dazed by the impact of her boldness. By the time he regained his senses, Yamato had pressed forward once more, prompting him to gently push her away. After all, they were still in public. And while Yamato displayed a remarkable lack of modesty, Seiya valued his dignity. Yamato's figure, adorned in exquisite attire, a striking ensemble she had donned after departing Wano, was undeniably captivating. Seiya found himself overwhelmed by such an unexpected assault on his senses. Very well, he conceded, in light of your earnestness, I shall reveal some of this nation's secrets to you. Thus, he divulged the unsettling truths about the country and the nature of its toys. What? You mean these toys were once human? Yamato initially listened with rapt attention, yet as the narrative unfolded, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon her. By the time she grasped the entirety of the situation, her mind was nearly overwhelmed. Not exclusively, some were animals as well. Look, that toy pulling the cart was transformed from a horse, Seiya pointed out, gesturing toward a toy horse trotting along the street. Such revelations illustrated the enslavement of the nation's populace. Yamato could not condone such practices. The arbitrary restriction of freedom bore a striking resemblance to her own experiences under Kaido's rule. What? Yamato, do you wish to save these people? Seiya discerned her intentions. However, he was resolute in his opposition to her aspirations to liberate the nation. Such an endeavor, he believed, was utterly futile and devoid of purpose. Do you truly believe that defeating Don Quixote Doflamingo would save this nation? Of course, one would wish for such a resolution. How could one treat others in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Yamato is exceedingly incensed by this situation, yearning to immediately confront and strike Doflamingo. Indeed, he resembles Luffy in his singular approach to problems, always inclined to resort to violence. "Oh, Yamato, you endearingly foolish soul." Observing Yamato's face brimming with indignation, Saixi is tempted to grasp his head and ruffle his hair vigorously. "What troubles you, Saixi?" Yamato inquires. Such individuals who casually enslave others surely deserve to be dealt with. Noticing Saixi' apparent indifference, Yamato is left perplexed. Previously, Saixi had stood resolutely against his father Kaido for the sake of the people of Wano. Why, then, does he exhibit no desire to intervene in this instance? What Yamato does not realize is that Saixi merely wishes for those individuals to survive and perhaps earn a little pocket money in the process. He is willing to lend a hand to others only when it is convenient. Does he not find it exhausting to contemplate saving the world daily? One might say Saixi possesses a modicum of kindness, but it is limited. If a spontaneous urge to save someone arises, he will act. Otherwise, he respects the fate of others. Yamato, do you believe the people of this nation are content? Saixi refrains from directly answering Yamato's question and instead poses one of his own. They seem rather happy, Yamato responds, glancing at the merchants and passers-by around him, recalling those he encountered on his journey. It appears that, aside from those transformed into toys, the citizens of this nation are faring quite well. Precisely. Are not the people of this country generally joyous? Why seek to alter it? Despite this assertion, Yamato remains somewhat troubled by the plight of those turned into toys. If the citizens were truly unhappy, how could they ever support Doflamingo as their king? Furthermore, do you know why those individuals became toys? Capturing civilians indiscriminately, even with the power to erase memories, would surely lead to noticeable discrepancies in the population, would it not? Look around. The inhabitants of this nation are abundant, nearly overflowing. Saixi urges Yamato to observe the crowd on this street, which is almost at capacity. This implies that those transformed into toys constitute only a minuscule fraction of the populace. Moreover, the powers they possess post-transformation are still linked to their human strength. Ordinary individuals hold little value as slaves. Most of those turned into toys are notorious pirates or members of opposing dark forces to the Don Quixote family. It is the previously formidable individuals who make for the best candidates for slavery, while that small portion of civilians merely suffered from unfortunate circumstances. Perhaps they inadvertently stumbled upon some secrets of the Don Quixote family? As Sachi spoke, Yamato felt his initial impulse to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo gradually dissipate. After all, having spent considerable time within the Beast Pirates, Yamato was quite familiar with the mining prison of Wano country. How many commendable individuals could possibly be sent to toil in such a place? Although Yamato may appear somewhat naive, he had never entertained the thought of liberating the prison of Wano. Yamato, do you understand why Wano country is so secure present? Why are the people of Wano so content now? Seeing that Yamato was absorbing his words, Saixi continued to elaborate. Chapter 42. The balance of yin and yang in the realm of Wano. The steadfast NPC Yamato pondered the current tranquility of their nation. Why, one might ask, is Wano so secure today? Why do its people seem to bask in such happiness? The answer, undoubtedly, lies with my father and the Beast Pirates. With his presence, the citizens of Wano are no longer burdened by exorbitant taxes as they once were. Furthermore, the Beast Pirates have provided them with employment opportunities, allowing them to conduct their businesses without the fear of robbery. With one of the four emperors overseeing the region, few would dare to disrupt the peace. Having worked in the new Wano for a year, Yamato is acutely aware of the reasons behind the prosperity of its people. Upon being questioned by Saixi, Yamato grasped the implication of the inquiry. Are you suggesting that the happiness of the citizens of Dressrosa is also attributable to that fellow, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Do sambat nave. Yamato is not devoid of understanding. This matter is clear to her. Indeed, While Doflamingo may appear rather unorthodox, his intellect is exceptionally astute. His capacity for intimidation is remarkably effective. Doflamingo's intelligence and awareness are genuinely impressive. Whether from the perspective of a manga reader in a previous life or as one who has traversed into the world of pirates, Saixi holds a deep admiration for this character. Doflamingo, a former warlord of the sea, has collaborated with your father, Kaido of the Beasts, and commands a criminal organization. He occupies a unique position that straddles both the light and dark realms, rendering the Navy, pirates, and the underworld hesitant to provoke Dressrosa. It is precisely due to Doflamingo that Dressrosa has attained its current state. Furthermore, he once belonged to the Celestial Dragons, though he is no longer recognized as such. Nonetheless, he retains the ability to converse with the world government. Doflamingo is undoubtedly among the most influential figures across the seas. Now you understand why I am aware of the situation in Dressrosa and why the Don Quixote family has been permitted to govern, don't you, Yamato? After articulating this, Saixi turned to Yamato once more, eager to ascertain whether she comprehended the gravity of the discussion. This time, Yamato grasped the full import. Although Doflamingo has enslaved a portion of the populace, he simultaneously safeguards the greater majority. Sacrificing a few for the preservation of many may seem cruel from a civilian's perspective. Yet from the ruler's vantage point, it is an undeniable gain. Even without turning them into toys, death is an inevitable fate for some each day. What is wrong with enjoying the benefits of the nation while contributing to the prosperity of Dressrosa? This world does not merely require the supremacy of either benevolence or malevolence. Rather, it seeks equilibrium between the two. As my father has often stated, the world must maintain a state of yin and yang. There exists no absolute right or absolute wrong. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives that yield varied landscapes. So what say you, Yamato? After hearing my reflections, do you still wish to confront Doflamingo? Shall we continue to frolic and Dressrosa together? Naturally, I would love to accompany you. Saixi, there is no joy in brawling without you by my side. Upon hearing Saishi's words, he instantly beamed and embraced Saixi. With his declaration, Saixi grasped his companion's sentiments. Indeed, he was not the mindless simpleton he initially appeared to be. Excellent. Let's indulge in merriment. After their brief interlude, Saixi and he meandered through the vibrant streets of Dressrosa, exploring and acquiring a plethora of ingredients and garments. Ever since he had perused romantic manga, he had yearned for new attire, and this time he indulged himself by purchasing an abundance. Saixi could only follow suit, footing the bill and stowing away his acquisitions into his spatial pocket. It must be said, possessing such a capability is indeed convenient. Look, Saixi, there's a casino here. Shall we venture inside? As they strolled, the duo stumbled upon a casino. During their time with the Beast Pirates, he had dabbled in games of chance, and now he was eager to explore. A casino, how delightful! Although Saixi had previously exchanged all his belly for treasures to enhance his strength, he still had the 800 million belly he had acquired from Kaido's debts. A little gambling for amusement wouldn't hurt. Having made up their minds, the two enter the casino. One must admit, Don Quixote Doflamingo has created an impressive establishment: poker, pinball, roulette. All imaginable games were at their disposal. After exchanging a small amount of chips at the front desk, Saixi handed half to Dahi, encouraging her to play. Saixi himself sought a moment of relaxation, planting himself before a slot machine to indulge in his own game of chance. The slot machines in this alternate world were far more entertaining, devoid of the absurd probability manipulations of his previous life. In the pirate world, authenticity reigned supreme. While Saixi was still engrossed in the thrill of gaming, Dahi stormed over, dragging someone along. Saixi, you must help me avenge my losses. I've been defeated by this fellow 10 times in a row. Observing Dahi's furious expression, Saixi couldn't help but chuckle. However, his amusement was swiftly replaced by astonishment as he noticed the individual she had brought along. Good heavens! A scarred blind man. Could this be the future Marine Admiral, Fujitora? What on earth was he doing here? Was he perhaps a fixed NPC at this casino? Greetings, esteemed guests. I am known as Fujitora. I sincerely apologize for having bested this lady just now, but this is a casino, and I hope you can forgive me, he said courteously, introducing himself and offering his apologies to Dehi. Fujitora, you say? You speak as if we are unreasonable individuals. In a casino, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. However, I cannot stand idly by while my companion is mistreated. How about a wager with me, Mr. Fujitora, who remains oblivious to this harsh world? Although he was uncertain why Fujitora was present, he posed no significant threat to Saixi at this time, as he was not yet an admiral. Moreover, Yamato and this fellow have both come seeking vengeance. As the captain, Saixi will undoubtedly seek retribution on her behalf. From your tone, it seems you are acquainted with me. However, since you wish to engage in a wager with me, I shall gladly oblige. I find it quite surprising that Saixi recognizes me, as I do not sense any familiar aura emanating from her. Nonetheless, this does not deter me from indulging in a grand gamble with you. Very well, Yamato, you shall act as our arbiter. Let us wager on who will earn a greater reward next time with that colossal entity of theirs. Chapter 43. The conflict within the casino. Very well, Yato, you shall serve as the arbiter. Let us wager on who will garner more rewards using that colossal contraption next time. With a flourish, Saixi pointed towards the largest slot machine at the center of the arena, disregarding whether Akari could see it. Shall we gamble with that? Very well, let us proceed. The trio approached the immense machine, which demanded a staggering 1 million belly for each spin. In the realm of gambling, Saixi knew he could not outmatch Akari, a seasoned veteran of the casino. Thus, he was left to gamble on this game of chance, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Allow me to take the first turn. With that declaration, Saixi pressed the activation button of the machine. As the button was engaged, the display began to dance with vibrant images. Oh, it must be the grand prize. Grand prize! Grand prize! Grand prize! Saixi exclaimed with fervor, while Yato cheered him on from the sidelines. Moments latte. The images on the machine began to slow, ultimately revealing a series of disparate symbols. Ding! Participation prize. Seratus, nol beli. At the sound of that announcement, the previously exuberant Saixi and Yato fell into a state of despondency. A mere participation prize. That is the second-to-last reward. Saixi had not anticipated such ill fortune, having drawn only a participation prize. Just moments ago, he had harbored intentions of avenging Yato, yet now he found himself ensnared in the same predicament. Well, Akari, it seems I'm destined to lose this round. Saixi offered a wry smile towards Akari. Akari had, of course, heard the resounding announcement of the participation prize. Before the gambling commenced, he had sensed Saixi's confidence and determination to protect his companion. He had anticipated an encounter with a worthy adversary, one that would result in an evenly matched duel. Instead, he found himself facing a braggart, someone whose words far exceeded their prowess. It appears that fortune is not on your side today, my young friend. Thus, the victory in this wager shall belong to me. With that, Akari pressed the activation button of the machine. Given the previous outcome of the participation prize, the trio regarded this game with a sense of indifference, merely viewing it as a formality. After all, that was the second-to-last reward, only surpassed by the minuscule 0.001 chance of drawing a non-winning outcome. Such entries were seldom encountered in the lottery machines of the Don Quixote family, designed to ensure every patron experiences the thrill of winning, thus alleviating the sting of loss. This strategy spurred consumption, enticing gamblers to invest even more of their ill-gotten gains. My apologies, Yato. I had not anticipated drawing a participation prize. I cannot seek vengeance for you. It's all right. It's all this old man's fault. I curse him to lose everything in his future gambles. Saixi and Yato had resigned themselves to their inevitable defeat, silently forming circles with their hands to curse Akari with future losses at the gambling table. Ding! No win. 3 no win. Ha 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 ha. Saixi, my curse has taken effect. This old man truly did not win. Upon hearing the sound emitted by the machine, Yamato leapt up in excitement. In contrast, Ishiao's expression darkened upon realizing the unfortunate outcome. After years of navigating the casino world, this was the first time he found himself in such a predicament. Ha ha ha, Ishiao, it seems that this time I am the victor, Saixi exclaimed. surprised by the sudden twist of fate that allowed him to emerge victorious. It appeared that fortune had favored the young friend today. This round of gambling was a loss for the old man. What could Yixiao do? He encountered an improbably low chance, having drawn a prize with odds even worse than that of the grand jackpot. On one hand, one could call him unlucky, as he had drawn the least desirable reward from the prize pool. On the other hand, one might consider him fortunate to have won something at all. Ultimately, fate did not align in his favor. Old man, although you are formidable, we have proven ourselves to be superior. With victory in hand, Yamato affectionately referred to Yixiao as uncle instead of old man. Elated by Saishi's victory, Yamato acknowledged Yixiao's formidable abilities. Thank you for the kind words, my lady, Yixiao replied, recognizing Yamato's admiration. He did not dwell on the outcome of this contest. Outside of Yamato, the other two participants seemed indifferent, merely indulging in Yamato's playful antics. Uncle, you are truly impressive. Despite your blindness, you have won so many times. This contest allowed Yamato to forgive Yixiao for his previous victories over her, sparking a conversation between them. As for my eyes, I merely chose to shut them to avoid witnessing too many unwelcome sights, Yixiao explained, playing along with her curiosity. Oh, so you blinded yourself. I thought perhaps you had won too much from others in the casino and were punished, Yamato replied innocently, her words striking a poignant chord. Just as the trio engaged in their light-hearted exchange amidst the casino's machines, a resounding explosion echoed through the establishment. It appeared that something intriguing had transpired. The explosion's sound reached their ears, and the trio's keen observation skills captured the scene of chaos. How dare anyone cause trouble on the territory of the Don Quixote family? A figure stepped forward, boldly identifying himself as Gladius, a cadre of the Don Quixote family and a user of the exploding fruit. Let me go. My family is waiting for me. Please release me. A man, clutching a package and pinned to the ground by casino staff, pleaded before Gladius. The audacity of attempting to stir mischief within the Don Quixote family's domain was astonishing. Gladius regarded this utterly ordinary man with curiosity. Bemused by the nerve, he had to attempt theft from the family's coffers. Regardless of your reasons, today you shall bid farewell to your life. As he spoke, Gladiolus extended his hand towards the man on the ground. The man, pinned beneath him, sensed the impending action of the officer and struggled desperately to break free and escape from this dire situation. Unfortunately, his strength was utterly insufficient to effect his liberation. He remained firmly immobilized on the ground. Just as Gladiolus's hand was about to make contact with the man, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Gladiolus glanced at his hand with a hint of confusion, recalling that he was on the verge of touching this individual only moments ago. Lost in thought, Gladiolus reached out once more towards the man before him. Indeed, he found that he could not make contact. Chapter 44. A choice of laughter indeed. He could not make contact. Gladiolus extended his arm fully, yet failed to reach the man before him. If his arm had not shortened, it could only mean that his position had shifted. Young man, temper your fury. Do not spend your days playing with your firecrackers, spoke the individual who had approached. Drawn by the sound of something that should not explode, Saixi. Gladiolus's earlier peculiar behavior was also orchestrated by Saixi. Bombing space, Saixi. Gladiolus exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. My apologies for the disturbance, Lord Saixi. The Don Quixote family will rectify this matter shortly. I sincerely regret interrupting your leisure. Upon recognizing Saixi, Gladiolus immediately adopted a posture of utmost respect. After all, this was a distinguished guest of the young master, worthy of the highest courtesy. What transpired here, Saixi? Please enlighten me, inquired Yamato and Yixiao, who had arrived just after Saixi. I am still trying to comprehend the situation myself. Let us hear from this cadre of the Don Quixote family, Saixi replied. The moment he arrived, the man was immediately treated like a firecracker, without any clarity gained. Lord Saixi, Lord Yamato, this fellow has pilfered a considerable sum of berries from the casino, and we are currently administering punishment, Gladiolus explained. Rest assured, we will resolve this matter swiftly and will not hinder your enjoyment. Please feel free to continue your leisure. Since Senor and Lao Ji returned to report to Doflamingo, Yamato's identity had been uncovered. When her lineage as Kaido's daughter came to light, it startled Doflamingo significantly, presenting a far greater challenge than dealing with Saixi and Mihawk. Enough of that. We shall discuss resolutions later. Right now, I simply wish to enjoy a spectacle. Pray, tell us what transpired, urged Saixi, dismissing Gladiolus's words. He sought to understand the entire narrative, particularly the theft. Speak, why did you steal the berries? Saixi squatted before the man, pinned to the ground, eager to hear his tale. Please, let me go. My family awaits my return. The man pleaded. I implore you. Noble sir, spare me. The man understood that the individual addressed, as lord by the Don Quixote cadre, was someone of considerable stature. His fate hinged upon the disposition of the man before him. Thus, upon hearing Saix's inquiry, he immediately began to weave a tale of woe, mentioning a sick wife and 2 young children in need of care. It seems your family is indeed in dire straits. Stealing a bit of money to support them seems reasonable. Saixi nodded in response to the man's story, appearing to find merit in his actions. Please, noble sir, spare me. I vow never to repeat such deeds, the man implored, sensing a glimmer of leniency from Saixi, and seizing the opportunity to intensify his appeal for sympathy. Saixi, this fellow's narrative is quite intriguing, albeit somewhat kitsch, he remarked. Daiwa paid no heed to the man on the ground, instead engaging Sachi in a discussion regarding his assessment of the tale at hand. Such narratives were a frequent sight for Daiwa in the casinos of Wano, each time portraying a woeful figure who, despite their misfortunes, would return to the casino only to squander their fortunes once more and ultimately find themselves ensnared again. Gentlemen, might you, for the sake of my esteemed self, grant leniency to this unfortunate soul? I shall bear the losses he has incurred, he implored. Observing that neither Sachi nor Daiwa appeared inclined to intervene on behalf of the man, Yixiao interjected, seeking to plead for his mercy. Oh dear uncle, do you intend to rescue this fellow? He hardly seems a figure worthy of pity, does he? Having previously absorbed Saichi's teachings on the street, Daiwa was not so naive as to take the man's words at face value. Moreover, he had witnessed numerous individuals akin to this pitiful wretch. Consider it a favor for me. I do not wish to witness a life extinguished before my very eyes. Though Yixiao harbored doubts regarding the credibility of this narrative, his unwavering sense of justice compelled him to act. Oh, brother Yixiao, do you truly wish to spare him? Would you care to wager with me once more? Unexpectedly, Yixiao sprang forth at that moment, prompting Sachi to consider a rather amusing notion. After absorbing Saichi's words, Yixiao fell silent. The authority to make a decision was no longer his. He could only acquiesce to Saichi's challenge. The nature of this wager was simple, devoid of lengthy explanations. Encapsulated in a few stark phrases: domestic violence, child abuse, matricide, robbery, and a penchant for gambling. Brother Yixiao, which of these transgressions do you believe this man before us embodies? Upon hearing Saichi's words, the man on the ground grew visibly more agitated. What say you, brother Yixiao? As long as you correctly identify which of these sins he has committed, I shall consent to spare him. Yixiao, upon grasping the stakes of this gamble, felt a surge of cold sweat. A wrong choice would cost a life. Yet, if this man truly bore such heinous sins, perhaps he ought not to be saved. The dilemma was indeed a challenging one. Have you not yet made a decision, brother Yixiao? Since you find yourself unable to choose, allow me to assist you. 5 out of 5. What say you? Will you accept my aid? Noticing Yixiao's prolonged silence, Sachi resolved to apply further pressure. Betting on someone else's convictions was far more entertaining than mere spectator sport. Besides, Yixiao was not in the Navy at present, so no fleet would disrupt their game. Who knew when he might encounter such an entertaining individual again? Yixiao's instincts hinted that Sachi was correct. That must be the right answer. Yet, if Saichi's assertions were indeed accurate, and the man was truly irredeemable, what purpose would his salvation serve? Observing Yixiao's continued hesitation, Sachi decided to take matters into his own hands. From the depths of space, the autumn water was summoned forth, and a formidable wave of slashing energy surged towards the man who lay prostrate on the ground. The man, still fervently praying for his escape, was abruptly confronted by the oncoming wave. With this single strike, Sir Saixi cleaved the man before him in twain, the residual force even shattering the walls of the casino, sending debris flying into the streets beyond. Fortunately, the blade's trajectory had been so precisely aimed that it spared all others, leaving the unfortunate man on the ground as the sole victim. Sir Saixi, I concede this wager, he uttered, the moment he did not intervene to halt Saishi's lethal blow. Saixi understood the choice made by Yixiao. Chapter 45. The confounded swordsman seeing Doflamingo, Yixiao remarked, since you have relinquished your sight, do not merely perceive the world through its superficial layers. Observe this realm with your heart, and you shall uncover that it is not as it appears. Do not allow your benevolence to become a tool for others' malevolence. If today you indiscriminately spare him, many more will suffer because of his actions. What seems like a rescue may, in truth, be an aid to wickedness, facilitating his harm to others. Yixiao listened to Saishi's words, falling into contemplation. To observe this world with heart, he murmured, reflecting on Saishi's recent counsel. Saixi, what transpired here? Mihawk, who had been leisurely wandering the streets, sensed the aura of Saishi's slash. Assuming he had encountered an adversary, he followed the trace of that energy. It is you, Mihawk. Just as I was intending to visit Doflamingo, it's fortuitous you have arrived. Let's go together. Noting that Saixi and Yamato appeared unharmed, Mihawk chose not to dwell on the recent occurrences. Well then, I have resolved the matter for your Don Quixote family. Please lead us to meet your young master. It would be remiss not to pay our respects during this visit. Saixi turned to Gladius beside him, addressing him, very well, Lord Saixi. I shall escort you there immediately. Upon hearing Saishi's intention to meet their young master, Gladius promptly acquiesced with deference. Yixiao, we shall take our leave now. I wish you joy in your endeavors here. Before departing, Saixi made sure to bid farewell to Yixiao. Mihawk, have you uncovered any treasures during your journey? Saixi inquired as they made their way to the palace. Having strolled through the streets with Yamato, Saixi had not encountered any noteworthy treasures. If he were to mention anything of value, it would be the sword cane in Yixiao's possession, the supreme great blade, one of the 12 arts of the extreme path. However, acquiring such a weapon from someone of significant prowess would prove challenging, as even seizing it would require considerable effort. Moreover, it was uncertain whether that item could trigger any narrative rewards. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid such murky waters. As for ordinary treasures, that sword held little worth. During their time in Rogue Town, Dasky had claimed that the sword Dowie Winsey was valued at no less than 10 million berries. Thus, the great blade would likely be worth only a few tens of millions of berries, comparable at most to a single devil fruit. Treasure? I found none. However, I did encounter an intriguing swordsman. Mihawk recalled the events of his day, his interest piqued solely by that swordsman. Ah, a swordsman you deem interesting must indeed be captivating. Saixi replied, the joy of life lies in indulging in the spectacle. If there is a show to witness, partake wholeheartedly. If not, seek out one to enjoy. Within the confines of the bullfighting arena, prisoners engage in combat daily. Upon my arrival, I encountered a captivating female swordswoman. In this ruthless arena, where only one can survive, she employed a style of swordsmanship that relied on leveraging her opponent's strength, deftly sending them out of the ring or rendering them unconscious. With no intention of inflicting lethal harm, Mihawk described the intriguing spectacle he had witnessed within the arena. How remarkable it is to find such a fighter. Is not the essence of battle to eliminate one's adversary? Allowing the opponent to remain seems futile. In Wano, Yamato had often observed similar duels, typically resulting in only one survivor. On occasion, both combatants might perish on stage. Truly, this swordswoman is fascinating. It's no wonder that even Mihawk is intrigued by her. Upon hearing Mihawk's account, Saixi recognized the intriguing swordswoman in question. She must be Rebecca, the former princess of the kingdom, the beautiful swordsman foretold by Usopp, who bore meat with her. Her plight is indeed tragic, devoid of memories. She is subjected to humiliation at the hands of Doflamingo within the arena. The individual you recently encountered is also a swordsman, is he not? Mihawk recalled the blind man who accompanied Saixi and Yamato, sensing the aura of a swordsman emanating from him. Are you referring to Brother Yixiao? He is indeed a swordsman. If you're interested, after meeting Doflamingo, you could seek him out for a sparring session. The aura of a swordsman surrounding Yishio is palpable, even to Saixi, and naturally, my hawk has noticed it as well. There is no need for a spar. I can perceive his confusion through his sword. A swordsman's blade often embodies their essence. My hawk can discern the state of a swordsman through their weapon. A swordsman like Yishio, who lacks a clear conviction, fails to pique my hawk's interest. Indeed, he appears burdened with worry. One wonders what troubles these individuals daily. Is it not preferable to live joyfully? Having traversed into the world of pirates, one ought to savor the experience. After all, I am not tasked with protecting my own nation. Saixi now simply aims to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates from mirroring their fate in the original tale. The disposition of others shall depend on Saixi's whims. Yet, the moral teachings of a past life instill within Saixi a flicker of compassion. As the trio engaged in light conversation, they proceeded to the palace. Upon entering the chamber, they were greeted by the flamboyantly dressed Doflamingo. Well, 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 is that the knight Yasha? Dressed like that, one might mistake you for a flamingo. Saixi launched into a jibe upon their initial meeting. Doflamingo's words could incite ire, so it was prudent to seize the initiative and assert dominance. Bombarding space, Saixi, renowned as a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Welcome, esteemed members of the treasure pirates, to my domain. I trust that your accommodations meet your satisfaction. Doflamingo paid no heed to Saix's mischievous antics, warmly welcoming their arrival with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, is that so? How welcoming indeed. Pray, doing leaguing me. Saix's audacious remark left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Saix, you are truly amusing. It appears we are quite compatible. Doflamingo's intentions extended beyond merely wishing to meet the treasure pirates. He had always been a man who would not rise without the prospect of gain. Enough of the flattery. Let us dispense with pleasantries and address the matter at hand. I hardly believe your desire to meet us is solely for the purpose of entertaining our company. Chapter 46. For the sorrowful past you endured, let us together annihilate this world. I hardly believe, my friend, that your intention in summoning us is merely to entertain. After all, you're a cunning fox of a millennium, speaking of tales from the strange stories. Am I not aware of the nature of Don Quixote Doflamingo? Ha ha ha. A man with a bounty of 1 billion is undoubtedly extraordinary. The invitation extended to esteemed guests, such as yourselves, must surely hold a request. I wonder if Mr. Saix would be so gracious as to grant my modest appeal. Doflamingo felt no surprise at Saix's reaction. Such a demeanor is hardly befitting when one seeks a favor. Is it, Doflamingo? Reveal your true self. It is rather awkward conversing with a mere puppet. Saix had discreetly tested the waters, realizing that this figure could nullify his abilities. His observation hockey soon detected Doflamingo's true form alongside Violet of the Don Quixote family in a nearby chamber. Indeed, in the presence of absolute power, my tricks are but trifles. Upon noticing that Saix had uncovered his doppelganger, Doflamingo emerged from the side entrance with Violet. Now that we are here, let us discuss the matter at hand. Should I find it intriguing, I may very well acquiesce to your request. Saix was keen to hear Doflamingo's proposition. Since we are all enlightened individuals, I shall speak plainly. How about we obliterate this world together, Saix? As Doflamingo uttered these words, a confident smile graced his face. Through his inquiries, he learned that Saix had joined the Whitebeard Pirates from a young age and was not born in the Grand Line. This implies that Saix must have endured a rather distressing childhood. It is troubling to consider that a child, barely of age, was cast adrift, ultimately finding himself alone in the new world, aligning with the nefarious pirate faction. Saix undoubtedly harbors a tragic past. Despite his jovial demeanor before me, his heart must be filled with discontent towards this world. He is acutely aware of Saix's actions in Wano country, where the entire aristocracy faced reckoning. Clearly, he suffered oppression from the nobility from a tender age, coupled with Saix's decisive actions in the gambling den, where he ruthlessly eliminated a parasite from a family. It is evident his own familial environment was equally harsh. This likely compelled him to join the old man, Whitebeard, and his pirate crew. Through this analysis, Doflamingo concluded that Saixi would be a significant ally in his quest to bring about the world's destruction. What? Annihilate the world? Have you lost your mind? Saixi could not fathom the depths of his misfortunes as envisioned by Doflamingo, nor the tragic nature of his lineage. In truth, Saixi had no parents in this world. He was cast into it by the system. Upon arrival, he sought to join the Whitebeard Pirates, experiencing only mild hardships on the journey to the New World. Doflamingo's conjectures bore no resemblance to Saix's reality. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Saixi. As long as your treasure pirate crew collaborates with me, we shall undoubtedly transform this world beyond recognition. In that moment, all the injuries and injustices you have endured will be avenged by those lofty individuals. Don Quixote Doflamingo mistakenly believes that Saixi is reluctant to reveal his tragic past and continues to put on a brave front. Thus, he intensifies his efforts, seeking to resonate with Saixi in hopes of enticing him to join his ranks. What is the matter with you, Doflamingo? I am living splendidly every day, and you dare to curse me? Saixi is somewhat bewildered by Doflamingo's words. What injuries? What injustices? What nonsense is this? Aren't these merely reflections of Doflamingo's own childhood experiences? What relevance do they hold for me? Is he merely seeking sympathy or cursing himself in my presence? Doflamingo, taken aback by Saix's indifference to his plight, wonders, Saixi, what is he saying? Have you truly suffered so? Yamato, listening to their exchange, finds himself in a fog of confusion. Meanwhile, Mihawk's gaze is fixated on the officer Violet, standing beside Doflamingo, as she strikes him as somewhat familiar. Do not heed the foolish ramblings of that imbecile, Yamato. I joined my father's Whitebeard Pirates at the age of 10. I had no time to endure what he speaks of. Saixi recalls that in the original narrative, Doflamingo is portrayed as a cunning and astute individual. Is the man before him a mere impostor? With this thought, Saixi feels compelled to confirm the truth. Hey, you are indeed the notorious warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo, correct? Saixi inquires, his gaze filled with skepticism. Of course. No one would dare impersonate me in this world. Doflamingo perceives Saix's scrutinizing gaze as somewhat offensive, and the expression of disbelief on Saix's face unsettles him. Wait a moment. According to the information, isn't Doflamingo a resourceful and devious character? How can you? If Doflamingo had not grasped the situation by this point, he would indeed be a fool. Ha ha ha. It seems I have misjudged the situation. My apologies, Saixi. Regardless, I still pose the same question. Will you join me in this endeavor? Together, we can dismantle this world. Although my deductions may have been flawed, it does not diminish my desire to invite Saixi to join me. As a schemer, I'm never short of audacity. As long as I possess sufficient boldness, I shall not be led by others. The notion of world destruction is secondary. I have yet to fully relish the pleasures of this world. If it were to be obliterated, where would I seek treasures? Where would I find joy? The lofty ideals of saving or destroying the world. Let those who wish to pursue such matters do so. Saixi harbors no such grand aspirations. Moreover, given your methods in this nation, there exists nothing that could convince me of your capacity to annihilate this world. The Don Quixote family possesses a cadre structure akin to that of the four emperors. However, regrettably, their strength falls short of the mark. From top to bottom, the prowess of every individual lags behind that of the four emperor pirate crews by at least one tier. At present, I admittedly lack such capability, yet the future remains uncertain. I have been diligently striving towards the obliteration of this world. Don Quixote Doflamingo is also aware that his strength is insufficient to stir these seas. Nevertheless, he possesses a certain confidence, a belief in his ability to realize his ambitions. Who can truly predict the events of the future? I would advise you to safeguard that devil fruit user who has the ability to transform others into mere playthings, lest your ambitions remain unfulfilled and you find yourself the first to fall. Chapter 47. The Clash of Conquerors Haki and Doflamingo's Proposition, if I may say. It would be wise for you to safeguard that devil fruit user who transforms others into mere playthings, lest you find yourself thwarted in your ambitions and suffer the consequences first. Sachi boldly revealed the secret behind the current state of this nation directly in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Doflamingo's expression shifted dramatically. The secrets he controlled within this realm were known to very few. How did Saixi come to possess such knowledge? Are you surprised that I am aware of this matter? Saixi inquired with an audacious tone, observing Doflamingo's face darkening visibly. He had no intention of disclosing to Doflamingo that he had perused the original work. I am indeed curious. Saixi, how you acquired this information? Alas, in the absence of strength, one must tread carefully. Even if Saixi had unearthed Doflamingo's secret, it did not grant him the power to silence him entirely. How I came to know is of no concern to you. Merely understand that such a kingdom cannot endure for long. In the face of Doflamingo's outwardly carefree demeanor, Saixi chose to speak candidly. This nation is indeed not built to last, and in a few years, a certain individual, one who champions friendship and camaraderie, will arrive to usher him into a prison, destined to become the king of newspapers. By the way, you must be Violet, the original princess of this realm. Saishi's gaze shifted towards the violet-haired woman beside Doflamingo. Upon hearing Saishi's words, Violet's eyes widened in astonishment. This man before her recognized her. Was he a former friend or foe? Since joining the Don Quixote family, scarcely anyone had called her by that name. The fact that he knew her name implied a time before the kingdom fell under Doflamingo's grasp. Yet back then, Saixi would have been merely a child. Do not concern yourselves with how I came to know. I merely wish to request a favor of you. Having ventured here, it cannot be solely about your requests of me, although I may decline. I ask that you take good care of the lady within the arena. Both Doflamingo and Violet immediately grasped the implication of Saishi's statement, mentioning Violet's identity and the need to care for a lady in the arena. Who else could it be but Rebecca? Saixi, is that swordsman also of royal lineage? Mihawk mused, having finally connected the dots. No wonder he found Violet so familiar. She shared a connection with the swordsman within the arena. Ha 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 ha! Are you suggesting that I, a pirate who has usurped the throne, should tend to the former royalty? Ha ha ha! How utterly amusing! What do you take me, Don Quixote Doflamingo, for? As he spoke, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki manifested, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive aura. How shall I put this? I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform. In response to Doflamingo's formidable haki, Saixi resolved to unleash his own. Soon after, two formidable waves of conquerors' haki emerged. Saixi and Yamato simultaneously unleashed their haki, directing it towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Within the confines of the room, comprising only 5 individuals, 3 distinct manifestations of conquerors' haki clashed. It was evident that Doflamingo's haki was inadequate to contend with that of Saixi and Yamato, resulting in his swift defeat. Indeed, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion possesses such audacity. Doflamingo, however, fell prey to the naivety typical of the indigenous inhabitants of the pirate world, failing to grasp the concept of a systematic approach and the allocation of power points, mistakenly attributing Saix's prowess to mere ambition. As for Yamato wielding conqueror's haki, Doflamingo held no particular thoughts. It was only natural for Kaido's daughter to possess such a trait. It seems that today, I must acquiesce to the conditions presented. The earlier display of haki was merely a whim of Doflamingo. How could he so brazenly provoke someone beyond his means? Saixi was well aware that Doflamingo would not engage him directly. To have such a formidable pirate solicit his assistance was undoubtedly intriguing. Furthermore, according to reports from his subordinates, Dracula Mihawk also expressed interest in that individual. After all, it was a matter of convenience, and perhaps this individual would play a significant role in some future event. Additionally, it would allow Saixi to call in favors from these pirates. Saixi recalled that this fellow had some dealings with the Beast Pirates. It would be wise not to eliminate him outright. The earlier confrontation of haki was a silent agreement between Saixi and Doflamingo, while Yamato merely sought to join the fray. Imitating the use of haki she witnessed, observing Doflamingo's intention to strike, Yamato assumed negotiations had failed and that a battle was imminent. Considering his previous collaboration with her father, which was reportedly lucrative, she hoped they would not resort to lethal force, lest her father miss out on potential profits. Truly, Yamato's heart was as ruthless as it was naive. Having assented to their terms, must she also endure a beating? Yamato, there is no need for conflict. We are all civilized individuals. Let us refrain from resorting to violence. Yamato, for all her admirable traits, occasionally misjudged the gravity of situations. Indeed, her physique was quite remarkable. Se mused en wildly. Yet, Saixi, had you not previously executed your adversaries without hesitation? It seems that the world of the innocent and naive is indeed simple. One must adapt their approach to differing circumstances, he replied. However, did you not assert that if the enemy was confirmed, one should not hesitate to? Noticing Yamato's intent to further speak, Saixi promptly embraced her, covering her mouth to silence her. Doflamingo, I believe our discussion has reached its conclusion, has it not? Seeking to preserve Yamato's reputation, Saixi resolved to depart promptly. Isoposizo. The intelligence had not indicated that Saixi and Yamato shared such a relationship. No wonder this individual, clearly the son of Whitebeard, had ties to the equally formidable Kaido. Thus, the connections became evident. Very well, we shall not impose any further. Farewell. As Sachi spoke, he led Yamato, whose mouth was covered and could only emit muffled sounds, out of the room. Mihawk, observing Saishi's departure, followed suit. This left only Doflamingo and Violet, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Once outside, Sachi released Yamato. Phew, I nearly had my carefully constructed persona shattered before Doflamingo. Sachi had initially intended to present himself as a suave individual, a strategist with foresight and control over the future. If Yamato were to reveal anything, it would lay bare his true nature as a petty individual, one who kills mercilessly and calculates every detail, akin to a worm split in two or an egg yolk that has been carelessly shaken. Chapter 48. New Companions. Unexpected gains. Having thoroughly explored Dressrosa, though it proved to be quite intriguing, we found no treasures. Upon exiting the palace, the trio prepared to set sail once more. Dressrosa is merely a nation on a small island, lacking in extensive areas for exploration. Indeed, I did acquire several exquisite garments. Thus, it was not entirely without merit. Yamato felt that this adventure was not as thrilling as she had anticipated. By the way, Saixi, why did you ultimately have Doflamingo tend to that individual from the arena? Is there something particularly special about that person? Yamato was quite curious about the individual they had mentioned. That person? That would be the interesting swordsman Mihawk referred to earlier. Do you recall my previous mention? This nation was seized by Doflamingo. That swordsman was once the princess of this country. Noticing Yamato's interest in the matter, Saixi decided to share the story with her. For Yamato, it was merely an intriguing tale. Oh, I had no idea such a thing existed. Additionally, I have a foreboding feeling that she may play a pivotal role in some significant event in the future. It was through a meal that I secured a mercenary capable of defeating Doflamingo. Is this your intuition, Saixi? It is certainly possible that this will come to pass. Yamato had complete faith in Saixi, barring certain exceptions. Saixi, there's a formidable presence ahead. As Saixi and Yamato playfully bantered, Mihawk's voice rang out, alerting them as they approached the port. Upon hearing Mihawk's warning, both Saixi and Yamato immediately became vigilant. If Mihawk deemed it strong, it must indeed possess considerable power. Although Saixi usually led a joyous life, they were still in the perilous world of pirates. The distance was still somewhat far. Mihawk's observation haki could not reach that far. He could only sense the powerful aura through his instincts. Aware that there might be a situation ahead, Saixi promptly activated his own observation haki. It turns out to be an acquaintance. I thought a formidable foe was coming to claim my head. Once Saixi expanded his range of observation haki, he quickly discerned the identity of the powerful individual Mihawk had mentioned. Wasn't he that the brother I encountered at the casino? No wonder Mihawk referred to him as a formidable person. Saixi relayed his findings to the other two, reassuring them that they need not be so tense. Oh, is that the uncle? It seems he is not only skilled at gambling. Upon hearing Saix's words, Yamato instantly recalled the blind uncle they had met at the casino. With the non-existent crisis averted, they decided to take the opportunity to bid farewell to the brother. Before long, the trio arrived at the port of Dressrosa. Hey, uncle, what brings you here? Are you also leaving this island? As Yamato reached the port, she immediately recognized the figure. Then he stepped forward to greet them. Oh, it's you all. I truly must leave this island, although I have yet to find a suitable caravan. Ishao naturally began conversing with Yamato upon sensing his approach. Yamato asked, So, where's your next destination, sir? Ishao replied, As for me, I have no particular plans. I intend to disembark wherever the merchant ship I'm following takes me. Yamato exclaimed, Really? Would you care to join our ship? We are also departing from here. How about embarking on an adventure with us? Yamato thought to himself that Ishao, having no pressing matters, would surely add an element of fun to their journey. Moreover, he was eager for the opportunity to compete with Ishao, as he had never once triumphed over him in their previous encounters. Are you truly willing to let me aboard your vessel? You are indeed kind-hearted. Ishao expressed his gratitude for the invitation. It would be foolish to refuse a ship when one is offered. Besides, I was already waiting for Saixi and the others. With Ishao's gravity fruit abilities, he could effortlessly traverse the sea. Hold on, Ishao. Don't be too hasty in your agreement. I must inform you beforehand that we are pirates. You should be well aware of the consequences of boarding a pirate ship, right? There's a possibility you might find yourself on the Marines Wanted list. Sachi warned as he noticed Ishao contemplating Yamato's proposal. Ha ha ha, bombarding space, Saixi, captain of the treasure pirates. Such well-known information is still within my grasp. Ishao chuckled in response to Saishi's caution. It seemed he had not misjudged their character. Although he was waiting for a merchant ship to catch a favorable wind, he was also anticipating their arrival. He wished to observe the actions of one who professes to observe the world with intent. Upon hearing Ishao's words, Sachi finally realized he had been outmaneuvered. It appeared that Ishao had long been scheming. However, to board my ship, one must possess sufficient prowess. As he spoke, Mihawk, standing behind Saixi, charged forward with his black blade. Yuru. Under normal circumstances, Mihawk would not act so rashly, but now that he was on another ship, he could not adhere strictly to his prior habits. Boarding another's vessel required a readiness to adapt. Seeing Mihawk's strike approaching, Ishao drew his own weapon. The extreme Dao fire line, and their blades clashed together. The collision of these two supreme swords was indeed a rare spectacle. From your sword, I can sense the uncertainty within your heart. Their fierce exchange of swordplay allowed Mihawk to more acutely perceive Ishao's inner turmoil. Indeed, Ishao reflected, I have witnessed far too many things. Even with my eyes blinded, I still cannot fortify my heart's resolve. I lack the capacity to judge the rights and wrongs of this world. Confronted with Mihawk's incisive observation, Ishao did not deny it. Even with a resolute determination, uncertainty still lingered. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. With a smile, Ishao unleashed the formidable power of the Devil Fruit, slicing forth a wave of energy directed towards Mihawk. In response, Mihawk calmly executed a downward strike, generating a similar wave of energy aimed at Ishao. Amidst the friendly sparring between these heavyweight figures, half of Dressrosa's dock was inadvertently obliterated. Once the clash concluded, Mihawk sheathed his black blade, Yoru, and returned to the side of Saixi. So, Mihawk, shall we invite Brother Ishao aboard? Sainkired, glancing at the returning Mihawk. Such a probing question could only be posed to someone of equal caliber in this contest. Chapter 49. Setting sail with a smile. How about it, Mihawk? Shall we let Brother Ishao aboard? Saixi inquired, glancing at Mihawk upon his return. A bewildered swordsman, yet his strength should not be underestimated. Mihawk offered a measured assessment. Excellent. In that case, we graciously welcome Brother Ishao aboard. I hope this fortunate guest does not become a target of the Navy, Saixi remarked. With Mihawk's consent, Ishao officially became the first visitor aboard the Saire. Such matters were already considered once I decided to join your vessel, so there is no need for concern. I'm once again grateful to all of you for allowing me to accompany you, Ishao replied. Although he had pondered the Navy's bounty on him, it paled in comparison to the justice he wished to uphold. If the Navy were truly as unreasonable as they appeared, then what harm was there in being pursued by them? Uncle, from now on, you shall be our comrade. Let's play that dice game again. I am certain I shall win. Yamato exclaimed upon hearing that Ishao would indeed board the treasure pirate ship. immediately challenging him. Ha ha! We shall all be comrades on the same ship henceforth. If you wish to play, I am more than willing to oblige, Xiao replied, finding great fondness for the innocent nature of Yamato, akin to playing with a child. Now, let us save the dice for the ship. We must prepare to set sail. Saixi asserted as he summoned the sire once more, and everyone boarded the vessel in succession. Such remarkable abilities you possess. You are indeed extraordinary, Sachi. Xiao marveled at the sight of the colossal warship conjured seemingly out of thin air, a feat he had never witnessed before. Since you are aboard now, brother Xiao, you may select your own cabin. Mihawk, please accompany him to explore, Saixi instructed. I shall head to the captain's quarters to prepare for departure. With a nod, Mihawk led Xiao into the ship's interior to choose a room. As the sire set sail, it departed from the harbor that Mihawk and Xiao had just laid waste to. Venturing into the open sea, by evening, the four gathered in the dining hall, indulging in the sumptuous feast prepared by Mihawk. It became apparent to Mihawk that he had only just begun to grasp the voracious appetites of this motley crew. Saixi, where are we headed next? Yamato mumbled, his mouth full of food. I have no idea. We have only just departed from Dressrosa. How could I possibly know our next destination? Saixi replied, chewing his food. He had initially intended to unearth treasures in Dressrosa, only to have Xiao emerge instead. While Xiao was undeniably formidable, he could not be sold off to enhance Saixi's own capabilities. Saixi recalled that the Sky Island boasted numerous treasures of gold and jewels. If he were to amass all the gold from there, it could significantly bolster his strength. However, Sky Island lay within the Grand Line, while he remained in the New World. Even if he were to embark, it would require considerable time, and he would need to traverse the Red Line in between. How about a visit to Fishman Island? It is the territory of Old Man, and the underwater island is quite intriguing. As the thought of crossing the Red Land surfaced, Saixi was reminded of the events leading up to his joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Coincidentally, Fishman Island also presents a splendid opportunity for adventure. What say you, dear brother? Shall we venture to Fishman Island? Fishman Island, you say? I have yet to set foot there. I have heard it is a remarkably hospitable nation. I am eager to witness it myself. Slurp, slurp. Noticing Saix's words, the jovial Ichio responded enthusiastically while savoring his noodles. Meanwhile, Mihawk continued to indulge in his fine wine, perplexed by how Ichio, who previously appeared so serious, had transformed into this exuberant character aboard the ship. Observing Ichio devour his meal voraciously, Mihawk pondered that perhaps allowing this fellow on board was a misstep. Say exclaimed, Ichio, do you wish to see Fishman Island as well? Indeed, I have long heard tales of Fishman Island. However, I have yet to find the opportunity to visit. Ichio replied candidly. Fishman Island? Is that not a place inhabited entirely by the same race as that roadjack? Yamato paused her meal, inquiring with curiosity. Yes, it is the homeland of the fishmen. What do you think? Shall we go and explore? Subsequently, Saixi shared some fascinating facts about Fishman Island with Yamato. Oh, that sounds quite intriguing. I want to go. Yamato's interest was piqued by Saix's descriptions of the novel wonders. And you, Mihawk? Saixi turned to the solitary and elegant Mihawk, who had been quietly observing. I am indifferent. As long as you all are pleased, it matters not where we go. The true essence lies in encountering fascinating swordsmen, Mihawk replied. Very well, our next destination shall be Fishman Island, a perfect occasion to survey Old Man's territory. Whitebeard's domain is filled with unremarkable nooks and crannies, but Fishman Island stands out as a significant thoroughfare. Ah, I am full, exclaimed Yamato, her hunger sated, resembling a roaring dragon. Saixi, let us retire for the night. With that, Yamato forcefully tugged Saixi away from the dining table. Ever since Yamato confessed her feelings to Saixi, she had been insistent on sharing a bed with him, inspired by the manga she read, where characters expressing their affections would then sleep together. She imitated this notion and rushed into Saix's room. However, she remained blissfully unaware that the manga often omitted crucial scenes. If all were revealed, it would hardly qualify as a proper manga. Thus, she only understood the desire to share a bed, oblivious to the true implications of sleeping together, which led to considerable complications for Saixi. Initially, When Yamato expressed her wish to share a bed, Saixi resolutely declined. Yet, she stealthily snuck under the covers, and eventually, Saixi begrudgingly accepted the reality of their shared slumber. However, Yamato was truly just there to sleep, doing nothing else. This left Saixi in quite the predicament, unable to rise or descend in peace. Sometimes, even after drifting into slumber, I would inadvertently unleash the powers of the devil fruit, encasing Saixi in a sculpture of ice. Mr. Mihawk, have Saixi and Yamato always been like this? I inquired, observing the exuberant Yamato and the reluctant Saixi being dragged along. Once they had wandered far enough away, I turned my attention back to Mihawk. Well, more or less. You'll get accustomed to it in due time, he replied, seemingly uninterested in commenting on the antics of this lively pair. Mihawk then withdrew a comic book he had been perusing earlier and began to delve into its pages. I noticed the book in his hands and felt a pang of curiosity about what the world's greatest swordsman was reading. Alas, I was merely blind. Books held little significance for me now. Chapter 50. The Growth of Yamato, Journey to Fishman Island on the way to Fishman Island. Yamato either engaged in spirited games of poker with Ikeo or immersed herself in comic books. One day, after finishing a comic, she made her usual trip to the ship's library in search of a new read. Surveying the shelves, she found herself at a loss for choice until her eyes were drawn to a particularly captivating cover. The comic appeared delightful, and she decided it was the one. With a skip in her step, Yamato clutched the vibrant comic and left. However, as she settled in to appreciate it, she sensed something amiss. Why were only 2 pages out of 10 adorned with characters dressed? Was this some sort of peculiar narrative? The more she read, the more uneasy she became, her heart racing with confusion. By the time she realized the comic's questionable nature, it was too late. There exists but a distinction between a singular instance and countless repetitions. Soon enough, she found herself utterly captivated by the content. Oh, so this is how it is. It can be like this? Oh, so that's the reason. The comic drew her in further, prompting unexpected gasps of astonishment. In that moment, Yamato experienced a transformation. No wonder Saixi had seemed so flustered in her presence. It was because of this. Contemplating this revelation, she glanced down at her own voluptuous figure. Indeed, observing Saixi, she realized her own allure. Ever since delving into this comic, Yamato's thoughts had completely shifted from her previous masculine inclinations to her true feminine essence. Before long, she had consumed the entirety of the comic. Yet upon finishing, she felt a lingering desire for more. She promptly returned to the spot where she had found it, eager to search once again. Judging by the title on the cover, there must be more than one. Where could they be? Oh, found it. Indeed, there were more. In no time, Yamato retrieved over a dozen vividly colored comics from the shelf. They appeared to belong to the same series as the one she had just read. Giddy with excitement, she cradled her newfound treasures and returned to her room. Such delightful finds were meant for solitary enjoyment. In the days that followed, Yamato frequently sequestered herself in her room, no longer clamoring to sleep alongside Saixi every night. This left both Saixi and Mihawk perplexed. Ikeo, who had only recently met Yamato, assumed this was merely her usual demeanor, failing to perceive any oddity. One evening, Yamato boldly entered Seixi's room. "Saixi, let us sleep together tonight." Hearing her words, Saixi sensed no unusual undertones. Believing Yamato to be as she had always been, simply seeking companionship for the night. Unbeknownst to them, this marked the beginning of their shared joy. After obtaining Saishi's consent, he excitedly climbed onto Saishi's bed. "Hey, Saixi, how about we do something fun?" he asked while lying on Saishi's bed, who was preparing to sleep. "Fun? What do we possibly do at this hour?" Saixi pondered, unable to fathom what antics he might conjure up. Hith. "Hold on, Saixi, let me demonstrate," he declared, promptly burrowing beneath their shared blanket. Initially, Saixi was perplexed, wondering what he was up to. However, he soon sensed something amiss. He felt an unexpected assault from below. "What are you doing? Don't take off my pants," Saixi exclaimed, realizing that he was indeed making an audacious move beneath the covers. Confounded, he couldn't comprehend why he would remove his pants. In a swift motion, he yanked the blanket off them, still oblivious to Dahi's growth, failing to consider Dahi in that light. He thought Dahi, being so naive, was likely engaging in some innocent mischief. Yet, the subsequent event shattered Saixi's assumptions. Saixi, just wait and see, Dahi said, pushing the startled Saixi back down. Before Saixi could react, Dahi commenced the activity. What the? Sachi suddenly realized what he meant by fun. Having just absorbed knowledge from a comic book, Dahi understood that mere observation was insufficient. Indeed, practice is the only criterion for truth. With Dahi initiating this escapade, what else could Sachi do but indulge in the experience? After Dahi finished his appetizer, it was time for Sachi to partake in the main course. As a man, he naturally assumed the dominant role, lifting Dahi and positioning her comfortably at the head of the bed, ensuring she lay down properly. Since viewing those comics, Dahi had longed to experience this with Saixi. Their mutual desires ignited a fervent passion, leading to an unspoken connection. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. The following morning, the two emerged from their slumber, refreshed, and headed to the ship's dining area for breakfast. Saixi, having lived 2 lives, could finally bid farewell to his virginity. Dahi, having endured days of pent-up frustration, was finally liberated. From that moment on, their relationship was irrevocably solidified. Meanwhile, today's meals are a bit scant. I want more. At the dining table, Saixi quickly devoured his food, feeling unsatisfied. I want more too, Dahi echoed, mirroring his enthusiasm. Given the excitement of the previous night, it was only reasonable for them to indulge further. Mihua, wearing an exasperated expression, reluctantly went to prepare more food for the two insatiable diners. Were it not for that milk kitchen knife, he might have contemplated taking down Saixi right then. After experiencing the joys of the previous night, the two found themselves irreversibly entwined. Saixi also sensed the transformation into he. Now, Saixi and Dahi engage in physical activities together almost every evening. During this time, Saixi inquired about the sudden change into he. To this, Dahi revealed a collection of vividly colored comic books. Now Saixi comprehended the situation. It was a result of reading and learning. To prevent Mihawk from discovering these books, Saixi hurriedly gathered them from the library late at night. Such disreputable literature could be overlooked by Dahi, but it must remain unknown to Mihawk. After a fortnight of arduous travel, the treasure pirates finally arrived in the waters near the Red Earth continent. Saixi, how shall we reach Fishman Island? Aren't we supposed to find someone to code our ship? Chapter 51. Arrival at Fishman Island. Saixi, how do we reach Fishman Island? Aren't we supposed to find someone to code our ship? Yamato gazed at the towering red soil continent before her, then glanced at the vast emptiness of the ocean surrounding them. There's nowhere to dock. How can we get to Fishman Island? Fear not, for as the captain, I have made ample preparations, Saixi declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Yamato quietly muttered, "You had no preparation that night." Yamato's subtle remark did not escape Saishi's ears. What to be done? Who could have anticipated that Yamato would suddenly harness the powers of a devil fruit? Anyone would have found themselves unprepared in such circumstances. Disregarding Yamato, Saixi retrieved a capsule containing a submarine from his spatial storage. He tossed it into the water, and a submarine emerged before them. There it is. We shall use that to reach Fishman Island, Saixi announced, gesturing towards the vessel. Wow, Saixi, you actually have a submarine. That's amazing, Yamato exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having been a devil fruit user since childhood, she had never seen the wonders of the underwater world. This opportunity to witness the ocean's depths had long been anticipated by her. Let us embark for Fishman Island. With that, Saixi leapt onto the submarine, followed by Yamato, Mihawk, and finally, the unseen presence of Ichi. Once everyone was aboard, Saixi stowed away the ship, set sail towards Fishman Island. With Saishi's command, the treasure pirates began their journey. As they submerged beneath the waves, Yamato's curiosity ignited. She pressed her face against the submarine's window, mesmerized by the sights outside. Saixi, what are those over there? They look delicious. She spotted various creatures gliding through the deep, each exuding a unique charm, clearly prime ingredients for a feast. Oh, you mean those fish? Once we reach Fishman Island, we can procure some there. They have plenty of such fish for sale, Saixi replied. steering the submarine while also glancing at what Yamato was referring to. Really? Then we must make sure to buy some. Even after we leave Fishman Island. I want my hawk to prepare those fish for me, Yamato replied eagerly. Hearing her, my hawk remained silent, pondering, while you two are engrossed in conversation. The one left wounded is me. I recall, Ichi, you're also a devil fruit user, right? Have you ever seen the underwater world? Since Saixi and Yamato's relationship had grown, Sachi had requested Yamato to refer to him differently to avoid confusion regarding their ranks. No, I have never beheld the beauty of the ocean depths, Ichi replied, addressing Yamato's inquiry. Ah, how unfortunate you are, Ichi. To miss such a stunning sight before losing your vision, Yamato remarked, her enthusiasm unwavering. Should we allow Saixi to attempt to heal you? I feel he could restore your sight. Although Yamato may speak a bit bluntly, his heart is undeniably kind. As for my eyes, healing them is unnecessary. Their affliction is a consequence of my own transgressions. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind intentions, Yamato. Concerning my vision, I still believe that keeping my eyes closed is preferable. One can shut their eyes to external stimuli, yet the darkness of the world does not vanish simply because one chooses to close their eyes. In the face of overwhelming odds, losing one, I may deceive oneself into believing that only half the adversaries remain. This may temporarily bolster one's confidence and better prepare one for confrontation. However, closing both eyes is merely an act of self-deception, akin to burying one's head in the sand. It is a refusal to confront the harsh realities that lie ahead. In light of Ishiao's circumstances, my hawk offered a piercing evaluation. Merely succumbing to darkness and blinding oneself does not solve the issue. It is essential to seek ways to prevent such darkness from appearing. As a swordsman, harboring such a mindset will not lead one to the pinnacle of mastery. I am grateful for your guidance. After interacting with Lord Saixi, I have come to understand certain truths I had previously overlooked. However, I shall defer the healing of my eyes until the truly opportune moment arises. Ishiao expressed his gratitude for Mihawk's advice, yet he also harbored his own plans. Enough of this chatter. Fishman Island is just ahead, Saixi announced to those within the cabin, casting his gaze toward the gradually enlarging island. Oh, are we nearly there? Yamato exclaimed, immediately climbing to the window to gaze outside. Indeed, amidst the dark depths of the ocean, a particularly radiant spot emerged. Upon closer inspection, a bubble-encased island basked in that luminous glow came into view. Is this Fishman Island? It truly appears splendid. Yamato gazed at the island enveloped in bubbles, reminiscent of the fantastical realms depicted in comics. Her heart brimming with anticipation for the imminent arrival at Fishman Island. Report: the insignia belongs to the treasure pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. A soldier stationed at the entrance of Fishman Island promptly relayed the information upon spotting a vessel approaching. Oh, is it the treasure pirates of Lord Saixi? Once we confirm their identity, we must extend our utmost hospitality to Lord Saixi. The senior officials of Fishman Island buzzed with excitement at the prospect of Saix's arrival. It had been a decade since their last encounter, and this marked Lord Saix's first visit to Fishman Island since then. It was imperative to leave a favorable impression on him. Soon, Saixi and his companions arrived at the entrance gate of Fishman Island. Halt! To enter Fishman Island, please register here. Several guards emerged, armed and vigilant. It seemed they were prepared to act decisively should any irregularities arise. Roar! Has Fishman Island become so regimented? Saixi observed the multitude of fishmen brandishing torpedo cannons, a stark contrast to the dilapidated harpoons depicted in the original narrative. I am Captain Saixi of the treasure pirate crew, affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates. Might we gain access to Fishman Island? Saixi is yet unaware of the impression he holds among the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Years ago, after he rescued Princess Otoheim, he was invited to the Ryugu Palace. His suggestions regarding the development of Fishman Island were conveyed directly to Neptune, with scarcely any fish folk present. Thus, it is only natural that the residents of Fishman Island who are familiar with Saixi are few, much like those in Wano country. Since joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Saixi has been active in the New World and has not returned to Fishman Island. He could hardly fathom that Neptune had already elevated his reputation to that of a household name. Chapter 52. Entering Fishman Island. The transformation of Fishman Island indeed. Is Lord Saixi? No, that cannot be right. It may be an impersonation by another pirate crew. Let's proceed with caution. The safety of Fishman Island cannot be compromised. Since you claim to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, let us verify the password. Otherwise, we might not permit your entry. A password? What password? Does Father have such a thing with Fishman Island? How was I not informed? While Saixi was still puzzled about the origin of this mysterious password, the fishmen opposite began to speak. There exists a bounty hunter with two distinct signature moves, the heavy hammer and the light hammer. Engaging his services requires payment based on the frequency of his techniques employed. It is known that to eliminate a pirate with a bounty of 50 million, one must use the heavy hammer 5 times and the light hammer twice. The question is, how much berries would it cost to hire him to take down 2 pirates, each with a bounty of 50 million? Simply provide the answer to this question, and you shall pass. Hurry with your response. Otherwise, do not blame us for sinking your vessel. What a ridiculous elementary math question. You have not even specified the cost of the heavy hammer and light hammer. At this thought, Saixi felt compelled to unleash a torrent of curses. Have I traversed into the world of pirates only to be subjected to mathematics? Saixi, does your Whitebeard Pirates truly have such a password? It sounds rather sophisticated. As Daifuku listened to the password being uttered, his confusion deepened, prompting him to directly inquire of Saixi. However, Daifuku had yet to notice the peculiar expression on Saix's face. Wait a moment, my friend. You present an elementary math question, yet skimp on details. You have not even clarified the unit prices. Forget about how much berries you owe him. I also possess 2 hammers, 80 for the heavy hammer and 40 for the light hammer. You should first consider how many of my strikes you can endure. Saixi, upon hearing the words of the guards before him, felt that these fellows were clearly intent on preventing his entry. A straightforward man like Father would never set up such a password. It appears that Fishman Island seeks to break free from Father's dominion and establish its own independence. Saixi thought, am I not granting you face? I am instructing you on how to manage an island, and you dare contemplate betraying Father. Just as Saixi was preparing to forcefully enter Fishman Island to teach them a lesson, he was unexpectedly met with a display of tears from the opposite side. Lord Saixi, indeed, the only one who knows the prices of the heavy hammer and light hammer, aside from some on Fishman Island, must be Lord Saixi himself. As Saixi revealed the prices of the 2 hammers, the guards before him confirmed his identity. Lord Saixi, welcome back to Fishman Island. Suddenly, the guards parted into 2 lines, standing at attention while loudly proclaiming Saix's name. Saixi, they're all calling you Lord Saixi. Are you so renowned on Fishman Island? How was I unaware of this? As Yamato observed the grand spectacle before him, he curiously inquired of Saixi. I'm uncertain as well. Saixi was equally taken aback by the sudden shift in circumstances. Lord Saixi, please do come in. Fishman Island warmly welcomes your arrival. The leading squad captain approached the submarine, gesturing for Saixi and his companions to enter. Given that Fishman Island had no intentions of betraying their father, there was no need for aggression. With such an invitation, it would be illogical to decline. Saixi piloted the submarine, following the squad captain through the vast bubbles encircling Fishman Island, seamlessly entering its interior. Lord Saixi, I must return to report to King Neptune. I shall escort you and your companions only this far. Should you require anything, you may command the patrolling soldiers of Fishman Island at any time. Your likeness is firmly imprinted in our minds. News of your arrival has been disseminated throughout the island. You may also visit the Mermaid CAF, where you can find a guide to help you swiftly acclimate to the current state of Fishman Island. After delivering these words, the squad captain took his leave. Saixi, is this truly Fishman Island? It is indeed beautiful. Stepping onto the ground of Fishman Island, Yamato found everything to be remarkably novel. Meanwhile, Saixi was processing the recent information. Why had he become so renowned on Fishman Island? There had been no such indications prior. Of course, there had been none, as Saixi had previously advised Neptune to maintain a low profile. At that time, only the royal family and a select few significant members of Fishman Island were aware. However, after Jinbei presented Saix's bounty to Neptune, everything changed. upon seeing the staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. Neptune concluded that Saixi must have concluded his low-key existence and was now poised to make a name for himself upon these waters. Neptune believed that someone as capable and astute as Saixi would not remain obscure for long. Surely, he was plotting something. And indeed, the moment he made his move, it was with a bounty of 1 billion berries, truly extraordinary. Neptune felt it was time for the residents of Fishman Island to know the identity of the great hero responsible for their current circumstances. Therefore, within just a month, Saix's exploits and image became well known among the island's inhabitants. A colossal statue of Saixi was erected in the town of Fishman Island, and his bounty posters adorned various prominent shops. Enough of this contemplation. Since we've arrived, let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly. When it is time to assemble, I shall contact you via the snail. Saixi resolved to indulge in merriment before addressing any other matters. He would inquire with Neptune later to uncover the truth. Well then, it is settled. I shall seek out a casino on Fishman Island. With that, he chuckled and departed. Having just arrived, he already had his mind set on gaming. On the ship, playing dice with Yamato, who lacked any prowess, proved rather unexciting. Then I shall also seek out interesting swordsmen at Fishman Island. After uttering this phrase, Mihawk took his leave. Thus, the quartet divided into 3 smaller groups. Sachi, let's explore. With that, Yamato grasped Saishi's hand and headed towards the town. The inhabitants here appear quite peculiar. Each individual is uniquely different. I had anticipated they would resemble Jack, yet their appearances surpass even his eccentricity. Yamato observed the diverse array of fishmen on the streets, filled with fascination for them. Chapter 53, The Guide to the Fishman CAF. I had expected them to resemble Jack, yet their appearance surpassed even his eccentricity. Yamato gazed at the diverse array of fish folk populating the streets, captivated by their distinct characteristics. Just as humanity boasts a spectrum of heights and builds, so too do the fishmen vary amongst themselves. Saixi elucidated the intricacies of the fishman race to Yamato. Where shall we venture first, Saixi? I find myself yearning to explore every corner, Yamato remarked, his eyes scanning the surrounding shops, each beckoning him to enter. In the distance, he perceived more intriguing locales. Where to go? You put me in a position to choose, and I am utterly at a loss. It is always a matter of selection, and this dilemma truly troubles me, Saixi. Moreover, this modernized Fishman thoroughfare differed significantly from his previous impressions. Shall we seek out an inn for a brief respite before deciding our next destination? After such an arduous journey, you too deserve a moment of rest, Saixi. Yamato suggested, observing Saishi's indecision. Oh, we can forego that for now, haha. Saixi chuckled, intent on brushing off the proposition. It was not lost on him that Yamato wished to rest at an inn. Let be noted, the stamina of beastmen is remarkable, yet excessive vigor can be a double-edged sword. Didn't Tiwi hear that we could find a guide at the Mermaid CAF? Why don't we start there to enlist someone to show us around? After all, the locals are bound to possess a superior understanding of the most enjoyable spots on Fishman Island. In an effort to redirect the conversation, Saixi promptly proposed the idea of seeking a guide. A guide sounds splendid. Let's first find one to accompany us on our exploration. As for resting, we can defer that until evening, Yamato responded, appreciating the practicality of the suggestion. Having someone to lead them would surely be more efficient than wandering aimlessly. Evening it is, better than stretching from day to night. Now, let us determine how to reach the Mermaid CAF. Hey, you there! Do you know the way to the Fishman CAF? Saixi called out to a patrolling fishman soldier by the roadside, hoping to acquire directions. Sir Saixi, are you intending to visit the Fishman CAF? I can escort you there. Please follow me, the soldier exclaimed, visibly excited upon recognizing the legendary Saixi. In theory, one would expect numerous fish folk to approach and greet the celebrated hero of Fishman Island upon sighting him. However, Neptune had advised that Saixi preferred a more understated approach, cautioning against overly familiar advances. Should anyone disrupt Saixi, they might invoke his ire. Thanks to Neptune's guidance, Saixi was able to navigate the bustling streets of Fishman with relative ease. Previously, the squad leader mentioned that if there were any issues, one could approach the patrolling soldiers. Sachi merely intended to test this suggestion, not anticipating its efficacy. Thus, Saixi and he found themselves before the entrance of the merfolk's AF, guided by a soldier. Esteemed Saixi, this is indeed the merfolk's CAF. Oh, I'm truly grateful to you. I never expected Fishman Island to have transformed so remarkably over the years. Even the merfolk's CAF has undergone a renovation. After expressing his gratitude to the soldier, Saixi marveled at the changes of the establishment before him. Hey, why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to be on patrol around Fishman Island? Saixi, noticing that the soldier lingered, inquired with a hint of confusion. Esteemed Saixi, may I trouble you for your autograph? Please. The soldier then produced a pen and a wanted poster featuring Saixi from seemingly nowhere. An autograph? Oh, very well. Hand it over. Saixi took the pen and the wanted poster from the soldier's hand and inscribed his name upon it. Hangdu, esteemed Saixi. Thank you. The soldier, elated, departed with the signed wanted poster in hand. With the autograph matter resolved, the two entered the merfolk CAF. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a multitude of striking mermaids gracefully moving about the CAF. Wow, it's esteemed Saixi. It truly is esteemed Saixi. Madame Shaylee's prophecy was indeed accurate. Today, esteemed Saixi has come to Fishman Island. The staff members erupted in excitement upon witnessing Saixi's presence in the CAF. The patrons, upon hearing his name, turned their attention toward him as well. Saixi, could it be that infamous Saixi, the one with a bounty of a staggering 1 billion? I recall he is affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates, which means Fishman Island is within his territory. Would we be seen as intruders here? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the CAF's patrons grew tense. Most were merely fledgling pirates from the Grand Line, with bounties not even reaching 100 million, thus posing no match for Saixi. Consequently, a stark contrast emerged within the CAF, staff members buzzing with enthusiasm while guests appeared anxious. I've heard that one can find an excellent guide for Fishman Island here. Could you recommend someone? Saixi paid little heed to the anxious pirates, recognizing that as long as they caused no destruction, their presence could contribute to the island's economy. Esteemed Saixi, allow me to be your guide. I assure you, I will provide you with an exceptional experience. Let me serve esteemed Saixi instead. I guarantee a better experience than anyone else. Hey, I also wish to be esteemed Saixi's guide. I want as well. Upon learning that Saixi sought a guide, the CAF staff scrambled eagerly to claim the coveted opportunity. Hey, why don't we all become guides for Lord Saixi? That way, we can avoid this incessant bickering. A mermaid, witnessing the futility of their quarrel over who should guide Lord Saixi, proposed a notion. Only children make choices. We shall have them all. The idea of all becoming guides for Lord Saixi was indeed appealing. Yes. This way, we can all remain by Lord Saix's side. Just as the staff were applauding this inclusive proposal, a resounding voice interrupted them. Cast aside the notion of all becoming guides for Lord Saixi. Let Kaimi handle this matter. Your focus should be on your duties in shop. The establishment cannot function without each of you. Chapter 54. The liberated Kami and the diligent guide. Let this matter be entrusted to Kami. You all focus on your duties within the CAF. It is imperative that the shop remains staffed. The speaker was none other than Madame Sharif, the proprietor of the Mermaid CF, a magnificent blue shark mermaid. Ah, how fortunate that this little girl, Kami, has stumbled upon such a multitude of opportunities. The manager is indeed biased. Upon hearing Madame Sharif's words, the other mermaids expressed their dissatisfaction. They too wished to serve Lord Saixi as guides. However, their grievances were merely verbal. They did not genuinely believe that Madame Sharif was being unfair. They simply considered it a stroke of bad luck on their part. Enough. There is no need for further commotion. Return to your stations promptly. There are still many guests awaiting your service. At the sound of Madame Sharif's directive, the mermaids ceased their discussion and resumed their respective duties. Lord Saixi, allow this child to be your guide along with your companions. Rest assured, although she is young, she will undoubtedly meet your expectations as a guide. After addressing the restless staff, Madame Sharif brought a young mermaid to Saixi, extolling Kami's talents. So it is Kami? To have received Madame Sherry's recommendation suggests you are quite exceptional. Sais gazed at the mermaid, maiden presented by Madame Sharif, generously bestowing his praise. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Sais. I shall fulfill the responsibilities of a guide admirably, promising you a truly splendid experience on Fishman Island. Upon receiving Sais' commendation, Cammy shyly responded. In the original tale, she had ventured to Fishman Island out of mere playfulness, only to be captured shortly after arriving on land and sold at Sabaty Archipelago. She appears quite serene. Perhaps the butterfly effect I inadvertently initiated has altered her disposition. Lord Sais, I appreciate the changes you have brought to Fishman Island. However, I have matters to attend to and cannot personally entertain you at this moment. When time permits, I shall invite you to my divination chamber. Upon Sais' agreement to allow Cammy to serve as his guide, Madame Sharif expressed her gratitude for Sais' contributions to Fishman Island. No need for thanks, Madame Sharif. My actions are merely aimed at facilitating the betterment of my father's territory. As you know, Fishman Island is the only prominent asset within my father's realm. If we do not assist in its development, our territory among the Yonko may soon be overshadowed by even the most novice of pirates. In response to Madame Sharif's compliments, Sais humbly acknowledged her words. Indeed, dealing with someone like Yamato is far more agreeable. Intelligent individuals often appreciate the art of flattery. After exchanging mutual praises, Sais departed the mermaid CF, guided by Cammy. Rest assured, as long as you do not violate the laws of Fishman Island, even Lord Sais will not take action against you. Madame Sharif assured the apprehensive patrons within the CAF. Upon hearing Lady Shaylee's words, it was as if a calming elixir had been administered to the assembled pirates, allowing them to relax and relish the services provided by the enchanting mermaids. Yada! At last, we can truly indulge ourselves. Kaimi exclaimed joyfully as she emerged from the mermaid CF. What on earth is happening? Sachi inquired, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the previously demure Little Mermaid. My lord Saixi, let's first explore the Fishman Commercial Street. It is brimming with countless shops and can be deemed the most bustling locale of Fishman Island. Kaimi, a spirited young girl on the brink of adolescence, had longed to venture out. Yet, Lady Shaylee had always disapproved of her wandering freely. Only during her shifts and while delivering orders was she permitted to breathe the fresh air. However, after work, most shops were closed, and those that remained open had been visited numerous times, leaving her unsatisfied. Deliveries predominantly led her to residential areas, far from the vibrant Fishman Commercial Street. This time, as she served as a guide for Lord Saixi, she was determined to fulfill her own desires, or rather, to cater to Lord Saixi's requests. My lord Saixi, please come this way. Let us board this flounder taxi. Not only will it swiftly transport us to Fishman Commercial Street, but it will also afford us a glimpse of the surrounding scenery. Moreover, it saves us the exertion of walking or swimming there. What could be more delightful? Saixi, come aboard and experience the comfort of these seats. They are even softer than your bed. The novelty of the situation prompted Yamato to be the first to leap onto the taxi. Yamato, you rascal! Saixi exclaimed, playfully ruffling Yamato's hair upon hearing her unfiltered remarks. Kaimi, pay no mind to Yamato. She has a penchant for uttering perplexing things, Saixi explained, a hint of embarrassment on her face as Kaimi had yet to board the vehicle. Ha ha ha. Lady Yamato, you truly speak your mind. Kaimi chuckled, quickly adapting to the situation. Oh, to think Lord Saixi already has a wife. Such explosive news. I must share this with my dear friends when I return. Kaimi mused to herself. Before long, the trio arrived at Fishman Commercial Street aboard the flounder taxi. My lord Saixi, here we are at Fishman Commercial Street. This area has been meticulously constructed according to your vision, encompassing a myriad of offerings including, but not limited to, culinary delights, entertainment, lodging, shopping, and merchandise procurement. In accordance with your directives, the architecture reflects the unique style of Fishman Island, ensuring that each shop embodies the island's essence while retaining its distinct character. Every visitor to Fishman Island is drawn here to unwind and immerse themselves in the local scenery, concurrently enjoying a diverse array of services. This locale is undoubtedly a must-visit attraction for every traveler to Fishman Island. Kaimi stood atop the flounder taxi, vividly recounting the intricacies of the Fishman Street to Saixi and Yamato. With each description, she emphasized that these developments were meticulously executed according to Lord Saishi's directives. Wow, Saixi, look how impressive Kaimi's words are. Did you truly impart all this knowledge to them? As Yamato listened to Kaimi's narration, he increasingly appreciated Saishi's remarkable capabilities. First, he introduced innovative ideas in Wano country, ensuring that its citizens had access to sustenance, thereby revitalizing the nation. Now, he had conjured the magnificent Fishman Island. Chapter 55. The Friendly Economy of Fishman Island. Saixi, you are truly remarkable. I cannot fathom how your mind works, conjuring up such an array of ingenious ideas. Yamato joyfully embraced Saixi, playfully striking his head with a ball. Hey, Yamato, you ought to exercise some restraint in public. Saixi struggled to free himself from Yamato's embrace, launching into a heartfelt lecture. Ah, Lord Saixi, you and your lady possess such a wonderful bond. Kimi observed the playful banter between the two in the vehicle, feeling a pang of awkwardness. She believed she ought to be beneath the car rather than inside it. Even if one is Lord Saixi, one should not unleash such high-damage attacks upon a mere single dog. Upon hearing Kimi's voice, Saixi and Yamato finally ceased their antics and dutifully settled into their seats. With the playful exchange at an end, Kimi resumed her guiding duties. Lord Saixi, this is the most bustling area of Fishman Island. Would you care to explore it personally? Some experiences must be savored firsthand, and the people of Fishman Island would be thrilled to welcome you. It was certainly not Kimi's own desire to enjoy a day out. Absolutely not. Shall we go shopping? Kimi, let's head out now. Yamato's interest was instantly piqued at the prospect of companionship for a shopping excursion. Previously, while in Dressrosa, the experience of shopping with Sai, she had awakened the latent shopping spirit that many women possess. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, she had hoped for a shopping spree with Saixi, but he had flatly refused, leaving her aspirations in limbo. What a farce. If your girlfriend requests your company for shopping, should you comply? Certainly not. That would be akin to courting disaster. It is not a matter of physical exhaustion. After all, one's stamina is quite robust. A full day of shopping would not induce fatigue. Rather, it is an emotional drain. Each store, every item, regardless of whether one intends to purchase, demands attention. This one here, that one there, and the incessant inquiries. What do you think of this? Which one is better? Indeed, this is not the thought process of a rational being. Initially, it was merely Saixi who could deter Yamato from shopping. Now, with Kimi's presence, Yamato had found a shopping companion. Ignoring Saixi entirely, Yamato eagerly pulled Kimi from the vehicle, ready to indulge in her whims. Saixi had no choice but to follow the pair, joining them in exploring the vibrant marketplace of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, separated from Saixi and Yamato, Mihawk and Ichao made their own discoveries. In the Fishman Coliseum, an exhilarating battle was unfolding. Come on, let these pirates witness the might of Fishman Island. Do not falter. Captain, if we win, we shall enjoy the bliss of the island's hot springs free of charge. The crowd rallied, urging their warriors onward. Mihawk settled into a luxurious seat in the stands, savoring the spectacle of combat within the arena. Lord Mihawk, this is a unique dessert from Fishman Island. Please indulge. A staff member from the Coliseum presented a delectable dish to Mihawk's table. Thank you very much. Mihawk expressed his gratitude for the service. Upon his arrival at the Coliseum, the staff instantly recognized him as a member of the Straw Hat crew and promptly arranged for the highest level of service. This explains why a person of Mihawk's understated nature found himself seated in such a prominent position. However, Mihawk's interest lay not in the service, but in the battles unfolding below. In the arena, a fishman from Fishman Island faced off against a pirate captain. To Mihawk's surprise, the fishman exhibited hockey, and he soon realized that he was not the only one in attendance capable of such prowess. In the previous matches, several fishmen displayed similar abilities, sparking Mihawk's curiosity. It was astonishing to witness such formidable figures on an island that resided beneath the sea and prided itself on tranquility. Observing Mihawk's keen interest in the Coliseum, a nearby fishman server began to elaborate. Lord Mihawk, this Coliseum was constructed based on the ideals left by Lord Fisher Tiger. In truth, it is much more than it appears. It also serves as a training ground for us on Fishman Island. Intrigued, Mihawk leaned in to listen further. Previously, we harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, adhering to a philosophy of eternal conflict. However, after Lord Fisher Tiger rescued Princess Odoheim, King Neptune enacted a series of decrees that transformed Fishman Island into what it is today. We once believed these were merely the strategies of King Neptune, but he has recently revealed the true genius behind these ideas, Lord Fisher Tiger himself. He uttered a profound truth. Weakness is the original sin, regardless of your monumental deeds. If you lack strength, those accomplishments do not belong to you. No matter how grand your visions may be, without sufficient power, they remain mere illusions. This ideology deeply moved the peace-loving Queen Odoheim, leading to the establishment of the current Colosseum. Here, our fishermen warriors engage in daily sparring with a multitude of visitors, which not only enhances our abilities, but also demonstrates the might of Fishman Island to these pirates, deterring them from rash actions. Moreover, every visitor to Fishman Island is equipped with a tracking bracelet embedded with sea stone. Look, those are the bracelets worn by some of the spectators below. The server gestured towards the audience. Mihawk, taking in the fishman's explanation, followed his pointing finger. Of course, as a companion of Lord Fisher Tiger, you're not required to wear one of these. These wristbands employ a unique technology that effectively nullifies the abilities of those endowed with special powers, while simultaneously ensuring they do not experience excessive weakness. Their everyday activities remain largely unaffected. However, should they encounter unruly pirates, such individuals will be isolated beyond the confines of Fishman Island. This measure serves as a supplementary source of income for us. Following the directives of Lord Saixi, Fishman Island has consistently pursued a path of fostering amicable economic relations. Our aim is to ensure that all friendly travelers who disembark upon our shores experience our unparalleled service. The Fishman proudly elaborated on the developments of Fishman Island over the years. It is no wonder that the island has enjoyed such a positive reputation. The root of the matter lies here. Chapter 56. The source of reputation. No wonder the reputation of Fishman Island has remained so splendid over the years. The issue lies here. Mihawk has finally grasped the situation, the so-called friendly economy. Those who are unfriendly have presumably been fed to the fishes, right? Most visitors to Fishman Island are pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, and these fishmen, endowed with formidable power, easily overpower them. Even the formidable pirates, boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, find little advantage against them. Furthermore, one must wear a sea prism stone bracelet upon entry. What? You think you can simply forego it? Engaging in combat with fishmen in the ocean, do you fancy yourself as Rayleigh, traversing the calm belt alone? Even those from a new world dare not confront the fishmen in the depths of the sea. Moreover, once the sea prism stone bracelet is taken, an alarm will sound, rendering even the strongest powerless against overwhelming numbers. Not to mention the multitude of pirates who enjoy the services of Fishman Island. If you wish to cause trouble, you must weigh your own strength carefully. Following this development model, Fishman Island has successfully filtered out a plethora of amicable pirates. Thus, the island has established certain relationships within the New World. If anyone dares to assault Fishman Island, they will contend not only with the Whitebeard Pirates, but also with those friendly pirates who have emerged from the island. This is precisely what Lord Saixi once remarked. In this world, strength alone is insufficient. One must also possess connections. Regrettably, the current strength of Fishman Island remains inadequate, failing to eradicate the mindset that regards the fishmen as slaves across the seas, confining their development solely to the island. It can be said that without trade, there can be no conflict. These matters must be approached gradually. Is it possible that Saixi has established a scheme here? Mihawk pondered. As a vital thoroughfare of the Grand Line, Fishman Island holds strategic importance. By courting these promising pirate crews through the island, should the day arrive when these amassed powers are unveiled, it would be a harrowing spectacle. Mihawk found himself momentarily stunned by his own conjectures, while on the other side, Yixiao was not neglecting his own fortunes. In a more secluded section of the Fishman shopping street, Yixiao successfully located a casino. Upon entering, The staff recognized him immediately. "You are a companion of Lord Saixi, aren't you? Please come in. Please come in." Thus, Yixiao was ushered into the casino by a throng of fishmen. Upon hearing that Yixiao was a companion of Lord Saixi, the casino owner rushed out to greet him. "You must be Yixiao, a companion of Lord Saixi. It is truly an honor for our establishment to host you." The proprietor promptly retrieved a substantial pile of chips and presented them to Yixiao. "This I shall pay for myself. How can I accept such generous offerings?" Yixiao felt a wave of embarrassment at being gifted money upon his arrival. "Lord Yixiao, please accept them. Our establishment has little of unique value to offer. These chips are the best we can provide." The owner began to earnestly persuade him, sensing Yixiao's reluctance. The old man decided to take just a small portion, not needing an excessive amount. Unable to resist the proprietor's insistence, he could only symbolically extract a few chips from the towering pile before him. Seeing that he had accepted his goodwill, the proprietor finally felt at ease. Subsequently, he escorted the old man into the casino. "Ladies and gentlemen, today our establishment is honored to host the esteemed companion of Lord Saixi, the illustrious Mr. Yixiao," the proprietor proclaimed loudly as he ushered Yixiao into the casino. "Therefore, I declare that all beverages within the casino today shall be entirely complimentary." Upon hearing the proprietor's announcement, a thunderous cheer erupted within the casino. Yixiao, still bewildered by the sudden attention, found himself transformed into a celebrity of this establishment. However, he soon became immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the casino. After a while, he began to sense something peculiar about this place. It was filled with laughter, and the sounds of sorrow seemed to be conspicuously absent. Before long, Yixiao ceased shaking the dice and took a seat at the bar, quietly listening to the myriad sounds around him. Indeed, not just within the casino, but in all surrounding areas, the pervasive sorrow that once lingered was nowhere to be found. For a moment, Yixiao reveled in this environment brimming with joy, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Soon, the casino owner noticed Yixiao's unusual demeanor. "Mr. Yixiao, is there something amiss with our establishment? Why are you sitting here alone?" he inquired, anxious that he had not adequately attended to the companion of Lord Saixi. "Not all. This place is quite to my liking. I might even say I adore it. I simply wish to sit for a while. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I am quite happy at the moment," Yixiao replied, causing the owner to breathe a sigh of relief. "Is it always this cheerful here?" Yixiao asked a newcomer who had just arrived, seeking to understand why this casino differed so markedly from others. Mr. Yixiao, you are unaware of the secret behind this. It is all thanks to Lord Saixi," the casino owner replied, immediately animated by the mention of the name. He began to elaborate enthusiastically. "Our casino does not wager in berries, but rather in service. Here, patrons can exchange berries for a few chips and embark on their investments. If they win, they can reclaim the berries they initially brought upon their departure. Any surplus chips can be exchanged for service vouchers from Fishman Island, which could be tickets to the Fishman Coliseum, a visit to the Mermaid CAF, or an opportunity to bathe at the Mermaid Spa. Most visitors come here specifically for those service vouchers, relishing the joy of the experience itself. Of course, as a casino, there also exists the prospect of overnight wealth. Should one manage to win 500 million chips within the casino, they could indeed convert those chips back into berries. However, to date, only one traveler has achieved such a feat. Most of these tourists come here with a mindset of giving it a try. If they win a grand prize, that would be splendid. If not, they have merely incurred a minimal cost." The proprietor, brimming with enthusiasm, spoke to Yixiao about the business strategies employed here, as if to convey that he has been operating in strict accordance with the methods of Master Saixi, vowing never to betray him. Could this be the reason behind their laughter? After listening to the proprietor's words, Yixiao finally understood. There is more to Master Saixi than mere capabilities. Subsequently, the proprietor began to regale Yixiao with an abundance of stories regarding Master Saixi that he was privy to. Chapter 57. My arrangement relies entirely on your imagination. Listening to the casino owner's incessant praise of Saixi, I couldn't help but once again feel captivated by his charm. In Dressrosa and Fishman Island, This individual has consistently uplifted the lives of the islanders from a higher plane of existence. Compared to my own thoughts, it was evident that Saixi had contemplated far more. I mused to myself. Upon reflecting on this, a self-deprecating smile crept onto my face. How absurd it was for me to think that a single person could shield all the common folk from harm. My notion was utterly laughable. Sacrifice is essential for ensuring a better life for more civilians. While in Dressrosa, I had overheard Saixi educating Yamato, which was the impetus for my decision to board his ship. Perhaps aligning myself with him was indeed a prudent choice. Now, Hawkeye and I have ventured to two disparate locations, conjuring distinct images of Saixi in our minds. One perceives Saixi as plotting for the potential wars of the future, while the other envisions him striving to enhance the lives of as many individuals as possible. As they marveled at Saixi, unbeknownst to them, the measures taken on Fishman Island were largely based on what Saixi had proclaimed a decade prior while rebuking Neptune within the Dragon Palace. Essentially, with such a prime geographical position, how could you be engaged in such trivialities? You claim that as a fishman, you fear being enslaved by humans who cannot even breathe underwater, and yet you wish to coexist amicably with them? Goodness, how could you, a queen, harbor such foolish thoughts? The only reason you can coexist peacefully with me is not due to your benevolence, but because my strength surpasses yours. I could easily overpower you. Without power, what is there to discuss regarding amicable relations? Do you grasp the concept that truth only lies within the range of cannons? Once you possess strength, who wouldn't treat you with a modicum of respect? Without strength, you are akin to a salted fish, unable to flip over. Do you comprehend? Regardless, having witnessed the developments on Fishman Island, the image of Saixi has elevated in the minds of Mihawk and myself. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Saixi, continues to wander listlessly behind Kami and Yamato as they stroll through the marketplace. Kami, this place is truly wonderful. There's so many shops, Yamato exclaimed, gleefully meandering through the commercial district. As the two girls forged ahead, Saixi followed closely, carrying Yamato's bag and occasionally pausing to sign autographs for a few daring fans. Before long, the day had drawn to a close. In the evening, everyone reconvened at a five-star hotel situated within the Fishman shopping district. Mihawk brother Ishiao, how was your day? Yamato cheerfully bounded over to greet the two. With Kami's company, Yamato had thoroughly enjoyed her shopping experience. Quite well. Fishman Island has truly exceeded my expectations, I responded, aligning with Yamato's inquiry. It was pleasant, though regrettably I did not encounter any swordsmen that piqued my interest. Mihawk also provided his response. However, his gaze towards Saixi sharpened, as if he sought to penetrate his very essence. As for Ichao, lacking eyes, he could not perceive. Esteemed guests, I kindly request that you take residence here today. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to explore further wonders of Fishman Island. After Kemi escorted Saixi and the others to their hotel, she departed. The group conversed for a while before retreating to their respective chambers to rest. Naturally, Yamato shared a room with Saixi, as they had agreed during the day to ensure a good night's rest. Is it inevitable that I cannot evade this? Then I shall have to unleash my true prowess. Saixi murmured softly before initiating a sparring session with Yamato. On the following day, Mihawk and Ichao refrained from acting independently, instead accompanying Saixi and following Kemi, their guide, as they strolled through Fishman Island. Their first stop was the Ocean Forest National Park, originally a site for historical inscriptions. However, due to the development of tourist attractions, those inscriptions were relocated to the treasury of Dragon Palace. One must admit, the park is splendidly constructed, evoking a sense of tranquility in those who visit. Subsequently, they visited the arena where Mihawk had arrived the previous day, enjoying a performance for a while. They then proceeded to the heart of Fishman Island town, where they beheld the statue of Saixi standing proudly in the center. Saixi found the statue exceedingly awkward and hastily urged the group to leave. Throughout the day, the four, guided by Kemi, explored all the attractions they had missed the day prior. Finally, they indulged in the mermaid hot springs. How delightful, Saixi! We should certainly create a splendid hot spring aboard our ship. Yamato, relaxed and submerged in the spring, allowed only her head to surface. Being a user of supernatural abilities, she remained tranquil, as one must be clothed in such settings. Otherwise, with Yamato's spirited nature, she would undoubtedly create chaos in the waters. Indeed, this hot spring is exceptional. Alas, such a natural spring cannot be artificially replicated. However, I could certainly arrange for a larger bathtub to be constructed. Saixi reclined in the warm waters, closing his eyes and gradually alleviating the fatigue accumulated over the past 2 days. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Ichao sat nearby, beside a floating table, sipping on fine spirits. "Hey, Jinbei, since you're here, don't hide away. Come join us in the hot spring." While Saixi luxuriated in the waters, he sensed the arrival of another. "Saixi, you've detected me." Upon hearing Saixi-'s voice, Jinbei emerged from behind a rocky formation in the hot spring. Saixi, don't ignore me." The cheerful blue whale, Jinbei, greeted Saixi warmly. "Saixi, you haven't visited the Moby Dick in quite some time." Upon seeing Jinbei, Saixi beckoned him to join in the hot spring. Jinbei could be considered a frequent guest aboard the Moby Dick, despite not being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Indeed, I have recently been occupied with affairs on Fishman Island, leaving me little time to venture into the New World." Jinbei unceremoniously seated beside Saixi, with whom he had often conversed before her true identity was revealed. "Jinbei, what brings you to me this time? I hope you are not merely here to enjoy the hot springs with me," Saixi inquired, sipping her drink as she gazed at the newly arrived Jinbei. "Ha ha ha, as expected. You remain unchanged. I can hardly believe you are still merely a 19-year-old youth." Jinbei replied, "I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit Ryugu Palace. King Neptune has been persistently chattering about you, wondering why, after 2 days, you have yet to pay him a visit." Chapter 58. The Banquet of Dragon Palace City. Princess of the Mermaid Tribe, His Majesty Neptune, has been chattering away here for quite some time, lamenting about your arrival 2 days ago and your failure to seek him out. Jinbei, engaged in conversation with Saixi, promptly divulged Neptune's grievances. If Neptune were to discover how Jinbei extended this invitation to Saixi, he would undoubtedly be inclined to prohibit the chubby blue fellow from enjoying his desserts for an entire week. Ha ha, is that truly how Neptune perceives me? In that case, I shall certainly make an appearance. Do remember to prepare a plethora of delectable dishes for the banquet. Given the occasion of being a guest, a feast is surely in order. One cannot miss such a vibrant scene. It resembles a rural gathering where, although the food may be modest, the atmosphere alone makes it worthwhile. Is there a banquet? I wish to attend. Is that permissible? Upon hearing about the festivities, Yamato, who was relishing the hot springs nearby, immediately chimed in. "Of course, Lady Yamato, you are most welcome. This banquet is dedicated to the treasure pirates." Jinbei responded without hesitation upon hearing Yamato's voice. "Hey, Jinbei, what are you talking about? Why are you referring to Yamato as lady?" Saixi inquired, puzzled as to why Jinbei, much like Carrot, had adopted such a formal address for Yamato. "Saixi, are you not aware? Your relationship with Yamato was already the talk of the town last night. Word spread from the mermaid CF, and you know how bustling that place can be," Jinbei explained, noticing Saix's bewilderment. "Really? Has it spread that quickly? Am I doomed?" Saixi replied, feeling overwhelmed with despair. If Kaido were to learn that he had swept away his newly reconciled daughter, he would surely come flying over to confront him. "Huh? What do you mean by doomed?" Jinbei observed Saix's abrupt shift from jovial conversation to despondency, unable to comprehend the sudden change. Was he dehydrated? Saixi appeared disinclined to respond, prompting Mihawk to elucidate for Jinbei. Yamato is Kaido's daughter, the biological one. After revealing Yamato's identity, Mihawk felt it necessary to clarify the term biological to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Upon hearing Mihawk's revelation, Jinbei swallowed hard, thoroughly startled. Saixi is indeed bold. He dares to pursue even the daughter of an emperor. Now observing Saix's reaction, Jinbei could only mutter, "Well, take heart. Just a jest. Do not be disheartened, Saixi. Remember to join us at the banquet in Dragon Palace City tomorrow," Jinbei encouraged, giving Saixi a gentle pat before departing. He feared that lingering any longer would result in Saixi attributing the label of Lady Yamato to him. Alas, given the circumstances, one must proceed step by step. I hope your father remains somewhat understanding. After Jinbei's departure, Saixi took a moment to collect himself before gently stroking Yamato's head. Uttering a few words, after enjoying the hot springs, everyone returned to the hotel where they had stayed the previous evening. Naturally, that night, Saixi and Yamato found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle against hunger. The following day, after the four individuals arose, they followed their guide into the depths of Dragon Palace City. Upon entering, they beheld King Neptune seated majestically before them. Wow, what a colossal mermaid! Nearly the size of Jack. Upon seeing Neptune, Yamato's first instinct was to compare sizes with Jack. Yamato, when visiting others, one must exhibit proper decorum. In response to Yamato's indiscretion, Sai swiftly offered a gentle reprimand. Oh, Sai, disregard Yamato. Meanwhile, Sai's companions warmly welcomed them to Fishman Island. Upon Sai's arrival, Neptune immediately greeted him and extended a warm welcome to Mihawk and his entourage. Disregard Yamato, Your Majesty Neptune. It has been a decade since our last encounter. Hasn't it? It appears you have made remarkable progress in the development of Fishman Island. Seeing Neptune again, he was still curious about how he and Princess Odoheim had conceived their child. Ha! That is all thanks to your advice, Sai. Were it not for your intervention, not only would Fishman Island not be flourishing, but Odoheim and I might have been separated by realms. Indeed, Sai, after all these years, I remain profoundly grateful for your salvation. As they conversed, Princess Odoheim emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Notably, the user of the target fruit, Vanderdecken, had long been dealt with, allowing Shirahoshi to roam freely, unlike in the original tale where she cowered within a fortress of steel. Odoheim and Princess Shirahoshi. It has been ages. Odoheim, you remain as stunning as ever. Princess Shirahoshi, you have grown considerably since we last met. Sai greeted them with enthusiasm, noting that Shirahoshi had matured to the form Luffy would later encounter. Compared to the diminutive Shirahoshi he had previously seen, Sai could only marvel at her remarkable transformation. Lord Sai, it is such a pleasure to see you. Shirahoshi, nervously following Odoheim, greeted him with bashfulness. Wow, such a beautiful mermaid, and so large. Hello, I am Yamato. Upon seeing Shirahoshi emerge, Yamato rushed forward to introduce herself. Hello, Lady Yamato, I am Shirahoshi. Responding to Yamato's greeting, Shirahoshi politely acknowledged her. Shirahoshi, you are truly lovely. May I touch your tail? Oh, of course, Lady Yamato. However, you are quite beautiful as well. Hearing Yamato compliment her, Shirahoshi felt an overwhelming joy, and both girls delightedly began to play together. It appears that Lady Yamato and Shirahoshi get along splendidly, doesn't it, Sai? Neptune observed the two engaged in cheerful conversation and remarked to Sai, Indeed, two innocent souls likely share abundant common ground. Ha ha ha, let them converse for a while. Let us commence the banquet. The purpose of your invitation was not merely to stand here and chat. Bring forth the desserts, meats, and wine. At Neptune's command, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals busied themselves. Before long, the grand hall was adorned with a lavish feast. Neptune proclaimed, Feast freely, Saixi, along with your companions. All of this has been prepared for you. Now the banquet begins. Meanwhile, Yamato, who had been engaged in conversation with Shirahoshi, promptly took her by the hand and led her to the banquet upon hearing that the feast was ready. Chapter 59. The revelry of the banquet and the unfortunate Kemi as the crowd prepared to indulge in a night of merriment. The grand gates of Dragon Palace City swung open. Entering were the three princes of Fishman Island, Sharkstar, Kingstar, and Capsize Star, accompanied by several residents of their realm. Lord Saixi, the throng of fishmen exclaimed upon reaching the entrance of the banquet. Among them were staff from popular locales such as the Mermaid CAF and Mermaid Hot Springs. Goodness, so many people, Saixi remarked, gazing at the bustling assembly. Ha 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 ha. Since we are hosting a banquet, it ought to be lively. Neptune responded, noting Saix's bewildered expression. Though I have remained on Fishman Island, I have acquired some knowledge of what pleases pirates. How could we possibly be unprepared for such a revered guest? Neptune had indeed devoted considerable time to discovering the preferences of pirates, having commenced preparations well in advance to honor Saixi. Now that everyone is here, let the banquet commence, King Neptune proclaimed, rising to announce the festivities to the gathered guests. Roar! The hall erupted in excited cheers at the king's declaration. Within the luminous confines of Dragon Palace City, brilliant crystal chandeliers cast their radiant glow upon the vividly colored coral walls, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a fantastical underwater realm, though it was, in fact, already nestled beneath the sea. The citizens of Fishman Island, adorned in resplendent attire, gathered joyously. In the center of the banquet hall, a colossal dining table was laden with culinary masterpieces crafted by the chefs of Dragon Palace City. There were golden-roasted sea beast meats, exquisite Fishman Island specialty sushi, and an array of vibrant desserts. Seated at the head of the table, King Neptune raised his glass in a toast to the assembly, to the freedom and peace of Fishman Island. Cheers! The crowd lifted their glasses in unison, their jubilant shouts echoing throughout the palace. The entirety of Dragon Palace City was engulfed in a sea of joy as the citizens of Fishman Island sang and danced, laughter intertwining with music, as if in that moment, all past hardships were cast aside. Madam Sharif, have the staff of the Mermaid CAF also joined the celebration? Is the CAF closed for the day? Saixi meandered through the festivities, settling beside Madam Sharif. With a grand banquet hosted in honor of such a benefactor, it is not unreasonable for the Mermaid CAF to take a day off, Madam Sharif remarked politely, engaging Saixi in conversation upon recognizing him. Ha 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 ha, I'm truly honored. To have the great prophet forego business to attend the banquet is a privilege indeed. Let's hope that once the festivities conclude, no mischief befalls the CAF from lurking thieves. Indeed, the conversations of astute individuals often bring joy. Reflecting on this, Saixi could not help but feel a twinge of concern for Yamato. In such a setting, he hoped she would refrain from causing any disturbances. It is not as severe as you, Lord Saixi, have suggested. There are indeed staff members present in the CF. Otherwise, I would not feel comfortable leaving my hard work unattended. Such matters, of course, are well within the meticulous preparations of Lady Sharif. Truly, Lady Sharif is worthy of her reputation for thorough consideration. It is rather pitiable for the staff member left behind. I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Upon hearing that an unfortunate soul did not attend the banquet, the outward display of compassion from Saixi belies a deeper sense of schadenfreude. Indeed, human joy often derives most directly from the misfortunes of others. This is somewhat harsh for Kemi. Yet she had already played the role of guide for Lord Saixi just days prior. We shall consider it simply a matter of staff rotation. Lady Sharif sips her fine wine with an air of calm, her face betraying no sympathy for the staff left behind. Ha, so it is Kemi. I wondered who was so unfortunate. No wonder she was absent from the banquet. Upon learning that Kemi was the one left behind, Saixi's delight in the misfortune only grew. After all, Kemi had spent an inordinate amount of time with he just days ago. She deserves it. The banquet continues. He and Princess Hashizuki sit together, savoring desserts and engaging in quiet conversation, their faces bright with smiles. Jinbei shares a table with the warriors of Fishman Island, raising their glasses in joyous reminiscence of past adventures. Mihawk and Yi Chao occupy a corner of the banquet, quietly enjoying their drinks and relishing this rare moment of tranquility. The festivities persist into the deep of night, yet the atmosphere of joy remains undiminished, with each attendee radiating happiness. After the revelry, Saixi is summoned by Neptune to the balcony of the banquet. Saixi, I thank you for the contributions you have made to Fishman Island. 10 years ago, I was unable to express my gratitude. Now, I wish to do so formally. Whether it was rescuing Princess Odoheim or the suggestions that have transformed Fishman Island, you are a benefactor to us all. Called forth, Saixi is met with such heartfelt gratitude from this illustrious figure. Indeed, the sincerity of the thanks is palpable. No need for such formality, Your Majesty Neptune. As I have mentioned before, my assistance is not merely for your benefit, but also for my father's. As your strength grows and your development flourishes, the Whitebeard Pirates will also reap greater rewards. In response to Neptune's gratitude, Saixi naturally adopts a humble demeanor. Saixi, you are indeed an extraordinary good person, Neptune exclaims, taken aback by Saixi's reaction. Oh no, such words should not be spoken. I'm a true pirate, not a good person in any sense of the term. At no time does Saixi desire to wear the label of good person, surprised by Saixi's words. Neptune pauses before realizing that pirates often harbor unconventional thoughts. After all, among the current Yonko, one is keen on adopting sons, another revels in childbirth, and yet another is obsessed with reincarnation as a child. Indeed, as one grows in strength, peculiar notions often accompany such transformations. Saixi, in this conversation, I wish not only to express my heartfelt gratitude, but also to entrust you with a matter of great significance. Disregarding ces péculières sorts. Neptune articulated the true purpose of summoning him. I implore you to safeguard my daughter, Baixing. Neptune earnestly conveyed his request, bowing deeply to Saixi. Saixi retorted, do I appear to be a person of integrity? I joined the pirate ranks solely for the sake of freedom. How could I possibly remain here? Furthermore, I certainly do not resemble the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, the belle of the school. Chapter 60. The charge of Neptune's Saixi. I implore you to safeguard Shirahoshi. Years ago, I discerned her extraordinary nature. Thus, her destiny shall not confine her to a mundane existence like that of we ordinary merfolk in Fishman Island. She is destined to partake in the struggles that unfold upon the vast ocean. As Neptune uttered these words, his imposing demeanor suddenly diminished. Yet, she remains my child. As a father, how could I possibly rest easy knowing my offspring is ensnared in this man-eating dark world? Therefore, I beseech you to take Shirahoshi away. Let her accompany you. It is far better than remaining within this lightless Ryugu palace. As Neptune spoke, his head bowed low. Had he possessed legs, Saixi would have felt as though Neptune might kneel before him. You mean to leave me here as a bodyguard? You nearly frightened me. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Saixi finally exhaled in relief. But are you truly at ease with Shirahoshi accompanying me? I'm a pirate, after all. She would encounter many perilous situations. Keeping her here on Fishman Island might be safer. Though Saixi revels in his current happiness, he cannot allow transient joy to blind him to the dangers that pervade this world. Piracy is indeed a perilous profession. I've considered this matter thoroughly before approaching you. Shirahoshi has never set foot beyond Fishman Island since her birth. It is time she glimpses the outside world, since her fate is thus. Rather than having her await a predetermined future here, it would be more meaningful for her to create cherished memories. In this way, even if the conclusion is not joyful, she shall have no regrets, correct? With tears glistening in his eyes, Neptune expressed his painful decision. At that moment, he was no longer the exalted king of Fishman Island, nor the formidable knight of the sea, but rather a frail father unable to carve a path for his daughter. Is this truly your sentiment, Neptune? Given that you have articulated such thoughts, how could I possibly refuse? Otherwise, I would carry a sense of guilt towards you as a father. However, I must make it clear that this undertaking hinges on Shirahoshi's consent. If she herself does not wish to leave Fishman Island, then I cannot take her. Saixi had not anticipated that Neptune would desire to entrust Shirahoshi to him. Yet, this arrangement bore a resemblance to an elderly father entrusting his beautiful daughter to a reckless youth. Certainly, that is not an issue. Here, I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Shirahoshi, Saixi. Upon receiving Saixi's agreement, Neptune's countenance transformed, radiating joy, entirely shedding the frail persona he had just portrayed. Saixi, I am aware that those aboard your vessel are exceptional individuals. Rest assured, Shirahoshi shall not be a burden to you. As a pirate, you must have heard of the legendary ancient weapons, correct? Ancient weapons? You mean the Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton? Saixi inquired, puzzled. Although Saixi was aware that Shirahoshi was the current Sea King, it was prudent to feign ignorance for the time being. To make such a bold assertion without any basis could be quite alarming, thus preserving dignity for both parties. Indeed, it pertains to the three ancient weapons, with the Sea King concealed within Fishman Island. According to legend, every few centuries, a princess emerges from the merfolk capable of communicating with the Sea Kings. She is the vessel for the Sea King, and this current Sea King has already been born. Neptune solemnly revealed the secret of the Sea King. Are you implying that Shirahoshi is this generation's Sea King? Following Neptune's words, Saixi continued his charade. Indeed, Shirahoshi has already begun to exhibit the powers of the Sea King. This is precisely why I wished for you to take her away. Realizing that Saixi had caught on, Neptune continued. The first time she wielded that power, I knew her future would be extraordinary. Once she is exposed, people from all corners of the world will scramble to possess her. Such a scenario would not only ruin Shirahoshi, but would also devastate the entirety of Fishman Island. However, with such abilities, Shirahoshi will not be a burden on your ship. In fact, in certain circumstances, she may even provide assistance. By disclosing Shirahoshi's true identity to Saixi, Neptune was not only assuring him that she would not be a liability, but also expressing his trust. It was a profound trust to entrust his daughter, one of the 3 ancient weapons, to Saixi. There's no need to say more, Neptune. You have revealed such vital information to me. How could I possibly disregard it? Rest assured, Shirahoshi will be safe in my care. You can confidently entrust her to me, provided that she consents to join us at sea. Faced with Neptune's unreserved confession, what could Saixi do but accept the formidable Sea King? Beautiful and strong, it was akin to a serendipitous windfall. Excellent. I shall speak to Shirahoshi about this matter tomorrow. Thank you immensely, Saixi. It seems rather odd that the father of the abducted daughter expresses gratitude to the one who has taken her away. After their discussion, the two returned to the chaotic banquet. The next day, the venue was tidied up. This time, only Saixi and the royal family of Fishman Island remained. Let's commence. As Neptune assessed the situation, he prepared to begin the performance with Saixi. Shirahoshi, do you wish to see the world beyond Fishman Island? Neptune inquired of his obedient daughter. Father, why do you suddenly ask this? Shirahoshi was puzzled by her father's inquiry. You need not concern yourself with anything else, Shirahoshi. Simply answer me. Do you wish to see the world outside of Fishman Island? Neptune gazed upon his tender daughter, feeling a twinge of reluctance. If possible, I genuinely wish to perceive the wonders of the world beyond. Upon hearing Neptune's words, White Star candidly expressed her thoughts. In that case, you shall accompany Saixi and the others to the outside world. With White Star's response, Neptune felt assured that his decision was indeed the right one. Oh, Father, what are you saying? Not only White Star, but the others present were also taken aback by Neptune's declaration. White Star, have you not longed to explore the outside? Your father has requested Lord Saixi to allow you to join them. Thus, you shall fulfill your heartfelt desire. Chapter 61. Establishing anchor points, preparing to set sail again. White Star, have you not always yearned to venture beyond our shores? Your father has beseeched Lord Saixi to permit you to join them. In doing so, you shall fulfill your heart's desire, Princess Sachi gently explained to White Star, assessing the situation. Alas, but mother, White Star found herself at a loss. Torn between elation and uncertainty. The prospect of exploring the world beyond was undoubtedly exhilarating, yet the thought of leaving behind her father, mother, and cherished friends stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Fear not, White Star. Simply make the decision that resonates with you. Regardless of your choice, both I and His Majesty Neptune shall stand by your side. Princess Sachi comforted her daughter, recognizing the complexity of such a momentous decision. Much like her own internal struggle regarding humanity years prior, she understood that this was not a choice to be made lightly. Caught between the presence of her beloved parents and the allure of the oceanic realm she had longed to explore, White Star felt an overwhelming conflict. Father, I wish to see the world beyond, but I shall miss you all dearly. Tears welled in her eyes as she expressed her choice, her voice thick with emotion. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to pursue her dream of witnessing the outside world firsthand. Do not fret, White Star. Make the decision that you desire most. Neptune embraced his tearful daughter. Hey, are you all out of your minds? Lord Saixi interjected, unable to bear the overly sentimental scene unfolding before him, interrupting the tearful exchanges of the family. It's merely a journey to the sea. It's not a matter of life and death. If you miss your family, you can always return to see them, can't you? Is it truly necessary to be so dramatic? Upon hearing Saix's words, The previously somber atmosphere abruptly shifted. "You all act as if I am some barbarian tearing apart a happy family," he remarked. "So, does this mean White Star will be your companion from now on? How splendid. Welcome aboard, White Star. We shall embark on adventures together." The oblivious Yamato finally grasped the significance of the moment and leaped to White Star's side, welcoming her warmly. "Thank you, Lady Yamato. I look forward to our future together." White Star responded with a smile, having forged a budding friendship through their shared experiences the previous night. "Enough with the melodrama. I shall leave an anchor point here at Fishman Island for the next few days. When you return, it will be but a fleeting moment. Let us refrain from making this a sorrowful affair. It's quite awkward," Saixi declared, finding the overly emotional atmosphere intolerable. "Ah, Saixi, you possess such abilities?" Upon hearing Saishi's words, Dei was the first to express his astonishment. "How could I have been unaware of Saishi's abilities? Of course, you could not have known. The last instance was during the battle with my hawk. However, the subsequent anchor point was destroyed by the old man, hence you missed the opportunity to witness it. Furthermore, we have been traveling, leaving little chance for its use." "Ah, now I understand. No wonder I have never seen you employ it." After hearing this, Dei displayed an expression of realization. Sachi remarked, "It is good that you comprehend. Now, there is nothing more for you to do here. Go and play with Hoshino. Since Hoshino has already made her choice, I shall certainly honor my previous promise, Neptune." After dismissing Dei, Sachi turned his attention to Neptune. Establishing the spatial anchor points will require several days. During this time, allow Hoshino to spend quality moments with you. Even if I could return swiftly, opportunities for reunion will be scarce. Therefore, let her embark on adventures without regrets. Since Hoshino has chosen Saishi's side, she must reluctantly assume the role of the yellow-haired one. Moreover, Fishman Island indeed presents an exceptional location for setting spatial anchor points. It is a vital transportation hub, nestled within the depths of the sea, akin to the impregnable daughter island where the Empress resides. After all, most formidable beings upon the sea are capable users. The deep sea serves as a natural barrier. Establishing anchor points here not only facilitates Hoshino's visits to her homeland, but also serves as an important transit nexus. After conversing with King Neptune and Queen Otoheim for a while, and upon receiving their consent, Sachi disclosed Hoshino's identity to Maihawk and Ishiao. As companions aboard the same vessel, they would eventually learn of this matter. It is better to inform them early, providing a foundation for understanding. Upon discovering that Hoshino is the ancient weapon Poseidon, Maihawk and Ishiao were momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, what kind of extraordinary being have I allied with? I always suspected she was not an ordinary individual," Maihawk mused. Having laid plans on Fishman Island for so many years, collaborating with the formidable Kaido, and possessing that knife surpassing the supreme grade, one cannot perceive him as merely a treasure seeker. Ishiao, on the other hand, was once again astonished by Saishi's grand vision. He was aware of the inherent nature of an ancient weapon. Anyone could fathom the dire consequences if word spread about an island harboring such a weapon. To take this perilous ancient weapon and conceal its threat within oneself, thereby saving this island from destruction. Could this be the chasm that separates me from Saixi? My initial instinct was to hide this ancient Poseidon. Was I too naive? How could such a secret be concealed for a lifetime? In the ensuing days, Saixi established the spatial anchor points near the shores of Fishman Island. As for why there are shores beneath the sea, that is inconsequential. During this period, Hoshino also cherished her final moments with her family. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of departure arrived. "Your Majesty Neptune, I am taking care of your daughter. Surely you must express your gratitude." As he spoke, Saixi rubbed his fingers together, making his intentions abundantly clear to Neptune. "What? Saixi, do you expect to be paid?" Yamato immediately grasped Saisai's motives upon witnessing his actions. "Of course, we are pirates, not the Navy. Naturally, we expect remuneration. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Saixi leapt up and delivered a playful slap to the back of Yamato's head. It is truly said that one does not appreciate the value of household expenses until one is in charge. "Ha ha, I have anticipated this matter well. I will not allow you to work for nothing. Saixi, Chapter 62. I have tamed the White Star. Ha ha. I was well prepared for this. I shall not allow you, Saixi, to toil in vain. With that, Neptune summoned several boxes of treasure. Previously, the EES potion that Saixi acquired was requested from Neptune. This time, Neptune had already prepared an abundance for Saixi. Wow, so much treasure. Indeed, a loyal customer understands the rules. Saixi opened the treasure chest before him, revealing it to be filled with an assortment of gold and silver jewels. If I were to reclaim these, it would undoubtedly enhance my combat prowess significantly, wouldn't it? After admiring the glittering gems for a while, Saixi stored them within his spatial realm. Ahem, since your majesty Neptune insists on bestowing upon me such wealth, I shall reluctantly accept. As Saixi accepted the boxes of treasure, he feigned a bashful demeanor, as if he had not just been the one to solicit funds from Neptune. Now, let's prepare to embark. With that, Saixi produced the submarine he had piloted upon arrival. The bubbles of Fishman Island are quite convenient. They contain just enough seawater to accommodate the submarine without hindering its operation. By simply passing through this layer of bubbles, we can reach the open sea. Upon seeing Saixi unveil the submarine, Yamato suddenly sensed something amiss. Yamato approached to inspect the submarine and measured White Star's size with his fingers. Saixi, how can White Star fit in our submarine when she is so large? After a thorough assessment, Yamato confirmed his concerns. No need to worry. I can swim without your vessel. Our merfolk are remarkably swift in the water. White Star, too, recognized that her size rendered her incapable of boarding the small craft before her. Although the submarine was sizable, the entrance was rather limited. It's fine. Even though White Star seldom ventures out, the merfolk possess extraordinary talents in the water. Their speed is unmatched. Neptune smiled, reassuring Yamato of the merfolk's exceptional abilities. Enough of that. You need not fret over this matter. As captain, how could I allow the crew to be isolated? I have already devised a solution. Saixi noted Yamato's concerns and had previously contemplated this issue. In truth, there are numerous ways to resolve this predicament. For instance, rather than using the submarine, one could seek to coat the Seraph in the days leading up to our anchoring, a highly viable option. However, Saixi envisioned an even more splendid, convenient, and entertaining solution. Upon hearing that Saixi had a resolution, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Watch closely, everyone. With that, they beheld Saixi produce a palm-sized orb. Ahem, allow me to present my prized possession. Saixi raised the orb in his hand for all to see. Indeed, this is the Pokeball I acquired previously. Sachi, is this truly your solution? What purpose does this ball serve? Are you planning to incapacitate the White Star with it, and then tether her to the submarine? Yamato, unable to comprehend the ball's function, ventured to guess. Oh, I don't want this. I can manage on my own, Lord Saixi. Please don't knock me out. Upon hearing Yamato's speculation, White Star immediately pleaded with Saixi in fear. Getting knocked out would surely be painful. Wouldn't it? What on earth are you thinking, Yamato? Am I really such a brutish person? It seems that from now on, I must ensure that White Star speaks less with you on the ship. What if this innocent girl were to be led astray by you? Saixi delivered another light blow to Yamato's head, urging him to silence. I assent to it, true? You always hit so hard, Yamato muttered quietly. Having been schooled by Saishi's fist, don't mind Yamato, allow me to demonstrate how this works. White Star, shortly, I will toss this ball toward you. When it strikes you, do not resist, understood? Saixi explained the forthcoming procedure to White Star, for he too was uncertain of the ball's mechanism. Lord Saixi, there's truly no need to knock me out. I can accompany you on the ship just fine. As White Star realized that Saixi indeed intended to strike her with the ball, her heart raced with trepidation. It's all right. White Star, it will only be a gentle tap. It 1T hurt. A 1T knock you out. All of this was due to Yamato's earlier prattle, which had frightened the poor girl. Noticing White Star's continued fear, King Neptune and Princess Otoheim also offered her comfort. They were aware of Saishi's character and believed he would not resort to such actions as knocking someone out and tying them to a ship. After a brief session of reassurance, White Star reluctantly accepted her fate. Lord Saixi, I am ready. Please proceed. With that, she closed her eyes, adopting an expression of resignation. Observing her demeanor, Saixi felt a pang of guilt, yet at least she was cooperating. All right, here I go. Sachi hurled the Pokeball toward White Star's position. At the moment the ball made contact, it opened, and White Star was enveloped in a beam of red light, drawn into the confines of the Pokeball. Subsequently, the ball landed on the ground, swaying twice before coming to a halt. Everyone watched in awe at this miraculous spectacle. Did the large White Star truly vanish right before their eyes? Saixi stepped forward to retrieve the Pokeball from the ground. At that moment, he triumphantly raised the ball and exclaimed, "I have captured White Star." However, perhaps this declaration should be reserved for a more private setting. Well, this is my solution. Now, White Star can join me on the ship. Saixi held the Pokeball aloft for all to see. Wait, has she truly been contained within the small ball? How astonishing. Yamato gazed at the intriguing scene before him, unable to quell his curiosity about the nature of the small sphere. Naturally, one must consider whose precious treasure it truly was. Subsequently, Saixi once again cast the Pokeball into the air. As it soared, the sphere opened once more, releasing a brilliant flash of red light, and suddenly, a figure materialized before the onlookers. They instantly recognized this silhouette as the very Bai Xing who had just been captured. However, Bai Xing appeared somewhat altered now. Bai Xing, what has happened to you? Where's her tail? Chapter 63. The unique form of White Star? The golden legend White Star. How have you transformed into this? The figure that emerged, although resembling White Star, had undergone a monumental metamorphosis. From a colossal mermaid towering over 10 meters, she had shrunk to a mere human stature of less than 2 meters. Upon witnessing this transformation, Saishi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. No one informed me that capturing a mermaid with a Pokeball would result in such a phenomenon. My tail. How did I? White Star gazed at her altered form, her once magnificent tail now replaced by 2 slender, fair legs. Her attire had also adjusted to fit her new shape. Madam Yamato, how have you grown so much? Father, mother, how have you also increased in size? Realizing her transformation, White Star immediately glanced around, only to discover that everyone else had indeed grown significantly larger. White Star, it is not that we have grown. Rather, you have diminished in size, Yamato clarified, addressing White Star's confusion. After hearing Yamato's explanation, White Star scrutinized herself once more, then surveyed her surroundings, coming to the realization that she had indeed shrunk. Saixi, what is happening? How could White Star have transformed like this? Neptune inquired, directing his question towards Saixi, the individual most directly involved. I must admit I too am at a loss. Do you believe me? Saixi replied awkwardly, looking at the gathered crowd. He was equally baffled by the unexpected results of using the Pokeball. Saixi glanced at the transformed White Star, and then at the Pokeball he had just retrieved. To his astonishment, after a brief moment of neglect, the Pokeball had also changed its appearance, from the traditional red and white design to a pink variant resembling White Star herself, complete with a mermaid emblem adorning its surface. Wait, did this ball always possess such functionality? Could it have been altered by the system? After a moment of contemplation, Saixi concluded that it must indeed be a modification made by the system, for this world harbored no Pokémon for him to capture. White Star, try to sense your body and see if you can revert to your previous form, Saixi suggested, believing this to be merely a temporary transformation. If it were permanent, he would have to contend with a multitude of bee-steered maidens. I shall give it a try, Lord Saixi. Upon hearing Saishi's words, White Star began to carefully attune herself to her physical state. Under the expectant gazes of those around her, a radiant glow enveloped her being. Suddenly, a magnificent mermaid reappeared before the onlookers. Am I back to my original form? Observing the crowd, who had returned to their smaller sizes, and her own tail re-emerging, White Star confirmed her restoration. Incredible. I merely attempted this on a whim, and it actually worked. Saixi had only contemplated a possibility, yet the outcome was astonishing. Then, before the astonished crowd, White Star shifted back into her previous human guise. Lord Saixi, it seems I can control my appearance now. With the eyes of the crowd wide with disbelief, White Star began to playfully shift her size at will. Enough with the antics, White Star. The manner in which you are conducting yourself has begun to induce a sense of visual fatigue within me. observing White Star as she oscillates between expanding and contracting before my very eyes resembles watching two individuals engaged in a spirited game of badminton. Prolonged gazing has resulted in a slight discomfort in my eyes. Upon hearing Saixi's words, White Star obediently ceased her erratic transformations. It appears that all is well. What do you think? Isn't my precious treasure remarkable? Noticing that White Star encountered no mishap, Sachi resumed her display of pride regarding her magnificent treasure. Neptune reflected on the utility of this object, recognizing its ability to enable the merfolk to manifest legs at such an early stage, as well as to transition seamlessly between human and mermaid forms. Should White Star maintain her human guise in public, others would unlikely associate her with the merfolk, thereby significantly enhancing her safety. What Neptune remained unaware of was that Saixi possessed the capability to retract White Star into her pockball, which could then be stored within the system's spatial realm. It could be said that as long as Saixi remained unharmed, White Star would encounter no peril. Should this ability become known to others, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. Not only can she change forms, but she is also unselectable. Such a notion is indeed insidious beyond measure. With White Star's predicament resolved, we prepare to embark on our journey. Farewell, Your Majesty Neptune. Please convey my regards to Jinbei. Saixi bid farewell to Neptune, not forgetting her good friend, the chubby Jinbei. Farewell, dear father, dear mother, and esteemed brothers. White Star also expressed her farewells to her family present. She understood that this departure would mean a prolonged absence from their company. Farewell, White Star. Be sure to heed Saixi's words and refrain from causing him any trouble. Queen Odoheim also bid her daughter farewell, showering her with a plethora of admonitions. Neptune, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon White Star as she boarded Saixi's submarine. Before long, amidst the watchful eyes of the denizens of Fishman Island, Saixi's submarine set sail from the island, swiftly ascending towards the ocean surface. As the vessel progressed, the onlookers once again beheld the scenery they had previously encountered, albeit this time it appeared as if played in reverse, given their ascent from below. Meanwhile, White Star exhibited a hint of anxiety, for this marked the first occasion she had ventured away from her family alone. Such feelings were entirely natural. However, with the harmonious presence of Yamato accompanying her, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, readying herself to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. During their journey to the ocean's surface, Sachi received a notification from the system. Ding! It has been detected that the host has reclaimed treasures valued at 500 million. Exceeding 500 million but less than 10 million, the system kindly rounded down. No need for gratitude. It is merely the duty of this system. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random power enhancement of 50 times, enhancing the host's abilities. Congratulations. The host's martial arts have seen a slight improvement. Congratulations. The host's observation hockey has been marginally enhanced. Congratulations. The host's observation hockey has been marginally enhanced. Congratulations. The host's conqueror's hockey has seen a slight increase. Congratulations. The host's armament hockey has experienced a minor enhancement. Congratulations to the host on a slight improvement in swordsmanship. This time, there exists an opportunity for 50 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe that gold will not emerge this time. After 50 random augmentations, Saixi has once again experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Following a series of fortifications, golden rays flashed by, Saishi's imagination at play, culminating in a successful draw of the grand prize. Goodness, a legendary golden item. This lottery proved to be immensely profitable for Saixi. Not only did it result in an elevation of attributes, but it also bestowed several formidable techniques. It can be described as a holistic transformation of unparalleled significance. Chapter 64. The enhancement of Saishi's strength and arrival at Sabaody. This recent allocation of points has elevated Saishi's swordsmanship to an impressive S rank, now merely a step below the current level of Hawkeye. Why not the present Hawkeye, you may ask? Because he is currently engaged in his cultivation. It remains uncertain how much stronger he has become. The Conqueror's Haki has ascended directly to an S rank, and he has successfully drawn the ability to wield it in a binding manner from the reward pool. With this, Saixi has firmly positioned himself among the elite of the seas. His observation haki has transitioned from A to S rank, granting him the preliminary ability to foresee the future, albeit for brief moments. Other skills, however, have not seen significant improvement, as evidenced by the lack of visible upgrades on his status panel. Saishi's status panel: martial arts, mastery of the six forms, swordsmanship, S, observation haki, S, extensive range and foresight, armament haki, A, enhanced hardness, conqueror's haki, S, ability to bind. It is noteworthy that, despite the absence of visible enhancements on his panel, Sachi distinctly feels a surge in his physical prowess, as if he possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. This clearly indicates that he has yet to fully comprehend the extent of his newfound capabilities. After a period of sailing, the treasure pirates successfully emerged onto the surface of the sea. The Sabaody archipelago is essentially situated directly above Fishman Island. Thus, as the submarine surfaced, the distant Sabaody archipelago came into view. Having arrived, there was no reason not to disembark. Consequently, Saixi navigated the submarine to the vicinity of Sabaody Island. "Let us explore Sabaody Island," he proclaimed. "This is the center of the first half of the Grand Line, undoubtedly brimming with exciting adventures." Saixi docked the submarine near the shore, his expression conveying a sense of determination that they must venture forth today. Observing Saishi's demeanor, Mihawk could only acquiesce to his captain's wishes. He smiled, acknowledging that whatever Saixi decided, he would follow without much personal inclination. Yamato, upon hearing the prospect of an outing, was filled with exuberance. Shirahoshi, experiencing the outside world for the first time, was captivated by her surroundings, entirely oblivious to Saishi's remarks. Noticing the silence among the group, Saixi took it as a consensus and was the first to step out of the submarine. Yamato and the others followed him onto Sabaody Island. "Is this the world above the sea?" Yamato mused, feeling a sense of familiarity reminiscent of Fishman Island, with bubbles all around. Upon reaching Sabaody Island, Shirahoshi began to meticulously observe everything around her. She noted that this place, like Fishman Island, was also filled with bubbles, evoking a sense of warmth in this unfamiliar environment. "Let us remain together here," Mihawk suggested. "This location is quite close to the Navy headquarters in Mariewa. It would be safer to act in unison." His words halted Ichiji, who had been poised to venture off alone in search of the local casinos. Although Ichiji was inclined to retort, he ultimately decided against it, reflecting, "Saixi surely has his reasons for this approach." Saishi's previous actions had often imparted profound insights to Ichiji. He sensed that Seise's intentions were not merely to act in unison. Given the strength of the treasure pirates, capturing either Mihawk or Ishao alone would be nearly impossible unless two formidable admirals were dispatched simultaneously. What then motivated Saixi to have them collaborate? Ishao found himself puzzled, and thus resolved to accompany Saixi to witness the unfolding events. Saixi was taken aback by Ishao's prompt agreement, having anticipated the need for persuasion. After all, Ishao was merely a passenger on the ship and not yet a crew member. Why did Saixi seek to act together? This could only be attributed to the complex circumstances surrounding Sabaody archipelago. The island was frequented not only by pirates and merchants, but also by the Navy and even the Celestial Dragons. At this point, Ishao had yet to join the Navy. Given Ishao's temperament, should he encounter pirates or Celestial Dragons who harm civilians, he would likely summon meteors to rain down upon Sabaody. Such a perilous individual was better kept close. Mihawk, on the other hand, was a reliable ally. Naturally, one would want such a dependable companion nearby to lend assistance. Upon arriving at the island, it was inevitable that Yamato would wish to explore the shops. Such a burden should not be borne alone. It would be a delight to have someone else share in the experience of shopping and suffering together. Thus, the treasure pirates ambled leisurely through the Sabaody archipelago. "White Star, do try on this dress. It would surely look lovely on you." "Really? I'll give it a try." Yamato tugged White Star along, weaving through the various shops of Sabaody. White Star's physique now resembled that of an ordinary human, allowing for a greater selection of clothing. Her previous attire was no longer suitable for her current form, and Yamato's garments were somewhat oversized. Thus, they had no choice but to embark on a shopping expedition. However, this left the three attendants trailing behind, rather burdened. Each time they entered a shop, 3 NPCs would materialize at the entrance. When it came time to pay, Saixi would be summoned to produce the funds, subsequently storing the acquired items in his spatial pocket. After a leisurely stroll, the group paused at a tavern. "Boss, a few bottles of wine, please," Yamato called out as they entered the establishment. After a long day of exploration, a moment of respite was well-deserved, and Mihawk and the others welcomed this hard-earned break. "Welcome to the esteemed Treasure Pirates." A melodious female voice resonated from behind the bar. Upon recognizing their presence, Mihawk immediately became alert. However, upon hearing Saixi's voice, he relaxed once more. "Shikayaka Shaki, the former queen of the Amazon Lily. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Saixi recognized this old acquaintance of Rayleigh the moment he stepped into the tavern. "Ha ha ha, Bomb Space Saixi. You truly are an enigma. Have you even managed to uncover my information?" Within the bar, Shaki remained unperturbed by the revelations made by Saixi. Calmly smoking a cigarette, she presented several bottles of liquor to Saixi and his companions. The youth of today truly astonish. It has barely been a month since the bounty was placed, and already there exists a staggering reward of 1 billion berries. Shaki placed the meticulously prepared drinks upon the counter, displaying an air of tranquility that belied the presence of a notorious pirate. Wasn't this all a consequence of certain individuals' actions? Had it not been for this fellow's insistence on engaging in conflict, I might still be lingering in obscurity in some hidden corner of the new world. As Saixi spoke, he gestured toward Mihawk, subtly alluding to his shameless antics. Their interaction resembled that of long-lost friends, reunited after years apart. Chapter 65, Shambody Park. The unexpected celestial dragon. How is it that old man Rayleigh has left you alone in the tavern once again? Sachi glanced around the establishment and noticed that aside from his group of recently arrived patrons, the only other person present was the owner, Shaki. Indeed, that old fellow would never remain in one place for long. Perhaps he is currently gambling in some casino, rolling dice with others. Upon hearing Saixi mention Rayleigh, Shaki naturally engaged in the conversation. "Rayleigh? The right-hand man of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh?" Ichao listened intently as Saixi and Shaki spoke, suddenly captivated by such a formidable name. "Oh, are Saixi and the others discussing such an impressive figure?" Yamato, munching on her food, belatedly turned her attention towards Saixi. "Saixi, it seems your crew is not as well informed as you are," Shaki remarked with a smile, observing the astonished expressions of those in the tavern. "There is little choice. As captain, one must bear a greater share of the burdens. Is that not so?" Saixi nonchalantly sipped his drink, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Ha ha ha, you are truly amusing. Would you consider staying here with me to assist in running this tavern?" Shaki, unable to resist teasing him, posed the suggestion. However, this remark did not elicit the desired reaction from Saixi, but rather ignited a fiery response from another young one. Hey, Saixi belongs to me. You old woman shall not entertain any notions about him." Yamato, hearing Shaki's intention to take Saixi away, immediately rushed to his side, enveloping him in her embrace. With a fierce expression, Yamato fiercely shielded Saixi, denying Shaki any opportunity to approach him. Oh, it seems he is already taken. Saixi, you truly possess a certain charm," Shaki remarked with a playful smile, observing the playful antics of the young couple before her. Teasing a young man is far less entertaining than shipping other people's pairings. "Let me go, Yamato. This one is the old companion of the Dark King Rayleigh. I was merely jesting." With such a protector by his side, Saixi felt a genuine happiness within. If only she could possess a bit more social awareness. That would be ideal. However, expecting someone like Yamato, who has had little exposure to the world since birth, to acquire some social finesse might be asking too much. Nonetheless, this was quite delightful, as her affection was clearly written on her face. Such a simple and direct expression is far more heartwarming. On the other hand, Shaki, like one who has found a new toy, began to indulge in some mischief. Abandoning her teasing of Saixi, she turned her playful attention towards Yamato. The simple-minded Yamato quickly became flustered under Shaki's teasing. Her cheeks flushed. Sachi wished to intervene, but felt powerless to do so. Unsurprisingly, Sachi found himself the subject of admonishment from both women. Indeed, it is best to refrain from intervening in the battles of women. As time progressed, the conversation between the two young women grew increasingly peculiar, eventually leading them to retreat to a corner where they commenced whispering to one another. The break always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, evening had descended. Saixi found a patch of ground adjacent to the Summer Chi Tavern and produced a capsule hotel. Given the lateness of the hour, there was little time to seek out a proper inn, so Saixi opted to rest in situ. However, he was not particularly fond of using the capsule hotel, as it required him to tidy up after himself, a task he preferred to avoid. He would rather spend a bit more on a decent hotel than engage in domestic chores. The following morning, as Saixi awakened, he was greeted by Day's incessant chatter beside him. Saixi, how about we visit Chambord Park? Yesterday, I heard from Boss Sachi that there are all sorts of entertainment venues and leisure facilities there. Shall we experience it together? As he opened his eyes, Saixi felt the weight of Day's enthusiasm pressing down on him, both physically and mentally. After a brief moment to gather his thoughts, Saixi finally responded, Chambord Park? Sure, I was hoping to have some fun there as well. I heard that the notorious Pluto, Rayleigh, might also make an appearance. If we happen to cross paths, it would be nice to exchange greetings. Chambord Park was indeed a splendid destination, offering a plethora of activities akin to an expansive amusement park. Moreover, it was situated at a respectful distance from Area 1, where the celestial dragons frequently roamed, alleviating concerns about potential troubles. With this decision made, Saixi promptly shared the day's itinerary with Mihawk and the others. After everyone had risen and bid farewell to Boss Sachi, they set off towards areas 30 to 39. Saixi, feeling a bit lazy, retrieved the off-road vehicle he had used while in Wano. Thus, the five of them embarked on a thrilling adventure through the Chambord Islands. White Star, let us try that bubble roller coaster. It looks like so much fun. Upon arriving at Chambord Park, Day could hardly contain her excitement. Her eyes fixed on the swirling bubble coaster soaring through the sky. Oh, I think I'll pass. That looks terrifying, White Star exclaimed, her expression filled with trepidation as she observed the chaotic flips of the ride. It's all right. Come on, let us give it a try. Day dismissed White Star's reluctance, determined to drag her into the exhilarating experience. Day, please don't pressure White Star. That roller coaster may not be suitable for her. How about you start with the carousel over there? Saixi interjected, observing the stark contrast between Day's excitement and White Star's apprehension. He felt compelled to mediate between the two lovely ladies. With Saishi's suggestion, Day decided to ease White Star into the experience, beginning with the carousel. Meanwhile, a smile graced Saishi's face as he noticed a roadside stall selling scratch-off tickets, prompting him to try his luck for the day. Mihawk and Saixi were leisurely wandering through the park, curious to discover anything that might pique their interest, or perhaps, by chance, encounter the infamous Rayleigh from the Sabaody archipelago. Should fortune smile upon them, they might be able to glean some rewards from him. The group enjoyed their time at Sabaody Park, reveling in the moment, yet regrettably, they did not come across Rayleigh. Suddenly, Saixi sensed an ominous presence approaching. Mihawk, I believe it is time for us to depart. A troublesome individual is on the way. The instinctual warning heightened Saix's perception, prompting him to activate his observation haki. In the distance, a celestial dragon was making his approach. Chapter 66. The commoner's hero, a smile. And the general is about to arrive. Mihawk, I believe it is time for us to depart. A troublesome individual has made an entrance. A celestial dragon has arrived in Sabaody Park. Upon receiving this information, Saixi felt a shadow descend over his countenance. Although these beings are not individuals in the conventional sense, their mere presence heralds significant trouble. It is utterly reckless for someone without power to roam freely, unafraid of being eliminated by those with strength. Even under the watchful eyes of CP0, they are akin to ticking time bombs. Upon hearing Saix's words, Mihawk's expression grew grave. He, too, wished to avoid entanglements. After a brief discussion, they resolved to seek out the others on the ship. It was time to leave this place. Saixi went in search of Shirahoshi in Yamato, while Mihawk sought his dear friend, a smile. Once separated from Mihawk, Saixi promptly arrived at the entertainment district, beginning his quest for Shirahoshi in Yamato. He initially believed it would require some effort, yet he found their location with surprising ease. He had underestimated Yamato's penchant for mischief. From a distance, he could hear Yamato's excited shouts from the amusement ride. Beside her sat Shirahoshi, who appeared to have lost consciousness, devoid of any signs of life. Saixi felt an urge to reprimand Yamato, but he hesitated to damage the equipment, opting instead to wait for Yamato to descend. Soon enough, he observed Yamato approaching, supporting the seemingly lifeless Shirahoshi. "Say, are you here to join the fun? This is a blast. Just ask Shirahoshi." "Right, Shirahoshi?" Yamato shook Shirahoshi, attempting to elicit a response. "Yamato, you wretched individual. Reflect on your actions." Saixi delivered a swift punch to Yamato's head. "All right, I concede I was wrong." Yamato, cradling her head, apologized to Saixi. "Enough of this. I shall address your mischief later. For now, we must depart. A celestial dragon has arrived in the vicinity." Saixi quelled his impulse to lecture Yamato. The matter at hand was of utmost importance. "Hand over Shirahoshi. She appears unable to walk on her own." Saixi took the dazed Shirahoshi from Yamato's grasp and placed her into a pockball for convenience. A celestial dragon? The sort capable of summoning admirals? Yamato had indeed heard of the notorious reputation of the celestial dragons, whose infamy surpassed that of pirates. Indeed, those scoundrels. To avoid unnecessary complications, let us vacate this area post-haste. They are truly a headache. Having grasped the situation, Saixi and Yamato made their way towards Mihawk's location to regroup. Meanwhile, Mihawk had found a Smile, who was contemplating a high-stakes gamble, preparing to escort him from this place. However, the contingent of celestial dragons had already arrived in this area. In the distance, a celestial dragon, adorned in a resplendent white robe and wearing a transparent bubble helmet, gracefully approached on the back of a slave. Accompanying him were numerous agents from CP0, their faces marked by haughtiness and indifference, as if all that surrounded them were mere playthings. The common folk lining the streets bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet the gaze of these aristocrats of the world. An elderly vendor caught off guard, had his stall overturned by the dragon's attendant, fresh fish scattering across the ground. Trembling, the vendor knelt in apology. But the celestial dragon merely cast a contemptuous glance his way before waving dismissively, instructing his subordinate to drag the man away. The onlookers, filled with silent rage, could only bear witness to this disgraceful spectacle. As this scene unfolded, Mihawk and Yisio observed from a distance. Nearby, a curious child who dared to gaze upon the dragon was swiftly seized by an attendant. The child's mother, pleading on her knees, cried out in despair. Yet the dragon wore a cruel smile, ordering his minions to take the child as a new toy. The atmosphere in the street grew heavier, saturated with fear and hopelessness. Yisio sensed the dire situation and prepared to intervene, but Mihawk restrained him. Just then, several Navy soldiers arrived at the scene, causing Yisio to halt his rescue attempt. To his astonishment, the Navy did not hinder the celestial dragon's atrocities. Instead, they stood respectfully aside, as if this grotesque display were perfectly acceptable. The dragon continued to stride forward, relishing in his triumph, leaving behind a scene of chaos and unspoken fury. These wretches! Yisio felt the turmoil brewing within him. A surge of indignation welled up, igniting a fierce anger at the Navy's inaction in the face of such blatant disregard for life. What were they doing? He thought. Yisio, do not act impulsively. To do so now would invite dire consequences, Mihawk cautioned, urging him to remain calm while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Mihawk harbored a profound disdain for the celestial dragons, wishing nothing more than to eliminate them at that very moment. However, he understood the grave ramifications that would ensue. Yisio felt the shimmering bubbles of Sabiti Archipelago reflecting the sunlight, and for the first time since losing his sight, he perceived the sun's rays as blinding. Beneath this brilliance lay the anguish and tears of countless civilians. The arrogance and cruelty of the celestial dragons suffused the land with injustice and oppression, encapsulating the distorted reality of this world. Mihawk, I can no longer restrain myself. Gravitational suppression. Before Mihawk could react, Yisio unleashed his power. The Celestial Dragon, CP-0 agents, and Navy soldiers all felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon them. Those of weaker constitution were forcibly pinned to the ground. Although I, too, find this course of action somewhat impulsive, I cannot bear to witness such an event unfold before my eyes. With a smile, the individual brandishing a blade approached the crowd. Utilizing their fruit-based abilities, they returned the child recently seized by CP-0 to the weeping mother on the ground. You, who do you think you are? Are you not aware of the dire consequences of assaulting the esteemed Lord Sebastian Saint? You should swiftly retract your abilities. A member of CP standing beside Sebastian Saint leaped forward, threatening the individual with a tone of accusation. I am indeed aware of such consequences. However, I am far more cognizant of the repercussions faced by a mother who has lost her child. Chapter 67. Eliminate the Celestial Dragons, and the reckless brother appears apologies. I am fully aware of the consequences. However, I am even more acutely aware of the repercussions faced by a mother who has lost her child. I do not wish to increase the bloodshed. I merely cannot bear to witness such pervasive darkness. Upon arrival, Saixi and I saw Ishao standing defiantly before the Celestial Dragons, utilizing his fruit abilities to immobilize the throng before him. To provoke the Celestial Dragons is indeed a perilous endeavor. Saixi approached Ishao. Weariness etched across his face as he observed Ishao's righteous actions. Forgive me for the troubles caused here. I shall bear full responsibility. Ishao, too, understood the turmoil his actions would incite. Enough, enough. You, an old blind man, should not overestimate your capabilities. Can you truly contend with this? Upon hearing Saix's words, Ishao silently swallowed hard. As Saixi indicated, the charge of assaulting the Celestial Dragons was indeed too grave to bear. To the onlookers, Saixi urged, you should disperse at once. Do not let this great hero's efforts be in vain. These individuals will not grant you a second chance. Upon hearing Saix's warning, the surrounding civilians hurriedly fled in all directions. Life is precious, and preserving one's existence is paramount. Ah, why must you still linger on my ship? I truly find you exasperating, Ishao. Since you remain one of my crew, do not attempt to shoulder this burden alone. Now that this affair has commenced, we must see it through. Observing Saix's demeanor, Ishao thought to himself, Captain Saixi is indeed no ordinary man. He is a leader worth following. You wretched insects dare to obstruct my path? Do you even know who I am? You commoners, merely sharing the same air is an affront. Kneel and confess your wrongs. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for a fate worse than death. While Saixi and Ishao conversed, on the other side, the Celestial Dragons had, with the aid of CP-0, freed themselves from Ishao's gravitational restraint. Ishao had initially intended no harm. He merely sought to confine them. As Saixi arrived, Mihawk and Yamato had also joined Ishao's side. The four of them listened to the continuous insults hurled by the Celestial Dragons, though none took them to heart. Ishao, your actions lack consideration. Merely delivering a lesson to such individuals cannot resolve the issue, Saixi remarked as he dug at his ears, endeavoring to impart the true method for handling such matters. When confronted with those inherently malicious, one ought to respond accordingly. With that, Saix's gaze turned fierce. The Celestial Dragon, seemingly uncontrollably, was propelled towards Saixi and the others. Ishao understood that with such an irreconcilable relationship, one must eradicate the root cause. However, before Saixi could seize the Celestial Dragon, a swift CP member intervened to rescue him. You wretched insects dare to lay your filthy hands upon my noble self. Behold your soiled garments and unsightly visages, a veritable affront to our exalted lineage. Depart at once, lest I be compelled to personally rid this world of your detestable presence. Nearby, the recently rescued member of the Celestial Dragons, despite enduring blows and kicks, dares not exhibit the slightest resistance. Saixi had no intention of securing a definitive strike. He merely sought to close the distance. Now, this Celestial Dragon has entered within Saix's range. Oh, you arrogant, fishbowl-headed fool. You remain utterly oblivious to the current predicament. Saixi gazes at the Celestial Dragon, engrossed in assaulting his own kin, pondering how such a creature has survived this long. You lowly peasant dare to address the great me as fishbowl head. I shall end your life. Sebastian Saint, in a fit of fury, vows to kill Saixi. And you think you can? Perhaps you should contemplate how much time you have left. Saixi gestures towards Sebastian's position, attempting to draw him closer. However, to Saix's astonishment, the anticipated celestial dragon does not arrive. Instead, his entire upper body vanishes. Thus, the infamous figure of the pirate world emerges. He has successfully conjured a being that instills terror in all who traverse the seas. Such an occurrence was beyond anyone's expectations. Saixi, splendidly done. This loathsome creature should have been dispatched sooner. Upon witnessing Saixi eliminate the celestial dragon before him, Yamato cheers him on with fervor. Meanwhile, a smile graces his face as he reflects. Is this the lesson Captain Saixi seeks to impart? Is saving a civilian not inferior to eradicating the root cause? Indeed, Captain Saixi possesses a profound benevolence. Mihawk, having drawn his black blade, Yoru prepares for the impending battle. With their captain having committed such an act, what else can he do but assist in cleaning up the aftermath? Saixi, however, is still grappling with the unexpected turn of events. This is not what he envisioned. He wonders, is his ability not supposed to affect living beings? How could this fellow simply cease to exist? This is not right. Someone must be pulling a fast one. Yet, Saixi has no time to dwell on this matter. Having dispatched the celestial dragon, the admiral is on the way. You dare to slay Lord Sebastian Saint? Prepare for the retribution of the Navy Admiral. The CP members before him are still in shock, their master reduced to naught but a fragment. How shall they report this? No, they are unlikely to return at all. Their only recourse is to confront the very perpetrators before them. In doing so, perhaps their families may receive a dignified end. What are you barking for? Your master is already gone, and now you choose to howl. Look at what you have protected. Were I in your position, I would immediately offer my life in penance. Having eliminated the celestial dragon, they must now resolve matters in accordance with his demise. In the face of the cacophony from this pack of barking dogs, a direct retort was, of course, in order. You. The members of the CP and the Navy were rendered speechless by Sachi's sharp words, left only to glare fiercely at him. What of it? You are nothing but a mere parasite. With a smile, he summoned a meteorite to obliterate the surroundings. Then we shall take our leave. After hurling insults at the assembly before him, Sachi beckoned Ishao to bestow upon them a parting gift. To commit murder and not flee? How audacious! Though it was unclear how Sachi had come to realize his ability to summon meteorites, Ishao complied with his instructions nonetheless. Following these events, Saixi and his companions boarded an off-road vehicle, making their way towards the shores of the Chimpity Islands. Chapter 68. The Fierce Battle Against Kizuru, Part 1 soon. An enormous meteorite descended upon the very spot where the confrontation had just taken place. Saixi and his companions had already distanced themselves considerably, just moments prior. When Ishao faced off against the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters had received urgent notification of the assault on the Celestial Dragons. Borisolino, this situation is extremely grave. You must hasten to the Sabaody archipelago and apprehend those individuals. Sengoku commanded, his concern palpable upon learning of the attack on the Celestial Dragons. Nevertheless, he found some solace in the fact that the assailants were mere unknowns, which suggested that the repercussions might not be severe. How audacious! To dare attack the Celestial Dragons within the confines of Sabaody archipelago. Chief, I am currently on leave. Please remember to account for my overtime. Borisolino replied as he received Sengoku's orders, nonchalantly preparing to depart for the Sabaody archipelago while inquiring about his additional compensation. Hello, this is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Speak. Sengoku answered another incoming call. What? Those individuals have killed the Celestial Dragons? They are dead. Sengoku could scarcely believe the shocking news relayed over the line. The murder of a Celestial Dragon was an unprecedented occurrence, one that had not transpired in many years. Clearly, this matter was far more complex than it initially appeared. Borisolino, do not leave just yet. Take Kazan with you. The assailants are the pirate crew of treasure, and they have indeed slain the Celestial Dragons. Ensure that they remain in the Sabaody archipelago regardless of the consequences. Sengoku understood that the death of a celestial dragon necessitated a serious response. The only way to appease the world government would be to apprehend and execute all those responsible for the attack. To think they would dare to kill a celestial dragon. They are regarded as gods of the world. The audacity of the newer generation is truly alarming. Kizaru was taken aback by the news of the celestial dragon's murder, his shock evident. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I shall set forth to the Sabiti archipelago with Akiji at once. With that, Kizaru prepared to embark on his journey. Meanwhile, Saixi and his companions were nearing the nearest coastline. Suddenly, a languid voice echoed from the distance. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Though unseen, Kizaru's lightspeed kick was aimed directly at Saixi, who was seated in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, this attack failed to inflict any damage. As Kizaru entered Saix's range, Saixi utilized his ability to manipulate space, causing Kizaru to be thrust backward. The seemingly formidable strike from the Admiral fell completely short. Admiral Kizaru? I had thought we were fast enough to escape, Saixi remarked, realizing the futility of their vehicle in the face of such an opponent. Kizaru's appearance signified that the area had already been encircled by the Navy. Indeed, it is no surprise that the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is truly formidable. Saixi. From their earlier encounter, Kizaru sensed that Saixi was not an adversary to be easily subdued. Moreover, beside him sat the world-renowned swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk, please escort them to the shore and deal with the Navy there. I wish to converse with Mr. Kizaru, Saixi instructed, disembarking from the vehicle. With a nod of understanding, Mihawk took the wheel, steering the off-road vehicle away. Wait for me on the shore, Yamato called out, well aware of Saix's capabilities. Even if they could not defeat an admiral, escaping was certainly within reach. Hey, are you just going to slip away right under my nose? Is this a lack of respect? Kizaru remarked, watching the vehicle recede into the distance. He unleashed a beam of laser, intent on obliterating it. But the attack vanished before it could reach Saixi. Didn't he? I just mentioned wanting to have a chat. Kizaru, why the rush to involve others? Saixi declared, drawing his sword, Chioshui, from the spatial realm, prepared to elucidate the matter. It seems that capturing you is essential to ensnare your allies. Do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble you have stirred? Kizaru sighed, lamenting the recklessness of a youth today who had dared to slay a celestial dragon, thus forcing him into unwarranted overtime. It's just one celestial dragon. He displeased me, so I ended him, Saixi replied nonchalantly. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter, Kizaru. Allow me to test the true extent of your power. With that, Saixi activated his abilities, drawing energy into his visage and, taking advantage of Kizaru's momentary lapse, struck with his sword. Kizaru, caught off guard, quickly fortified himself with haki, barely managing to deflect the attack. Retreating swiftly, he mused, Saix's abilities are truly extraordinary. Even I was unaware of what transpired. Deciding against close combat, Kizaru opted for a distant engagement, shifting his position constantly to maintain a safe distance while launching a barrage of lasers towards Saixi. Futile, no matter the angle from which you strike. Your efforts will prove ineffective, Saixi declared, erecting a spatial barrier around himself. With his powers, he continuously erased the space within a half-meter radius, forming impenetrable shields. Every laser fired from Kizaru at multiple angles was nullified by Saix's defenses. Faced with the futility of his attacks, Kizaru found himself at an impasse. The distance renders me ineffective, and engaging in close combat only invites that loathsome encounter. How am I to proceed? What troubles you, Kizaru? Were you not intent on capturing me? Why do you linger so far away? Is this some new stratagem devised by your navy? Observing Kizaru cease his laser assault, Saixi began to mock him. What a farce! If I cannot taunt my opponent in favorable winds, then what benefit is there in such advantage? In response to Saix's derisive remarks, Kizaru remained unfazed. If he were to be provoked by mere words, he would hardly qualify as an admiral. Since you choose not to approach, shall I then advance toward you? Chapter 69. Intense Battle with Kizaru. Part 2. Since you are not coming to me, I shall approach you instead. Saixi, noticing Kizaru's reluctance to engage, decided to take the initiative. The sooner he could rid himself of Kizaru, the sooner he could reunite with Mihawk and the others. Armed with the sword Chioshui, Saixi charged directly towards Kizaru. Upon seeing Saixi rushing towards him, Kizaru swiftly maneuvered in another direction. He had yet to grasp any weaknesses in Saix's abilities and deemed it prudent to avoid confrontation for the time being. In terms of speed, he still held a great deal of confidence. Thus, the two circled around the island in a frenetic chase, though the roles seemed rather peculiar. Was it not unusual for a pirate to be pursuing an admiral? You are quite the runner, Kizaru. As Kizaru attempted to maintain his distance, Saix's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Oh no! Realizing the gravity of his overconfidence, Kizaru understood that he had underestimated the situation. He had aimed to control his speed, keeping their distance at a reasonable length, but unexpectedly found Saixi closing in. One sword style, instant cloud. With remarkable swiftness, Saixi struck towards Kizaru's back. In a moment of panic, Kizaru quickly transformed into his elemental form, narrowly evading Saix's lethal slash. Phew, that was close. I should have run faster. Now having dodged the attack, Kizaru exhaled in relief, grateful for his speed. Indeed, an admiral's reflexes are truly impressive. Saixi, having failed in his strike, acknowledged the admiral's prowess. It seems that shaking you off is not a simple task. Gazing at Kizaru, who stood defiantly before him, Saixi declared, My mission is to capture the entire treasure pirate crew. There is no way I will allow you to escape so easily. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I am not the only one coming for you. With a cheeky grin, Borsellino, Kizaru, bantered with Saixi, delivering news that was less than favorable. Not the only one? Saixi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Of course, he was not the only one. Who would assume that an admiral would venture out alone without a subordinate? No, there must be more than one admiral-level combatant present. Who could it be? Akainu? Akiji? Certainly not Garp. That old man wouldn't concern himself with the affairs of the celestial dragons. In this light, whether it be Akainu or Akiji, neither would be an easy adversary. Kizaru, do you underestimate my crew too much? Speaking of which, just Mihawk alone is enough to withstand an admiral. You need not think that their lives will distract me from my mission. Can Kizaru's sly intentions truly be lost on Saixi? It is indeed remarkable how perceptive the younger generation has become, grasping the situation with such clarity. However, what do you think would happen if I rush over now? With that, Kizaru swiftly darted in the direction where Mihawk and the others had just departed. Goodness, you actually ran away, Kizaru. Saixi looked at the swiftly disappearing figure of Kizaru and immediately erupted in anger. Isn't it unbecoming for a vice admiral to flee like this? To deceive and launch a surprise attack on a mere 19-year-old youth. Yet, evading Saixi was no trivial matter. Thus commenced yet another chase between the two. Kizaru was beyond Saix's range, and his trajectory was erratic. Attempting to pull him back was far too challenging. Kizaru's remarkable speed and his propensity to change directions made it seem as if he vanished into thin air. One must acknowledge the Vice Admiral's formidable combat intuition. Perhaps he should be renamed from Kizaru to Eel. At last, Saixi caught sight of Kizaru. With a single strike, he sent Kizaru crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Kizaru stood there, unharmed. Was it ineffective? Saixi observed Kizaru, whose only apparent damage was a slightly soiled hem. You almost had me, spatial bombardment, Saixi. Kizaru casually brushed off the dust from his attire and spoke in a languid tone. However, after that encounter, Kizaru realized that close-range attacks were undoubtedly effective. He simply needed to be cautious of Saix's spatial abilities. Simultaneously, Kizaru discerned that while Saix's powers could nullify his attacks, they could not be wielded against himself. If they could, Saixi would have undoubtedly used them by now. With that thought in mind, Kizaru unsheathed his sword, Amatsuket. What is this? No longer fleeing. Are you prepared for a duel? Saixi gazed down at Kizaru, who had assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage him. Capturing the captain should create some disruption. With that, Kizaru charged towards Saixi with his radiant sword in hand. Oh my, you truly dare to engage me in close combat? Just as Kizaru was about to strike, he found his Amatsuket had vanished. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Saix's formidable sword was already upon him. Swiftly, he activated his haki to defend himself. In that instant, Saixi unleashed a powerful blow, sending the disoriented Kizaru flying several meters away. Observing the fissures in the ground and the fallen trees in his wake, Saixi surmised that this impact must have been painful. He had employed the recently acquired Conqueror's Haki. With a successful strike, Saixi sprinted towards Mihawk and the others. The current objective was not to eliminate the Navy, but to expeditiously depart from this place. Lingering here could lead to more than just these few Navy officers. It could result in the issuance of a Demon Slayer order. The flickering flashes of Saixi swiftly brought him to the shores where Mihawk and his companions awaited. However, upon his arrival, he witnessed Chong Wei engaged in a skirmish, not against a foe, but rather alongside Mihawk and Yi Xiao as they joined forces to confront Aokiji. Day had already activated his devil fruit abilities, transforming into a hybrid form to dispatch some Navy foot soldiers. While Yi Xiao coordinated his efforts with Mihawk to battle Aokiji, he simultaneously diverted his attention to confront a member of the CP organization nearby. Cursing under his breath, Sachi realized that with Aokiji present, their chances of setting sail were severely compromised. If it had been a Kainu, there might have been an opportunity to escape by sea, but with Aokiji's Ice Age powers, no vessel could possibly elude him. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Aokiji. Mihawk switch out. Upon hearing Saishi's voice, Mihawk decisively distanced himself from Aokiji. Subsequently, Aokiji was met with a formidable slash. Reacting swiftly, Aokiji transformed into an elemental form, evading the attack. Alas, it is truly a challenge for swordsmen to contend with those of the natural type. Witnessing his assault thwarted once more by Aokiji's elemental evasion, Saixi expressed his frustration. Bombarding space. Saixi, should you not be engaged in battle with Kizaru? Reforming his corporeal form, Aokiji inquired of Saixi. Kizaru, you say? I've already dispatched him. Would you like to join him over there? In response to Aokiji's question, Saixi spoke candidly. Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. After all, I possess my own voice. A web of lies. I spear. Aokiji, unwilling to take Saishi's words at face value, hurled a barrage of ice spears toward him. A multitude of attacks vanished a short distance away from Saixi. Mihawk, please assist Yamato in clearing the warships by the shore. After fending off Aokiji's strike, Saixi quickly implored Mihawk. Very well, I shall leave this to you. Understanding Saishi's intentions, Mihawk recognized that Saixi sought to make a swift departure. Attempting to leave without consulting me? Pheasant beak. Aokiji unleashed a colossal ice bird, charging toward Mihawk, who was advancing toward the distant warships. In Aokiji's line of sight, Saixi leisurely stepped in front of the colossal bird, only to be engulfed by his own attack. This move is quite impressive. Saishi's voice resonated amidst the chilling air. Suddenly, from within the icy atmosphere, Saixi burst forth wielding his sword. One sword style. Shinkage. Saishi's voice emanated from behind Aokiji. In an instant, half of Aokiji's form collapsed, leaving only half of his visage to turn and regard Saixi. That was close to a fatal strike. Aokiji hastily reformed his body. TCH natural types indeed pose a nuisance. Saixi grumbled, revealing his irritation. An opening has appeared, Saixi. Lightspeed kick. Just as Saixi and Aokiji faced off, Kizaru's voice rang out nearby. Kizaru seized the opportunity well, but regrettably, his strike missed. Ichiji's observation, Haki, swiftly detected Kizaru's movements, and he promptly brandished his sword to intercept him. I want to allow you to disturb Captain Saixi. Ichiji unleashed a powerful gravitational sword aura, repelling Kizaru to a distance. Within the confines of the mouth of the frog, the treasure pirates are truly a formidable bunch. Feeling Ichiji's strength, Kizaru couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Ichiji. Use your abilities to subdue Kizaru and prevent that fellow from causing chaos." Possessing the ability to smile effectively restrains Kizaru. Understood, Captain Saixi. Gravity Blade. Hell Journey. Upon receiving Saix's command, Yi Xiao unleashed his full firepower. Kizaru was pressed down by Yi Xiao's gravitational force, unable to flee and forced to engage in combat. Kazan. Long-range tactics are futile against him. Find a way to engage him in close combat. That fellow can nullify attacks and alter his position. However, His ability cannot be directly applied to individuals. Temporarily immobilized, Kizaru relayed the gathered intelligence to Aokiji. The difference between having information and lacking it is like night and day. It appears that those previous 2 strikes were utterly in vain. With Kizaru's intel, Aokiji reflected on his earlier moves, feeling a sense of amusement. Oh dear, it seems I've been thoroughly analyzed by you, Saixi exclaimed. Someone's reporting. How should we proceed? Ice armor. Ice military knife. Aokiji encased himself in armor and drew forth an ice blade. It was obvious what Aokiji intended to do. Since Aokiji had extended an invitation, Saixi had no choice but to engage in a formal duel. The 2 warriors clashed, their weapons meeting in fierce combat. After several exchanges, both sides had merely exhausted some stamina without inflicting significant damage. Aokiji, why didn't Kizaru inform you why I arrived before him? Aokiji, perplexed by Saix's words, soon understood. Excluding your weapon. One sword style, instant cloud. Just as the 2 were passionately clashing, poised to collide, Aokiji's ice blade suddenly vanished. This was unlike the earlier situation with Kizaru before the battle commenced. Caught off guard, Aokiji was struck in the chest by Saix's blade, sent flying. Upon rising, Aokiji's immediate reaction was, Kizaru, you've betrayed me. He quickly utilized his ability to staunch the bleeding from his wound and return to the battlefield. Must we continue fighting? Why not simply let us go? You're injured. Isn't that sufficient explanation for your return? Seeing Aokiji still intent on fighting, Saixi promptly urged him to retreat, stating that going home would be beneficial for everyone. As a pirate, there's no need to feign such goodwill. Once he regained his composure, Aokiji resolved to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Since wielding a weapon led to disadvantage, he opted for a brawl. Aokiji enveloped his hands in a layer of ice, preparing to let Saixi experience the potency of a chilling punch. Noticing Aokiji's intention to fight with fists, Saixi suddenly had a brilliant idea. With Aokiji initiating, their second round commenced. Indeed, close combat is your weakness. Aokiji's relentless punches forced Saixi to retreat repeatedly. With a longer blade, it proved challenging to wield effectively against such a powerful foe at close quarters. Just as Aokiji felt he could secure victory over Saixi, a resounding aura echoed. In a moment of unexpected brilliance, Saixi delivered a powerful uppercut that struck Kizaru squarely on the chin, sending him flying. During their recent clash, Saixi had adeptly retracted his weapon, transforming his strike into a punch that caught Kizaru off guard. You sly dog, Kizaru exclaimed, rising to his feet with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by that? This is merely the art of deception in battle. Fighting is not solely about brute strength. It also requires cunning. And who said swordsmen cannot engage in close combat? A gentle reminder, my martial prowess is quite formidable. Saixi graciously acknowledged Kizaru's compliment. Chapter 71. Retaining a hand, successfully escaping, and who told you that a swordsman cannot engage in hand-to-hand combat? A gentle reminder, my martial prowess is not to be underestimated. Saixi expressed his heartfelt gratitude in response to Aokiji's praise. Thus commenced the third round between the 2. Ora, 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 ora. As Saixi rained blows upon Aokiji, he incessantly chattered, much to Aokiji's annoyance. If you wish to fight, then fight. Why all the shouting? The 2 exchanged punches, each feeding the other delectable hits. Yet, Aokiji increasingly sensed something amiss, feeling progressively outmatched. Initially, he was able to suppress Saixi with his strength, inflicting some damage upon him. However, the situation appeared to deteriorate in an alarming fashion. Not only did Aokiji's punches lack their former power, but his strikes occasionally missed their target altogether. Most troubling of all, this fellow bore no visible injuries. Were it not for the unmistakable sensation of his fist connecting with Saixi, Aokiji might have thought himself dreaming. What is your ability, exactly? You have been employing it since the beginning, haven't you? Unable to contain his frustration, Aokiji confronted Saixi. Why should I disclose my abilities to you? Moreover, if you can wield your powers, why can't I? Such arrogance from a Marine Admiral is quite insufferable. Saixi feigned ignorance, disregarding Aokiji's inquiries. Seeing that Saixi remained unresponsive, Aokiji engaged him once more in a fierce struggle. Saixi, Just as Saixi and Akiji were locked in their standoff, Mihawk and Yamato had nearly dispatched the Marine and CP members. Dear Admiral Akiji, it appears your subordinates have been dealt with by my crew. Thus, there is no longer a need for me to continue this game. Spatial lock. Upon uttering the name of his technique, Akiji found himself immobilized. Though this move was taxing, it was well worth it against an admiral. Supreme Wind Fist. Sachi encased his fist in Conqueror's haki and struck Akiji squarely in the face, sending him flying. Immediately afterward, he summoned the Searle upon the ocean's surface. Yamato, having arrived at the ship in advance, had already started the vessel. The group boarded the Searle, swiftly heading out to sea. Hey, I never said you could leave. Ice Fist. Akiji, having been sent flying by Saixi, rose once again, soaring above the moving Searle. His right hand was completely encased in ice, imbued with haki, as he prepared to unleash a devastating assault on Saixi and his companions. Considering the futility of remote attacks against Saixi, Akiji chose to engage in close combat this time, intent on sinking the treasure pirate ship. What are you chasing after me to? Saixi exclaimed as he leaped from the vessel, meeting Akiji's advance with a punch of his own. Just as their fists were about to collide, Saixi activated his ability, aiming to eliminate the ice encasing Akiji's hand, hoping to catch him off guard. As his power took effect, something indeed vanished. Saishi's fist did not strike the ice, but instead, with a deft pivot, connected with Akiji's head, forcing him back onto the island. Upon returning to the serpent's ship, Saixi suddenly noticed blood on his body. Where did this blood come from? He pondered, and then a realization struck him. The ice he had just dispelled. Was it only the ice? Ignoring Yamato, who was about to express concern for him, Saixi turned his gaze towards the island. There stood Akiji at the edge, his right arm disappearing just above the elbow, a pool of blood staining the ground beneath him. Rising from the island, Akiji's first instinct was to tend to his wound. His second was a frustrated thought. Kizaru, you've betrayed me. Wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't use this on people? This time, Akiji regretted his lack of information. Not only had he failed to capture any member of the treasure pirates, but he had also lost his right hand, helplessly watching as the crew vanished before his eyes. Ouch, you sustained quite a severe injury, Kazan, Kizaru remarked as he approached Akiji, expressing concern for his fellow comrade. Akiji, listening to Kizaru's words, felt reluctant to respond. He retorted, I've been injured like this, and you bear some responsibility. You misreported the situation. After Saixi and the others escaped, he released Shirahoshi. Saixi did not store Shirahoshi's Pokeball in the system space. Inside the ball, she could still observe the outside world, having experienced a fierce battle firsthand. Within the confines of the Pokeball, Shirahoshi prayed fervently for her friends, and upon seeing that everyone was safe, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The world outside was different from what she had envisioned. On the ship, Yamato joyfully embraced Saixi, celebrating their successful escape, occasionally showering him with kisses. Saixi, however, lay exhausted on the deck. Over 6 hours had passed since he had slain a celestial dragon, and the battle had raged from day until night. He had fought continuously against 2 admirals, leaving him utterly drained. With the conflict finally concluded, Saixi collapsed onto the ground, seeking rest. Mihawk understood the state of those aboard the ship. After confirming their safety, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a feast and restore their energy. As Saixi lay on the deck, he replayed the recently concluded battle in his mind. This time, he had successfully leveraged the information gap to gain an advantage over the 2 admirals. Yet, he also recognized the disparity between his combat awareness and that of true admirals. However, what perplexes Saixi is how he ultimately retained the hand of Green Bull. Furthermore, the celestial dragon from earlier was eradicated by his very own abilities. Is it not the case that his powers cannot be employed against living beings? What is the true nature of this situation? Could it be that they are not considered living entities? Yet, this cannot be, as Green Bull's icy arm can indeed be justified. How then, was that abominable celestial dragon also eliminated? Saixi has yet to realize that he has fundamentally dismissed the celestial dragon as a living being. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Green Bull have returned to Marine headquarters. Sengoku demands, what on earth is happening here? Can someone please elucidate this situation for me? Chapter 72. The Navy's post-war summary aboard the ship. Sengoku exclaimed, "What is the situation here? Can someone explain this to me?" He gazed at the two individuals before him, one with slightly soiled clothing and the other covered in wounds. "Kazan, please enlighten me on what you know. How did you acquire these injuries? And how is it that within a single day, you, a Marine Admiral, have lost an arm?" Kazan replied, "Marshal Sengoku, all of this is due to the treasure pirates, particularly their captain, Saixi. These injuries are a result of his actions." He then recounted the events that transpired at Sabaody Archipelago in detail. "You mean to say that despite eliminating members of the Celestial Dragons, not a single member of the treasure pirates was captured? With 2 admirals deployed, the Navy suffered significant casualties, and even an admiral was gravely injured?" "Indeed, Marshal Sengoku," the two admitted, albeit reluctantly. "Captain Saixi possesses an enigmatic ability. According to prior intelligence, he has the power to manipulate space. Based on this battle, we can preliminarily deduce that Saixi possesses the ability to erase space and merge surrounding objects together." Kizaru and Kuzan exchanged their assessments and provided this initial conclusion. Initially, Kizaru assumed Saix's ability involved altering the position of others or himself. However, during their pursuit, he discerned something amiss. The flora and fauna along their path had undergone alarming displacements. Yet, they appeared as if they had always grown in such a distorted manner, intricately assembled in an unbelievable fashion. Kizaru concluded that the surrounding space had been misaligned. Kazan, too, felt the effects acutely. After the battle, even his attire had become dislocated, to the point where the word justice emblazoned on his back was rendered unrecognizable. Most emblematic of this was his injured arm. In the final move, Saixi had not completely annihilated Kuzan's icy arm. Rather, he had cleaved it in two. When Kuzan attempted to revert his arm from ice to flesh, he found that the severed portion had fused with the ice he had conjured. This ability to eliminate the central content and forcibly merge the two sides together was unfathomable. Were it not witnessed firsthand, few would believe such a power existed in this world. Furthermore, when Kazan informed Sengoku that Saix's ability could be applied to the human body and that Haki could not defend against it, Sengoku's expression darkened further. Moreover, according to Kizaru and Kuzan's accounts, Saixi possessed Conqueror's Haki and had already mastered its application. With his remarkable achievements and the utilization of Conqueror's Haki, Saixi had undeniably ascended to the ranks of those standing at the pinnacle of the seas. Moreover, the treasure pirates, under the command of Sachi, are not to be underestimated, as their crew possesses strength akin to that of monsters. Among them is the renowned world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, whose combat prowess rivals that of an admiral, though his true capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. There is also a blind swordsman, suspected to wield the gravity fruit, whose strength can match that of an admiral, and who is capable of unleashing a devastating area attack that summons meteors. For ordinary soldiers, this is akin to wielding a weapon of mass destruction. Additionally, there is a female crew member of the Oni tribe, possessing a Zoan-type mythical beast ability, capable of subduing multiple vice admirals. She wields a wolf-toothed mace akin to that of Kaido, and has even executed his signature move, Thunderbagwa, hinting at a possible connection with him. She possesses Conqueror's Haki and can utilize it to ensnare others. There is also a striking woman whose abilities have not been showcased in this battle. Judging by the strength of her companions, she is certainly not a mere ordinary character. This matter must be reported to the Gorosei, and a significant naval conference must be convened, Sengoku contemplated. In stark contrast to the chaos on the Navy's side, the treasure pirates were heartily feasting. After hours of fierce combat, everyone aboard, except for Shirahoshi, had expended considerable energy. Mihawk's workload today was at least 3 times greater than usual. At the dining table, everyone indulged in a sumptuous meal, while Sachi intermittently experimented with his abilities, seeking to understand why he could eliminate living beings. After a prolonged period of dining, Mihawk finally had the opportunity to rest. "Captain Sachi, please permit me to join the treasure pirates." Yixiao, having filled his belly, boldly made his request in front of everyone during their post-meal rest. Xiao, why the sudden desire to join our pirate crew? Didn't we agree that you were merely hitching a ride with us? Saixi, still pondering his own abilities, was taken aback by Xiao's earnest request. Captain Sachi, back then, I was lost and lacked direction. However, during this journey with you all, I have come to a resolution. I was once fleeing from the darkness of this world, even going so far as to blind myself. But having met you all, and you specifically, Captain Sachi, I have finally come to understand how to perceive this dark world, how to discern its shadows, and how to bring forth light into this obscurity. As Sachi listened to Xiao's lengthy declaration, he found himself perplexed by the impression he had left on him. Regardless, it was clear that Xiao wished to follow him and join the treasure pirates. Sachi turned to Mihawk, who was still in a state of meditation, seeking his counsel. It was not permissible for just anyone to board the ship at whim, even if Sachi were to agree. The opinions of the other crew members needed to be taken into account. They were all comrades, and it should not be a matter of Saishi's unilateral decision. Furthermore, Mihawk had traversed the seas for many years and possessed far more experience than Sachi. His perspective was invaluable. I can sense that he has already established his resolute aspirations. Mihawk uttered these words and then resumed his training. Sachi grasped Mihawk's intent from this statement. Sachi, I agree to let Xiao board the ship. With him on board, our future adventures will undoubtedly be fascinating. Day noticed Saishi's hesitation and urged him to acquiesce to Xiao's request. Meanwhile, Bai Xing remained silent, feeling she had no authority to speak on the matter. Having boarded Saishi's vessel even later than Xiao, she was entirely unaware of the full context. Very well, I have made my decision. Xiao, you are now a member of our treasure pirate crew. Chapter 73. The Meeting of the Five Elders. All members rewarded. Very well, I have made my decision. From this moment on, Xiao shall become a member of our treasure pirate crew. Observing that no one voiced any objections, Sachi promptly granted Xiao's request to board the ship. A combatant of such caliber, akin to an admiral, is practically a gift. Although I perceive Xiao's prowess to be somewhat lacking, as the original narrative scarcely showcases any remarkable feats. The most notable ability, the summoning of meteors, has yet to claim a single head. It is hardly different from Amaterasu. Nonetheless, it undeniably represents a grand prize. A narrative fraught with weaknesses does not imply that reality is equally deficient. Do not let the absence of achievements for the meteor mislead you. Consider the caliber of foes it has been deployed against. Akainu's meteor volcano, for instance, merely shattered a few vessels, yet his strength remains formidable. Such extensive area control skills may pose little threat to elite combatants, but they can deliver devastating blows to those of lesser standing on the battlefield. Sengoku, why has that individual who killed the celestial dragons not yet been apprehended? What is the Navy doing? We allocate such substantial military funding each year, yet you fail to accomplish even this simple task. It appears the Navy's budget will require reevaluation next year. The financial deity among the five elders, Saint Nezashiro, sat comfortably in his chair, cradling the original blade of Okit, questioning the Marine Admiral Sengoku who had come to report. The captain of the treasure pirate crew, the one who killed the celestial dragons, Saixi, is undeniably powerful. His crew consists entirely of individuals as formidable as monsters. The Navy deployed both Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji, alongside numerous officers of lower ranks. Not only was Admiral Akiji gravely injured, but other ranks also suffered significant losses. It is precisely for this reason that I have come here. A new threat of Yonko proportions has emerged upon the seas. The Navy requires greater strength to maintain the current balance across the oceans. Therefore, I wish to petition for increased military funding to bolster the Navy's might. This will also facilitate the capture of the pirate responsible for killing the celestial dragons. Sengoku was already accustomed to the condescending tone of the five elders. He was well aware of the purpose of his visit. If he could secure a substantial military budget from the world government, he would endure a reprimand without hesitation. A few scoldings would not cost him dearly. Is the full name of the individual who killed the celestial dragons really Saixi? Saint Voculi did not entertain Sengoku's request for increased funding, but instead focused on the name Saixi. Indeed, that pirate is named Saixi. Moreover, he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. If left unchecked, his presence will significantly enhance the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. He may even carve out an entire era in his own name, much like Whitebeard himself. The aging Whitebeard has suddenly found a son capable of inheriting his position. Sengoku could scarcely fathom the ramifications of what might unfold. A formidable alliance of two emperors. Even the members of the treasure pirate crew possess extraordinary abilities. It is truly reminiscent of the Rocks Pirates. The ship is brimming with unparalleled combat prowess. Various unknown individuals have emerged from all corners of the world. The once stable seas are poised to experience upheaval once more. Given the magnitude of their threat, it is imperative to swiftly apprehend them from the ocean. As for the matter of increasing military expenditure, Sengoku, it would be prudent for you to refrain from further discussion. Should the Navy find itself lacking in personnel, it would be advisable to recruit a formidable pirate to fill the ranks of the 7 warlords. I recall a pirate who claims to be the second Whitebeard, reputed to possess the strength reminiscent of the young Whitebeard. Extend an invitation to him. He could significantly bolster your naval forces. After confirming that the name Saixi does not bear the Saint Vegapunk turned against him with remarkable swiftness. Since he does not belong to the D lineage, he is merely a fleeting character, posing no substantial threat to the world government. The death of a celestial dragon, while insignificant to them, must not occur at the hands of commoners. The Navy must capture him and administer public execution. Let the entire world witness the fate that befalls those who harm the greatest deity of the world. What if the Navy fails to accomplish this? Then they can forget about any military funding. However, upon hearing the words of the elders, Sengoku, who had been on the verge of advocating for more resources, was abruptly interrupted. No more needs to be said, Sengoku. You may take your leave. Remember, by any means necessary, capture the one who killed the celestial dragon. Provide us with an explanation. Then execute him publicly before the eyes of the world. With that, Sengoku was issued an eviction order by the elders. Damn, these individuals truly are miserly. Sengoku cursed inwardly as he was expelled. He had hoped to report and perhaps strike a fortunate deal for additional funding, only to find these individuals so stingy. They're supposed to be celestial dragons. They resemble more of lapdogs in my view. Returning to the Navy headquarters without securing any military funding, Sengoku convened another high-level naval meeting. This time, the central figure of discussion was none other than our treasure pirate crew leader, Saixi, the bombing space. In this meeting, Akiji was predictably ridiculed by Akainu for losing a hand while attempting to capture a pirate. The two engaged in a heated argument at the conference table, ultimately requiring Sengoku to mediate and bring the quarrel to a halt. During this meeting, the attendees deliberated on the bounty amounts for the members of the treasure pirate crew. They are as follows. The mascot, White Star, who did not participate in the battle and remained undetected throughout, holds a bounty of 110 million berries. The ice-manipulating Zoan-type user, Inu no Mi, mythical beast who could overpower multiple vice admirals in combat. The ice demon, Yamato, with a bounty of 157 billion berries. The gravity fruit user, capable of manipulating gravity and executing devastating large-scale attacks, including summoning meteors. He is an exceptionally formidable swordsman, wielding one of the supreme great blades. The extreme path fire line. Even in the absence of sight, he can swiftly eliminate multiple agents of the CP0 organization. His prowess is such that he can contend with the admirals. The gravity tiger, one smile with a bounty of 14 billion berries, is none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, standing at the pinnacle of this world solely through his swordsmanship. He has become embroiled in the monumental event of slaying the celestial dragons, directly thwarting the assault of Admiral Akiji, with a bounty of 69 billion berries. He is also the mastermind behind the demise of the celestial dragons, possessing enigmatic spatial abilities and mastering the 3 forms of haki. He has repelled Admiral Kazuru and severely injured Admiral Akiji. He is the leader of the aforementioned monsters, the captain of the treasure pirate crew, bombing space Saixi, with a bounty of 99 billion berries. Chapter 74, Breaking News. The astonishment of various forces. In the midst of such a vibrant affair, how could our esteemed journalist, Morgan, be absent? When the Navy dispatched the bounty notice of the treasure pirates to him for publicity, he had already prepared the contents of the newspaper. Simultaneously, formidable figures from the various factions upon the seas received the latest edition of the newspaper. Prominently displayed was the grand headline, "The Fifth Emperor of the Seas, the Godslayer." Say, this newspaper meticulously detailed the events that transpired at Sabaody Archipelago. It recounted how Saixi, upon confronting a celestial dragon, decisively eliminated him and subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with a marine admiral, ultimately evading capture. The report boldly highlighted Saix's confrontation with Admirals Kizuru and Akiji, inflicting severe injuries upon Akiji, resulting in the loss of his significant right arm. The newspaper also provided an in-depth account of the other members of the treasure pirates, ensuring their reputation resonated across every corner of the sea. "Father, look, Saixi is in the paper again." On the Moby Dick, Ace approached Whitebeard, holding the freshly printed newspaper aloft, brimming with excitement. "Gururara, that fellow Saixi has truly caused a sensation worldwide." Whitebeard, glancing at the article, beamed with pride for his mischievous son. "Son, Saix's bounty is nearly catching up to yours. A staggering 3.99 billion berries. This is undeniably a bounty worthy of a Yonko." Marco presented the bounty notice to Whitebeard. Just a short while ago, Saixi had only recently been issued a bounty, and in this brief span, he had escalated to such heights, severely injuring an admiral and even severing Akiji's right arm. His crew members were also akin to monsters, possessing terrifying power. Wow, is Saix's bounty already this high? Ace, engrossed in reading the newspaper, had inadvertently overlooked the bounty notice that had fallen alongside it. His own bounty stood at 550 million berries, and he was astonished by how rapidly Saixi had escalated his bounty. Meanwhile, within Onigashima, Kaido perused the day's newspaper. "Gururara, that rascal Saixi has certainly stirred up quite a commotion, even going so far as to slay a celestial dragon. I wonder if entrusting Yamato to that lad is a blessing or a curse." Kaido then picked up a nearby bounty notice, featuring a radiant photograph of Yamato in a beautiful dress, her face aglow with joy, alongside a staggering bounty of 157 billion berries. It seems Saixi has taken excellent care of Yamato. He chuckled heartily, raising his cup in celebration. In Wano, the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, King, Queen, and Jack, also laid eyes on Yamato's bounty notice. The bounty on that fellow Yamato has surpassed ours. Jean and Quinn gazed at the bounties in their hands, reveling in their joy, while only Jack appeared somewhat sullen, as he looked at the staggering bounty of 3.99 billion berries on Saixi. He felt his ambition for revenge against Saixi slipping further away. If it weren't for Saixi, he wouldn't have to endure the monotony of school every day. On Fishman Island, a soldier hurriedly ran into the royal palace of Ryugu. "Your Majesty Neptune, here is today's newspaper. It contains a report on Lord Saixi." The soldier, flustered, handed the newspaper to King Neptune. "Is this today's edition? Let me see what it says about Saixi." Upon seeing the headline, Neptune's eyes widened in shock. The content that followed left him utterly speechless. Now he understood why the soldier had been so anxious. It was not excitement over Saixi, but fear. "Your Majesty Neptune, you must see this." Princess Odoheim, standing nearby, presented the bounty notice to Neptune, still reeling from the newspaper's revelations. Neptune stiffly redirected his gaze to the bounty notice in Odoheim's hands. There, clearly printed, was the image of Princess Shirahoshi, accompanied by a staggering bounty of 110 million berries. "This is Shirahoshi." "Indeed, Your Majesty, this bounty notice must refer to Shirahoshi." Both were immediately filled with concern, fearing for Shirahoshi's safety. However, after examining the newspaper's details, they breathed a sigh of relief. Shirahoshi's bounty was merely due to her association with Saixi, and the Navy had been unable to locate her. Realizing that Saixi was capable of protecting Shirahoshi from all threats, Neptune and Odoheim finally felt reassured. Simultaneously, various factions across the seas were drawn to this newspaper and bounty notice. On a deserted island, Red-haired Shanks gazed at the newspaper and the visage of his former friend on the bounty notice, sensing that the seas were about to stir once more. A godslayer, is it? The youth of today truly act without regard for the consequences. Within the walls of Wano, Big MOM also took note of this breaking news. Mama, so many intriguing little brats have emerged from the sea, but that little rascal seems to be Kaido's daughter. In Dressrosa, within the royal palace, the future king of newspapers, Don Quixote da Flamingo, held the newspaper in his hands. They actually took down a celestial dragon. Ha! He toppled those wretches from their pedestal. Saixi, you are truly a fascinating individual. You are indeed suited for the task of wreaking havoc upon the world, throughout the farthest corners of the world. This momentous news has reverberated. Someone has indeed slain a celestial dragon and managed to escape the grasp of a marine admiral. A formidable pirate has emerged upon the seas once more. The days ahead promise to be increasingly perilous. The Slayer of Gods. Just how powerful can this individual be? Having grievously wounded a marine admiral, a Slayer of Gods, to have taken the life of a celestial dragon. I must witness this person with my own eyes. Everywhere, people are abuzz with discussions regarding the treasure pirate crew and this enigmatic Slayer of Gods. Look, Saixi, we have all been issued bounties, exclaimed Yamato, brandishing a newspaper and bounty notice as she joyfully hopped before the crowd. Chapter 75. The Study of Abilities. It seems I have come to understand. Sachi, look, we are all being rewarded. Yamato, holding a newspaper and the bounty notice, joyfully hopped over to the crowd. Look, I have a bounty of 57 billion berries. This amount surpasses even the calamities of the beast pirates. Yamato, gleefully raising the bounty notice emblazoned with her photograph, exclaimed, Saixi, your bounty has soared to 99 billion berries. You have already been dubbed the 5th Emperor of the Seas. Moreover, you have acquired a new title, the God Slayer. However, I believe this title does not resonate as beautifully as your bombardment space. Yixiao, you have one too. With that, Yamato pulled out another bounty notice, which read, Gravity Tiger Yixiao. Bounty, 14 billion berries. Oh, have I also been rewarded with a bounty? How truly honored I am. Hearing Yamato recite his bounty, Yixiao felt, for the first time, that being rewarded was indeed a cause for celebration. Faced with the oppression of the celestial dragons over the common folk and the Navy's indifference, Yixiao's regard for the Navy and the world government had plummeted to an all-time low. His current desire was to join Saixi in taking action for the welfare of the world's civilians, even if it meant only saving a small fraction of them. Hoshi, you are included too. Look, a bounty of 110 million berries. Yamato, embracing her dear friend, joyfully introduced her bounty. What? I have one too, but I haven't done anything. Hoshi, upon hearing that she too had a bounty, was utterly astonished. She had remained inside a pock ball the entire time, never even showing her face, yet here she was being rewarded. Saixi, observing the bounty notice in Yamato's hand, could not help but smile wryly. Is it really necessary for those in the world government to set such a high bounty just for the killing of a celestial dragon? Saixi understood well that the Navy would not simply assign such a lofty bounty to them. It was undoubtedly the world government exerting pressure on the Navy. Otherwise, his bounty would have only reached a little over 2 billion, never close to the staggering figure of 4 billion. Mihawk, your bounty has also increased by 1 million. How's that feel? Saixi rummaged through Mihawk's bounty notice and discovered that his bounty had indeed risen slightly, likely due to Mihawk's involvement in the operation against the celestial dragon. A trivial matter. Mihawk regarded his bounty with disdain. He never concerned himself with the amount. His sole focus was on honing his swordsmanship and seeking out intriguing swordsmen. Although Saixi nearby was quite interesting, Mihawk found his fighting style too dirty to engage with. Saixi stood up and stretched comfortably. Well then, let us commence the experiment. Hoshi, please use your ability to help me catch some fish. Saixi requested of Hoshi, who was seated next to Yamato. During the time spent escaping from the Shambodi Islands, Saixi has been experimenting with his abilities, eager to comprehend the peculiar occurrence that transpired earlier. Very well, Master Saixi. Upon hearing that Saixi required his assistance once more, Bai Xing promptly activated his powers. In a short while, a multitude of marine creatures surged forth from the ocean's depths. Saixi, with quick reflexes, managed to collect a portion of them aboard the ship. "I shall entrust the upcoming experiment to you all," he said, regarding the gathered marine life with a visage full of concern. "Yamato, please freeze this portion for me." He directed Yamato to utilize his abilities to freeze part of the specimens, simulating the conditions that once involved Akiji. The remaining creatures, alas, would have to endure the role of deities within this world, albeit reluctantly. Sachi unleashed his powers upon the experimental subjects, all while ensuring that these actions remained airborne, for he had no desire to alter the form of the Sair. Soon, he found himself contemplating the deck laden with lifeless fish. The portion frozen by Yamato, after numerous trials, could only manage to eliminate the ice. As for the unfrozen specimens, Sachi found himself utterly powerless against them. Observing the marine creatures lying motionless before him, he realized that this experiment had once again culminated in failure. "Alas, I truly lack the talent of a prodigious physicist," he lamented, using his abilities on one of the deceased fish, which subsequently vanished. Thus, Sachi concluded that all experimental subjects had been deemed unworthy. As for the choice of that particular fish, it was due to its delightful pink fins, which invoked a playful urge to tease. "My hawk, how about a feast of whole fish tonight? These have only just expired. They should be indistinguishable from the living," Sachi proposed. Upon hearing this, My hawk accepted the bowl of assorted marine creatures from Saixi and regarded him with a cold stare. Under My hawk's piercing gaze, Saixi felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. My hawk, it won't take long. I will conclude this experiment shortly. In any case, I appreciate your patience during this time." Saixi was acutely aware of the trouble he had caused My hawk. After each experiment, he would unceremoniously hand over the experimental materials as ingredients, insisting on waste not. "Master Saixi, it appears that these little fish are still alive," Bai Xing exclaimed, observing the bowl in My hawk's hands. Still alive? I thought they were all motionless," Saixi inquired, puzzled. "Not all, Master Saixi. Look at these little fish. They are so delightfully pink. This is their appearance when alive. Once they perish, they turn a vibrant red, like the one beside them. Since their colors have not yet changed, they must still be alive." Saixi was taken aback. Was this not the same type of fish he had just eliminated? Once again, he had inadvertently extinguished a living creature. Saixi directed his abilities toward the pink fish once more. Regrettably, Saishi's abilities did not manifest this time. How strange. Why has it become ineffective once more? Blast it. This fish remains utterly motionless, rendering it indistinguishable from the dead. After several more attempts, Sachi could no longer endure the frustration. In a fit of anger, he cursed the fish in the bowl. Then it vanished. Just after Saishi's outburst, he realized that the fish had been eradicated by his own actions. What on earth is happening? As he gazed at the fish's disappearance in the bowl, he reflected on the events that had transpired earlier. A light bulb slowly illuminated above Saishi's head. "It seems I have come to an understanding." Chapter 76. Do you think I don't regard you as human? It seems I understand. Saixi felt as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. It turned out that, although he lacked the talents of a genius physicist, possessing the fortune of a muscle-bound fool was not without its advantages. Bai Xing, quickly procure some more experimental materials for me. With this thought, Saixi resolved to put his ideas into practice and once again sought Bai Xing's assistance. Upon hearing Saishi's request, Bai Xing summoned numerous marine creatures once more. Just like before, Saixi activated his abilities. However, unlike the last time, he did not collect these creatures aboard the ship. Instead, he made half of them vanish in a thin air. Shortly thereafter, a small pink fish found its way into Saishi's hand. "Just as I suspected. Thank you, little fish, as a reward. You shall enjoy a soothing dip in the large pot on my ship." Through this experiment, Saixi finally grasped the nature of his powers. It dawned on him that he had never truly regarded these beings as sentient. Goodness, I had been far too kind-hearted. I foolishly treated my enemies as if they were human. If not for that faint glimmer of compassion, perhaps he would have discovered the potential of his abilities much earlier. Truly, one must credit Mencius, the foremost sage of Confucianism. Mencius once proclaimed, "At birth, human nature is inherently good. If you lack goodness, can you truly be called human? I would have assumed you were a beast. Indeed, the seasoned artist remains composed. Ah, if only I had comprehended the wisdom of Mencius sooner. I wouldn't have needed to develop any spatial abilities. I could have simply struck at my foes' heads directly. Do you understand the sensation of feeding someone the essence of 8 points of light? That is an exhilarating experience. My hawk, let's host a banquet tonight. I am in such high spirits that we must celebrate. Having grasped his newly discovered abilities, Saixi felt as if the entire world had transformed into a wondrous place. He was eager to find something to bring him joy. Upon hearing Saixi's words, Mihawk's expression darkened even further. Just moments ago, he had merely intended to prepare a feast of fish, and now Saixi wished to host a banquet. What had possessed him to agree to be this fellow's cook? Now, with so many mouths to feed aboard the ship, preparing meals had become quite a daunting task. Never mind, never mind. It is not worth my hire. This is merely a trial on my path to mastering the sword heart. Mihawk constantly reassured himself internally, reminding himself not to stoop to Saixi's level. I understand, he muttered, before turning and retreating into the kitchen. Captain Saixi, you possess a truly formidable ability. Ishao seized a moment to speak with Saixi after he had finished conversing with Mihawk. Indeed, Ishao, I have long possessed this ability. It is only now that I have come to realize it. I only have myself to blame for my previous kindness, for if I had been less so, I would have uncovered this capability much sooner. In that fleeting moment, the perception of a myriad of lives vanishing was sensed by Saixi-esque keen awareness. Unsurprisingly, their disappearance was entirely due to Saixi. With such formidable abilities coupled with a heart brimming with kindness, Captain Saixi truly embodies a spirit of profound compassion. Saixi, you have indeed managed to erase that school of fish. Yamato, upon witnessing Saixi-esque's successful experiment, eagerly approached. Yamato was already aware of the drawbacks of Saixi-esque's powers. Having experienced them firsthand, the sensation of one's body operating beyond personal control is, how shall I say, oddly exhilarating. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, I have now attained my true, complete form. Henceforth, refer to me as Bombing Space Saixi, complete. Ha 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 ha. Once I master this ability, what pirates, what navy, merely trifles. There is no need to fear disruption to our adventures. I shan't worry about the world government meddling in our affairs. Should they dare approach, I shall ensure they return whence they came. Saixi laughed boisterously on the deck, an expression of audacity gracing his face. Oh, Saixi, are you truly this formidable now? Could you possibly defeat my father Kaido? Upon hearing Saixi-esque's confident declaration, Yamato immediately contemplated comparing Saixi to her father. Since her birth, the mightiest individual she had encountered was her father, Kaido. Despite their numerous battles, she had never once emerged victorious. Of course, now that Kaido stands before me, it would be a mere matter of ease. Upon hearing Yamato juxtapose her father with him, Saixi might have felt a twinge of apprehension previously. However, things had changed. In a life-and-death struggle, Kaido would indeed not be his match. Naturally, one must not approach one's father-in-law in such a manner. Ah, indeed, this matter owes much to you, Shirahoshi. As he spoke, Saixi lifted the nearby Shirahoshi, spinning her around. Ah, Lord Saixi, what is happening so suddenly? Before Shirahoshi could comprehend, she found herself hoisted by strong hands, her perspective spinning wildly. Wow, this looks like such fun. Saixi, I want to join. Hearing Yamato's words, Saixi gently set Shirahoshi down, allowing Yamato to take her place. Once again, Shirahoshi found her perspective swirling. Yamato, sister, please stop. My head is spinning. Ultimately, when Shirahoshi was set down by Yamato, her eyes were already filled with stars. The group frolicked on the deck for a while until twilight enveloped the sky. The banquet prepared by Mihawk was nearing completion. The crew gathered around the dining table. Wow, Mihawk, your culinary skills have truly improved. Saixi exuberantly praised the feast before him, not forgetting to commend Mihawk's cooking. Indeed, I too have noticed a significant enhancement in your culinary prowess, Mihawk. Yamato savored the food in his mouth and offered a commendatory nod to Mihawk. Since this was a banquet, it was undoubtedly in celebration of something. Why not commence our festivities by honoring Mihawk's culinary prowess? Subsequently, Saixi rose from his seat, lifting his goblet high. Observing Saishi's gesture, everyone else promptly stood as well. To Mihawk's culinary skills, cheers. To all the beauty in the world, cheers. Oh, the sound of clinking goblets resonated through the air. Thus began a grand banquet, albeit attended by only a few. Yamato, such a delightful occasion surely warrants more than merely a sumptuous meal. Let us celebrate this evening in style. I believe the horns of your Oni clan should not be worn in vain, should they? Following the conclusion of the feast, new cheers erupted within Saishi's chamber. Saixi, you've once again employed your remarkable abilities. Chapter 77. Is there not? A new commission? Say, this is quite the foul play. Yamato sat at the edge of the bed early in the morning, rubbing her cheeks. Indeed, indulging in food first thing in the morning is not kind to the mouth. When one has just awakened, there's always a hint of drowsiness. Thus, a splash of cold water to the face is essential for revitalization. In the morning, utilizing Yamato's abilities to summon a refreshing breeze is simply delightful. The icy coolness colliding with the warmth of her mouth creates a tingling sensation. Moreover, while relishing such a service, one can playfully pinch and toy with the red horns atop Yamato's head. Truly, a proper grip is necessary to exert some force. The two engaged in spirited play for a while before returning to the dining area. Despite having traversed realms, Saixi maintained the splendid habit of 3 meals a day. Afternoon tea and late-night snacks would be even better. Typically, pirates eat whenever hunger strikes. However, seeing their captain adhere to such a routine, the crew also followed suit with their 3 meals a day. Alas, this posed a challenge for Mihawk. One might wonder why this group, not particularly starved, simply desires to eat. What a plight I endure. Saixi, where do you think we should head next? Surely the Navy and the world government are scouring the globe for us? Having just emerged from one grand adventure, Yamato was already eager to embark on the next. It had not been long since they set sail, yet the thrill of such exhilarating escapades was beyond joyous. Next destination? Saixi, having spent the previous days contemplating his abilities, had not given thought to their next stop. What about the Sky Island? It could prove to be an excellent location for adventure. The mention of their next destination brought to mind the place he had longed to visit. Above the clouds, the Sky Island is said to be laden with countless treasures of gold. Sky Island? What is that? An island in the sky? Yamato listened intently to Saix's suggestion, her little mind registering that she had never heard of such a thing. Yes, it is rumored to be an island nestled above the clouds. Wait, are there really islands in the sky? Do they, like the inhabitants of Fishman Island, not get to see the vast ocean? Upon hearing of islands in the sky, Shirahoshi immediately thought of her home, Fishman Island. One is situated thousands of meters above, while the other lies in the unfathomable depths of the sea. Perhaps there are similarities between the two? They must be somewhat akin to Fishman Island. Since such legends have emerged, it stands to reason that someone must have ventured there. Have you heard The Great Liar, Norland? That children's book? Saixi thought it more effective to provide concrete examples rather than speak in abstractions. Norland? The King of Liars. Norland? Isn't that the book used to educate children in their formative years? Ishao quickly made the connection upon hearing the title. In his childhood, he had often heard the illustrious name of Nolan. In the subsequent years, he frequently listened to parents recounting the tale of this individual. Yes, indeed, it was he. The man whom the world regarded as a master of tall tales. He was executed for deceitfully reporting the existence of the Golden Land, Shandora, to the king. However, I believe there might be truth in his words. Throughout the narrative, Nolan remained steadfast in his belief in the existence of the Golden Land until his final breath. A conviction so profound that it could lead a man to death cannot simply be a mere fabrication. This is the instinct of a man. Moreover, the location of the Golden Land, as mentioned by Nolan, coincides with the island of Gaia. When ships pass by, the compass needle, influenced by some magnetic force, points skyward rather than towards the next island. Perhaps at that moment, the needle was indeed directing towards the Golden Land, Shandora, as Nolan had alluded to. Sachi provided a rational explanation, sharing a fact he was privy to with the crew aboard the ship. It would not do to state outright. I have read the Sky Island arc. It was absolutely thrilling. We must see it for ourselves. After all, it was merely a self-important lunatic with some power residing there. And perhaps we could seize some of the gold above and become fabulously wealthy. If that were to be disclosed, others might perceive Saixi as a true madman in Mihawk's eyes. Wow, are there truly such fascinating places? I must see them. Yamato was so excited that she could hardly contain her desire to embark on the adventure immediately. Unbeknownst to her, her father Kaido enjoyed flying to the Sky Island and then leaping down to his demise. The islands above would indeed present a splendid adventure. A smile graced her face as she anticipated the forthcoming journey. Hearing about the Sky Island, which bore similarities to Fishman Island, Shirahoshi too was eager to explore. Given that everyone found the place appealing, Sachi declared the next destination would be the legendary Sky Island. Without consulting Mihawk, he announced the next stop. Regardless, even if he had asked, Mihawk would have given the same indifferent reply. Whatever, I'm fine with anything as long as you all enjoy it. With a new adventure on the horizon, the crew felt as though their lives had suddenly gained purpose. Each day, they eagerly awaited the commencement of the next escapade. During their voyage, a valuable tool for passing the time, a library of comic books, once again proved useful. Under Yamato's recommendation, Shirahoshi began to explore the various genres of comics. However, in contrast to Yamato's fondness for domineering romantic tales, Shirahoshi preferred light-hearted love stories, particularly those set in a school environment. Among the crew, only Ishiao felt somewhat disheartened, as his blindness rendered him unable to enjoy the comics. Whenever boredom struck aboard the ship, he could only sit on the deck and fish. At times, he would catch nothing, which would frustrate him to the point of using his devil fruit abilities to levitate a multitude of fish in the air. What difference did this make compared to the so-called fishing aids? All those tools, baiting devices, nets, were mere trifles. True fishing required my own electric net. One day, Mihawk surprisingly set aside his cultivation and approached Saixi with a newspaper in hand. Saixi, let's momentarily disregard the matters of the Sky Island. I believe this is of greater significance. Mihawk presented the newspaper to Saixi, the headline boldly proclaiming, "The exclusive vehicle of the world's greatest swordsman, to be auctioned in Alabasta." Upon reading the title, Saixi immediately recalled Mihawk's lost small vessel due to a duel. Do you think this could be a hoax? What if it's merely a sensational gimmick? Mihawk remained silent, his expression impassive as he pointed to the image on the newspaper. Chapter 78. The Drift of the Eyewatch Skiff. A shift in objective. Is this not a mere fabrication? One queried, what if it is merely an attention-grabbing gimmick? Mihawk offered no response, his expression stoic as he gestured towards the image emblazoned on the newspaper. The photograph unmistakably depicted Mihawk's former vessel, a skiff resembling a coffin. This small craft had been abandoned by Mihawk in a nameless expanse of ocean following his sparring match with Zoro. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the Grand Line, a uniquely shaped skiff drifted solitary upon the waters. It was none other than the coffin-shaped skiff of the famed Mihawk, its elongated hull crowned with a towering cross, rendering it particularly conspicuous. Once navigated by the eye of the hawk himself, it now floated aimlessly, bereft of a helmsman. Carried by the currents, the skiff eventually found itself washed ashore on the coast of Dressrosa, an island vibrant with fervor and revelry, yet harboring countless conspiracies beneath its glamorous facade. The vessel was discovered by the subordinates of Doflamingo, who promptly reported its presence to the Don Quixote. From his lofty perch, Doflamingo surveyed the idiosyncratic skiff, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, is this not the vessel of the Eyewatch? How amusing that it has drifted to this locale. He waved his hand, commanding his men to retrieve it. Doflamingo mused to himself that having previously suffered humiliation in Mihawk's presence, this opportunity for retribution, nay, for reciprocity, had fortuitously presented itself. Days later, the skiff was brought to the auction house of Dressrosa. The auctioneer extolled the legendary craft, its humble appearance belied by its illustrious association with Mihawk, instantly captivating numerous potential buyers. Ultimately, A wealthy merchant from the first half of the Grand Line procured the skiff at a handsome price, intending to add it to his collection. Upon returning with the skiff, the merchant's fleet encountered a band of ruthless pirates during a voyage. The pirates, spotting the distinctive vessel, swiftly seized it. The pirate captain, standing triumphantly at the bow, boasted, "This is the ship of the Eye Watch. With it, our fame shall echo across the seas." Yet, their fortune proved fleeting. During their travels, they inadvertently sailed into the port of Alabasta, which was then under the dominion of Crocodile. The sand crocodile soon learned of the skiff's existence. From his vantage point atop the desert, he gazed down upon the port and coldly remarked, "The ship of the Eye Watch? Intriguing. Bring it forth." The skiff was presented before Crocodile, who scrutinized the coffin-shaped vessel, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He commanded his subordinates, "Send this ship to the auction house. I wish to see what price it can command." This small craft, having traversed the Grand Line, journeyed from Dressrosa to Alabasta and from auction to pirate hands, each change of ownership laden with dramatic intrigue. Yet, at this moment, Crocodile remained oblivious to the potential benefits that this small vessel might bestow upon him. "All right, my hawk. You need not say another word. I am well aware of my course of action. I shall certainly assist you in retrieving your small boat." Although Mihawk merely fixed his gaze upon Saixi, uttering not a single word, Saixi felt as though he had conveyed a great deal. With Saix's declaration, Mihawk finally relented from his fierce stare, allowing Saixi to escape the weight of his deathly glare. Seizing the moment, Saixi promptly convened an emergency meeting aboard the ship. "Wait, we are not heading to Sky Island?" Upon hearing Saix's sudden announcement, Yamato's demeanor shifted to one of profound dejection, her feelings unmistakably etched upon her face. "Indeed, the captain has decided to forego our journey to Sky Island for a more pressing destination." With that, Saixi produced a newspaper, placing it before the crew. As Saixi unveiled the newspaper, both Shirahoshi and Yamato stood with curiosity, eager to discover its contents. However, Nika remained indifferent, as she could not discern the words. "Yamato, this article states that the ship of the world's greatest swordsman is to be auctioned. But isn't the world's greatest swordsman Lord Mihawk?" Shirahoshi exclaimed upon reading the article, instantly connecting it to Mihawk. "Indeed, Mihawk has been aboard our ship all along. Why, then, is his vessel being auctioned?" Yamato echoed her confusion, gazing at the newspaper. "Ah, I understand now. Saixi, you intend to attend this auction to recover the ship that is being sold, hence our detour from Sky Island." Hearing Yamato's astute deduction, Saixi felt a surge of pride, realizing that his numerous lessons had not been in vain. Her intellect had finally blossomed. However, Yamato's next comment shattered Saix's moment of triumph. Such a despicable individual, exploiting another's name to swindle others, is utterly reprehensible. "Saixi, you must confront this fraud who seeks to profit from Mihawk's name by selling counterfeit goods." In response to Yamato's words, Saixi delivered a swift punch to her head, urging her to silence. "Stop, stop, stop. Yamato, hold your tongue. This vessel mentioned in the newspaper indeed belongs to that fellow Mihawk. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, he has lost this small boat. Our mission is to retrieve his former means of transportation. As captain, I cannot allow our crew's cherished possessions to be seized by others. Thus, I hereby declare that we shall first recover Mihawk's small vessel before embarking on our adventure to Sky Island." Saixi solemnly announced his decision before the crew, portraying himself as a captain who genuinely cares for his crew's treasure belongings. At least in this moment, Saixi truly embodied the qualities of a captain dedicated to assisting his crew in reclaiming what they hold dear. As for the circumstances surrounding Mihawk's lost ship, that was a matter best left unexamined. Moreover, Mihawk merely took out his black sword, Yuru, to polish and maintain it, without any other purpose. Since you, Saixi, have made your decision, let us proceed to Alabasta. We shall temporarily set aside our adventure on Skypea. Embarking on a quest in Alabasta feels quite appealing. Listening to Saixi, Yamato quickly raised his hand in agreement with Saix's decision. The needs of companions undoubtedly take precedence over adventures. Adventures can be pursued at any time, but if one were to miss out on a companion's treasure, that would indeed be a true loss. Lord Saixi, I concur. Since it pertains to Lord Mihawk, we should first head to Alabasta. I am amenable to any destination, yet the ship of Mr. Mihawk holds greater significance. Chapter 79. Arrival at Alabasta. Very well. Since everyone is in agreement, let us set sail for Alabasta. For the sake of Mihawk's beloved vessel, we embark. With a command from Saixi, the Sairu once again altered its course, heading towards Alabasta. This time, with a clear and resolute objective, they encountered no unwarranted troubles along the way. Soon, Saixi and his companions arrived in proximity to Alabasta. Mihawk, just ahead lies Alabasta. How do you intend to reclaim your ship? Saixi inquired, glancing at the colossal island before them. Alabasta could indeed be deemed one of the rare large islands in the pirate world. With such an expanse, one could potentially establish several nations and open numerous outlets of popular establishments. The auction had yet to commence. How about seeking out its owner directly? Saixi pondered, realizing that Mihawk's ship was still concealed by Crocodile. Since the auction had not yet begun, it would be more prudent to confront Crocodile directly and ascertain the truth. Indeed, that is a sound strategy. Mihawk nodded, evidently in agreement with Saixi's suggestion. He, too, was aware only that his ship was to be auctioned, with no inkling of its current whereabouts. Seeking out Crocodile was indeed a wise course of action. Moreover, Mihawk was eager to confront this former colleague who dared to auction his esteemed vessel. He was keen to witness Crocodile's capabilities. This journey would not only lead him to his ship, but would also ensure Crocodile would have an unforgettable encounter. In the vast deserts of Alabasta, the blazing sun scorched the earth, and the heat waves distorted the distant landscape. An off-road vehicle traversed this arid expanse, with its occupants braving the heat, their clothes drenched in sweat. The tires kicked up clouds of yellow sand, leaving a long trail behind, reminiscent of a great dragon gliding through the desert. At the helm, the driver, donning goggles, gripped the steering wheel with focused intensity. Wow, driving in the desert is exhilarating, Saixi exclaimed, pressing the accelerator without restraint. They, positioned in the middle of the back seat, stood up and leaned between the driver and passenger seats, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Saixi, veer slightly westward. There are sand dunes ahead, they shouted, directing Saixi. Heeding Day's command, the vehicle sharply turned, leaning perilously close to the edge of the dunes as it sped past. Tires slipping momentarily on the soft sand before regaining traction and moving steadily forward. With our skills, any terrain is merely a trifling challenge. The off-road vehicle continued its journey across the boundless desert, leaving behind winding tracks that seemed to inscribe a tale of adventure upon this desolate land. In the distance, the silhouettes of sand dunes shimmered in the heat, as if beckoning them toward the unknown. The expanse of Alabasta is undeniably vast. However, the positioning map of Saixi can only display the immediate vicinity, rendering it nearly impossible to accurately locate Crocodile's whereabouts. Thus, they must first proceed to the Rain Feast. Crocodile's stronghold nestled within the rain-soaked terrain. On their journey to the Rain Feast, both Saixi and Yamato exhibit palpable excitement, reveling in the abundance of space available for reckless driving. They occasionally switch seats, taking turns to indulge in the exhilarating sensation of speed. The thrill of racing far surpasses that of running on foot. In stark contrast to the exuberance of Saixi and Yamato, Mihawk and One Smile maintain a demeanor of tranquility, simply sitting silently within the vehicle. Yet, this journey proves to be quite arduous for Hoshi. As a mermaid, surviving in a desert poses an immense challenge, highlighting the preciousness of water for one accustomed to the ocean's embrace. After 2 days of travel through Alabasta, the group has yet to arrive at the Rain Feast, where Crocodile may be found. Saixi initially appreciated the vastness of Alabasta for the driving opportunities it afforded, but after 2 days on the road, little has been seen. Nevertheless, they have finally reached the Rain region. Though Saixi and his companions have not discovered any trace of Crocodile, the latter has already received word of their movements. Within the opulent confines of the Rain Feast Casino, illuminated by lavish chandeliers, a luxurious ambience envelopes the establishment. The laughter of gamblers intertwines with the clinking of chips. creating an illusion of everything being under Crocodile's control. However, this tranquility is abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A junior agent from the Baroque Works bursts into Crocodile's private office, his face pale and beaded with cold sweat. Breathing heavily, he stammers, "B-boss. This is bad. Hawkeye. Hawkeye Myhawk has arrived." Crocodile, seated comfortably in a grand leather chair, a cigar clutched between his fingers, gazes through the swirling smoke with a cold and profound intensity. Upon hearing the report, he raises an eyebrow, his tone calm, yet laced with impatience. What is the panic about? Speak clearly. The agent swallows hard, striving to compose himself, and continues. Just now in a rain region, someone spotted an off-road vehicle. The occupants are Hawkeye and members of the Treasure Pirates. They are heading directly towards our territory. Crocodile's brow furrows slightly, the smoke from his cigar rising slowly before him. He falls silent for a few seconds, then lets out a cold chuckle. Humph, the world's greatest swordsman has come to such a place? How amusing. Observing the Crocodile seems unfazed, the agent grows increasingly anxious. Boss. He is Hawkeye. He must be here to cause trouble. We cannot withstand him. Crocodile rises, his golden hook glinting menacingly under the light. He approached the window, gazing down at the rain-soaked streets with a hint of disdain in his tone. What is there to be anxious about? Even if he is Hawkeye, he shall not wreak havoc on my territory. Just then, the office door swung open once more, and Miss All Sunday, also known as Nico Robin, entered with graceful poise. Adorned with her customary serene smile, she softly remarked, "It seems our guest has arrived. Shall I go to receive him? After all, we possess the means of Hawkeye Myhawk." Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at her and replied coldly, "No need. I am eager to ascertain just how formidable this fifth emperor of the seas truly is." Chapter 80. Ah, I have risen, and have I been defeated in an instant? No need for that. I am eager to witness the true prowess of this fifth emperor of the sea. Now that the ship has fallen into my hands, there is no possibility of returning it. His subordinates exchanged glances, their hearts still filled with trepidation. The name of the treasure pirate crew resounded throughout the Grand Line, their arrival undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on the Baroque Works. The atmosphere within the Rain Banquet Casino seemed to freeze in an instant. Even the air grew heavy with tension. Orders were dispatched, calling for heightened vigilance. If he truly sought trouble, then let him understand whose territory this desert belongs to. Crocodile extinguished the cigar in his hand, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. His subordinates nodded hurriedly and retreated in haste. Crocodile stood by the window, gazing into the distant desert, a cold smile gracing his lips. Bombing space, Saixi. Humph. I hope you do not disappoint me. Finally, he has arrived at a place befitting a man. The previous vast desert felt even harsher than the environment on Ghost Island. Upon reaching the rain district, Yamato finally sensed the humidity that a normal person should experience. White Star was also released from the pockball by Sachi. The prior air conditions were hardly suitable for her, prompting Sachi to keep her inside the ball. Now, in the more humid environment of the rain district, she was set free once more. Sachi, is this where Crocodile resides? Where shall we search for him? Although they had arrived at Crocodile's hiding place, the rain district was vast. Locating Crocodile would not be a simple task. No need. He has come to find us himself. The moment Sachi entered the rain district, he activated his observation haki. With the extensive range of his observation haki, he swiftly detected Crocodile in the distance. Myhawk, strike towards that flamboyant house with the open window, Sachi instructed, pointing to a conspicuous dwelling afar. Such an eye-catching house was difficult to overlook. Upon hearing Saichi's command, Myhawk did not hesitate and unleashed a powerful slash. A formidable wave of energy cleaved the ornate house cleanly in two, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. Saxi, is this really how you greet someone? How terribly rude. Amidst the clouds of dust, a figure gradually emerged. As the wind and sand settled, Crocodile's silhouette became distinctly visible before them. Draped in a black coat that fluttered menacingly in the wind, his golden hook hand glinted with a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. A cigar dangled from his mouth, and amidst the swirling smoke, his cold eyes emanated an undeniable authority. He raised his right hand, and grains of sand coalesced into a sharp blade within his palm. With a gentle wave, the sand blade whistled forth, instantly slicing through the obstacles before him into fragments. The sandstorm rises once again, yet around Crocodile, it seems as though an invisible barrier exists, shielding him from the swirling sands. Crocodile, you must be aware of our purpose for coming here. Kindly relinquish it to us. It would be in everyone's best interest. Seeing the ostentatious manner in which Crocodile makes his entrance, Saixi cannot help but feel an urge to land a couple of punches. However, directly confronting him in such a manner would be rather impolite. So Saixi decides to exchange pleasantries first. Are you here for Mihawk's ship? I regret to inform you that it now belongs to Baroque Works. If you wish to retrieve it, you will need to attend the auction. As long as you possess sufficient berries, reclaiming that vessel should be quite effortless. In response to Saix's courteous inquiry, Crocodile replies with equal politeness. It is utterly impossible to expect to take something from Crocodile without compensation. After all, he was deemed one of the 7 warlords of the sea for having fought to a standstill against the descendant of the devil, Barrett. Pride swells within him. Otherwise, during the Marineford War, he would not have so recklessly sought to claim Whitebeard's head. So, you do not intend to return that ship to us so easily? At Crocodile's words, a smirk threatens to break free from Saix's lips, unable to be suppressed. Just when he was lamenting the lack of a reason to confront this arrogant individual, here was an opportunity delivered to him on a silver platter. With a smile, he decides to summon a meteorite. These are not mere civilians. It is time for this group to witness the visage of hell. Since negotiations seem futile, at least in Saix's view, he will have to subdue Crocodile through force. Very well, Captain Saixi. With Saix's command, Ichao immediately begins to gather energy. He places complete trust in his captain's judgment. Indeed, Captain Saix's actions must surely hold profound significance. Without further ado, Ichao prepares to unleash the meteorite. Seeing that Saixi intends to act without adhering to the rules of engagement, Crocodile swiftly activates his powers, raising a massive cloud of dust. Remember, this desert is my territory. Causing a commotion in my domain is not a simple matter. Crocodile's voice reverberates through the desert, seemingly solidifying the very air itself. His figure flickers within the dust, resembling a king who commands the sands, instilling a sense of dread. Regrettably, such an imposing presence lasts only a few fleeting seconds before being obliterated by a colossal meteorite. A massive rock plummets from the heavens, crashing down upon Crocodile's location. In an instant, the surroundings are leveled, leaving only Crocodile, who is busy reconstructing his form with his abilities. Gazing at the devastation around him, the sheer magnitude of destruction leaves Crocodile momentarily dumbfounded. This cannot be right. Is this the level of devastation that this version is supposed to possess? Barrett was not nearly as terrifying when he faced me. Alas, it seems that those of a natural type are indeed quite troublesome to contend with. Had he possessed a different fruit, perhaps Crocodile would have already been subdued. Saixi gazed at the re-emerging Crocodile amidst the swirling dust, lamenting the complexities of the natural type. You wretch! Desert Spada! Crocodile transformed his hands into blades of sand, launching 2 enormous sand blades towards Saixi and his companions. Is this fellow truly oblivious to the news? How dare he still entertain the thought of battling me? Chapter 81. Defeated Crocodile and the Descent of the Small Vessel. Does this fellow not read the newspapers? How can he still contemplate engaging me in battle? Sighing, Sachi activated his abilities, effortlessly nullifying the 2 blades of sand. Observing that his attack had failed, Crocodile resorted to elemental transformation and charged directly towards Sachi. Does he dare to approach me instead of fleeing? As Crocodile advanced, Sachi once again manipulated the space before him, pulling Crocodile closer. Caught off guard, Crocodile found himself sprawled helplessly on the ground before Sachi. Come, Ixiao, hold him down for a moment. I wish to have a proper discussion with this fellow. Ixiao, upon hearing Saishi's command, naturally employed his power, pressing Crocodile firmly into the ground with gravitational force. Crocodile, you see, How could you, a warlord of the seven seas, be so oblivious? Did the Navy not inform you that I have clashed with their two admirals? Furthermore, I even severed one of Akiji's hands, reducing him to a state akin to yours. As he spoke, Saixi gestured towards Crocodile's golden hook. The Navy has reported my prowess so clearly. How dare you challenge me? Saixi squatted beside Crocodile, methodically clarifying the facts. Any ordinary person encountering our treasure pirates would either greet us with utmost respect or flee at the mere sight of us. Your audacity is remarkable. I wonder who granted you the courage to confront an Imperial pirate crew alone? Struggling beneath the weight of Yixiao's gravity, Crocodile lifted his head, enduring the humiliation of Saixi's incessant chatter. This was the first time he felt such degradation. Sandification, desert sunflower. With great effort, Crocodile unleashed his technique, creating a massive vortex of sand that enveloped both himself and Saixi's crew. This unexpected attack forced Yixiao to withdraw the gravitational pressure and evade to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Crocodile swiftly escaped to a distance, gasping for breath. This brief encounter nearly cost him his life. Even now, as he barely managed to escape, blood trickled from his head and the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you can still run away. It seems you possess some skill," Saixi remarked, raising his thumb in acknowledgement of Crocodile's escape. "Who do you think I am? I roamed the seas long before you were even born," Crocodile retorted, humiliated by Saixi's gesture. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a sandstorm. "I ask you, do you truly not read the newspapers? It was clearly stated that ranged attacks are ineffective against me." The sandstorm conjured by Crocodile was swiftly dispelled by Saixi, leaving only the remnants of swirling dust in its wake. "You scoundrel, leave my head intact." After unleashing the tempest, Crocodile concealed himself within the dust, biding his time for a chance to ambush Saixi. He raised his golden hook, aiming a strike at Saixi's head. Why couldn't you just lie low? Now, it seemed he was destined to endure another thrashing. Without even turning his head, Saixi utilized his powers to sever Crocodile's golden hook. As the hook vanished, blood gushed from Crocodile's left arm. Employing elemental transformation, he distanced himself once more from Saixi. This creature was truly a monster. After suffering twice, Crocodile promptly adopted a more cautious demeanor, regretting his earlier curiosity regarding Saixi's strength. Now, not only had he witnessed that strength, but he had also sustained an injury, a rather unfortunate trade-off indeed. Am I truly too benevolent? Saixi had aimed not merely to eliminate Crocodile's hook, but had intended to sever an entire arm. Unexpectedly, he had merely succeeded in disarming Crocodile. Yet, there is a certain convenience to those of the Logia type. As he spoke, Crocodile's body once again became uncontrollable, propelling him towards Saixi. Realizing the precarious situation, Crocodile immediately engaged in elementalization upon regaining control of his body. Seizing the moment, Saixi unleashed another wave of elimination against the elementalized Crocodile. Crocodile was forced back into his corporeal form, witnessing the disappearance of his unhooked arm, reduced to mere tatters of fabric. Observing Crocodile's predicament, Saixi mused that he ought to dye his hair red. Alas, luck is not on my side, having only managed to eliminate one arm. Nevertheless, it would be wise for you to remain on the ground, Saixi remarked, once again exerting control over Crocodile. The previous opportunity granted to Crocodile was merely an experiment to test his abilities. Otherwise, given Crocodile's meager strength, escape would have been impossible. It appeared that his abilities were remarkably effective against Logia types. Saixi squatted beside Crocodile once more. Still thinking of fleeing, Crocodile? I advise you to return Mihawk's ship to us without further ado. After all, our objectives align. We have both come to Alabasta in search of a vessel. It seems we are quite fated, yet we resort to violence upon our first meeting. Saixi recalled Crocodile's true purpose for being in Alabasta, the ancient weapon, Pluton. However, with only half of Pluton present in Alabasta, one would need to venture to Wano and confront Kaido to truly acquire the weapon. Defeating him would grant access to the buried Pluton beneath Wano. Every word uttered by Saixi struck Crocodile's mind like a relentless wave. He could not fathom when his meticulously crafted plan had been exposed. Surely, his scheme was infallible. Ha 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 ha! As he watched Saixi lay bare his years of plotting before him, Crocodile felt as though he had become a mere jester. His intricate designs were nothing but a source of amusement to others. Overwhelmed by self-mockery, he erupted into laughter. The ship of Hawkeye lies concealed in the port of Alabasta. If you hasten there now, you might still make it in time. However, that vessel may have already been claimed by another. I hope you can catch up. Chapter 82. Journey to the Port. Crocodile's Dilemma. However, that ship has likely been acquired by someone else. I hope you can make it in time. Upon discovering the presence of Saixi and his companions, Crocodile immediately dispatched his men to auction off Mihawk's vessel. He presumed that even if Saixi sought them out, reclaiming the ship from his grasp would be impossible. Little did he anticipate that Saixi would eschew any form of chivalry, launching a wave-cutting strike directly at him. Subsequently, he supplemented that with a meteorite attack, and in a frenzied display, he taunted Crocodile to the point of severing one of his arms. Now, Crocodile has entirely relinquished his grievances, opting instead to divulge the whereabouts of the ship to Saixi and his crew. How could he not? Years of secrecy have been laid bare, and mere moments into their encounter, he was unceremoniously bested. Not only that, but he also suffered the loss of an arm in the process. The irony is that the one responsible for these humiliations had not come to thwart his plans, but merely sought a small vessel. The more he pondered, the more anguish filled Crocodile's heart. Why had he provoked them? Was this not self-inflicted suffering? He could not dwell on it any longer, for the thought alone threatened to bring him to tears. What? It has already been auctioned off. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Saixi exclaimed, seizing Crocodile by the collar and demanding answers. Nevertheless, he decided to bring him along. Perhaps he would prove useful after all. Upon learning that Mihawk's ship had been sold at the port, Saixi and his party hastened towards that direction, hoping the buyer had not departed too far. As for Crocodile, he was a significant figure, and his presence at the scene would undoubtedly carry weight. By bringing him along for facial recognition, they might easily intercept Mihawk's vessel. Even if it had already been auctioned off, they could glean the buyer's whereabouts from other members of the Baroque works. Moreover, aside from Shirahoshi, the members of the Treasure Pirates were all formidable hockey users, alleviating any concerns about Crocodile pulling a fast one and fleeing mid-journey. The port of Alabasta was not far from Rainbase, and they could arrive in approximately half a day's time. During their journey, Saixi stored Shirahoshi within a pockball, as the off-road vehicle could only accommodate 5 passengers, thereby creating space for Crocodile. Saixi and Yixiao occupied the back seat, with Crocodile wedged between them. Mihawk took the driver's seat while Yamato occupied the passenger seat. When it came to driving, Mihawk was undeniably the most reliable. By the way, I have always wanted to conduct an experiment. This is the perfect opportunity to validate my hypothesis. As he spoke, Saixi glanced at Crocodile, who lay sprawled across his seat. Sensing the ominous gaze of Saixi, Crocodile felt a surge of alarm within him. He was akin to a fish on a cutting board, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Whatever Saixi chose to do to him now, he could only endure in silence. Crocodile, do not be anxious. It will all be over soon. Rest assured, you shall find it quite pleasant. As he spoke, Sachi rubbed his hands together, extending his magical claws towards Crocodile. What could Crocodile do in response to Saichi's words? Naturally, he could only close his eyes and surrender to the experience. After all, resistance was futile. But wait, could it be that this actually felt quite pleasant? Instead of the torment he anticipated from Saixi, a soothing sensation enveloped him. With his eyes shut, Crocodile quickly felt a gentle force spreading throughout his body. The wounds on his body began to itch. Even the sight of his severed arm was graced with a warm embrace. The experiment was indeed successful. Clearly, this ability had its merits. Unable to contain himself any longer after hearing Saichi's words, Crocodile opened his eyes, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. He discovered that his left hand had been restored. Not only had it returned to its pre-battle state, but his hand had reappeared. His left hand, a sight he hadn't seen in years. Moreover, all the injuries on his body had healed. It seemed that this power was effective even for severed limbs. He had long wondered if it would work, and now he had his answer. Observing Crocodile's body returning to its former condition, Sachi pondered whether, with such an ability, You would no longer have to worry about food. All he needed to do was prepare a cow, sever 2 legs each day, and then heal it. Thus, the next time he wished to feast, he could do so again by cutting off 2 more legs. An infinite cycle. After all, the power of the horse talisman did not deplete his stamina. He could simply carry on. At that moment, Sachi was lost in a daydream of endless meat, while Crocodile's head was already beginning to smoke with confusion. He wondered what was happening. How had Sachi suddenly healed him? Not only was this guy immensely powerful, but he also possessed such an outrageous healing ability. What manner of creature was he? Crocodile found it difficult to discern Sachi, utterly perplexed by his thoughts and intentions. He had met him with a direct assault, only to then restore him to health. Sachi was aware of Crocodile's long-term schemes and knew he was in search of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Yet, he seemed completely disinterested in it. A weapon capable of sinking an island was not worthy of his attention. He had approached Crocodile merely for a lost little ship. A being who had slain a celestial dragon should harbor more ambitious thoughts. In this vast ocean, who among the pirates was not preoccupied with expanding their territory or enhancing their power and influence? Every pirate navigating these waters had their own schemes. So what were Sachi's intentions? Unable to unravel the mystery that was Sachi, Crocodile resolved to seek insight from others. Hey, Mihawk, or were you thinking to become someone else's crew member? Previously, both individuals were members of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Crocodile possessed a considerable understanding of Mihawk. Moreover, he had become quite familiar with Mihawk during their time together. It truly astonishes me that someone as proud as you would relinquish your position as a warlord and join the Whitebeard Pirates. Crocodile is well aware of the nature of the treasure pirates, which essentially remain under the aegis of the Whitebeard Pirates. I have not joined the Whitebeard Pirates. I have merely aligned myself with the treasure pirates led by Saixi. As for the reason behind my association, it is simply because I was defeated by Saixi. Chapter 83. Unveiling Crocodile's scheme. As for my reason for joining, it was merely due to my defeat at the hands of Saixi. Mihawk now regrets the wager made during our first encounter. Had it not been for that ill-fated challenge to determine the victor in a single move, I would not find myself in this predicament. I should be leisurely sipping red wine within my own castle rather than contending daily with a crew of gluttons aboard this ship, preparing countless meals. Crocodile, so, you joined his pirate crew simply because you lost him once? Upon hearing Mihawk's response, Crocodile expressed disbelief. If you, Hawkeye's Mihawk, were truly that kind of individual, others would have long since devised ways to defeat you. There would be no need for you to serve as one of the warlords of the sea. Although it may be hard to believe, the truth remains. Saixi, while occasionally unreliable, possesses the qualities deserving of a captain most of the time. He lost his ship during our first meeting. Otherwise, I would not have had to journey all the way to Alabasta in search of it. However, Saixi does indeed exhibit considerable strength and cunning. Not only is his combat prowess exceptional, but he also possesses remarkable healing abilities, having elevated Whitebeard to his pinnacle. Furthermore, his obscure ties to Kaido of the Beast have led him to win the affection of the latter's treasured daughter. He has even orchestrated schemes surrounding Fishman Island. A crucial maritime. One could assert that, even without being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Saixi holds the potential to contend with several other sea emperors. Moreover, he has aligned himself with formidable allies like Yis and Shirahoshi, enhancing his capabilities even further. It can only be said that Saixi has become increasingly formidable. Mihawk, I am still present. Is it not excessive to speak ill of me in my presence? Upon hearing Mihawk's comments about his unreliability, Saixi immediately interjected in protest. I remain utterly dependable at all times. Well, perhaps. And you, Crocodile, why do you concern yourself with why Mihawk joined my pirate crew? If you have the leisure for such inquiries, perhaps you should diligently refine your meticulous coup plans instead. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Listening to Saixi, Crocodile fell silent, realizing that Saixi was indeed aware of all his schemes. A coup plan? Captain Saixi, what exactly is this coup plan you speak of? Might you share it with me? Upon hearing the term coup plan, Yis became notably intrigued, as such phrases typically herald ominous intentions. Do you wish to know, Yis? You might first inquire the plan's architect, this very fellow before you. Noticing Yis' interest in the coup plan, Saixi sought to encourage Crocodile to elaborate. The journey was rather dull, and listening to a tale would be quite enjoyable. Mr. Crocodile, might you enlighten me about what this coup plan entails? With a smile, he brandished the armed color of the extreme path against Crocodile's throat. Why did Saixi find this scene so familiar? It felt as if the person in the midst should be a clown with blue hair and a red nose. Ha ha ha. Do you think I would openly divulge this matter? You truly underestimate me, Crocodile. A spineless individual cannot possibly achieve greatness upon the vast seas. Faced with the threat from a smile, Crocodile remained utterly unfazed. After all, he had already tasted death once. How could he fear it a second time? There was no way he would divulge everything to provide amusement for Saixi and his companions. Seeing Crocodile's reluctance to speak, Saixi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The so-called plan to usurp the nation was a carefully orchestrated power game devised by Crocodile. Under the guise of a warlord, he wove an intricate web across Alabasta. He established a casino and banquet in the Rain as his command center, bribing newsbirds to control public opinion. The entirety of Alabasta resembled a sandbox in his hands, each grain of sand flowing according to his will. He secretly employed dance powder to intercept rainfall, creating an unprecedented drought lasting several years. Simultaneously, he infiltrated the kingdom's various strata with agents from Baroque works, having Mr. 2 impersonate the king's army to commit atrocities in Mr. 3 masquerade as a relief worker to spread rumors while gathering royal intelligence. As the populace descended into despair due to the drought, he covertly funded the rebel forces and incited discord within the king's army, ultimately igniting a full-scale civil war. Crocodile planned to present himself as a mediator at the peak of the civil strife, simultaneously suppressing both sides to win the trust of the populace and oust the royal family. Of course, his ultimate goal was to seize the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, and utilize its might to establish his own military hegemony. What do you think, Smile? Saixi inquired after recounting the plan, seeking his assessment of Crocodile's scheme. Did this man ever consider the common people in his pursuit of selfish desires? After listening to the entirety of Saixi's account, Smile, in a calm tone, uttered a profoundly infuriating remark. Were it not for the remnants of his reason, he would have wished to strike down the man before him. Alas, one must admit that Crocodile's plan was indeed meticulous. Had we not intervened, he might have realized his ambitions sooner than expected. Unfortunately, this man's vision is woefully short-sighted. He aspires to establish military supremacy merely by seizing some ancient weapon. He fails to comprehend that true power upon the seas does not rely on formidable weaponry. Weapons are but embellishments, not the lifelines in times of need. Possessing formidable weaponry without the ability to wield it is akin to harboring a bomb that may detonate at any moment, potentially ignited by an adversary. It resembles a child clutching a fine blade. In a matter of days, both the knife and the child may vanish without a trace. Furthermore, is there not a readily available exemplar of military hegemony upon the vast seas? That would be the Navy, with a formidable arsenal, an abundance of warships, and an array of weaponry. A singular force can render the pirates of the ocean utterly immobilized. While it may appear that there exists a pirate faction of the 4 emperors, they remain hesitant to act recklessly in the presence of the Navy. Chapter 84. The Awakening of Crocodile, Part 1. On the surface, it may appear that formidable pirate forces, such as the 4 emperors, roam the seas. Yet, they remain hesitant to act recklessly in the presence of the Navy. Why is this so? It is because the Navy possesses an inexhaustible supply of manpower. Every day, fresh recruits from various corners of the world join the ranks of the Navy. Although the Navy may falter at times, it continues to serve as a beacon of hope for civilians adrift in the ocean. The number of civilians who support the Navy far exceeds those who choose the path of piracy. Among these newcomers, there are many with extraordinary talents. They are destined to become the backbone of the Navy in the future. Given time, they will ascend to the ranks of the next generation of naval commanders and even admirals. Perhaps some may even reach the esteemed position of fleet admiral. It is due to the presence of such individuals that the Navy stands as the sovereign power upon these seas. The Navy does not place bounties on machines. For machines lack consciousness. If one can wield them, so too can another. Machines will never surpass human beings in precision or ease of control. To establish a formidable military power, it is not merely advanced weaponry that is needed. More crucially, one must possess the strength to rise above all others, along with compelling reasons to garner widespread support. Even the most meticulously crafted lies can be exposed. Perhaps your scheme may momentarily deceive the populace of Alabasta, but once the truth is unveiled, you will find yourself ensnared in irrevocable despair. Moreover, you lack the supreme strength necessary to thwart the retaliation and cunning of others. I dare say, when the time comes, you cannot possibly expect those pirates who followed you due to your formidable prowess to rescue you from the depths of calamity. Can you? You are likely more aware of their true nature than I am. It must be said that Crocodile's plan is indeed feasible, though regrettably, he falls short in strength. Had he triumphed over Luffy in the original narrative, Alabasta would have changed hands like Dressrosa. Crocodile listened intently as Sabo analyzed his strategy. Before Sabo, he felt as though he stood naked, completely exposed. Yet, Crocodile discerned that his plan was genuinely viable. It was simply his strength that was insufficient to align with his ambitions. This is what one refers to as the economic foundation. When it does not keep pace with the superstructure, one may possess comprehensive plans and strategies. Yet if one's strength does not match the execution of those plans, even if success is achieved, it will only be momentary. As Crocodile absorbed Sabo's words, his anxiety deepened. Sabo's perspective was far beyond his own. While Crocodile remained fixated on the affairs of a single nation, contemplating how to scheme within its confines, Sabo had already begun to strategize on a grander scale across the seas. A person who comprehends the dynamics of the entire ocean and possesses the power to alter its course cannot possibly lack ambition. And Crocodile finds it hard to believe that someone without plans could gain such insight into his own, had it not been for a deliberate investigation. How could anyone have uncovered such a flawless scheme? Even the citizens of this nation still perceive themselves as grand heroes. Could it be that the small vessel was merely a pawn in Sachi's intricate game? An unassuming ship managed to navigate through various channels and ultimately fell into his grasp. With a profound understanding of his own thoughts, he specially sought me out, even keeping his plans concealed from his own companions. I only disclosed my own treasonous ambitions to my allies moments ago. The expression of utter ignorance cannot be feigned. Even with Crocodile's years of experience, it was evident that he was genuinely unaware at that moment. What is Saixi truly orchestrating? What role do I play in his grand design? Hey, bombardment space. Saixi, who are you really? Someone capable of uttering such words must harbor considerable ambition, right? Are you also in search of the Dark King? Unable to comprehend, Crocodile posed his question directly to Saixi. Since I have already become a mere pawn on someone else's chessboard, I no longer fear the outcome. Regardless, I find myself ensnared in a state of helplessness. So it is better to live with clarity than to stumble through the latter half of my life in confusion. Who am I? Merely a pirate passing through this nation. I possess no troublesome ambitions. Rather than waste time on trivial pursuits, I would prefer to indulge in life's pleasures, spending the better part of my life chasing after titles like the strongest in the world or the great treasure, setting aside whether such pursuits are attainable. Even if I were to succeed, I might enjoy only a fleeting moment before my demise. I have no desire to be a seeker of truth, living by the adage, to hear the way in the morning, to die in the evening. I greatly value the enjoyment of life. If you possess any clues to treasure, why not share them with me? Perhaps, in light of the treasure, I might consider sparing you. As for the Dark King, that is of no interest to me. Moreover, the underbelly of Alabasta contains only a fragment of the Dark King. Even if acquired, it would serve little purpose. The historical texts of Alabasta merely record the Dark King, so finding it would only amount to discovering half the truth. Crocodile was taken aback that she actually answered his question, albeit in a somewhat nebulous manner. He had even managed to glean information regarding the Dark King's status in Alabasta. Is this what it means to be a chess master, possessing such profound insight into the world? Indeed, What does it matter if my ambitions are fulfilled? How far can I truly go? In just a few years, I almost seized Alabasta through scheming. What then of the world government, which has dominated for centuries? What manner of existence allows the entire world to bow before it? The sheer might of the world government is beyond imagination. However, Crocodile could not believe that someone who openly slaughtered a group of celestial dragons would harbor only such modest ambitions. It is worth noting that even if one were to harm a celestial dragon, even if it meant declaring war on the world government, this individual has audaciously slain a celestial dragon. To revel in life? To seek treasures? Is this truly the essence of your ambition? Saixi? Your aspirations are indeed monumental. Ha 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 ha. At last, I grasped the true nature of your ambition, bombarding space Saixi. I never anticipated that you would engage in such reckless endeavors. Crocodile, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, erupted into uproarious laughter. But really, when did enjoying life become an act of madness? What exactly have you come to comprehend? Chapter 85. The Enlightenment of Crocodile, Part 2. Is it truly a madness to indulge in life's pleasures? What, pray tell, has this fellow comprehended? Saixi expressed his disbelief at yet another nonsensical individual. The previous one was none other than the enigmatic figure seated beside him, Yixiao. How curious. Could such whimsical thoughts be contagious? Do you yearn for a carefree existence? That privilege is reserved solely for the celestial dragons. Even those wretched beings require the protection of slaves to indulge in their whims. Yet, even with such safeguards, they cannot achieve a truly carefree life. Lacking formidable strength and relying entirely on others' fear, they can only flaunt their power before the powerless commoners. Should they encounter a spirited individual with a modicum of strength or a troublesome devil fruit power, conflict is inevitable. It will be a straightforward exchange, one for one. Particularly when faced with those unburdened by attachments, they become utterly helpless. Regardless of whether one is a celestial dragon or another noble, stepping out into the world without strength is a fool's errand. After all, my life is but a worthless one, while you, a noble draped in finery, gain everything. What? Hurting a celestial dragon might summon an admiral of the navy? Yes. Before the admiral even arrives, I would have already met my demise. What threat is there to fear? To genuinely attain a carefree life, one must rise above everything. It necessitates not just strength, but the ability to command the world according to your will. Wherever you go, there should be those willing to serve you willingly. It is to become a figure whom all in the world cannot bear to refuse. To embody the faith of every living being globally. To be a deity, a god who reigns over all existence. As for Saix's mention of seeking treasure, Crocodile does not believe that such a person would harbor any interest in scattered wealth. So, what could the true great treasure of this world be? Is it the grand treasure left behind by the pirate king, Joel D. Roger? Donotist. That is merely a trinket for those pursuing the title of pirate king. What treasure could a pirate who has set sail for only a few years possibly amass? It likely pales in comparison to the Navy's annual expenditures. If one truly wishes to seek treasure, there is but one destination, the holy land of Mariehua, where the celestial dragons reside. Each year, countless riches are transported by ships from various nations across the seas to Mariehua, providing the financial foundation for the extravagance of those celestial dragons. Every day, astronomical sums of berries are spent. Gold and jewels are tossed aside as if they were mere stones. Even the coveted devil fruits, which most of the world covets, are but playthings offered to entertain slaves. Despite the lavish squandering of those wretched beings, they still cannot deplete the mountain of treasures, which continues to grow year after year. This is the true treasure that is seamlessly interconnected, in contrast to the unknown riches left by Roger on the final island. The clearly defined and enduring Mary Geos is the authentic grand treasure. Yet, no one dares to harbor such ambitions that could upend the world. Indeed, the murder of a celestial dragon is merely the beginning. The mastermind behind the machinations of the entire world is truly terrifying. Crocodile observed Saixi fall silent upon realizing he had discerned his plans and ambitions, instantly feeling that his conjecture was entirely correct. In truth, Saixi was merely pondering whether Crocodile was suffering from some form of mental instability. What on earth could have prompted him to speak such nonsense? Hadn't he just been cured by the horse talisman? Could it be that a bumpy ride had caused a concussion? Hey, what are you rambling about? You are now my captive. Do not entertain such frivolous thoughts. It is far better to be honest. Upon witnessing Crocodile's sudden descent into nonsensical chatter, Saixi promptly wished for him to behave more appropriately and refrain from any further antics. They needed to hasten to the port to locate Mihawk's small vessel. If that vessel were to be absent, he dared not imagine the dire consequences awaiting him. After all, he was in the wrong and had no means to retaliate. Has he explicitly stated his intention to bring me under his command? Those aspiring to become gods are indeed tyrannical. However, let me observe what schemes you have in store. Listening to Saixi insist that he comply with his orders, Crocodile couldn't help but reflect. Just hours ago, he was the shadowy king of Alabasta, treating others as mere pawns. Little did he expect to find himself as someone else's piece so swiftly. Nonetheless, he was curious to see what Saixi would demand of him to fulfill his ambition. Ha! Saixi, you are quite intriguing. I accept your invitation. Pray tell, what do you wish me to do? Crocodile had come to terms with his new reality. A defeat is a defeat. Serving another is not such a grave matter. Moreover, he was eager to witness how Saixi would stir the seas into chaos. What are you talking about? When did I invite you? What? You think that after Mihawk lost to me once, he joined the treasure pirates? You cannot possibly believe that because you lost once, you should join my crew. Such fortune does not exist in this world. Faced with Crocodile's sudden outburst, Saixi appeared utterly bewildered. This fellow's comprehension skills were remarkably poor. No wonder he wanted to fight after reading the newspaper. Am I not even qualified to join your crew? What should I do next? Since I have already fallen into your hands, feel free to issue any commands. This was the first time Saixi had encountered someone so straightforward, demanding that he give orders. One might mistakenly think this is some sort of master-servant cosplay. Let's speak plainly, bombardment space, Saixi. What is it that you truly desire from me? My credibility as Crocodile is indeed worthy of trust. Observing Saixi lingering indecision, Crocodile surmised that Saixi was reflecting upon his character. Thus, he resolved to offer firm assurance. Very well, since you have expressed yourself so openly, I shall share a few words as well. Given your proactive stance, it would be rather impolite for Saixi to remain silent. Since Crocodile wishes for him to issue some commands, he would reluctantly oblige by uttering a few remarks. Chapter 86. The construction of a new era nation. As Crocodile prepared to engage with the commands he desired from Saixi, he braced himself for the ensuing dialogue. Given Crocodile's fervent invitation, Saixi felt compelled to acquiesce. Listen closely, I require you to. Crocodile attentively awaited ses forthcoming instructions. I implore you to diligently develop Alabasta, transforming it into a flourishing and advanced metropolis. Presently, Alabasta remains woefully underdeveloped. Such a vast island, yet it is inhabited by so few. Crocodile was taken aback. Wait, you want me to do this? Am I not a pirate? You expect me to construct a nation? Oh, Crocodile, your talents are far too grand to be squandered on merely creating deserts. You are, without a doubt, a natural-born architect. C'est remarqué. I assume your devil fruit powers have awakened, correct? Crocodile, now revitalized and shedding his previous despondent demeanor, straightened up and returned to his former state of haughty defiance. Indeed, had it not been for that, I would not hold the esteemed position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he responded candidly to Saix's inquiry. That's exactly right, Saixi exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Awakening my powers? Does that mean I am akin to you? The conversation had taken an unexpectedly mature turn, leaving Yamato unable to interject. However, upon the mention of a familiar topic, she eagerly sought to contribute. Yamato was not merely attempting to chime in. She sensed an oddity in the exchange between Saixi and Crocodile. One moment they were discussing violence, and the next Crocodile was being casually ordered about. Could it be that Crocodile has a romantic interest in Saixi? Is he perhaps a cross-dresser? Has he developed feelings for Saixi? Having perused countless manga, Yamato was well-versed in such matters and was wary of the potential implications. For the sake of Saix's safety and her own happiness, She resolved to keep a watchful eye on Crocodile. Enough. This is not your concern, Yamato. Just sit quietly at the front and read your manga, Saixi retorted, finding it difficult to continue the conversation due to Yamato's interjection. Perhaps it was best for her to remain a silent beauty. Crocodile was astonished to discover that there was another awakened individual aboard Saix's ship, once again marveling at the complexity of Saixi. It's all Yamato's fault for interrupting my thoughts. Now, let us return to your matters, he said, as Yamato, undeterred, continued to observe the two. Gazing intently, your extraordinary ability allows you to transform various materials into sand, effectively serving as a conduit for all substances. Consider, sand is a vital building resource. With your presence, the rapid construction of innumerable houses, walls, and castles becomes entirely feasible. Furthermore, you possess the remarkable capability to repurpose discarded materials and waste into sand, promoting recycling. This resource is virtually inexhaustible. The aspiration to establish a nation becomes an effortless endeavor. Moreover, you can solidify this sand and, with slight modifications, convert it into fertile land. Given the vast expanse of Alabastus terrain, cultivating any crop could yield immense wealth. Rather than fixating on seizing and exploiting others, one must comprehend the concept of resource generation and embrace the principle of sustainable development. As he spoke, Saixi handed a book adorned with a picturesque cover of lush mountains and clear waters to the attentive Crocodile. Study this book diligently. Refrain from merely contemplating how to turn everything into a desert. Such notions are ephemeral. True authenticity lies in agriculture. Oh, and this as well, Saixi added, tossing another book on hydraulic engineering toward Crocodile. This arid place is in dire need of more rivers. It is unbearable here. He continued to express that Crocodile's current mindset was insufficient, fixated daily on eliminating others to claim the title of king. Broaden your perspective, he urged, as he hurled several more books filled with various construction and governance theories at Crocodile. Since Crocodile sought tasks to occupy himself, he might as well become a civil engineer and simultaneously establish a socialist nation. After all, these books were adaptations, and as long as he could comprehend them, they would serve their purpose. If not, it mattered little. Saixi merely intended to keep Crocodile occupied. Crocodile examined the assortment of books in his hands, perplexed by their content. What are these? I have never encountered such material before. Is this truly what Saixi envisions for construction? Furthermore, Crocodile sensed that Saixi appeared to understand his fruit abilities even better than he did. He was acutely aware of whether his powers had awakened, and Saixi had provided a new direction for their development. Not only could he produce sand, but he could also utilize it to forge new weapons. Compressing sand in a rock would be significantly more painful than merely scattering sand upon oneself. Perhaps in the future, he too could emulate the nearby individual and wield massive stones as weapons. Unbeknownst to Saixi, some comic books were inadvertently included among the materials he provided to Crocodile, with covers that hinted at titles like the Wind Chronicles. Oh, and Nico Robin is in your company, correct? Let her enlighten you on the history of this nation. Alabasta is far more complex than it appears on the surface. She could also unveil the secrets of the ancient weapon, Pluto. Understanding the historical text beneath the palace would effectively grant you half of Pluto. After presenting various tasks for Crocodile, Saixi did not forget to offer him a reward, imparting a fragment of information regarding the king of the underworld. Is this truly what you wish for me to undertake? How intriguing. You would have a notorious pirate, such as myself, engage in the construction of a nation. Am I not permitted to decline? Should I suggest an alternative? Saixi initially presumed Crocodile might be reluctant to comply. If he were to refuse, Saixi had a splendid proposition, akin to the myth of Jiwei filling the sea or the tale of Yugong moving mountains. No, Yakuieshe. I, Crocodile, shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. As for my reward, let me witness the transformations you can bring to this world. Chapter 87. The speculations of those aboard as they pursue the East Sea as a reward allow me to witness the transformations you can instigate in this world. To the victor belongs the spoils, while the vanquished are deemed criminals. Crocodile had already resigned himself to his fate. Yet he was unexpectedly informed by Saixi about the whereabouts of the Pluton. One might say there was an unforeseen delight. It is rare to encounter a boss who pays up front. It seems I must undertake this task. Change the world? Perhaps I shall abstain from such lofty aspirations. I merely wish to relish in the pleasures of existence. Let others pursue world-altering endeavors. Once again, Saixi found himself confounded by these nonsensical utterances. He could not fathom from whence these individuals derived such notions. Ha ha! Then I wish you a splendid enjoyment of this world, bombardment space Saixi. Rest assured, I shall take care of the affairs of this nation. When you return to this country, I will ensure that you witness a rejuvenated Alabasta, a place deemed worthy by someone as formidable as you may indeed have been misjudged by me previously. It is time I atone for my own transgressions. Crocodile rambled on, and alas, Saixi could not grasp the meaning behind his words. Nevertheless, the essence was clear. Crocodile had resolved to earnestly rebuild Alabasta. Yet, why did it sound so peculiar? Saixi could not discern much, but the others aboard the vessel caught wind of several explosive revelations. Upon hearing Crocodile's treacherous schemes, they had long contemplated how to eliminate him. To their astonishment, their captain had orchestrated such a turn of events. With just a few words, he had persuaded Crocodile, compelling him to willingly remain in Alabasta to atone and contribute to the nation's development. One of the crew members reflected on his own limitations, realizing that he had only considered eliminating Crocodile, thus wasting a talented individual. Even Crocodile recognized Captain Saixi as a person capable of instigating change in the world, ultimately willing to reform and aid in the nation's construction. Captain Saixi is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Mihawk sensed that Saixi was undoubtedly expanding his sphere of influence and had already encroached upon the territory of the Seven Warlords. Indeed, he felt as though he was the first of the Seven Warlords to be ensnared by Saixi's schemes. This individual had not only allied with 2 of the 4 emperors, but had also recruited 3 of the 7 warlords. The ship was filled with an assembly of formidable beings. He had even absconded with the ancient weapon, Poseidon, from Fishman Island and was now plotting with the ancient weapon, Pluton, in Alabasta. He had effectively incorporated the vital trade route, Fishman Island, into his domain, implementing a so-called friendly economy while continuously drawing in more individuals into his grand design. Saixi was certainly engaged in something monumental, quietly amassing strength for a future revelation. On the other hand, Yamato contemplated that Crocodile must harbor ulterior motives against Saixi. After all, how could someone who had nearly been slain by Saixi so readily comply with his commands? I must keep a vigilant eye on this exceedingly dangerous individual and ensure that Sachi does not fall into his clutches. No. Being alone in this confrontation is far too perilous. I must devise a strategy to unite Bai Xing with our cause. Indeed, as depicted in comic books, this must be the correct approach. After reflecting on Saishi's scheming, Crocodile retrieved a den mushy from within his coat. Beep, 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 Ajanilo. This is Crocodile. How is Hawkeye's ship faring? Crocodile swiftly dialed the den mushy, contacting the auction house's manager. Saixi and his companions were taken aback by Crocodile's unexpected maneuver. Who knew he could intercept calls directly? Perhaps this could indeed work. Regrettably, the response from the other end extinguished the flicker of hope ignited within them. Boss, we have successfully auctioned off the ship as per your instructions. The buyer should have already taken it away. The auction house manager reported to Crocodile, his tone brimming with pride. He had flawlessly executed Crocodile's command. Surely, the boss would reward him now. You scoundrel, who are those wretches that bought the ship? Where have they gone? Upon hearing that the ship had been sold, Crocodile immediately inquired about its whereabouts. The manager, sensing Crocodile's fury, understood that trouble was brewing. Who could have anticipated their boss's capricious nature? Just hours ago, he had urged the swift auction of the ship, and now he was demanding its location. Who could possibly keep up with such whims? It was none other than the clique pirate crew, who had recently arrived from the East Blue. Those ruffians purchased Hawkeye's ship for 55 million berries. As per your request, we informed the bidders that the treasure pirates had already arrived in Alabasta. In an attempt to avoid attention, the clique pirate crew has set sail back to the East Blue. Alas, what else could be done? After all, Crocodile is my boss. I had no choice but to report the truth. I can only hope not to face repercussions later. It truly is a treacherous game to serve a master like him. Saixi, it appears your efforts may be in vain. You have heard, the pirates who acquired the ship are already making their escape back to the East Blue. Do you require my assistance in pursuing them? With the knowledge that the ship had been taken, Crocodile found himself with no other options but to plan an ambush along the route the Click pirate crew would take back to the East Blue. Seeking to return to the East Blue, it seems we have arrived at an opportune moment. My hawk, it appears we must alter our destination once more. What say you? Shall we continue the pursuit or abandon it? Such matters are best left to the parties involved. The choice lies with our esteemed Myhawk. Pursue them. They cannot have gone far. Myhawk stated his decision with an impassive expression. Since the involved party has chosen to chase, we shall undoubtedly continue our pursuit. Crocodile, find a way to intercept them. If you discover any trace of the Whitebeard Pirates, do not hesitate to inform us. Blackbeard. This is indeed a minor antagonist from the beginning of the Pirate King saga. I never anticipated that I would have already recruited Myhawk. Yet these individuals cannot escape the fate of being pursued by him. Given the circumstances of destiny, they can only be duly rewarded. I hope they manage to evade the clutches of Baroque works. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Once I locate those rascals, I will reach out to you. Unencumbered by the constraints of Saixi and Ihua, Crocodile seamlessly transformed into his elemental form and departed from the off-road vehicle. Chapter 88. Navigator White Star and the Advancing Crocodile. Are we really allowing Crocodile to leave just like that? Myhawk inquired directly of Saixi, without glancing back. After all, when one is at the helm, observing the conditions of the journey is paramount. What alternative is there if we do not permit him to depart? Do we truly intend to recruit him into our treasure-hunting pirate crew? Crocodile has made his exit, and it matters little, for I shall have no further dealings with him. Saixi had no illusions that Crocodile would genuinely transform Alabasta into a prosperous and formidable nation. It was merely a superficial courtesy exchanged between them. At this juncture, Myhawk's small vessel was no longer in Crocodile's possession, rendering his capture of little consequence. Perhaps it is best that he serves as a minor adversary for Luffy in the future. Ultimately, Saixi yearns to save her life, leaving the world-saving endeavors to the rightful protagonist of this realm. With no fixed objectives ahead, Saixi and his companions could only set their course towards the East Blue. Though Saixi possessed a navigational map, its scope was limited. Moreover, this map had been acquired in the New World, with only a few regions illuminated on this side of the paradise. The East Blue remained entirely uncharted. Exploration of those areas would have to await a later time. Given that the Kurohige pirates would undoubtedly retreat to the East Blue, it seemed prudent to lay in wait there for their return. Upon learning the whereabouts of their small vessel, Saixi and his companions once again boarded the Sair, preparing to journey to the East Blue. Myhawk, do you know how to navigate from the Grand Line back to the Four Seas? Saixi had long been curious about this matter. It is said that entry into the Grand Line necessitates traversing the upside-down mountain, which serves as a singular passage through which all four seas connect. Furthermore, this mountain is a one-way route, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. Of course, if one believes their ship's propulsion can ascend against the current and accurately select the desired maritime route among several, then let it be as if I had not spoken. Aside from that, the original narrative only provides the options of traversing the Calm Belt or crossing the Red Line. For instance, the Germa 60 SXS snail ships can directly scale the Red Line and access other seas. Other merchant vessels must also navigate the Red Line to transfer goods, transporting them to the opposite side where waiting ships can reload the cargo. Returning to the Four Seas? Simply traverse the Calm Belt, Myhawk remarked nonchalantly. Very well then. Let us directly cross the Calm Belt into the East Blue. Saixi had anticipated that Myhawk would offer a more ingenious solution. It appeared that the Calm Belt was their only option. After all, with White Star accompanying them, traversing the Calm Belt would be a mere formality. Lord Saixi, proceed this way. There is a hidden current that can accelerate our voyage. White Star pointed in a direction, addressing Saixi. You have been immensely helpful, White Star. Saixi affectionately ruffled White Star's small head. The ability possessed by White Star is indeed remarkable. it enables communication with marine creatures, granting her access to information from the depths of the ocean. Moreover, due to the heightened sensitivity of certain underwater beings to weather changes, she can even forecast abrupt alterations in the maritime climate. Observing the interaction between Saixi and White Star, Yamato felt a sense of optimism regarding her plan. Once the opportune moment arrived, she intended to invite White Star into her fold. White Star, how would you like to serve as the navigator for our treasure pirate crew? Sachi suddenly perceived that White Star was exceptionally suited for this role. Me? Is that truly possible? White Star inquired, her disbelief evident as she turned to Sachi. She had not anticipated being offered such a significant position aboard the vessel. Absolutely, it is you, White Star. No one aboard is more fitting for this role than you. If you do not take on the navigator's duties, then who will? Should my hawk be tasked with rowing the boat? Or shall we have the blind one smile direct our course? White Star, you must have faith in yourself. You are more than capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a navigator. Yamato encouraged as she approached White Star, sharing her belief in White Star's suitability for the position. All right then, I shall become a navigator of the treasure pirate crew. With Yamato's affirmation, White Star resolutely accepted the role. She felt immense joy at the prospect of contributing to the crew. Previously, she had shied away from challenges, feeling ineffectual. Now, she could finally lend a helping hand. With White Star's presence, Saixi and her companions effortlessly traversed the doldrums, arriving in the waters of the East Blue. However, to ascertain their precise location, they needed to find an island for confirmation, as there were no distinctive landmarks in the doldrums to guide them. In contrast, the Click Pirates did not enjoy such ease. After acquiring Mihawk's small boat at auction, they hurriedly set off to return to the East Blue to evade trouble. They believed the vessel of the world's greatest swordsman must possess remarkable qualities, leading them to spend their entire fortune on it. Now, however, their funds were depleted, leaving them with insufficient resources to purchase food and water. After examining Mihawk's ship for a considerable time, they concluded it was merely an ordinary small boat, which left them feeling utterly cheated. Not long after their escape began, they learned that Crocodile was also pursuing them. They inwardly cursed his lack of integrity and martial ethics, feeling betrayed after spending their money with him, only to find themselves threatened with treachery. With no choice, they continued their flight. During their escape, it was unsurprising that the members of Baroque Works soon discovered their whereabouts. A fierce battle ensued, though it was, in reality, a one-sided pursuit where the Click Pirates were relentlessly attacked. How could a bounty of 17 million on a small fry like Kalami possibly stand a chance against Baroque Works? The moment Click spotted the Baroque ship, he fled without hesitation. Despite his desperate speed, his ship was left in tatters. The Click Pirates found themselves relentlessly pursued to the vicinity of the doldrums, and in a state of utter desperation, they plunged into its embrace. With death seemingly inevitable, they dared to hope for survival within the calm. The vessels of Baroque Works, witnessing the Click Pirates' venture into the doldrums, ceased their pursuit and relayed the news to Crocodile. Inside the doldrums, the Click Pirates faced relentless assaults from countless sea kings, further ravaging their already damaged ship. Fortunately, despite suffering losses in both vessels and crew, they managed to escape back to the East Blue. Chapter 89, Lowtown, the place where the era of great pirates began. Beep. Beep, 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 Achanilo. This is Saixi, please go ahead. While navigating the East Sea, Saixi and his companions received a call from Crocodile. Saixi, this is Crocodile. I have located the whereabouts of the Click Pirate crew. However, they have fortuitously escaped into the calm belt from my men. If luck is not on their side, they might become food for the Sea Kings. Conversely, if fortune favors them, they may find themselves in the waters of the East Sea. In either scenario, I am unable to assist you further. I wish you the best of luck. It won't be easy for that little boat of Mihawks to track them down. Crocodile conveyed the information he had to Saixi and his crew, leaving the success of Mihawk's vessel entirely to chance. I see. We can only take it one step at a time. Thank you for the intel, Crocodile. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up now. I still have some things to tidy up, so I won't keep you any longer. Hey, move that pile over here. With that, the conversation between the two was abruptly cut off. It seemed that locating Mihawk's small boat would prove to be quite a challenge. After concluding the call, the situation became clear. The Click pirate crew, along with Mihawk's little boat, were adrift in the calm belt, their fates uncertain. Yet, Mihawk need not despair. What if his vessel were to miraculously reappear before him? What had transpired was beyond remedy. As captain, it was only fitting to console his loyal crew member. Mihawk remained silent in response to Saishi's reassurances, reflecting, "Why has my boat vanished? Do you not understand, my friend? Lord Saixi, there is an island not far ahead. Shall we make landfall?" At that moment, the newly appointed navigator, Hoshino, approached Saixi to report the current status. "Oh, an island? We must certainly investigate." With Mihawk's boat missing, and having returned to the East Sea, Saixi felt compelled to explore this new opportunity. After all, this was a land renowned for its formidable personalities, a birthplace of both the former Pirate King and the future one. The East Sea surely held many intriguing secrets. The information about the island had been relayed to Hoshino by the marine creatures, thus they needed to sail for a while longer before reaching its location. After some time at sea, Saixi and his crew finally arrived at the island mentioned by Hoshino. Upon disembarking, Saixi spotted a large sign emblazoned with the words "Load Town." Roar! What a remarkable landmark! It appeared that luck was on his side. The first island they discovered was a familiar sight. Yamato, did you know? This is the execution site of the former Pirate King, JoLD, Roger. Upon discovering that they were in Roach Town, Saixi immediately began to enlighten Yamato, providing her with a bit of knowledge, primarily to divert her attention. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself accompanying her in White Star on a shopping spree. The Pirate King? Is he the one mentioned in Odin's journal? Wasn't he executed here? Yet, how could he be captured if he was already the Pirate King? That seems rather pathetic. After hearing this, Yamato couldn't help but recall her own tumultuous past. It was all Odin's fault for making her look foolish for so many years. Reflecting on her thoughts from back then, she felt like she could dig a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room hole right then and there. Just as love can lead to affection, it can also breed disdain. Due to Odin, she found herself questioning the prowess of the Pirate King, Roger. Well, I can't say that Yamato, Roger willingly surrendered. It had nothing to do with his strength. Regarding Yamato's inquiry, Saixi felt compelled to clarify. He certainly couldn't assert that Roger was too weak to be captured by the Marines, could he? Mihawk, you must have been present at the time, right? Saixi sensed that Yamato was becoming a bit challenging and swiftly changed the subject to Mihawk. Yes, many came when the Pirate King was executed. Crocodile was also here. Mihawk, recalling the scene of Roger's execution, noted that he had not yet earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman at that time. With a smile, he remarked, "So this is the execution site of the Pirate King Roger? This is my first time visiting such a place. All right, enough with the reminiscing," he added. "Let us see if there are any interesting spots around here." Saixi quickly interrupted Mihawk, who seemed inclined to give a lengthy soliloquy. There were indeed several treasures worth uncovering in Roach Town. Meanwhile, as they wandered through Roach Town, the station marines had already detected the presence of Saixi and his companions. However, they dared not take action. There were only 5 individuals aboard, with a combined bounty of an astonishing 5 billion. And here they were, in this remote corner of the East Blue. Who would dare to act? Do you dare to make a move? Frustrated, Smoker, the cigarette-smoking rogue, sat in his office, listening to his subordinates' reports. In his hand, he held the latest newspaper from the East Blue, which stated that the Click pirate crew, believed to have ventured to the Grand Line, had been spotted again. Now, the treasure-hunting crew had also appeared in Roach Town. Smoker exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? Why would such a terrifying group show up in this part of the East Blue? How could the Click pirate crew return from the Grand Line?" On the other hand, Saixi and his companions were unable to escape their fate of being dragged shopping by Yamato. "Mihawk, do you sense that?" Suddenly, Saixi felt an eerie presence. He inquired of Mihawk beside him if he sensed anything unusual, the aura of a cursed blade. Mihawk too perceived that strange presence, and it was indeed nearby. It appeared that my instincts had not betrayed me. With Mihawk's affirmation, Saixi realized that it could only be the essence of the legendary Sandai Kitetsu. Following the peculiar energy, Saixi and his companions arrived at the entrance of a knife shop. Upon entering, Saixi immediately retrieved the Sandai Kitetsu from among a pile of discarded items. "How much for this blade?" he asked the shopkeeper. Chapter 90. Smoker's Second Chance Boss. "How much is this sword?" Saixi inquired loudly as he picked up the legendary Sandai Kitetsu, directing his question towards the shop owner. Despite being a pirate, he understood the importance of allowing others to conduct their legitimate business. Payment, after all, was a necessity. "My esteemed guest, this sword is not for sale." The shopkeeper, though tempted to part with the cursed blade amidst the assortment of trinkets, could not bring himself to let someone meet a tragic fate due to his actions. Whenever a potential buyer inquired about the sword, he would invariably retract his offer, revealing his inherent kindness. "Isn't the purpose of a shop to sell?" Saixi Presidon. "Come now, what is the price of this blade?" The shopkeeper, who could eloquently articulate the bond between men entrusting their dreams to one another, exuded a certain charm. Such a benevolent soul, capable of romantic aspirations, deserved respect. "I have already stated that this sword is absolutely not for sale." Just then, the shopkeeper caught sight of the swordsman beside Saixi, his piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a massive black blade slung across his back. It was unmistakable. He was none other than the world-renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. You are Dracul Mihawk." The shopkeeper was taken aback by the unexpected presence of Mihawk in his humble establishment. A figure of such caliber, here to purchase a sword. "Lord Mihawk, do you wish to acquire this blade? It is the Sandai Kitetsu, a cursed sword. Should you choose to buy it, I shall not charge you a single berry. However, if possible, could you kindly provide me with your autograph?" While the shopkeeper feared the curse of the sword might claim the lives of ordinary patrons, he had no such concerns regarding Mihawk. "Actually, the one purchasing the sword is not me, but my captain." Mihawk responded calmly, clarifying that it was Saixi who sought the weapon. "Your captain?" The shopkeeper's gaze shifted to the other patrons in the shop, growing increasingly apprehensive. His attention ultimately settled on Saixi, who had just expressed interest in the sword. "You must be Captain Saixi, famed for your explosive reputation. If you wish to buy the sword, it is certainly yours. Please take it with you." The shopkeeper was well aware of the formidable reputation Saixi had gained since his renowned battle at Spatial Archipelago. Now, with a multitude of intimidating figures in his shop, the shopkeeper felt a surge of anxiety. He was even hesitant to ask for Mihawk's autograph, fervently hoping Saixi and his companions would soon depart. "Roar. Can we sell it now? It seems Mihawk's name holds considerable weight." "Here, 1,000,000 berries. This should suffice for the price of the sword, don't you think?" "Boss." Saixi nonchalantly placed 1,000,000 berries on the counter. Since they were engaged in commerce, taking advantage of the situation felt rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, 1,000,000 berries was not an excessive sum. It could merely serve as a means to support the proprietor who recognized Zoro. After all, the sword had been procured, and it was time to depart. "Oh, by the way, Mihawk, do not forget to sign an autograph for the shopkeeper." A few minutes later, the shopkeeper stood in a daze, staring at the 1,000,000 berries on the counter and the bounty notice in his hand bearing Mihawk's signature, lost in contemplation. What on earth had he just experienced? Once Saixi and his companions exited the weapon shop, they encountered the legendary Naiji Wong, the discarded pawn of the version, Smoker, the White Hunter. "Treasure pirates, you wretched band of miscreants should be roaming the Grand Line. What brings you to the tranquil seas of the East Blue?" Smoker had spent considerable time preparing himself mentally within the Navy base, yet he ultimately resolved to confront Saixi and his party directly. "Bombardment space. Saixi, what is your purpose for appearing in the East Blue?" The scene was utterly explosive. In the bustling streets of Lowtown, Smoker, alone, armed with a motorcycle and a cane, encircled Saixi and his companions. Indeed, one individual had surrounded five. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Smoker, do you intend to single-handedly imprison our treasure pirates?" Unable to contain himself, Sachi burst into laughter upon witnessing Smoker's demeanor. After hearing Saishi's jest, the others began to think that the Navy officer before them might not be entirely sound of mind, casting him incredulous glances. Flushed with embarrassment from Saishi's remarks, Smoker realized he had mustered considerable courage to emerge. "By the way, I recall that you and Akiji are old friends. Did he not inform you of my capabilities? You dare to come out to apprehend me? I must say, You are quite stubborn. Besides, I haven't caused any trouble in Lowtown. How about we both pretend we haven't seen each other? I 1T harm you, and you 1T attempt to capture me. After all, resorting to violence is rather uncivilized. Why not resolve matters with mere words instead of exhausting ourselves with conflict? Bombardment space. Saixi, don't underestimate me. I'm a Navy officer. Feeling belittled by Saishi's words, Smoker sensed that he was being looked down upon. This individual before him completely disregarded his authority. White Snake. With that, Smoker activated his powers, transforming his arm into smoke, coalescing it into a gigantic serpent that surged towards Saixi and his companions at high speed. People nowadays truly refuse to heed warnings, always opting for brute force to resolve conflicts. How uncouth. Sachi sighed slightly before effortlessly dispersing the oncoming White Snake. Subsequently, he used his abilities to draw Smoker closer, gripping his neck with an armed hand. Saixi felt somewhat fatigued from standing and throttling another, so he casually brought Smoker down to the ground. Saixi himself sat down, eager to inquire about the audacity that emboldened Smoker to attempt capturing his treasure pirate crew. As he gazed upon the prone Smoker, before he could utter a word, Mihawk's keen eyes caught sight of a newspaper clutched in Smoker's grasp. Without hesitation, he retrieved the paper. Saixi, it appears we have uncovered news regarding the Click pirate crew. Mihawk presented the side of the newspaper before Saixi, revealing an image of Mihawk's small vessel. It seems fortune has smiled upon you today, Smoker. Chapter 91. Onward to the Bartai Sea Restaurant. The stage is set. It seems fortune smiled upon you today, Smoker. Upon seeing the news in the newspaper, Saixi realized that a subplot from the original narrative was about to unfold. Now is not the time for playful banter with Smoker. There is an urgent matter at hand, retrieving Mihawk's small boat. Without hesitation, Saixi released Smoker and, accompanied by Mihawk and his entourage, set off towards the maritime area depicted in the newspaper, the very waters where the Bartai Sea Restaurant is situated. With a chuckle, Saixi remarked to Ishao, with your gravity fruit, why do you always think of pinning people to the ground? Wouldn't it be a splendid development to manipulate their gravity instead? Just like I did moments ago, effortlessly pulling someone in my hand. How magnificent is that? As they made their way, Saixi took the opportunity to enlighten Ishao about the potential applications of his devil fruit abilities. Indeed, Ishao's powers were formidable and possessed great potential. It seemed he had not fully explored their breadth. His approach appeared rather linear, lacking in versatility. Captain Saixi, I must admit, I had not contemplated such applications before. I shall earnestly endeavor to develop in that direction, Ishao responded, acknowledging Saixi's superior understanding of fruit capabilities, even surpassing that of the fruit's possessor. Thus, amidst laughter and camaraderie, the group arrived at the shores of Lowtown and reboarded the Searle, setting sail for their next destination. Meanwhile, Smoker, left in their wake, took a moment to gather his thoughts. Had he just been outmaneuvered? Had he truly escaped with his life? Nonetheless, through the conversation between Saixi and Mihawk, he gleaned that they had come to the East Blue in pursuit of the buggy pirates, not for any nefarious purposes. At least, that was the current understanding. The true ambitions of the treasure pirates remained shrouded in mystery. After this cordial exchange, Smoker recognized that he could not tackle this issue alone. It was time to leverage his extensive network of contacts. He promptly dialed into the naval headquarters, far beyond the horizon of the Grand Line. No, not that. I meant the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line. Beep, 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 beep. Smoker. I never expected you to call. What is this? No longer content with being a gatekeeper in the East Blue, seeking to forge a path at the Navy headquarters instead, a sultry voice from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man, greeted him. Spare me your jibes, you who has lost a hand. I called to inform you that members of the treasure pirates have arrived in the East Blue. Smoker was not in the mood for banter. There were pressing matters at stake. Those ruffians seemed to be pursuing the buggy pirates as they journeyed from the East Blue to the Grand Line. I wish for you to investigate the intentions of this group. Should their aims prove to be perilous, I implore our headquarters to dispatch some personnel forthwith. This group is not one that the Station Navy in the East Sea can contend with. Smoker, having recently been bested, is acutely aware of the prowess of Saixi. He now feels as though he charged him like a fool. They were merely engaging in regular commerce, while he foolishly sought confrontation. Initially, they had no desire to engage him, even advising him to refrain from violence, yet he disregarded their counsel. One can only say that this beating was entirely undeserved. Very well, I shall commence an investigation into this matter post-haste. Should the treasure pirate crew make any movements, contact me immediately. I will lead a team to provide support. Upon hearing that the situation involves the treasure pirate crew, Aokiji immediately adopted a serious demeanor. After all, he did indeed lose an arm at the hands of Saixi. Very well, I shall reach out to you when the time comes. Do not allow the loss of an arm to diminish your efficiency. Yes, Smoker responded to Aokiji, and the communication concluded with that parting word. Through this one-sided confrontation, Smoker realized that his strength paled in comparison to those true powerhouses. He resolved that once the matter with the treasure pirate crew was resolved, he would journey to the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line for further training, striving to elevate his abilities before venturing forth again. For now, he was simply too weak to realize the justice he envisioned. Thus, Smoker plunged into his training. After a period of sailing, the Searle had reached the vicinity of the floating restaurant Baratai. At that moment, the restaurant was hosting quite the spectacle. Due to the pursuit by Baroque works and the assaults from sea kings within the calm belt, the ships of the Q-Rock crew lay in ruins. Luffy stood upon the shattered deck, his eyes ignited with the fervor of battle, facing the leader of the Q-Rock crew, clad in golden armor, whose heavy metallic boots produced a resounding thud upon the wooden planks. You shall pay dearly for provoking the strongest pirate crew of the East Sea, Q-Rock bellowed, as his shoulder armor suddenly sprang open, revealing dozens of ominous cannon barrels. Luffy grinned widely, his rubber arms stretching back with vigor. Let's see about that, he declared. Before his words faded, his fist launched forth like a cannonball. Rubber, rubber, rocket punch. Boom! Fragments of golden armor flew as Q-Rock staggered backward from the blow. Yet, in the next moment, he let out a sinister laugh, drawing forth his shoulder armor to assemble a colossal battle lance, its sharp tip glistening in the sunset's glow. Q-Rock roared, the battle lance sweeping toward Luffy with the sound of slicing air. Luffy executed a backflip to evade, the weapon further ravaging the already devastated ship. As he landed, his right leg was charged and ready. Rubber, rubber, battle axe. His leg came crashing down like a mighty axe, prompting Q-Rock to hastily raise his weapon in defense, the deck beneath him collapsing with a thunderous roar. Amidst the shattered deck, two figures engaged in a rapid clash, the resonant sounds of metal colliding intermingling with the sharp echoes of rubber. Clock suddenly activated the mechanism on his wrist, unleashing a plume of purple toxic mist from the crevices of his armor. Luffy, hastily holding his breath, was caught off guard by a powerful punch to the abdomen, propelling him through the restaurant's wall. Ha ha ha, this is the consequence of challenging me, Clock declared as he dragged his formidable weapon towards the rubble. Suddenly, debris erupted, and Luffy's silhouette burst forth like a cannonball. Rubber, rubber, bells. Luffy's head struck forcefully against Clock's mask, causing the metallic visage to cave in. As Clock staggered backward, Luffy's fists stretched to their utmost limit. The final blow. Rubber, rubber, rocket. Chapter 92. The initial encounter with the protagonist. The challenge of Lu Sualong. The final blow. Rubber, rubber, rocket cannon. The golden armor adorning his body shattered under the immense impact. Click, unable to withstand the force, rolled his eyes back and collapsed. Yada, we won. Ha ha ha. Luffy, lying on the fragmented deck, erupted into laughter upon witnessing his triumph. Oh my, Ace's brother is quite impressive. The thrill of experiencing a familiar scene from previous anime was truly delightful. However, it was indeed time for the true protagonist to make his entrance. Hey, is that straw hat-wearing fellow really Ace's brother? Yamato, upon hearing Saix's explanation of Luffy's identity, was utterly astonished. Having often heard Ace speak of his brother, he was finally meeting the real deal. Ace's brother is quite capable. He has helped us resolve a significant dilemma. Had it not been for Luffy blocking the Click Pirates here, Yamato would have been adrift at sea for an eternity trying to locate Mihawk's small boat. Without finding the Click Pirates, there would be no retrieving Mihawk's vessel, and without that, a journey to Skypiea would be impossible. Thus, it appears that Ace's brother, like Ace himself, is a good person. Mihawk, it's time to reclaim your ship, Saixi remarked to Mihawk, who had initially intended to swiftly dispatch Click upon their arrival, but was halted by Saixi. After all, his ship was within sight, and it was reasonable to heed the captain's command, having traveled quite a distance. Watching a performance here was rather enjoyable. Yet, he also discerned something remarkable. Ace's brother, Luffy, was wearing the straw hat that once belonged to Shanks. He had previously heard Shanks mention that he had staked his arm on the new era. If that were the case, could this young man before him be the future that Shanks had wagered upon? Although such thoughts crossed his mind, they were of no concern to Mihawk. Who could predict the future? At present, Mihawk was solely intent on venting his frustrations on the Click Pirates and reclaiming his small ship. When Saixi initially asked Mihawk to wait, he had already been secretly gathering his strength. Now, hearing Saixi declare that it was time to strike, he launched into action without hesitation. A swift flying slash hurtled toward the remnants of the Click Pirates' dwindling ship fleet. Before the patrons of the Bartai restaurant could react, they witnessed one ship after another cleave cleanly in two upon the sea. Wow, we're under attack. How terrifying, Usopp exclaimed, his voice rising in panic at the commotion. Aside from Luffy and his companions, who were taken aback, the others became exceedingly flustered. As the debris of the ships and the splashes of water settled, they finally beheld the architect of this chaos. The silhouette of the sailor gradually emerged into view. Wow, incredible. It's a ship made of steel, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder at the sight of the sailor. Unlike Luffy's excitement, the expressions of the others were grave. The ease with which so many ships were destroyed indicated that the crew aboard this newcomer vessel was certainly formidable. If they were also here to cause trouble, it would spell disaster. As the seer approached, the crowd could finally discern the full silhouette of the ironclad ship and its crew. There it was, the flag of the treasure pirates. Upon seeing that banner, Zepp understood precisely who manned that vessel. The notorious pirates of the high seas, the treasure pirates. Sanji, those fellows are not to be trifled with. Prepare to flee. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomers, Zepp promptly cautioned Sanji. Hey, old man, do you know who they are? Sanji was still puzzled, while Zoro had already drawn his sword, ready to engage in battle. Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman known as Hawkeye. At last I found you. Hey, you're Hawkeye, aren't you? The ability to cleave these ships in two indeed confirms your strength. Zoro recognized Mihawk at first glance. He was the one he had been searching for. A swordsman? Mihawk, preparing to disembark to retrieve his small boat, was halted by Zoro's exclamation. By the swords hanging at Zoro's waist, Mihawk discerned that he was a swordsman. I ventured out to sea for the purpose of meeting you. Let's engage in a duel. As he spoke, Zoro removed the bandana tied to his arm and secured it upon his head. Pitiful weakling, what is your aim? Zoro's current strength was still insufficient, and Mihawk found nothing intriguing in him. Of course, I aspire to be the strongest. I have my ambitions and a promise to my dear friends. Let us duel, Hawkeye Mihawk. Zoro unsheathed his sword, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Mihawk aboard the seer. Hey, don't go seeking death. Sanji intended to dissuade Zoro from offering himself as a sacrifice, but Zepp held him back. Sanji, that is his decision. Do not interfere. Zepp understood Zoro's intent and recognized his determination. This battle was a solitary endeavor for that green-haired lad. Mihawk was taken aback to find such a headstrong individual in the East Blue, aside from Smoker. The swordsman before him was clearly not even a top-tier swordsman, yet dared to challenge him. When faced with a challenge, how could one refuse? Thus, Mihawk directed his gaze towards the seer. At present, he was not alone. Any action required the captain's approval. Mihawk, go ahead. Give him a chance. The scene of a small knife slaughtering prey was no longer visible, for Mihawk's small knife had been taken by his captain. The captain wished to see how the narrative unfolded without the small knife. With his captain's affirmation, Mihawk leapt from his seer and stood before Zoro. The courage to draw your sword against me, does it stem from your will? Come forth, young swordsman, and let me behold your prowess. With these words, Mihawk raised his right hand and slowly extended his slender index finger. What does this mean? Are you underestimating me? Zoro felt a surge of indignation as he observed Mihawk's gesture, instantly sensing humiliation. Am I not even worthy of drawing your sword? With that thought, Zoro charged forward, brandishing his blade. Three-sword style, demon slash. The display was grand, yet regrettably, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Mihawk, with a layer of haki enveloping his index finger, effortlessly thwarted Zoro's onslaught with merely a single digit. How is this possible? How has he achieved such a feat? Chapter 93. The single finger of Zoro. Betting on the future, how could this be possible? How did he manage to do it? To block my attack with just a finger. What a ridiculous turn of events. There should not be such a disparity. Zoro pondered to himself. He then created distance and launched another attack towards Mihawk. Unfortunately, each of his strikes was flawlessly thwarted by Mihawk's finger. What the hell? When did Mihawk become so extravagant? Saixi had not anticipated that Mihawk possessed such a skill. This maneuver seemed as if Mihawk had learned it from Cultivation Comic. A true swordsman should not be confined to their own sword. Rather, they should be capable of wielding nature itself as their blade, achieving the realm where all things can become a sword. By refining the sword heart within and cultivating all things without, one could reach the state of becoming one with the sword. Regrettably, Zoro did not comprehend this. He was acutely aware that Mihawk could easily overpower him with a mere finger. As the battle progressed, Zoro found himself increasingly fatigued, leading him to doubt his own abilities. Am I truly then inadequate? However, the promise he made with Ka reignited his resolve. Without hesitation, he charged once more in a battle against Mihawk. Three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. In response to Zoro's grand move, Mihawk merely struck, seizing the flaw in Zoro's technique and piercing his chest directly. Why not evade? Do you wish for me to pierce your heart? Well, I cannot say. I feel that if I take a step back here, all the cherished oaths and promises I hold dear will be shattered, and I may never return to this moment. Is that so? Then it is failure. If that is the case, there is even less reason to retreat. Even if it means death, death would be a release. What a formidable will. To prefer death over surrender. Mihawk thought to himself. At this moment, he acknowledged Zoro's indomitable spirit. Young man, what is your name? Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you. A formidable opponent long unseen. Therefore, I shall honor you as a swordsman and end your life with this strongest black blade in the world. This is the final strike. Will it be the world's strongest? Or death? Three-sword style, ultimate technique. 3,000 worlds. As Zoro's technique name echoed, the battle between the two reached its conclusion. The two swords in Zoro's hands were effortlessly shattered by Mihawk. Upon realizing his defeat, Zoro slowly sheathed his swords and turned around, arms outstretched, ready to embrace his fate. With a smile on his face, Zoro proclaimed, "The wounds on my back are the disgrace of a swordsman. Bring it on." With that, Mihawk delivered a decisive blow to Zoro. Zoro. Upon witnessing Zoro being struck down, Luffy anxiously called out his name. However, unlike the original narrative, Zoro did not get sent flying into the sea, but remained upon the wreckage of the ship. Scars serve as a testament to an individual's growth, emblematic of the journey toward manhood. Yet, they hold significance only in the realm of the living. In death, one cannot relish such accolades. Sachi approached Zoro from behind, resting a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from collapsing. Mihawk, how can a swordsman of your caliber bully someone so inexperienced? Upon witnessing his captain's intervention, Mihawk recognized his initial judgment had been sound. The man before him indeed possessed remarkable potential. You cannot perish just yet. Explore your identity and the world, and grow stronger. Roronoa Zoro, in the years to come, I shall await you at the pinnacle of strength. Come, surpass me, Roronoa, Mihawk proclaimed, voicing his aspirations for Zoro. The sea thrives on the infusion of fresh blood, adding to its allure. Luffy, would my inability to become the world's greatest swordsman cause you distress? I shall never falter again. Until I conquer him and claim the title of great swordsman, I will not fail. Zoro, supported by Saixi, expressed his dreams and ambitions through tears. Hearing Zoro's resolute declarations, Luffy grasped the depth of his determination and simply responded with a bright smile, nothing more. Observing the two brimming with dreams, Mihawk mused that Shanks might have indeed seen potential in them. They exuded confidence. Yet perhaps they were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Saishi's words rekindled the tension that had just begun to dissipate. Ha, merely jesting. Amused by the reactions around him, Saixi relished in the humor of the moment. He then employed his magical abilities to heal Zoro's wounds. In an instant, Zoro felt enveloped in a warm embrace. To his astonishment, he discovered that all his injuries had seemingly vanished. All right, you can stand on your own now. It's rather inconvenient to keep holding you, Saixi remarked, releasing Zoro to regain control of his body. Freed, Zoro gazed in disbelief at his own form. It's truly all healed. Zoro, upon his release, the legendary swordsman of the East Blue, alongside the god of swords and Luffy, rushed to check on him. Zoro, where are your injuries? They disappeared. Brother, you were just struck by that blade. You shouldn't be unscathed. They questioned, pondering if the wounds were concealed beneath his trousers. Hey, you guys know your limits. Zoro angrily punched each of them on the head. I am Ace's brother. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Saixi. I am the captain of the Treasure Pirates, affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates, and also a dear friend of Ace. Upon observing the four individuals before him engaging in their antics, Saixi interrupted them directly. Ace, are you claiming to be a friend of Ace? How is he faring now? Has he grown stronger? Upon hearing Saixi declare himself as Ace's companion, Luffy immediately set aside his previous wariness and began to inquire about Ace's well-being. Before I address your questions, could you first share with me what your dream is? Saixi regarded the protagonist before him with a serious expression, eager to hear those iconic words associated with the Pirate King. My dream? You better listen closely. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I intend to become the Pirate King.